It's lonely to be invincible. Chapter 567 to Chapter 624. The Magnificent Flame Sect. Lin Fan brought the group back. To him, everything that happened was normal. He had harvested more than a dozen sections. It was a great feeling. Eh? We can't use this pill. Elder Huarong was wild with joy. However, he suddenly discovered that the medicinal pill was completely useless. This caused his fiery heart to instantly drop to the bottom of the valley. The cultivation system of the true immortal realm is different from the primordial land, so the pill-making system is different too. We must have consumed it in the wrong way, or it's useless to us. Elder Gumu said. Dong Kuan, who had become Tian Su's go-boy, rejoiced in his heart. I didn't expect these guys to be unable to consume the pills from the realm of true immortals. That feels so good. The natives might have taken the pills, but they can't consume them. Doesn't that mean that the pills will only be kept by the natives for a short period of time? What? The disciples who had worked so hard to transport the pills were shocked. They couldn't accept this. These pills can't be consumed. Doesn't that mean that they're useless? Everyone looked at Lin Fan, hoping that he could think of a solution. Lin Fan smiled calmly, feeling the anticipation in their eyes. He liked it when his disciples looked at him with helpless and confused gazes when they encountered difficulties. Only then could he establish a lofty image in the hearts of his disciples. Lin Fan coughed and said calmly, "These are not a problem." The moment he said this, all the elders of the sect looked at Lin Fan in shock while the disciples looked at Lin Fan in admiration. In their hearts, senior brother Lin was invincible. Indeed, senior brother Lin would always be able to think of a way to solve something that others couldn't. Frog Master, you're amazing. Frog Master, you're too powerful. Voices of praise could be heard from afar. Lin Fan was stunned. What did this frog do this time to make a bunch of alchemy masters flatter it like this? But then again, whatever he was thinking about came. Good, very good indeed. Frog, come here. At this moment, the frog had a gloomy expression on his face. He even wanted to die. Based on his character, he would definitely ignore the desperate man's shout. But now, he was in a bad mood. If he continued to challenge the desperate man, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Master. Frog is still alive, wah. The frog hopped over and hugged Lin Fan's thigh, crying out in a heart-wrenching manner. Its cries shook the heavens and the earth. Its tears flowed freely, forming a small pool at its feet. His heart was already pierced through. Originally, he had thought that he could forget about being tricked by this fugitive. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he never would have imagined that this bunch of idiots would actually become the biggest winners in tricking him. Who would have thought that a group of usually obedient fools would set him up at such a crucial moment? Why did he have to hide them in a dangerous place? Why did he have to teach them alchemy? Why was his heart so soft-hearted? For them, he had used his divine soul, causing his divine soul to merge perfectly with the frog's body. From now on, he would never have the chance to leave this frog's body. Senior brother, your disciple's pet is pretty good. Huarong sighed. He had never seen a pet that was so affectionate and loyal. Thinking about the two beasts of his senior brother, they were really incredible. They loved and wanted to kill each other. They were fighting each other. It was really terrifying. Hey-ish. Tian Su sighed. Junior brother, isn't there something wrong with what you said? My disciple's pet is definitely not bad. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. He would never believe the frog. Something must have happened for it to cry like this. Frog, you're very sad. Frog isn't sad. Frog is just too happy to be with Master again. The frog's heart was breaking down, and it was crying even louder. Old Hay mumbled to himself. This frog is really good at acting pitiful. It's not unreasonable for someone to force it into its body. It's asking for a beating. Frog, I have an important mission for you. This concerns the entire sect. Are you willing to be the hero of the sect? Lin Fan asked. I can only rely on the frog to consume these pills. Yes. The frog said. How can I not be willing to do such a good thing? But wait, I feel like something's wrong. Just when the frog was about to say that it was sad and needed to rest, it realized that it was too late. Junior brothers and sisters, the frog is going to solve this problem for everyone. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and thank the frog. Hearing senior brother Lin's words, the worried disciples began to shout angrily. Thank you, Frog Master. Frog Master is the best. I admire you so much. With the Frog Master around, there won't be any problems. The frog gradually lost itself in the waves of praise. It was even too embarrassed to reject them. The frog squatted and patted its chest with its front paw. Everyone, don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems. It said solemnly. It might not know what was going on, but since it needed its help, it must have something to do with pills. Since it was what it was best at, it wouldn't be a problem. Frog, you're doing well. You're gradually becoming the backbone of the Magnificent Flame sect. Keep it up, and there will be a place for you in the sect in the future. Lin Fan said calmly. He suddenly realized that the frog wasn't useless, but it was very useful. Master, don't worry. I won't let you down. The frog nodded and asked curiously. Master, what's going on? Lin Fan thought for a while and pointed at the medicine hall. The frog's face changed a little, and it heaved a sigh of relief. So it's about that. There might be a lot of pills there, but it's not a problem. Master, I will definitely convert the pills there as soon as possible. There might be a lot of pills, but with my strength, I believe it won't be a problem. The frog said. It's not a big deal. It's just converting the pills there. Seeing that so many disciples are looking forward to it, I'll do my best. Frog, I'm very pleased that you have such a heart. But that's just a sex elixir. Coincidentally, there are 18 more here. You can exchange them too. As soon as he finished his words, the frog fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its white belly was flipped, and its tongue was stuck out, as if it was scared to death. What did this desperado just say? Not counting the elixirs piled up there, there were still 18 of them? You want my life? Why don't you go and die? There was a short uproar. Why did the Frog Master suddenly stop moving? Lin Fan raised his hand and smiled. The Frog Master was so happy that he fainted from happiness. Disciples, come and send the Frog Master back to the Invincible Peak. A group of disciples fought to carry the palm-sized frog. To them, the Frog Master was too powerful. He's too responsible. Disciple, this pet is not bad. Xianxia said. It has the ability to convert pills. Master, this frog is indeed not bad. Don't underestimate it. Lin Fan smiled. Although he had been bullying the frog, he knew that this frog wasn't simple. It wasn't an ordinary frog. Maybe the terrifying aura that appeared inexplicably during the battle was emitted by the frog. But as long as he was alive, the contract between him and the frog would not end. Therefore, no matter how powerful the frog was, it had to live under his control. Someone's here. A ripple could be heard in the sky. A ray of light could be seen flying across the sky. It stopped and landed slowly. Why is she here? Xianxia was confused. Why did she come to the Magnificent Flame sect instead of staying in the Saint Convent sect? Something is wrong. Master, I think that the Saint Convent sect might know that they can't use those pills. Lin Fan thought and came up with an answer. The Saint Convent sect didn't have the ability to use the true Immortal Realm pills, so they needed the frog to convert them slowly. But the Saint Convent sect didn't have the frog's ability, so they couldn't do anything. But since they thought of coming to look for me, it means that they are smart. Lin Fan started to think. If I were in their shoes, I wonder if I would have thought of this. What are you doing here? Lin Fan looked at Tianyu. His eyes lingered on her balls for a few seconds. Then, he turned his eyes away and stopped paying attention to these things. The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was speechless. There are so many men in the sect, but I'm just a girl. How useless. But since I have a favor to ask, I have to be polite. Peak Leader Lin, we can't use the things from the true Immortal Realm, so I would like to ask you to tell me how to solve this problem, Tianyu said. Indeed. It was exactly as Lin Fan had thought. The people from the primordial ancestral land definitely couldn't use the things from the true immortal realm, especially the pills. They had a different structure. Even the frog would need to convert them. As for those skills and treasures, they were easy to deal with. As long as one cultivated the skills of the true immortal realm and cultivated their powers, they would basically be fine. Well, that's easy. I have a demon pet that can convert pills. It's suitable for us to use. As for the Saint Convent sect, I'm not sure if you have someone like that, Lin Fan said. The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was stunned. He didn't expect this. If he was facing other sects, he would definitely ask if he could tell them the method, but this was the Magnificent Flame sect, and they were facing the most dangerous existence. Wanting to obtain a solution from the other party was undoubtedly a fool's dream. The difficulty was extremely high. But how would he know if he didn't try? Peak Leader Lin, can you give me the method to convert pills? The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign asked. No. Lin Fan answered decisively without any hesitation. That's what I want. With a single sentence, he had blocked all the paths of the matter. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was at a loss for words. The Saint Convent sect couldn't act tough against the Magnificent Flame sect, nor did they dare to fight them head-on. After all, the gap between the two sects was getting bigger and bigger. Just when the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was about to have a good talk with Lin Fan, something happened in the sky. The weather is changing. Lin Fan looked up. Darkness was slowly eating away at the light. In the blink of an eye, the darkness grew even darker. Master, it's going to rain. Xianxia stared at the sky, stunned. Rain? It's so dark. How heavy is it going to rain? Disciple, is there something wrong? Interesting. Lin Fan pondered. He felt that the world was about to change. Could it be that the end of the world had arrived? Of course, this was just his thought. The edge of the darkness in the sky was like an electric current. It kept moving, but it was spreading very quickly. The sun disappeared, the clouds disappeared, and everything disappeared. Boom, the ground shook more violently, and with a crack, a piece of earth popped out. Earth's crust is moving? Lin Fan's 9 years of compulsory education wasn't for nothing. The first thing that came to his mind was Earth's crust moving. But he couldn't understand why something like this would happen out of nowhere. Eh? Master, do you feel a strange change? Lin Fan looked down at the ground. He felt that the ground was moving. Xianxia turned serious. Disciple, I feel that there's some kind of energy in the sky. Is the ground moving? Our position is also gradually changing? Indeed. Lin Fan felt that his guess was right. The ground was really moving. He floated in the air and realized that his master, who was standing next to him, had suddenly moved away from him. It wasn't that his master moved, but the ground was moving, bringing him far away. Teacher, the ground is really moving. Don't tell me this is our territory expanding? He found it more and more interesting. That's the realm of true immortals. Dong Kuan, who had been in a daze, exclaimed. He saw the shadow of the realm of true immortals in the sky. It was just a flash, but he caught it. He had lived there for a long time, so he was very familiar with all the buildings there. There was no way he would be mistaken. Don't tell me they've fused? Dong Kuan was a bit terrified. This was something he didn't dare believe. Two realms merging, what did that represent? Wouldn't they become one and form a world? At that time, the world would be in chaos. I sense danger. The frog, who was scared to death, suddenly woke up. The disciples surrounded it and praised it. But at this moment, the frog's eyes were fixed on the sky. It realized that something big was going to happen. The second level, the age of chaos, has arrived. The frog's expression was extremely solemn. It had never shown such an expression before. The great chaos era is coming. Doesn't that mean that I'll be meeting those guys less and less? At the thought of this, the frog's heart trembled violently. Although it was looking forward to meeting its wife, it had never thought of meeting her in such a manner. Not to mention those guys hiding in the dark. They would definitely mock him mercilessly, tease him, and even kill him. I can't take it anymore. I have to risk my life to get through the age of chaos. It'll be too late for me to work harder. The frog knew a lot. It had witnessed the process of the outer realm merging. In a certain volcano, Zhang Hongdi sat cross-legged, comprehending true power. The spirit of the volcano was teaching him. But suddenly, the interior of the volcano was compressed, and a thick mass of magma spurted out. Shit! Zhang Hongdi was in a state of cultivation. But when he saw this, he was so shocked that he quickly put on the heavenly star protection. The magma was blocked off by the light barrier. What are you doing? Are you trying to harm me? Zhang Hongdi was furious. The spirit of the volcano was too shameless. How dare it pour magma on him? If he was careless and got hit by the magma, he would suffer a lot. Something is happening. The world is changing. There's a huge flow underground. I feel that I'm going to leave this place, said the spirit of the volcano. What? Zhang Hongdi floated in the air, not understanding what was happening. But when he did, he realized that the volcano was moving towards the distance. What's going on? Stop right there. Zhang Hongdi was shocked. He had seen many strange things in his life, but he had never seen a volcano running away. Not only that, it was running very fast. This situation was not limited to just one place. Everywhere was undergoing a huge change. Some disciples wanted to return to their sects, but they realized that their sects were gone. Along the way, they saw many strange sights. Everything had become strange. Xianxia was ravaged by the young girl and lived a life worse than death. However, for some reason, he discovered that his strength improved very quickly in this kind of ravaging. It even made him wonder if he was a masochist. Only by being abused could he improve faster. The peak leaders who were cultivating outside missed their sects and wanted to go back. But when they thought of the terrifying peak leader Lin, they resisted the urge. Why would they go back? They would be bullied if they went back, and they would not be admired by their junior brothers and sisters. What was the point of going back? Therefore, they calmed themselves down and continued to train. However, the shaking of the world made them realize that something was not right. The geographical location was changing continuously. No one knew where it was, but it was definitely far away from where it was before. Disciple, what do you think? Tiansu asked. They were the only two in charge of the magnificent flame sect now. Not only were they surprised, but the disciples were also panicking. They thought that something big had happened. Lin Fan blinked. Master, you're asking the wrong person. How would your disciple know what to do? It seems like it's not over yet. Let's wait for it to stop moving, and then we'll see what's going on. Tiansu was stunned. He could no longer communicate with his disciple. He should at least show some signs of anxiousness after such a big thing had happened. But Lin Fan was not anxious at all, as if he did not care about it at all. Tiansu could only think about it alone. Heavenly Mandate Sovereign, about the pills, the Saint Convent sect should think of a solution yourself. We don't have time to help you. After all, we've already done our best to give you the sect's wealth. It's too much to ask for more. Lin Fan then waved his hands. Master, I'm a little tired. Your disciple will go and take a nap first. I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Fan wanted to rest now. Even though he was full of energy after dealing with the sword, he still needed to take a nap occasionally. He wanted to enjoy the feeling of sleep. The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign wanted to say something, but seeing that Lin Fan had left, he did not know what to do. Heavenly Mandate Sovereign, do you want to stay in my sect for a day? Tiansu said. The Magnificent Flame sect might be arrogant now, but since the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was here, he had to entertain him. He couldn't just chase him away. It's all right. Thank you. Goodbye. The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign cupped his fists and did not say anything else. Since he rejected Lin Fan, he would think of a solution after returning to the sect. Then, he dove into the void and disappeared without a trace. Hey, why did he leave so quickly? Tiansu shook his head. He hoped that the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign would stay. After all, he was so beautiful. He wanted to let the disciples of the sect have a good look at him. The perfected immortals who were assigned to the toilets by Lu Qiming looked up at the sky. They could feel that the world had changed. And for some reason, the buildings of the realm of true immortals appeared in the sky. All of this, what had actually happened? Senior brother, what should we do now? Huarong asked. Let the disciples go and see how the people are doing. I feel that the world is going to change, and it hasn't stopped yet. I wonder what will happen in the end, Tiansu said. Yes, junior brother understands, Huarong replied. He also felt that the situation was not good. God knows how long had passed. A figure appeared in the sky. That's weird. Where did the sect go? The heavenly mandate sovereign frowned. This was where the sect was, but he realized that it was not. What appeared in front of him was a strange place. The heavenly mandate sovereign looked around and headed into the distance. She was sure that the sect was here, but it suddenly disappeared. This could only mean that the sect had changed. Just like in the magnificent flame sect, the ground was moving. In the boundless starry sky, countless stars with bright tails were coming towards the primordial ancestral ground and the realm of true immortals at a terrifying speed. It filled every direction, illuminating the dark cosmos as bright as snow. But at this moment, no one knew what had happened. To the people of the primordial ancestral ground, except for Lin Fan, no one could guarantee that the two stars were round. A few days passed, and the heavenly mandate sovereign couldn't find her home. She was so anxious that she broke out in cold sweat. She looked everywhere, but the Saint Convent sect seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly, she looked up into the sky. There were so many black holes above her that she couldn't even count them. Rumble, the ground shook violently again. This time, it was even more intense than before. Beneath her feet, the ground cracked as if it were a fault, but in the gaping abyss, new rocks sprouted. What's going on? She had no idea what was happening. Why would there be such a huge change? Invincible peak, piak, piak, piak. Lu Qiming knocked on the stone door of the secret chamber. Looking at the scene in the sky, he was shocked. Senior brother, bad news. The end of the world is here. The end of the world is here. Stop making a fuss. Lin Fan, who was cultivating in the secret chamber, pushed open the stone door and looked at the sky calmly. It's just a little dark. Look at how scared they are. Lu Qiming. The magnificent flame sect was still relatively peaceful. With Lin Fan around, the disciples were at ease. But there was still restlessness, as the world had changed too much. They had no idea what was going on, but it was more intense than a few days ago. They had no idea what was going on. When they raised their heads, they discovered that there were many illusory figures in the sky. These illusory figures were of all shapes and sizes. After that, they fused into the sky, and what awaited them in the end was an intense tremor. Lin Fan walked in the sect, and the disciples gathered in groups of 2 or 3, discussing the changes in the sky. Senior brother Lin. The disciples greeted him respectfully. This was their idol, senior brother Lin. He was terrifyingly strong. Many sects were defeated by senior brother Lin, and he made the magnificent flame sect proud. Senior brother Lin, look at the situation in the sky. Do you think something is going to happen? A disciple who worshipped Lin Fan walked over and whispered. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the void that could no longer be called a void. He then shook his head. Things happen every single day. It's just that you guys don't take it seriously. As for this void, it's very normal. There's nothing much to be worried about. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, he remembered something and called the disciple back. Oh, right. Inform the disciples to get ready to work. Gather at the sect's main hall. Also, call the land spirit and the rest. We need their help. Yes, senior brother. The disciple said solemnly. This was the first time Lin Fan had given him a task, so he had to take it seriously. Lu Qiming, who was at the side, could feel his heart pounding. Senior brother just said something meaningful again. I have to remember it and record it in my notebook. Of course, the current environment was still a little unsuitable. He could only wait until there was no one around before he took out his precious little notebook and recorded the words that he had just said. Lin Fan's calmness made the disciples calm down as well. The ground might be shaking, and the sky might be changing, but they were not worried at all. But for the people from the other sects, they were at a complete loss of what to do and were in a complete panic. Just then, Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the main hall, looking around. "Junior brother, have you realized that the main hall of our sect is a little shabby?" Lin Fan pondered, and his gaze stopped at every corner of the hall. The green bricks were already gray and there were even cracks. If it was in the past, it definitely wouldn't be a problem. A weak sect would naturally have dilapidated buildings, but it was different now. "Senior brother, I think so." Lu Qiming nodded in agreement. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the hall was indeed a little shabby. In the distance, a group of disciples came. "Senior brother, we're here." Huarong was busy with some matters. When he saw a group of disciples gathered outside the main hall, he was puzzled, not knowing what was going on. Now that the world had changed so much, they were still so calm. Huarong could not accept this, and he had to have the disciples be on guard in case something happened. You're all here. Alright, I have something to tell you now. The things that were taken out from the 19 sects could finally be put to use. Those heavenly treasures and all kinds of magical things were useless in those places. It was better to directly renovate the sections. "What are you doing?" Huarong walked over. He did not expect Lin Fan to be the leader. His heart skipped a beat. Something bad must be going on. "So it's Elder Huarong." "Nothing much. I've been bored recently, so I'm going to renovate the sect. I don't have anywhere to use the things that I got from the true immortal world, so I might as well use them to renovate the sect." Lin Fan chuckled. The surrounding disciples were stunned upon hearing this. Using heavenly treasures from the true immortal world to renovate the sect? How extravagant was that? Even though they had no use for those things, they knew that they were definitely treasures. Huh? Huarong was shocked. Using those heavenly treasures to renovate the sect? That's such a waste. No, definitely not. I will never agree to it. Junior brother, what's the point of disagreeing? These were all obtained by my disciple, so you have no right to make the decision. Of course, you can complain. Tiansu walked over. He agreed with his disciple's idea, and the thought of it made him excited. Disciple, why don't you start with Master? Tiansu asked. But when he looked into the distance, he saw the resentful look in Lin Fan's eyes. Sure, Master. I'll start with you then. Lin Fan chuckled. It would be enough to confiscate the wealth of the 19 sects and renovate the sect. Tiansu could not reject the resentful look in Lin Fan's eyes. Forget it. Let's renovate the sect's main hall first. Junior brother, bring some people to move the heavenly treasures over. Lin Fan ordered. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qiming did not care about the heavenly treasures. Whatever his senior brother said, he would do. Very soon, with the help of a large group of disciples, the heavenly treasures were piled up outside the main hall. These are all treasures. Dong Kuan's heart ached. These were supposed to belong to them, but they were taken away by the natives. And now, they're saying that they're going to use these heavenly treasures to repair the building? What a waste. They're going to be struck by lightning. Master, from disciples' point of view, this main hall must be shiny and luxurious. We must let people know that we're nouveau riche so that they won't dare to offend us. Lin Fan thought for a long time and came up with the best plan. Tiansu was confused. Disciple, why is it glittering? Lin Fan nodded, yes, it has to be shiny. Only then will people know how rich and powerful we are. Listen to your disciple, it won't be wrong. Huarong, who was standing at the side, was speechless. He really could not understand what was going on. Golden and shiny? How tacky would that be? Alright, I'll listen to disciple. Tiansu laughed. He opened his hand, and the golden heavenly treasures flew into the air. He did not care what treasures were in them, but fused them together. He then replaced the original materials with the heavenly treasures. In an instant, the dilapidated palace that did not look imposing at all underwent a huge change. It was mighty, domineering, and filled with the aura of wealth. Master, your skills are amazing. You're like a master. Lin Fan exclaimed. Lin Fan sighed. Teacher was indeed his teacher. His moves were extraordinary. Just one look and he couldn't forget it. This might be the first building in the primordial ancestors' land made of gold. The patriarch, who was far away, was expressionless, but his heart was burning. He liked the color and the radiance that it emitted. It was indeed made of heavenly treasures. Every piece of material shone with light. The perfected immortals, who were cleaning the toilets, vomited blood when they saw this. Some of them could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. None of them were willing to use treasures of the heavens and the earth so carelessly, but these indigenous beings were actually using treasures of the heavens and the earth to construct buildings. Could it be that they didn't know that these treasures of the heavens and the earth could be refined into immortal artifacts? What a waste. What a waste. Furthermore, all of this belongs to them. Their hearts were aching, and they were about to bleed. Of course, Lin Fan could not let go of other things. The main hall was the symbol of the sect. It was not enough to look grand on the outside. The decorations inside were the most important. Didi, Lin Fan shouted. Didi is here. What can I do for you, senior brother? Land Spirit Didi stood up straight, waiting in anticipation. I have an important task for you. Make the decorations, tables, and chairs in the main hall with these heavenly treasures. Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. No problem. I guarantee that I will complete the task. Land Spirit Didi shook his head. They were skilled land spirits, and they were especially good at making things. They were already excited that their senior brother was giving them such precious things. How could they fail? They had to succeed. Senior brother, this is too extravagant. Huarong had to voice his thoughts. Even though the wealth did not belong to him, it was still a waste. What's extravagant about it? It's not extravagant at all. Tiansu laughed. Junior brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but this is the reason why you can't break through to the demigod realm. You're too narrow-minded and limited. Senior brother, pretend that I didn't say anything. As long as you guys are happy. He did not want to say anything else. Every time he spoke to his senior brother, he would always give him a blow. He was anxious to see if he could break through to the demigod realm. How could it be because he was too narrow-minded? Teacher, if we use this batch of heavenly treasures, our sect will really undergo a great change. Lin Fan was looking forward to it. What's the use of these heavenly treasures? They're not sturdy, and even if they were made into immortal weapons, they would be useless. With Lin Fan's strength, he could even destroy them with a punch. Therefore, it's better to use them to decorate the sect. After all, it would look too grand. As for the situation in the world, Lin Fan cared a lot about it. But there's no point in caring about it. Who knows what will happen in the end? Therefore, it's better to wait and see what will happen in the end. When that happens, I'll think about it carefully, and there won't be any problems. In the end, when the heavenly treasures were used on every building in the sect, the perfected immortals from the true immortal world vomited blood. Some of them even fell to the ground. Their hearts were completely hurt. What a waste. If it wasn't for the fact that they were weaker than Lin Fan, they would have fought him to the death. Night, the magnificent flame sect had changed a lot, and all the disciples were in a good mood. They felt that the magnificent flame sect was going to be different from the past. It would no longer be the old and despised sect it used to be. Even at night, the radiance of gold and jade illuminated the world. The sect quietened down, surprising some of the disciples. They did not expect the tremors to stop. Without the tremors, they slept even more soundly. The Grandmaster sat on the throne in the main hall and refused to leave. Even at night, he would just lie there and sleep. This was the first time he felt that being the patriarch could be so enjoyable. Now that Lin Fan and his junior brother were supporting the sect, there was nothing for him to be responsible for. This made him feel that being the patriarch was the easiest job. All he had to do was to relax and look around. Lin Fan went back to his secret room to cultivate. Lin Fan returned to the secret room to cultivate. Even though he had entered the God state, he did not let his guard down. At the same time, he needed to improve his cultivation technique. The current heaven-class cultivation technique was not enough. Only the God-class cultivation technique was worthy of his status. But it was a pity that it was too difficult to create. He had tried so many times, but he failed every time. It was not scary to die, but it was scary not to succeed. He knew that it was not easy to create a God-class skill set, but at least there was a chance of success with his crazy experiments. The unparalleled Buddhist magic arts was not good enough. I have to upgrade it to a stronger skill set. After an unknown period of time, when failure came again, he was already helpless. It was so difficult. Dong, 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 someone was knocking on the stone door again. This is weird. No one has ever bothered me when I was in seclusion. Why are they bothering me so often now? Lin Fan stood up and pushed the door open. Junior brother, what's wrong? But Lu Qiming's gaze was not on Lin Fan. He did not know that the door was open, so he continued to knock on it. But this time, he hit nothing. Senior brother, something big has happened. Lu Qiming said, his eyes filled with fear. Junior brother, how many times have I told you to stay calm? You must stay calm. Lin Fan wanted to say something, but he sighed instead. This is because I am not in the immortal state. I can't force others to be like me. Tell me, what happened? He was very curious. He didn't know what could have scared his junior brother to this extent. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Qiming raised his hand and pointed outside. Let me take a look. Lin Fan was bewildered as he casually looked into the distance. However, he couldn't shift his gaze away from that single glance. In the distance, an enormous figure appeared there. It was vast and terrifying, a giant that was at least 100 or even 1,000 zhang in height. The giant's eyes were even larger than lanterns, and its body was covered with bear-like fur. The entire magnificent flame sect was too small compared to the giant. Senior brother, did you see that? Lu Qiming asked in fear. When the disciples of the sect opened their eyes, they saw these monsters. Lin Fan was shocked. Where did this monster come from? But he said calmly, I saw it. It's just one. Get someone to chase it away. No, senior brother, there's more than one of them. This morning, when the junior brothers woke up, they found at least 5 of them walking around the sect. Now the disciples don't even dare to go out. Lu Qiming was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. Where did this monster come from? It's too big. And it looks like it's very powerful. Let me take a look. Lin Fan was slightly alarmed. The primordial ancestors' land doesn't have these things. Their sudden appearance must have something to do with the tremors that happened a few days ago. Damn, the tremors can even summon giants? When Lin Fan stepped out of the secret room, he realized that the situation in the sky had changed. 2 days, what's going on? Didn't I just cultivate for a night? How did the world change so much? Master, what's going on? Lin Fan walked out of the Invincible Peak and saw his master standing there, looking at the giant warily. He immediately went up to him. Disciple, you're here. Xianxia did not let his guard down. He looked into the distance warily. The giant appeared around the sect when the first ray of sunlight appeared in the morning. But strangely, it didn't attack us. Master, that's for sure. We're ants in the giant's eyes. Do you think we'd step on ants when we see them? Of course, if we're together, the number of ants will increase. If the giant is asking for a beating, he might step on us. Lin Fan said. Perhaps what I'm thinking is true. We're ants in the giant's eyes. Of course, we won't attract its attention. But it's hard to say if the giant's feet are asking for a beating. Xianxia kept quiet for a while. He checked the surroundings. There weren't many changes, but there were still many changes. The location of the sect must have changed. It wasn't where it used to be. However, he was still confused. He did not understand exactly what was going on. Why did such a situation appear out of nowhere? All of a sudden, the mountain far away shook violently, and a force could be felt shooting into the sky. How can this be? Junior brother is going to break through. Xianxia said, stunned. Disciple, follow master. Something's not right. With Huorong's talent, it's impossible for him to enter the demigod realm. Something must have happened. Lin Fan rose into the air and followed behind his master. Just then, Huarong's aura became stronger, but he was confused. He had no idea what was going on. In the morning, he felt a force moving around in his body, as if it was going to break through to the realm of God and enter the realm that he had been longing for. But I don't dare to break through. It's too mysterious. I'm afraid that it's happening out of nowhere. Junior brother, what's wrong? Tiansu asked. Senior brother, I don't know. I think I'm going to break through. Huarong said. What? Tiansu felt that he had heard something impossible. Junior brother is going to break through? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. But the aura here is showing signs of breaking through. Master, didn't you say that Elder Huarong has no hope in his life? Lin Fan asked, surprised. It's weird that Elder Huarong is going to break through to the demigod realm. That's true in the past, but the world has changed a lot. Nothing is impossible now. As soon as Lin Fan finished his words, a whirlpool appeared in the air. At the same time, the sect's luck could be felt from afar, gathering around Huarong. It was hard for ordinary people to understand such luck. Even Lin Fan and Tiansu couldn't feel it. However, Huarong still felt that there was a mysterious power supporting him. Roar. Suddenly, the giant who was walking around aimlessly in the distance let out a roar. He stared at the magnificent flame sect with his huge eyes, as if he had discovered the sect. Master, there might be a fight. Lin Fan pushed. He felt that the giant might be blind. He couldn't see it at first, but he could feel it when the fire entered the demigod realm. This means that the giant might not have seen us if we didn't act too directly. Roar. Just when they thought that there was only one giant, another roar could be heard from afar. One after another, a total of 5 roars resounded throughout the world. 5 giants covered in bear fur could be seen walking towards the magnificent flame sect. Disciple, stay here and protect Huarong. Master will go and meet them. Tiansu said. Don't. Lin Fan stopped him immediately. Master, disciple can do it. You stay here. Of course, he had to be the one to fight. If his teacher were to go up and kill the 5 giants, where would he get the points from? I might be in the immortal state, but I can't be too arrogant. I have to be humble and not give up on any points. Maybe one day, I just need a few points to level up my skill set. So it's good to accumulate more points. How can I be complacent? Lin Fan rose into the air. He flew into the distance and stared at the 4 giants with his eyes of discoloration. He was ready to attract them and fight. The aura of the 5 giants was strong, but it wasn't that scary. Angry roars could be heard. Being mocked by Lin Fan's eyes of discoloration, the 4 giants were so angry that they were about to explode. They leaped and charged at Lin Fan. They were so fast that they seemed to have broken the speed of sound. After all, the sound of the explosion was shocking. The surrounding plants exploded, unable to withstand the speed. Heis. Yet another F*King random thing has appeared. Wouldn't it be great if your peak master could just be a handsome man in peace? Lin Fan pinched his fingers together and gathered his strength, causing a dazzling light to burst forth. A giant with bear fur clenched his fist and punched at Lin Fan. His arms were thick, and the veins on his arms were like dragons circling around them. As he punched, space exploded. Crystals could be seen falling from his arms. Cool. Lin Fan grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He looked pure and innocent, but he wasn't afraid of the giant that was 1,000 times bigger than him. He punched out as well. Rumble, a deafening explosion echoed in the rift. A scream could be heard. The giant's fist cracked, but the power didn't dissipate. It continued to spread, and his entire arm exploded, turning into flesh and blood. You're almost in the half-god state. You're strong, but not strong enough. Lin Fan chuckled as his body disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already at the lower jaw of the giant. With a rising dragon of Lushan tyrannical hook fist, he was bent on sending the giant flying into the sky. Bang, a ball of blood water poured down, turning Lin Fan into a bloodied man. Damn. It's so soft, and its head exploded with one punch. It's even covered in blood. How despicable. Even if it dies, it wants to dirty me. How despicable. Just when Lin Fan was about to curse, his surroundings were locked down by the fist winds. The 4 bare-furred giants roared in rage and punched out at Lin Fan with ferocious fists. How troublesome. How dare you walk around in the magnificent flame sect's territory without permission? How dare you start a massacre after being discovered? This is intolerable. All of you must die. Lin Fan ignored the punches and threw a punch at the bare-haired giants. I'll kill them first. Bang, bang, 4 thuds could be heard. The 4 bare-haired giants wailed in pain and fell to the ground, their mutilated bodies motionless. Junior brother, junior sister, come and collect the corpses. Lin Fan stood in the air and shouted. He took out the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River and poured it on himself, washing the blood off. The blood had affected his temperament. The disciples in the magnificent flame sect were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what their senior brother meant. Senior brother, we don't have a dissection team. A disciple shouted. Since when did the magnificent flame sect have such a mysterious organization? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then said, set up the dissection team. Now that our world has changed a little, there are many unknown creatures. If we want to survive in this world, we need to know what they are. Therefore, senior brother has given the order to set up the dissection team. Quick Knife Ermotzi will be the first head of the team. What? The disciples were stunned when they heard that Ermotzi would be the first leader of the dissection team. Some of the disciples ran towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, there was a figure. Luokwa looked very fat, especially around his waist, as if he was wearing a hula hoop. At this time, his left hand was pressing down on a fat pig, his right hand was holding a sharp butcher knife, and without hesitation, he stabbed it into the pig's anus. This was his unique technique. It was a tricky angle. Starting from the chrysanthemum, he would let the blood brew in the chrysanthemum for a while, washing away the dirty things inside. Then, he would use a skillful technique to pull out the knife. The blood that spurted out could spray at least 10 meters. Ermotzi, you're going to heaven. A disciple rushed in and reported. What? Ermotzi was stunned. He had no idea what the disciple was talking about. What heaven? He had been living a comfortable life in the magnificent flame sect. His senior and junior brothers treated him well. Other than not being able to find a partner, he was very satisfied with everything else. The disciple panted heavily before replying, just now, senior brother Lin instructed us to form a new hall called the dissection team. From now on, you'll be the first hall master of the dissection team. This is a duty comparable to that of an elder. Ermotzi, you've risen. Ermotzi's head was lowered as he checked the condition of the pig's anus. When he heard this, he shuddered and involuntarily pulled out his butcher knife. A spurt of fresh blood violently sprayed out and hit the face of the disciple who was reporting the good news. What? Senior brother Lin wants me to be the leader of the dissection team? Quicksaber Ermotzi was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. He didn't care if his junior brother had a bitter look on his face as he hurried out. Because he was too excited, the butcher knife in his hand trembled. Hall Master Ermotzi, senior brother Lin wants you to collect the corpses and dissect those things. Congratulations to Ermotzi for becoming the Hall Master. You have to take care of us in the future. Ermotzi, do you still remember? I was the one who recommended you to the fire room to butcher pigs. Many voices rang in Ermotzi's ears. Up until now, he still couldn't believe that this was real. Of course, he believed that he could do it. After all, he knew that he was very experienced in dissecting. He didn't know the internal structure of the pig in the past, but after killing it, he was familiar with every part of its body. Therefore, he believed that no matter what he dissected, he would be able to find out what was inside. Lin Fan was satisfied with the tens of thousands of points he earned from the 5 bare-haired giants. Master, what's Elder Huorong's situation now? Lin Fan asked. He knew that Elder Huorong had leveled up. It was a good thing that there was another demigod in the sect. He's leveling up. Tiansu thought to himself. What's going on? Why is Huorong leveling up? Could it be that Huorong has become smarter after the world changed? At this moment, Huorong's heart was pounding. He felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I didn't expect to break through so soon. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Sometimes, he was desperate, as his senior brother said, his end may only be the peak of the Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer. Ha ha ha, senior brother, did you see that? I'm really going to become a demigod. Huarong laughed. He might be old, but he was so excited about the leveling up that he didn't know what to say. Lin Fan whispered, Teacher, why do I feel like he's showing off a little? Do you feel the same? Lin Fan asked. Yeah, a little. He seems to be getting cocky. Tiansu said. All of a sudden, the situation changed. Huarong's expression turned hideous, as if he was in pain. Oh no, he's going through his inner demons. Tiansu exclaimed. I didn't expect Lin Fan to be so unstable. It looks like he's being tortured by his inner demons. It'll be bad if I fail. Yeah. Lin Fan was envious of those who could go through their inner demons. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. His inner demons wouldn't come out, which made him feel helpless. No, don't slap me. Ah. Help, don't slap me. At this moment, Huarong had a panicked expression on his face. It was as if he was being tortured by something as he wailed and screamed. Master, what do you think? Lin Fan asked. He suddenly realized that Elder Huarong was a little weak, and why does it sound like he's a little submissive? I can't believe he still has such a hobby at his age. How unique. Break the space whirlpool and help him go through it. Tiansu said. If he was still a demigod, he wouldn't be able to do this. But now that he's a god, it wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Lin Fan replied. He gathered his energy and aimed at the space whirlpool. Suddenly, two surges of energy shot up into the sky, heading towards the whirlpool. Boom, the whirlpool exploded, and the inner demons were suppressed by the two gods. Huh? What am I doing? The image in Elder Huarong's mind disappeared, but cold sweat dripped down his forehead like water droplets. He had met the thing he was most afraid of in his life during his inner demons. Just then, Lin Fan came up to Elder Huarong. Elder, your inner demons aren't doing well. You're screaming so awkwardly. All the disciples heard you. What are you going to do in the future? Huarong was dumbfounded. He glanced at his surroundings and saw that many disciples had strange expressions on their faces. The way they looked at him was very strange. Suddenly, he felt that his old face was gone. He vaguely realized that when he was undergoing the great tribulation of the inner demons, he seemed to have said something terrible. Junior brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're too impatient. You're not strong enough. If not for me and my disciple, you might have been controlled by your inner demons. Tiansu sighed, disappointed with Huarong's performance. That's too weak. I should have at least held on for a while before going through my inner demons. But who would have thought that I would be frightened by my inner demons right after going through my inner demons? If not for the fact that everyone here was a sect disciple, it would be embarrassing if word got out. Senior brother. Huarong looked at Tiansu. He was on the verge of tears. How could I have known that this would happen? Heyish. Tiansu sighed and waved his hands. Junior brother, be careful next time. You're lucky to have become a demigod, but if you want to enter the true god realm, you need to train your mental state. Your mental state is too weak. Tiansu sighed and waved his hands. The elders of the other mountains were jealous of Lin Fan for merging fire into the demigod realm. Elder Gumu sat on the mountain with a calm look on his face. But when he saw Lin Fan merging fire into the demigod realm, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even Huarong can enter the demigod realm, but I can't. As for Gulian, he was going crazy. He thought that he wasn't any weaker than Huarong, but why was he slower than him? I can't figure it out. Suddenly, Lin Fan looked up into the sky. Tiansu looked up as well. He could feel a terrifying energy covering the sky. What's wrong with you guys? Huarong asked, confused. But when he looked up into the sky, he realized that the clouds in the sky were tumbling like boiling water. Master, this energy is very strong. Lin Fan said. Tiansu nodded. I can feel it. What's going on? Did something really happen? Xianxia nodded. Boom. A clap of thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. I am the immeasurable ancestor of the Clear Tao Immeasurable sect. After the fusion of the Outer Realm, the Clear Tao Immeasurable sect is the #1 sect in the Outer Realm. The people of the Outer Realm and the disciples who have already entered the sect can betray the sect and enter the Clear Tao Immeasurable sect to be taught supreme cultivation techniques. Arrogant. Suddenly, another voice could be heard. I am the Star Pavilion's old ancestor. I will decide the cultivation system, the Outer World's elites, and the top 100 of the Outer World's races. I am the Weapon World's old ancestor. I will decide the top 100 of the divine weapons. I am the Pill World's old ancestor. I will decide the top 100 of the divine pills. Disciple, what do you think is going on? Xianxia was confused. He couldn't understand what these voices were trying to do. Master, how would I know? What's going on? Lin Fan shook his head. He was really a little confused. Why were there so many noises all of a sudden? Suddenly, the frog's voice could be heard from afar. Hurry up and make a wish. This is the time when the outer world is merging and the heavenly Taos are mixed. It's the time to fight for benefits. What are you waiting for? Where's the magnificent flame sex patriarch? Hurry up, or there won't be any leftovers left. The frog jumped over anxiously. Oh my god. Lin Fan knew what was going on. Let me make a wish. He shouted. You're useless. We need the patriarch. The frog shouted. Where's the patriarch? Lin Fan asked. Xianxia stared blankly into the palace. He saw the patriarch lying on the golden throne, sleeping soundly. Xianxia was stunned. And there was even saliva dripping from the corner of the patriarch's mouth. The frog looked up and sighed. Stop shouting. It's too late. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. It's over? What's going on? What's a grand wish? Why don't I know about it? This was Xianxia's first time hearing of such a situation. Frog, come and explain. Lin Fan waved his hand. I didn't expect the frog to know so much. Why didn't it say so earlier? Otherwise, I would have made a grand wish for fun. The frog hopped over. Master, the fusion of the outer world means that the heavenly Tao has fused together. It's a brand new hybrid, and the various systems are blank. Making a grand wish is to help the heavenly Tao perfect it, so the sect leader who makes a grand wish will be rewarded by the heavenly Tao. It might not be a great reward, but it's not bad. I just suddenly thought of it. The frog explained in detail and shifted the blame to Lin Fan. He didn't dare to say that the reward was actually very good. Otherwise, who knew if this fugitive would beat him up? If it was in the past, he wouldn't care about these rewards, but it was different now. He valued them a lot. However, he had underestimated the people from the outer realms. The speed at which they made their grand wishes was too fast. Moreover, those who knew about the grand wishes were definitely from the outer realms with a complete inheritance. It was not something the primordial ancestral land and the sects of the true immortal realm could compare to. Then there's nothing I can do. But what's going on? Why are there so many sects? Lin Fan's head hurt. Fusion is fusion, but there needs to be an explanation, right? It's here. The frog looked up into the sky. Several beams of golden light fell from the sky. What's this? Lin Fan asked. Master, this is a ranking formed by the heavenly Tao after I made the grand wish. It's just for a look and can't be taken seriously, but it can be used as a reference. Lin Fan raised his hand, and the golden light landed on his hand. It was a golden-edged banner with many names recorded on it. The words weren't written, but they were like flowing light that could move. Top 100 divine weapons? Lin Fan looked at it carefully. My stone stool is good stuff. It's at least in the top 10, but I can't see its name after looking around. He then took out the stone stool. Look, your name isn't on this ranking. What? The stone chair was taken aback. He looked carefully and was disappointed. Stone stool, you're a person who's gained sentience from the heavens and earth. In the heart of your peak lord, you're the #1 divine weapon. But to think that your name isn't on the stool. Don't you think it's fake? Lin Fan was exasperated. What was the meaning of this? Was he looking down on him? Yes, it must be fake, the stone stool nodded and said seriously. That's right. My mace and frying pan didn't make it to the final round. It's not fair to not look at it. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on the leaderboard. It was useless. Let me have a look at the extra domain Heaven's Pride ranking. He was rather interested in the Heaven's Pride ranking. After all, he knew that it was a ranking for the young. With his strength and age, how could he not be able to enter the ranking? First place, he didn't recognize it. He continued to read, and when he saw the 50th place, he was unhappy. His name really wasn't there. He didn't believe it, and continued to read, all the way to the 99th place. He laughed. Frog, my name isn't on the leaderboard. Do you think it's fake? The frog opened its eyes wide. It didn't know what to say. But that's not right either. This desperado is also very powerful. He should be in the final round. Fake, this is too fake. If the desperado's name wasn't on the leaderboard, he would be very happy. But I can't say that, or I'll be beaten up. Lin Fan looked at the last place and didn't say anything else. His name really wasn't on the leaderboard. This made him very unhappy. Are you looking down on me? Or am I really that weak? Disciple, since it's not on the leaderboard, what are you looking at? Xianxia was unhappy too. His disciple is so powerful, but his name isn't on the leaderboard. It's really unbelievable. Lin Fan looked at the leaderboard carefully. It's nothing. I'm just writing down the names of the guys on the leaderboard. I'll see how powerful they are when I meet them one day. They're even stronger than me. Master, I can't accept this. It's good to write them down. Disciple, even Master can't accept it. Master taught you, but you can't even make it on the leaderboard. Doesn't that mean that I can't either? Xianxia was so angry that his beard was about to fly up. He felt that it was unfair for his disciple. He felt that his disciple was so powerful, but he wasn't even on the leaderboard. Doesn't that mean that the outside world is too powerful? I won't look at the rest of the leaderboards. It's unfair, and there's no point in looking at it. Just then, Lin Fan looked at the sky. Even though he would fight whatever he saw, he still had to be cautious. It was too sudden, and he wasn't prepared. He had to figure out what was going on. Master, disciple will go out and take a look. I want to see what the world has become. There were more than 40 perfected immortals protecting the sect. Even if he left, the sect would be safe. Lin Fan was confused. He didn't know what the strongest combat power would be after the fusion. Could the immortal state not be enough? But it shouldn't be. If the immortal state was the lowest realm, then the realm of true immortals and the primordial ancestors' land would be the first outer world to be destroyed. So it shouldn't be possible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the realm of true immortals and the primordial ancestors' land. Master, you should be careful. There are many outer world experts, but the fusion won't last forever. After a certain period of time, they will separate again. The frog said. Then what's the fusion for? Lin Fan asked. The frog blinked and looked at Lin Fan, not knowing how to answer. Master, I used to be a pill refiner. I didn't know much. But the cultivation system in the outer world is different. Every realm has a different name. But the cultivation system set by the Star Pavilion's old ancestor should be able to be used as a reference. No need. There will only be 2 results. One is strong, and the other is weak. Lin Fan waved his hand and didn't say anything else. He had made up his mind. These people who made great ambitions were too arrogant. If I meet them in the future, I will definitely beat them up. But I still haven't figured out what the fusion is for. I can't say that I'm giving everyone a chance to gather, can I? That's impossible. But none of this has anything to do with me, so I don't care anymore. Strange schemes aren't attractive to me. My goal is to break through this world. When that time comes, I will beat you up no matter what schemes you have. Disciple, you're right. Xianxia nodded happily. Master, disciple will go out and take a look, Lin Fan said. He would feel uneasy if he didn't take a look around. Okay. Instantly, Lin Fan dove into the void and disappeared without a trace. I have to work hard too. Time is passing too fast. If I don't work hard, I will be finished when the third level comes. The frog was under a lot of pressure. It didn't want to be beaten to death by those guys. If I'm so weak, my wife will be disappointed. Tiansu thought for a while and went back to work. I have to settle down the people of the sect and find out what's going on. When everyone left, Huarong was in a daze. I've become a demigod. Why didn't anyone come to congratulate me, he mumbled. It was a big deal that he had become a demigod. The sect would definitely be in an uproar. After all, he was an elder. Becoming a demigod meant that the sect had become stronger. But now, no one cared about him. Huarong sat there in disappointment. He sighed. It's not the right time for me to become a demigod. No one cares about me. There are dozens of immortal realm cultivators in the sect now, including the perfected immortals. I don't think a demigod is enough. This won't do. I'll go to Gulian's place. Huarong cheered himself up. I've become a demigod, but Gulian and the rest haven't. I'll go there and let them have a look. Saint Convent Sect. Everyone was in a daze. The holy leader sat on his throne, petrified. Everything happened too fast, and he had no idea what was going on. A few huge beasts appeared outside the sect, and they took a lot of effort to kill them. But Shen Fei's junior brother was injured. How are we supposed to fight when the beasts are so strong? Holy leader, senior sister Tianyu has been gone for so many days. Why isn't she back yet? King Danny was panicking. He couldn't accept the changes in the outside world. The peace that was initially in the sect had been disrupted. Do you know where our sect is now? The holy leader asked, deep in thought. They had gone out to take a look, but they didn't know where they were. It was very different from what they knew in the past, and they had no idea where they went. I don't know. King Danny shook his head. He was afraid because he didn't know. Since you don't know, why don't you send someone to check out the surroundings and find out where we are and what's around us? The holy leader raged. He felt that Danny was too stupid. Yes, yes. King Danny rushed out. When the world shook, he was also stunned. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know what to do. The world of true immortals was in chaos. All the sects were leaderless. Their senior elder was gone, and even the sect leader was panicking. The disciples couldn't see any hope, and they all had evil thoughts. They wanted to leave the sect and join that Daoqing Wuliang sect. When the world shook, they all heard it. The voice in the air was very domineering. Anyone who came would be taught a peerless skill. This gave them hope. If they wanted to live a good life, they had to find a golden thigh. That Daoqing Wuliang sect was a good choice. As a result, many disciples left the sect secretly and began to search aimlessly. They didn't know where this Daoqing Wuliang sect was, but such a domineering sect would definitely be known by many. The chilling softness sect's paragon Xuelian, who was also known as Su Hanming, had successfully cleansed his name and become the leader of an evil sect. This change was fast, and he was on the road to success. He even had a woman now. He was a winner in life. To Sir Xuelian, the person he admired the most in his life was the magnificent flame sect's peak leader Lin. He had always wanted to pull Lin Fan to his side and make him his advisor. Other than women, Sir Xuelian was willing to share everything with Lin Fan. If not for Lin Fan's kind words, he wouldn't have become the leader of a sect. Patriarch, what should we do now? Our sect is located on an island, but the sea around us has changed. There are many powerful beasts in there, and we can't get out. An elder said anxiously. It wasn't supposed to be like this, but suddenly, the world changed. There were many powerful beasts living in the peaceful sea. This made them confused, and they panicked. Don't worry. I can feel an energy moving in my body. Sir Xuelian said calmly. He was a man with great ambitions. He wanted to make the Hammer sect strong. Even if it wasn't the strongest sect in the world, it was a sect that others would respect. Ah? Suddenly, the elders in the palace gasped. Patriarch, are you going to become a demigod? Sir Xuelian nodded. I've had this feeling for a long time. But as the world changed, this feeling came more and more frequently. It seems like it's about time. He had been stuck at the peak of the Heaven Star Border Stage 9 for a long time. He thought that it was impossible for him to become a demigod, but to his surprise, a few days ago, he felt that the door to the demigod realm was shaking. As expected, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Becoming a demigod was like reaching the heavens in one step. In such an era, without strength, how could he protect the lover he liked? Su Ro was the most important person in my life. I will not let anything happen to her. Boom, a strong force could be felt coming from the Hanra sect. What's going on? Lin Fan dove into the void and looked down at the situation below. There were some places that he could not make heads or tails of. He had never seen them before. The cities were all still there, not disappearing, but many unfamiliar territories appeared out of thin air. Some of them were deserts, and some were lava worlds. These were not the lands that the magnificent flame sect used to own. Aya, something's wrong. Could it be that after the fusion, we'll be giving away our territories? He couldn't understand why. He felt that the magnificent flame sect's territory had become bigger. When he landed in a city, he discovered that the buildings here seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Every house was wrapped in green wisteria, and the city walls were the same, with thick vines climbing over them. How mysterious. It has only been a month at most since the rift of the true immortal world opened up. For the plants to have grown to such an extent? That's impossible. Standing on the brick road in the city, he looked around and fell into deep thought. Swoosh, with Lin Fan as the center, a few hundred meters away, thick vines spread out continuously. Underground, there were also vines moving. Because of their huge size, the ground cracked from the pressure. Sensing the commotion, Lin Fan let out an exasperated smile. Seemed like there was a slight change. Swoosh, an air-piercing sound could be heard. Lin Fan turned around and raised his hand, grabbing a vine that was as thick as a human. The sharp tip of the vine peeled off layer by layer, revealing a mouth filled with sharp teeth. What the hell is this? This is too scary. Lin Fan grabbed the vine with both hands and leaped into the air. He pulled with all his might, wanting to pull the monster out to see what it was. Boom, under the huge force, the ground of the city started to crack. The vine in Lin Fan's hand struggled violently, but under the terrifying force, there was no way it could resist at all. Bang, a huge vine was pulled out from the ground, and its roots were connected to a huge thing that looked like a human face. The face looked extremely hideous, and there was more than one vine. There were more vines coming from the sky, trying to kill Lin Fan. Amazing. If someone were to live here, they would definitely die. Lin Fan did not expect that there would be such a terrifying creature hiding in the city after the world had changed. If Lin Fan didn't know about it and let the people return to their respective cities, they might all become food for the plant overnight. Lin Fan landed on the ground and clenched his fist, punching through the plant. Green blood spurted out from the wound. Points increased. It's a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 cultivator. This plant's cultivation is too sick. Lin Fan frowned. He didn't feel that he was lucky to have met a special boss, but he felt that it was too common. It seems like I have to inform the sect to not let the people return. It's too dangerous. There might be other scary creatures hiding in other cities. Lin Fan took a look at the city and disappeared into thin air, leaving to check out the situation around him. I might not know how much the world has changed, but I have to at least understand the situation in the magnificent flame sect's territory. Otherwise, I will be worried about the sect's disciples coming out alone. Nighttime, 2 moons could be seen hanging in the sky, glowing faintly. Outside the magnificent flame sect's mountain gate, a black shadow could be seen moving quickly. Without alerting anyone, he entered the magnificent flame sect. This sect is the closest to us after the fusion of the magnificent flame sect and the outer regions. Let's see what's going on and find out more about it so that we can survive. The black shadow mumbled. But to him, this sect shouldn't be that powerful. A truly powerful sect from the outer regions was different. Even the buildings of the sect could be seen clearly from afar. How could there not be a protective formation? It was deadly to someone like him who was hiding in the dark. Don't the people in this sect extinguish their fire at night? The Black Shadow realized that the surroundings were bright and dazzling. He thought that the people in the sect didn't extinguish their fire at night. But when he took a closer look, he was stunned. The faint light was refracted from the building materials. Extravagant. Which outer region is this? How can they be so extravagant? To him, the sect might be rich, but it shouldn't be strong. If it was a strong sect, he wouldn't be able to sneak in without alerting anyone. The Black Shadow continued to move forward. Suddenly, he saw a figure in front of him. The figure was holding something in his hand, and he seemed to be sweeping the floor. The Black Shadow snuck over and took a closer look. He could smell a foul smell. So smelly. Is this the smell of sh*T? The Black Shadow exclaimed. At the same time, he realized that the sects in the outer regions were a little behind. Their sects used crystals to clean the floor. They didn't need people to clean it. Who is it? The Black Shadow was stunned. He was afraid that the guy had discovered him. He quickly hid himself, not daring to release any aura. Impossible. How could I be discovered? He's just a lowly cleaner. To be able to discover him, he must be at least a great emperor. Even though he wasn't the strongest in the sect, because of his unique body and his skill, he could blend in with the darkness. Therefore, no one would be able to discover him. Only the strongest experts in the outer regions, who had the strength of a great emperor, would be able to sense his presence. But now, a toilet cleaner could sense his aura. Didn't that mean that the toilet cleaner had the strength of a great emperor? He then sensed the aura that the other party was giving off. His heart skipped a beat. This aura was strong. It was the same as the strongest expert in the sect. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He left the place silently and headed to the other side. But something horrifying happened. He passed by a few toilets and realized that the people cleaning the toilets were all of the strength of a great emperor. It can't be. Could it be that this sect really doesn't reveal itself? Even the disciples cleaning toilets have the strength of a great emperor? Scary. This is really scary. To think that such a powerful being would be a toilet cleaner. No, I have to hurry back and inform the sect. The Black Shadow felt that he had discovered a huge secret. And it was a terrifying secret. Instantly, he didn't look around anymore and left. He was afraid that if he stayed in the sect for too long, he would be discovered by the experts of the sect. If that happened, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. I actually found a sect after flying for a day. Lin Fan landed from the sky and looked at the sect in front of him. With his strength, flying at full speed for a day was already a very long distance. But to an expert, it was really close. I've never seen this sect before. I have to check it out. Lin Fan thought about it and decided to check it out. He came to the entrance. There were a few disciples guarding the entrance. When they saw Lin Fan, they were shocked. Who are you? Who are you? Lin Fan asked. The disciple was furious. How dare you ask us who we are when you come to our sect? You should be the one asking who we are. It's hard to communicate. Lin Fan clenched his fists. He was prepared to break the entrance and check out the situation. Suddenly, a voice came from within. Don't be rude to our esteemed guest. An old man walked over with a smile on his face. When he saw Lin Fan, his face became even friendlier. Please enter, please enter. I didn't expect such an esteemed guest to come. Apologies for not welcoming you. Lin Fan loosened his clenched fists. He couldn't bear to attack since the other party was so friendly. Forget it. Let's just go in and see what the other party is. Lin Fan walked in front while the old man stared at the disciple guarding the entrance in rage. If not for the sect treasure flashing a red light and alerting an expert outside, something would have happened. After merging, as a higher up of the sect, he was really nervous. Who knew whether or not an expert would come and wipe out the sect? Who knew that someone would come just as he had such thoughts? Moreover, it was an expert. He had to be friendly and calm down. Although it was night time, the old man waved his sleeves and the sect lit up like it was daytime. However, the outside world was still covered in darkness. The disciples were probably asleep and didn't know what was happening in the sect. Your attitude is not bad. Lin Fan praised the other party. If they were to fight right away, they would definitely go all out and destroy this sect. Who knew what kind of things would come out after the fusion, but the old man's attitude made him unable to do it. The old man was polite to him, so how could he attack him? The old man smiled. Guest, you must be joking. My sect has always pursued peace and never incited war. Now that the outer world is fusing, my sect only wants to protect itself. You pursue peace? Lin Fan turned around and looked at the old man. His philosophy was exactly the same as mine. It seems like I've met the right person. Of course, only peace can allow a sect to gradually develop. My sect naturally pursues peace. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. My sect's name is Black Mist Sect. Although the name sounds a little dark, the people in my sect are all righteous and upright. They are all righteous and righteous men. The old man praised his sect to send a message to Lin Fan. That was to tell him that his sect was friendly and not warmongering. If you can avoid us, then don't do anything to us. After the outer world was fused, they knew that they had come to an incredible place. The key was that they weren't very strong. According to the old records, when the outer world was fused, if there weren't any juniors who surpassed the Emperor realm, they had to be as stable as possible. They shouldn't cause trouble and just live a low life, waiting for the outer world to split up and return to how it was before. I didn't expect to meet someone like me. My sect advocates peace and has a distant dream and goal, which is for the whole world to be peaceful. Our dream is much higher than your Black Mist sects. Lin Fan said. At the same time, he sensed that there were many strong cultivators in the sect. Their overall strength was stronger than the Magnificent Flame sect. This meant that there were a few God-state cultivators. They were on the same level as the sects in the true immortal world. The old man didn't know where Lin Fan came from and asked curiously. May I ask what your sect is? The fact that the other party dared to come to the Black Mist sect alone was enough to show that the other party was bold and very confident. There was no problem in using honorifics. Magnificent Flame sect. Lin Fan replied straightforwardly. Judging from the current situation, there would definitely be many sects that would appear after the fusion of the outer world, and the Black Mist sect was very close to the Magnificent Flame sect. If the other party had been too arrogant, he would not have minded destroying this sect. But look at how they were welcoming him in the middle of the night and treating him with respect. If he were to flatten the other party, how could it be justified? At that moment, many disciples were awoken by the light. When they saw the sect elder receiving a stranger, they were very curious as to who it was that the sect elder was personally receiving. Although they looked very calm now, they were actually living in fear for the past few days. The fusion of the outer world meant that they would have to come into contact with a foreign world, and there was the possibility of being killed. Therefore, they had been maintaining a low profile and not causing any trouble. If they offended someone strong enough, they would be in a miserable state. Good name, what a good name. I can tell that the name of the sect is extraordinary. The old man was not stingy with his compliments. Ha ha ha, of course. The name of my sect does sound extraordinary and extraordinary. Since our sects are so close to each other, we should communicate and get closer. At the same time, my name is also extraordinary. I am Lin Fan of the Invincible Peak of the Magnificent Flame sect. You can call me Peak Leader Lin. He felt that this old man was a reasonable person. When he looked at a problem, he was able to see the crux of the problem. The old man smiled, but he did not know what to say. He felt that there was something wrong with the way this young man spoke, but he could not figure out what was wrong. Good name. When I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to your sect. The Black Mist sect is next to the Magnificent Flame sect, and I will be indebted to the Magnificent Flame sect for your help in the future. The old man said. But when he saw the frown on Lin Fan's face, he asked carefully. Peak Leader Lin, what's wrong? Could it be that he had something to do? If there is, please tell me. Our sect might not be able to help much, but as long as it's within our means, we will not hesitate. Lin Fan waved his hand. I came so late at night, and I'm a little tired. Do you have a place for me to rest tonight? Ah? The old man was shocked. He nodded. Yes, yes. How can it be useless? Please come in. He was dumbfounded. This guy is not willing to leave. Especially since he is staying in the sect tonight. I'm scared. I might have introduced him to each other, but I don't know what's going on yet. God knows what's going on with him. But I can't reject him either. I might make him unhappy and fall out with me on the spot. If that happens, things will get complicated. In a nice house. Lin Fan was satisfied. I'll stay here for the night. I'll go back to the sect tomorrow and think about what I should do next. I might be a little reckless, but I should be reckless with a purpose. In a secret room. The old man who received Lin Fan said solemnly. Senior and junior brothers, this is the situation. Peak leader Lin from the Magnificent Flame sect is not simple. When he came close to our sect, the treasure lit up with red lights. This has never happened before. AI, with the fusion of the outer realms, there will be countless sections. It's already extremely fortunate that we can protect our sections. I really don't know what the damnable heavens are thinking. Our sects don't like to contend for hegemony, so why are we fusing? You can't say that. The fusion of the outer world is an opportunity for all the sections. However, have you investigated the overall strength of the Magnificent Flame sect? Does he have wild ambitions? Did he come here to investigate the actual situation of our sect? Everyone frowned. They had no idea what to do. There might be ancient records about the integration of the outer world, but they were too fragmented and did not mention the main point. They had no idea what would happen next. God knows how long had passed. The atmosphere in the secret room was tense. Everyone could not understand what Lin Fan was trying to do, so they were afraid. If he was here to start a war, they might panic, but they wouldn't be as uncomfortable as they were now. After all, they couldn't figure out what Lin Fan was trying to do. Suddenly, a black shadow rapidly attacked. When the black shadow gradually turned into a human figure, his face turned pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? We're in danger. When the elders of the sect saw this, they were all dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this when they were sent out to gather information? No. The black shadow shook his head, but there was fear in his eyes. He was still in shock. Then what's going on? Your injuries aren't light. The old man who received Lin Fan asked. Something must have happened. Otherwise, how could he be so badly injured? The black shadow said, Elders, I wasn't injured by someone. I discovered something terrifying and used a forbidden technique. I used my essence blood to rush back to inform you. That sect is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. What sect was it that made him use a forbidden technique to rush back to inform them? Sensing the solemn looks on the elders' faces, the black figure spoke, that sect is very close to our sect, so sneaking into it was not difficult at all. Just when I thought that this sect was nothing much, I saw an exceptionally terrifying scene. When he spoke of this terrifying scene, his mouth was agape, and his expression was one of extreme terror. What terrifying scene? The old man asked anxiously. After the outer world was merged, things would become more complicated and he had to be careful. Right, I passed a toilet near the sect. The black shadow said. Toilet? When the elders who were listening attentively heard the word toilet, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Just what in the world was this? What did it have to do with the toilet? If it was just a normal toilet, then so be it. But the person who cleaned the toilet was an emperor. That's not the only thing that's terrifying. I passed by a few toilets and there were people like that cleaning the toilets. In our sect, they're nothing more than coolies. But in that sect, even a great emperor can only do such a thing. Elder, don't you think that this sect is really strong? Also, it's really close to us. Who knows, they might discover us one day and attack us. That's why I'm willing to pay any price to come back to inform you. The Black Shadow was in despair. If that sect attacked, what future did their Black Mist sect have? Sure enough, when he said this, the crowd was shocked. Everyone was in a state of shock. If that was the case, then that was just too terrifying. An emperor cleaning toilet, this. If they were subdued, wouldn't they have to fight with those fellows to clean toilets? Wait. The old man opened his mouth. His expression changed and his white brows furrowed. The surrounding elders seemed to have thought of something. Junior brother, could that person be? The old man nodded, most likely. Uproar, mourning. This time, Lin Fan did not cultivate. Instead, he had a good sleep. Dong, dong. A sound could be heard from outside. When he pushed the door open, a group of elders walked in. Each of them was holding delicacies in their hands. They were here to deliver breakfast to Lin Fan. You're too polite. He realized that the Black Mist sect was really polite. They were too hospitable. If it was the Magnificent Flame sect, they wouldn't be able to do this. Peak Leader Lin, is my sect's taste suitable? The old man smiled. He was a little nervous and worried, but he was definitely friendly enough. Good, it's really not bad. Lin Fan was touched by the Black Mist sect. Look, this is what a peace-loving sect is like. If the true immortal world was the same, there wouldn't be any killings. Indeed, comparisons were odious. There was no way to compare. Thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, and I should return to the sect. If you have time, you can come to the Magnificent Flame sect. I'll receive you personally. Lin Fan was satisfied with the Black Mist sect. At the same time, the Black Mist sect was near other sects, and it was a potential danger. But after some interaction, he realized that the Black Mist sect was not bad and friendly enough. He decided to wait and see. If one day they revealed any bad intentions towards the Magnificent Flame sect, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course. The crowd nodded. To them, the Black Mist sect was too scary. How could an emperor clean the toilet? The difference was like heaven and earth. In their sects, the great emperors were already at the top of the upper echelons. How could they do something so degrading, at the entrance of the mountain? Everyone, you don't have to send me off. I'm satisfied with all of you. Continue to maintain this peaceful habit. Lin Fan said. Of course. My sect never fights with others. We only want peace. Just like your sect, we have been working hard for peace. The old man patted his chest and promised. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, the old man hurried forward and took out a storage ring. He then placed it on Lin Fan's palm. Peak Leader Lin, please accept these specialties. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. He took a look and realized that there were many good things inside. Although he did not know what they were obviously not ordinary things. You guys. Sigh, alright, I'll accept your kind intentions. He didn't expect that the Black Mist sect would be so friendly. They were too friendly. They even gave him specialties before he left. This was something that would never happen to other sections. Now, he was sure. The Black Mist sect was indeed a peace-loving sect, and they would definitely treat peace-loving people well. It was just that the time limit for the grand wish was too short. If he was the sect master, he would definitely set a grand wish. Definitely, I want the world to be at peace. Because only such a lofty dream was worthy of his status. Farewell. Come to the Magnificent Flame sect if you have the chance in the future. I will receive you personally. Lin Fan took to the air and flew away. The elders waved their hands and responded enthusiastically. Take care, Peak Leader Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan, who had already disappeared, appeared in front of everyone once more. What else do you guys want? Ah? Everyone was taken aback, unable to react in time. Nothing. I'm fine. Why did you ask me to walk slowly? Lin Fan was puzzled. He then smiled and said, goodbye. At that moment, the elders of the Black Mist sect did not say anything. They just quietly waved their hands and watched him leave. Hey, let's go. What do you guys think? It should be fine. This Peak Leader Lin is not bad. I think that the Magnificent Flame sect should be a friendly sect. Yeah, I think so too. He invaded the Magnificent Flame sect, and the emperor could only clean the toilet. How could they not notice him? They must have let him off because he was ignorant. From this, we can see that the Magnificent Flame sect is a friendly sect. The elders of the Black Mist sect discussed among themselves. They were all thinking in a positive direction. After knowing how powerful Lin Fan was, they no longer had any other thoughts. They just wanted to wait for the separation of the Magnificent Flame sect and return to their peaceful lives. Lin Fan flew for a distance and saw the border of the Magnificent Flame sect. This was the end. There was only the Black Mist sect in the Magnificent Flame sect's territory. It seems like the changes are too big. A sect has appeared in the Magnificent Flame sect's territory out of nowhere, and the Sunshine sect has disappeared too. It seems like they have appeared somewhere else. Lin Fan looked around. There were many hidden dangers. The beasts no longer lived in seclusion. They would come out to hunt for food. In other words, there could be danger in every place. Based on the current situation, doesn't that mean that there will be more places to farm points in the future? Lin Fan's heart raced at the thought of this. Experience points can increase my cultivation, but points are the foundation for me to become stronger. Furthermore, he sensed that there were several connections that were being transmitted from very far away. True World, Ancient World, Dragon World, this was the special characteristic of a cultivation technique that had been raised to perfection. But this characteristic was useless before the fusion of the Magnificent Flame sect and the Magnificent Flame sect. But now that the fusion was complete, he could feel it. It seems like the primordial ancestors' land has fused with the Magnificent Flame sect and the Magnificent Flame sect in the past. Otherwise, these skill sets wouldn't be in the primordial ancestors' land. He thought about it for a while and figured it out for the time being. The Magnificent Flame sect, a ray of light descended from the sky. This was a crucial moment, and all the disciples were on high alert. But to Lin Fan, it was still a normal day. There weren't many changes. It was just that the world that he was familiar with had become a little strange. But this was the world that a man should live in. The sects in the past were too easy to attract his interest. How interesting is this? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Disciple, what did you find outside? Xianxia asked. He believed in his precious disciple's ability. There shouldn't be any problem with him going out to investigate. Master, it's a great harvest. Lin Fan sat at the side and took a sip of tea to calm himself down. Master, the Magnificent Flame sect cities are no longer suitable for people to live in. There are many powerful beasts hiding in the cities. If the people return to the cities, the consequences will be unimaginable. They might even be massacred overnight. Xianxia was shocked. This is bad. Noticing that his master was worried, Lin Fan smiled. Master, it's not a big deal. It's simple. We just need to bring people to clean up the cities one by one. But Master, I'm sure you don't know that there's a sect called the Black Mist sect near the Magnificent Flame sect. What? Why would there be a sect near the Magnificent Flame sect? Xianxia was dumbfounded. What's going on? Not only are there beasts appearing out of nowhere, but there's also a sect that I've never heard of. Lin Fan smiled. Teacher, don't worry too much. I've been to that sect and they're not bad. They're quite friendly. I even stayed there for a night. When I left, they even gave me something. Look, this is a gift from them. He took out the storage ring and poured out the things inside. There weren't many, but there was a small pile. One look and you could tell that these things weren't ordinary. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at his precious disciple suspiciously. Friendly? Why was it so hard to believe that they were giving him gifts for no reason? Disciple, tell me the truth. Did you take these? Lin Fan was astonished. Teacher, you don't trust me at all. How could this be taken? This was really given to me by someone. Just when Xianxia was about to say something to his disciple, a voice came from the sky again. However, this time, it wasn't a promise. It was a piece of news that made one know that it wasn't something good. The Daqing Boundless sect controls the 9 emperor regions. All sects in the regions are affiliated to them. Anyone who invades them will be the enemy of the Daqing Boundless sect. The Absolute God Palace controls the vast sky region. In an instant, a voice could be heard. The aura contained in the voice was extremely terrifying. Lin Fan wondered what cultivation the person was at to be able to do this. "Master, why do I feel like something big has happened?" Lin Fan said. He might not know who the owner of the voice was, but he felt that it was overbearing. "Disciple, maybe this is the law of the jungle. A strong sect controls a place and subdues all the other sections," Tiansu said. Lin Fan was silent. It seems like it really is the case. They just merged and they can't wait to invade and expand their territory to a certain extent. Then, they declare their territory as their master and announce it to the world. That's a little amazing. I feel like my life from now on is filled with motivation. Tiansu looked at his disciple. This disciple is going against the heavens. Back in the primordial ancestral ground, there had been battles between the various sects for the sake of becoming the overlord. However, the various sects had always interfered with each other, so there had never been any intense battles. But now that the outer region had merged, it was hard to say. The truly powerful sects would definitely sweep across the land and take control of the surrounding sects as soon as they could, turning them into their subordinate sections. This Daqing Boundless sect is in the limelight. Disciple will remember it for now. Ever since the outer region merged, this Daqing Boundless sect kept appearing. It seemed like a strong sect. To others, being too strong was scary. But to Lin Fan, it was only interesting to be strong. The feeling of conquering something must be awesome. After thinking about it, Lin Fan pointed his mace at the head of the Daqing Boundless sect and made the other party kneel down and sing, big brother, don't kill me. I'll give you all my wealth." As he thought about it, Lin Fan burst out into laughter. His laughter was extremely radiant. "Disciple, what's wrong?" Tiansu was stunned to see his disciple laughing like a fool. "What's going on? Why is he laughing so wretchedly?" Lin Fan shook his head. "Nothing. I just thought of something. Master, let's not talk about this. I feel that the most important thing now is to clean up the nearby cities and let our people live there." "Peak Leader Lin, why do I feel that you're unhappy?" Elder Jin Quan asked. He was an elder of the sect, and he had been with Lin Fan during the war between the Titan sect and the Elephant God sect. He had witnessed how terrifying Lin Fan was. Now that he thought about it, one of the two godly realm elites in the sect was Peak Leader Lin. Now that he thought about it, he was right to follow Lin Fan. "Tell me, how can I be happy? The sound in the sky is making me feel annoyed. Don't you think these guys are too arrogant? Is it worth it to show off after occupying someone else's peaceful home? Don't you think that they're evil and evil? So many people have lost their families. What's there to show off about?" Lin Fan went into the air and said angrily. Jin Quan blinked. "I don't know what to say." He realized that Lin Fan was upset, and Lin Fan went overboard with his act. Of course, he had to play along with Peak Leader Lin's words. Then, his expression changed and he said seriously, "Peak Leader Lin, you're right. These people don't cherish peace. Peace is hard to come by, but they feel a sense of accomplishment by destroying and occupying. This is intolerable." Lin Fan nodded. As expected of a disciple from the same sect. "His thoughts are the same as mine. Forget it. Let them be for a while. The Magnificent Flame sect's motto is love and peace. We will catch those who don't like peace one day." Jin Quan nodded. "Yes, whatever Peak Leader Lin says is right. I will always remember how miserable the Elephant God sect's disciples were. Now that I think about it, I even have nightmares about being smashed into a meat patty. Senior brother, if these people don't like peace, why can't we teach them a lesson and form a new sect so that they can receive the punishment they deserve?" Wang Fu asked. Wang Fu's thoughts were exactly the same as Lin Fan's, and he admired Lin Fan the most in his life. He had long broken through to the Heaven Star border realm, and his cultivation had increased rapidly. He was more than willing to follow Lin Fan around. Junior brother, what you said has enlightened me." Lin Fan pondered. Wang Fu's words had given him some ideas. "You flatter me, senior brother. I was just speaking casually." "It would be my honor to be able to inspire you," said Wang Fu respectfully. The Invincible Peak was his home, and he hoped that Lin Fan would become the new sect leader and lead the sect to greater heights. To put it bluntly, he was not convinced by the current sect head. He felt that the current sect head was just an empty position with no talent at all. He was inferior to senior brother Lin. He might as well give up his position earlier and let senior brother Lin take over. If senior brother Lin had such thoughts, he would be willing to be the vanguard and support senior brother Lin in his ascension to the position of sect leader. However, senior brother had never mentioned this matter, so he could only bury these thoughts in his heart. I have an idea. I'll tell junior brother about it when we get back to the sect. First, let's go clean up the cities near the sect. The demonic beasts there are hidden quite well. Lin Fan's eyes flashed as he had a new idea. Furthermore, he felt that it was feasible. He wanted to be the nemesis of sin. A city near the magnificent flame sect. The group landed on the ground. Seeing the condition of the buildings, they frowned. They were too old, as if they had gone through a huge change. But it only took them a month to move the people out. How did it become like this? There must be some kind of living creature here. It's smart. It knows that there are too many people here, so it doesn't dare to show itself. But what a pity. Lin Fan laughed. He placed his hand on the ground and spread his senses. He could feel that there was a living creature underground. Lin Fan then raised his hand and clenched his fist. He slammed it down on the ground, turning it into a beam of light that landed on the living creature. Bang, I got my points. Alright, let's go to the next place. It's safe here. Just then, in the direction of the Black Mist sect, dozens of rays of light could be seen flying in the sky. The leader of the group was a man. Although he was handsome, his facial features were all put together, giving off an arrogant and unruly feeling. Senior brother, we'll reach the Black Mist sect soon. Just then, a man caught up to them and said. The leader nodded. His eyes were shining with madness. Before the integration of the outer world, the Proud God sect had no goal to dominate the world. But after the integration, everyone in the Proud God sect was excited. After the integration, there would be new sects, and they would be able to occupy more and more territory. The voice in the sky made them realize what was going on. Many sects had already started to take action. They occupied the surrounding territories, subdued other sects, and controlled a region, becoming the overlord of a region. It's right in front. Just then, the Black Mist sect disciples were adjusting themselves. Some of them were sent to check out the situation around them. They were different from the magnificent flame sect in that they didn't have any people. They were a complete sect, and the people were controlled by the dynasties. But when they arrived, they realized that the dynasties had disappeared without a trace. They had no idea where they went. There's an enemy attack. Suddenly, the disciple who was checking out the situation in the sky shouted and informed the others. The elders who were discussing what to do in the future in the main hall were shocked when they heard this. They couldn't figure out who it was. We've just integrated the outer world and there's already an enemy attack. That's too fast. I was glad that I didn't appear in the Pure Dao sect's territory, or I would have been subdued by other sections. However, not long after he rejoiced, someone came. This speed was way too fast. A few rays of light shot out from the main hall. They looked up into the sky and squinted. A terrifying aura formed a ferocious beast face in the sky, roaring. It was a terrifying aura. Suddenly, dozens of rays of light stopped in the sky above the Black Mist sect. The old man who received Lin Fan walked up and cupped his fists. I'm an elder of the Black Mist sect, Tu Meng. May I know who you are? Shut up. Black Mist sect, listen up. Said the man floating in the air arrogantly. After that, he stared at the people below. The Proud God sect wants to control this region. Give the Black Mist sect a day to think. If you want to become a subordinate sect of the Proud God sect, bring all the wealth of the sect and go to the Proud God sect. If you resist, one day later, the Proud God sect will flatten the Black Mist sect. What? When he said that, the entire Black Mist sect was shocked. They didn't expect him to be so arrogant. The man from the Proud God sect smiled. What? Let me tell you, give me a reply within a day. Otherwise, the proud god sect will flatten your sect. All the men will be killed and all the women will be confiscated. Arrogant. Instantly, an angry roar came from the Black Mist sect. A young man rose into the sky and stood out from the crowd, glaring at them. He was the top disciple of the Black Mist sect. He didn't expect that there would be an arrogant person who came to the sect and said such arrogant words. This made him very angry. Arrogant? The man from the proud god sect laughed and said in a low voice, "Not only am I arrogant, I'm also cruel." As soon as he said that, the man disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of the top disciple of the Black Mist sect. You. The top disciple of the Black Mist sect was shocked. Before he could react, his chest was hit hard. The power was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. Instantly, he flew out like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Be careful with your words. Otherwise, you'll die. Arrogant. Tu Meng was furious. Someone actually dared to do such a thing in front of him. He deserved to die. Old man, I advise you to be more obedient. Don't let the entire sect die with you. The Proud God sect has many strong cultivators. It's just a matter of raising my hand to flatten your Black Mist sect. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'll stand here and let you kill me. Kill to your heart's content. When that time comes, it'll be even more painful. Wu Long said arrogantly, not putting Tu Meng in his eyes at all. Although the old man was stronger than him, he wasn't afraid. After all, the sect behind him wasn't something that a sect like Wu Long could afford to offend. Tu Meng, calm down. The elders who came with him quickly advised. Tu Meng clenched his teeth. He didn't expect a junior to be so arrogant in his sect. Elder, first senior brother is dead. A disciple who went up to check on first senior brother suddenly shouted. What? Tu Meng was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to kill someone. Wu Long shook his head regretfully. What a pity. He can't take a beating. I've already held back. Alright, your Black Mist sect should think about it. You have one day to give me an answer. If not, you don't need to exist anymore. Let's go to the next sect. Then, under the furious gazes of the Black Mist sect, Wu Long led the disciples and swaggered away. Outside. Bravo, senior brother. That move just now had shattered the other party's heart. A disciple said flatteringly. Humph, Wu Long laughed in disdain. I didn't expect the body of a disciple to be so weak. Where's the next sect? Senior brother, the next sect is very close to the Black Mist sect. We can reach it in a day. The disciple said. That's too slow. Use the flying thunder technique to speed up the process. I said that I'll give him a day. I won't take more than half a day. Wu Long said. Yes. The disciple took out a weird-looking crystal and pinched it. Instantly, a weird power wrapped around their feet. Then, they stepped forward and disappeared from the spot like lightning. Their speed had reached its peak. Wang Fu said, Senior brother, what is this place? Why are there beasts hiding in the city? Lin Fan looked at Wang Fu. His eyes were saying, You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? But as a senior brother, he couldn't show that he didn't understand. Otherwise, he would disappoint his junior brothers. Junior brother, you won't understand even if I tell you. Lin Fan said calmly. Ah, I see. I understand. Wang Fu didn't ask much. Jin Quan, who was at the side, was a little helpless. He didn't even say anything and he said that he didn't understand. At least say something. To the Black Mist sect, they were already sad after the integration of the outer regions. After all, they loved peace. How could they win against the powerful sects? Thus, they decided to stay here for the rest of their lives, not offending anyone. They had investigated the magnificent flame sect nearby, and they realized that they were powerful and peaceful. They might not know if it was true, but they chose to believe them. But who would have thought that the Proud God sect would appear out of nowhere? And the person who came was not even an emperor. With their strength, they could easily suppress the Proud God sect. But what the Proud God sect had said shocked them. No one dared to touch him. What should we do now? An elder asked angrily. They were forced into a corner by the Proud God sect. They only had one day, and the Proud God sect was going to flatten them after one day. Who did we offend, O God, O earth, do you have to be like this? The Black Mist sect's atmosphere was filled with sorrow. Patriarch, elder, let's go to the Magnificent Flame sect for help. Sun Zhongxing could not bear the humiliation. The chief disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect was killed on the spot, and he could not take revenge. He could not take it anymore. It's too late. Tu Meng shook his head. We can make it. Sun Zhongxing said confidently, as if he had made up his mind. I will use the forbidden skill again and reach the Magnificent Flame sect as soon as possible. No matter what, we will not let the Proud God sect bully us. But your condition? Tu Meng frowned. How could he use the forbidden skill in such a short time? The consequences would be unimaginable. It's all right. The consequences might be serious, but it's nothing compared to the sect. Patriarch, elder, I'll go first. Wait for my good news. Suddenly, Sun Zhongxing disappeared from where he was. He turned into a black shadow and attached himself to the ground, disappearing into the distance. He had used the forbidden skill to increase his speed to the maximum. Sun Zhongxing, who had turned into a black shadow, was red in the face. He wanted to vomit blood, but he held it in. If he did, all his efforts would be in vain. Senior brother, we've already cleaned up the nearby cities. I didn't expect there to be so many dangerous Xiao beasts, Wang Fu said in shock. He had been following his senior brother all this while, and he had not made a move at all. That was because the strength of those beasts was extremely strong, and they seemed to have treated the city as their territory. However, under the might of senior brother Lin, those beasts were instantly destroyed. Peak leader Lin, shall we return to the sect now? Jin Quan asked. He was filled with curiosity towards the world after the fusion of the outer realm. Let's return to the sect. There's no need to clear the cities behind us for now. The Magnificent Flame sect's territory is too big, and the cities that are too far away might be invaded. We have to think of a solution. Lin Fan said. Of course, this was for Jin Quan and the rest to hear. If it was up to him, he would just push his way through and use the Magnificent Flame sect's territory as a foundation. He would then push a few other sects out and use them as his umbrella. That would solve the problem. Senior brother is right. Wang Fu nodded his head. He did not hesitate at all towards Lin Fan's reply. Jin Quan felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Forget it, I should go back first. As for what I'll do in the end, I'll think about it later. When they returned to the Magnificent Flame sect, Lin Fan told his master about what happened. He had killed all the beasts in the city, and he had gotten quite a lot of points secretly. He had gotten at least a few 100,000 points. After all, some beasts had their own groups too. The most exciting thing was that there were 17 or 18 beasts driving around in a city. What kind of scene was that? If not for his good mood, he would have been enraged by now. The Magnificent Flame sect is such a sacred place. How can you do such a disgraceful thing in broad daylight? Who can tolerate it? I'll definitely be paraded on the streets. However, Lin Fan tolerated the beasts. After all, they were a bunch of beasts. You can't reason with them. Wang Fu was surrounded by many disciples. When he told them about what happened outside, they were all dumbfounded. They could not imagine that the city would become like that. To think that it had become a gathering place for beasts. But when they heard that senior brother Lin had killed all the beasts alone, they smiled happily. With senior brother Lin around, nothing would happen. In the distance, dozens of rays of light shot across the sky. There seemed to be lightning under their feet. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Wulong was a disciple of the Proud God sect, but he wasn't an ordinary disciple. He was at the top of the hierarchy, and he had the same status as some elders. In the sky, the Proud God sect had also reacted to the situation. They wanted to conquer all the surrounding sects and form the biggest force. Why do my eyelids keep twitching? Wulong frowned. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. He had never felt this way before. The disciples following behind were all arrogant and felt that they were superior to the others. Although they couldn't be compared to the elders in the Black Mist sect, they were still arrogant. This was because their sect was strong. It was just a thought for them to destroy the Black Mist sect. "Senior brother, the sect is in front," a disciple said. He was already a little impatient. Wait for those sects to submit to the Proud God sect, then they would be able to go to those subsidiary sects to show off their strength. The women and wealth inside would all be theirs. They can take whatever they want. They don't need anyone's permission. Wu Long threw the unhappiness to the back of his head. He did not want to think too much about it. His goal was to pass the Proud God sect's order to surrender. He could not wait for the Proud God sect to reject him. By then, he could start a massacre and create a river of blood. Ever since he merged with the outer world, he had not killed anyone from the outer world. However, that guy just now was really weak. He seemed to be some chief senior brother. How could he be the chief senior brother with this kind of trash? That was simply too shameful. The magnificent flame sect's disciple guarding the entrance was stunned when he saw countless rays of light. He then rang the alarm bell. Lin Fan was bragging to his teacher about the outside world. But when he heard the alarm bell, he looked up into the sky, confused. "Teacher, someone's coming. Something's wrong with his aura. He's not a good person," Lin Fan said. "You can sense it from his aura?" Tiansu was stunned. "Talent," Lin Fan said very seriously. This was indeed a talent. His sense of smell was very sensitive. It was just that those smells weren't very pleasing. Wu Long floated in the air. He realized that the sect was too luxurious. The buildings were even more luxurious than the Proud God sect. "Who are you? Why did you come to the magnificent flame sect?" The disciples looked at the sky warily. They did not come with good intentions. If they came with good intentions, they would have entered through the entrance instead of flying over. This was clearly a provocation. Magnificent flame sect? Wu Long mumbled to himself and laughed. "Magnificent flame sect, listen up. The Proud God sect wants to take over this region. I'll give you 1 day to think about it." What he said was exactly the same as what he said in the Black Mist sect. Instantly, all the disciples were furious. They did not expect that there would be such a stupid sect. How dare they be so arrogant towards the magnificent flame sect? Don't they know who our Invincible peak leader is? "Master, these people are being too presumptuous," Lin Fan said. "Disciple, we have never heard of this Proud God sect. It seems like they want to be like those sects, controlling the sects and regions. Who would have thought that they would come to the magnificent flame sect?" Tiansu said seriously. "Master, let's not talk about this for now. Disciple will go and meet them," Lin Fan said. He had already made up his mind. He wanted to find out how powerful the Proud God sect was. If they're strong, then they're strong. But if they're not, then the consequences will be dire. How could it be a joke to offend the nemesis of evil? Senior brother Lin. Seeing that their senior brother had arrived, those infuriated junior brothers opened up a path for him. They then said angrily, "Senior brother Lin, these guys are too presumptuous." Hearing their complaints, Lin Fan laughed. "Junior brothers, calm down. Don't be so impatient. We are the messengers of peace, and we love peace. How can we be impatient?" After hearing senior brother Lin's words, the disciples, who were initially furious, calmed down. Senior brother Lin was right. How could they be so impatient? Wu Long realized that Lin Fan had been staring at him, making him have goosebumps. He was unhappy. "Who do you think I am? How dare someone look at me like this? Answer me. Did you guys hear what I said just now?" Wu Long said in a domineering manner. His aura was different from before. "Yes, but I would like to ask you a question. How strong are you in the sect? How big is the difference between you and the strongest cultivator in your sect? How many realms are you in?" Lin Fan asked. "Presumptuous. I'm asking you a question. Did you not hear me?" Wu Long was enraged. With a crack, his body grew to 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged, and a terrifying aura could be felt from him. He then landed in front of Lin Fan and said arrogantly, "Your sect is too weak. If anyone is unhappy, you can kill me. But remember, the Aoshan sect will trample the magnificent flame sect to the ground, leaving no one alive." Lin Fan raised his head. This guy is hot-tempered and not easy to talk to. He will grow bigger if he doesn't agree with me. He's not friendly at all. Senior brother Wu, you've cultivated the holy body skill to such a realm. You're really... The Aoshan sect disciples wanted to praise Lin Fan, but suddenly, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were so scared that they could not speak. Senior brother. Wulong turned around and looked at the junior brother, confused. He had no idea what they wanted to say. But suddenly, he discovered that a black shadow on the ground was gradually growing larger, directly enveloping him. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. "Hey, do you feel that you're very big?" A voice rang in Wulong's ears. Then, he turned his head nervously. When he saw the figure in front of him, he was shocked. Is he even human? Piak, Lin Fan activated his violent body and grabbed Wulong's head. He then lifted Wulong up to eye level with Lin Fan. "I'm asking you a question. How many realms are there in your cultivation?" "You." Wulong gulped. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched Wulong's abdomen. Suddenly, Wulong spurted out a mouthful of blood. He could feel the blood in his body churning as if it was going to spurt out. "I'm asking you a question. How many realms are there in your cultivation?" Lin Fan asked. Two. Wulong broke out in cold sweat as if he had seen a ghost. Why isn't Lin Fan afraid of me? Even if he's not afraid of me, he should be afraid of the Aoshan sect. At this moment, Lin Fan laughed. 2 realms? Isn't the peak the god realm? A mere god realm cultivator dares to come out and learn how to occupy a sect? There are almost 50 people in the magnificent flame sect, including those who clean the toilets. None of them have the guts to go out and have fun. How dare they occupy a sect? They must be tired of living. "Master, what do you think we should do?" Lin Fan asked. "Disciple, what do you think?" Tiansu asked. "Master, the magnificent flame sect is the messenger of justice, and we maintain peace. If there's no peace, we'll create it. It seems like the Aoshan sect likes war, so we should stop them." Lin Fan said. "Let's go then. Let's go. Let's maintain peace." Wulong was dumbfounded. What's going on? They were the ones who came to recruit the Aoshan sect. Why does it seem like the Aoshan sect is going to destroy them? P.S. Thank you for reading books. Boss, 10,000 point coins. Senior brother has been killed. The disciples of the Proud God sect were panicking. The senior brother that they worshipped the most was actually grabbed by a disciple of the Proud God sect. His body size was too big, it was simply too scary. "Run!" a disciple shouted. After that, everyone reacted and ignored their senior brother. They turned around and fled, wishing that they could run as fast as they could. "Teacher, do you think that these guys are so warlike? Is there any place in our sect for them to reflect on their sins?" Lin Fan asked. "Disciple, there's no place for them to clean the toilets now. They are too weak. There's no place for them to reflect on themselves." Tiansu shook his head. "You're right. Immortal state cultivators can only clean toilets. As for these guys, they don't even have the right to clean toilets." Lin Fan looked into the distance. "You bastards! Come back and save me!" Wulong shouted. He did not expect his junior brothers to abandon him. They did not even look at him. Do they have any camaraderie at all? It's about time. Lin Fan took out his mace and made it bigger. Then, he swung his wrist and smashed it down. The disciples who were running realized that the sky had turned dark. When they looked up, they were scared out of their wits. Poochie, the spikes on the mace pierced through a disciple's body. The spikes grew thicker and thicker, and the disciple's body exploded, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. "That's a little cruel." Others might not be able to see the miserable state of the disciples, but as the perpetrator, he could see it clearly. They died a horrible death. Boom, when the mace landed on the ground, the entire space shook violently. Countless drops of blood fell from the sky. Wulong was dumbfounded. His heart was pounding. What a terrifying person. The magnificent flame sect disciples looked on calmly. They were used to their senior brother's actions, and they did not think that there was anything wrong with it. Peak leader Lin, save me. Just then, a black ray of light came from the ground. When the figure appeared, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and he was severely injured. He felt like he was on the verge of death. Sun Zhongxing was extremely worried. In order to get to the magnificent flame sect as soon as possible, he activated the forbidden skill, even though he was severely injured. He might not lose his life, but he might not be able to use his cultivation for a few years. Who are you? Lin Fan was stunned. Where did this black shadow come from? He didn't even know him, but the moment he opened his mouth, he asked for help. I am Sun Zhongxing from the Black Mist sect, he said. My sect has encountered AO. Why is he here? Halfway through his sentence, Sun Zhongxing looked over at Wulong, and was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy the arrogant guy in their sect just a while ago? Why was he caught like a chicken in someone's hand? Wait a minute, suddenly, Sun Zhongxing thought of something terrifying. The magnificent flame sect might be the next sect that Lin Fan was heading to. Pucci, Sun Zhongxing raised his head and aimed his mouth at the void. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He couldn't accept such a thing happening. Going back and forth was a waste of time. With a loud boom, Sun Zhongxing's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. What's going on? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, dumbfounded. Is this guy here to be funny? Or did something happen? Why did he faint as if he had suffered a heavy blow? Disciple, do you know him? Tiansu couldn't understand what was going on. This guy came in a hurry, so something must have happened. Why did he faint? He doesn't know him, but I've told you about the Black Mist sect. It's a friendly sect. Tiansu thought for a while and said to the disciples around him, Men, take care of this guy and see if he's dead. If he's not dead, take good care of him. I still have things to do. I don't have time for this. Master, let's go to the Aoshan sect. Let's see how powerful they are. Lin Fan couldn't wait anymore. If the Aoshan sect is really arrogant, then I'll definitely go over and earn a lot of points. Anyway, I've been in a mess lately. I haven't even created a god class skill set. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I don't know how strong the outside world will be after merging, but I'm sure there will be many strong cultivators. That Daoqing Wuliang sect is definitely a strong sect. If not, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Along the way, Wulong was scared out of his wits. This guy is too scary. Actually, I'd advise you to let me go. Wulong calmed himself down and said. Why? Lin Fan asked, smiling. He was unfamiliar with this place and only found the Black Mist sect by chance. To think that there would be a sect that came to challenge him. He had to admit that this was getting interesting. I'll ask them about their overall strength. If they're really strong, then forget it. I'll just wait and see. There's no need to start a fight. But the guy in my hand said that there are only 2 cultivation realms above. How can I take this lying down? I'll definitely fight them. Because, the strength of the Proud God sect is not something you can imagine. My uncle is an elder of the Proud God sect. If you do anything to me, it will be too late for regrets. The entire Proud God sect will be buried because of you. But, if you let me go now, I will forget about this. Wulong mustered up his courage and threatened Lin Fan. But he knew that the possibility was low. How could he succeed? But no matter what, if he didn't try, who knows if he would succeed? Disciple, it should be there. Tiansu stopped and pointed to a place far away. Lin Fan looked over. The Aoshan sect looked majestic. There was a building that pierced through the clouds. One look and you could tell that it wasn't an ordinary building. Wow, the Aoshan sect's building is gorgeous. Wulong laughed. He was proud of himself. What's this? Wulong laughed. This is nothing to the Aoshan sect. You should be able to tell how strong the Aoshan sect is, as long as, before he could finish his sentence, something big happened. The tall building that pierces through the clouds looks like it was cut in half by someone. With a loud rumble, it fell down. Then, it created a cloud of dust that covered the entire Proud God sect. What? What happened? Wulong was shocked. He felt that something must have happened to the sect. Otherwise, why would something like this happen? Suddenly, an earth-shattering voice could be heard. Aoshan sect, how dare you send your disciples to my sect and force us to surrender to you? Today, I'll use your blood to wash away this humiliation. The voice was so loud that Lin Fan and the rest could hear it even though they were quite far away. Something seems to have happened to your sect. Lin Fan shook his head. Impossible. Wulong could not believe that someone would dare to cause trouble in the Aoshan sect. This must be an illusion. It must be like this. Suddenly, a ray of light could be seen coming from the Aoshan sect. I'm the supreme ancestor of the Aoshan sect. How dare you destroy my sect's building? You're courting death. An old voice could be heard. The ancestor is here. Wulong opened his eyes wide as if he was injected with chicken blood. Alright, as long as the ancestor is here, the person who dares to cause trouble is dead. As soon as he finished his words, a ray of white light descended from the sky and sliced the ancestor in half. A painful shriek could be heard, making everyone shiver. Your ancestor is dead. He lost in one move and was killed the moment he showed himself. What were you thinking? How dare you call yourselves kings with this level of strength? Are you crazy? Lin Fan said. He thought about it. Maybe the Aoshan sect really has sh*t in their heads. How dare they be so arrogant with this level of strength, and they even offended another powerful sect. The other sects didn't say anything and retaliated. That was just like him. Drip. Drip, Wulong looked at it dumbfoundedly. His originally arrogant face had turned into one of fear. Even his pants were wet. He was really scared. The Aoshan sect's ancestor was really killed in one move. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Just how powerful is this person? Master, you should go back first. This place is indeed complicated. Lin Fan said. It wasn't safe to bring his master with him. Of course, he couldn't say that his master was a burden and that his disciple was going to wander around by himself. If he said that, his master would probably vomit blood and die. Disciple, what about you? Xianxia was stunned. He wanted to stay, but he knew that his disciple might not be reliable usually, but he wouldn't joke at crucial times. I'll stay and take a look. Master, don't worry. Nothing will happen to your disciple. Lin Fan said. Xianxia thought for a while. All right. Disciple, be careful. Master will go back first. It's not safe after the outer world fuses. After his master left, Lin Fan walked towards the Aoshan sect. I have to show up now to see how strong these elites are. What are you doing? What are you doing? Seeing Lin Fan walking towards the sect, Wulong panicked. My ancestor was killed. If I go back now, won't I die? I won't stop you if you want to go back, but can you let me go? Just then, Lin Fan grabbed Wulong's arm and pulled him back slowly. Wulong was shocked. He had no idea what Lin Fan was going to do. But suddenly, Lin Fan flicked his wrist and threw Wulong out. He disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was standing on Wulong with his hands behind his back. Not bad. This is a domineering way to show up. Others can fly on their swords, but I must fly on my own. He wasn't afraid of death at all. I have to explain to the people from the outer world and find out what's going on. I can't just ignore everything, or else I'll fall behind. What should I say when I arrive at the scene? He was a little nervous now. He was about to meet the people from the outer realm. He didn't know what they looked like, whether they were friendly or evil. All of this made him a little nervous. However, as the spokesperson of the Magnificent Flame sect, he had to maintain his demeanor when meeting people from the outer realm for the first time. He couldn't embarrass himself. In the distance, the proud god sect fell into panic. They were lawless and out of control, and they reigned supreme in the entire universe. Of course, this was because they were the strongest before the fusion of the Outer Realms. However, after the fusion of the Outer Realms, their mentality had yet to change. After being provoked by the shocking words of the Daqing Boundless sect, they wanted to conquer the surrounding sects and become the overlord of this area. However, they didn't expect that they would come to their door after encountering a prehistoric disaster. The disciples' morale was high, but in the blink of an eye, the old ancestor was cut by an unknown white light. He turned into a rain of blood that floated in every corner of the sect. Humph, how dare an ant-like sect be so arrogant? At this moment, an old man's aura surged. Although he was old, the aura he exuded gave people a domineering feeling. At the same time, a group of disciples stood behind the old man. These disciples sneered in disdain. After the fusion of the Outer Realm, they were extremely vigilant of this unfamiliar world. No one knew what the Outer Realm had become, so they kept a low profile. But they didn't expect that someone would come knocking on their door and want the Northern Mountain Prefecture to surrender to them. Was this a joke? Kneel. A disciple behind the old man had an extraordinary aura. He held a long sword and pointed it at the old man from the Proud God sect. The old man was the sect leader of the Proud God sect. Facing this scene, he was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that a young disciple would be so arrogant to ask him to kneel with a sword. What did you say? Even if you are strong, I am still a sect leader. How dare you ask me to kneel? The sect leader of the Proud God sect said sternly. Kneel. The young disciple's tone was heavy. His eyes flashed coldly, and there was an ice dragon wrapped around the long sword in his hand. The dragon's head lifted up and spat out a mouthful of air. The temperature around the sword dropped rapidly. The patriarch of the Proud God clan was enraged. His heart was burning with anger. You little baby, your hair hasn't even grown out yet. How dare you be so arrogant? Your parents haven't even said anything and you're already so arrogant. Are you looking down on everyone? Interesting. I didn't expect an old fart like you to know how to sow discord. The sword-wielding disciple laughed coldly. He then looked at the old man who had not said a single word and said arrogantly, "What did you call me?" The old man greeted respectfully, "Young master." Yes. The young master nodded his head in satisfaction. He then placed his sword on the patriarch of the Proud God sect's neck. He raised his head and said in a disdainful tone, "Did you hear that? I'm the junior rector. You tell me if I'm qualified or not. Right now, I'm telling you to kneel before me. Don't you understand?" The Proud God sect's patriarch's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect this young man to be the junior rector. Thinking about how the old man killed the patriarch of the Proud God sect with a single move, his heart started pounding. He looked at the surrounding disciples. They were all kneeling on the ground in fear. They no longer had any thoughts of fighting back. He knew that it was over. The Proud God sect no longer had the strength to fight back. The old man in front of him was too strong. The patriarch was killed, and the strong cultivators of the Proud God sect were forced to the ground by his aura. They couldn't fight back at all. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have made the decision to let the disciples conquer the surrounding sections. After being undefeatable for a long time, he became arrogant. But who knew that not long after he made the decision, the Proud God sect would be attacked? How tragic. Poochie, a sword shadow flashed. An ear covered in blood fell to the ground. Ah! The sect leader of the Proud God sect screamed. His wound instantly froze and turned white. Did you not hear what I said? I asked you to kneel down. I'll give you one more chance. If you still don't understand, it's the other ear. The Proud God sect's patriarch was furious. He wanted to fight this guy to the death. But thinking about the old man's strength, he was terrified. If he really kneeled down to this young man, he would lose all his face. But for his face, he might even lose his life. Just as he was hesitating, a loud boom resounded in his ears. Lin Fan exerted strength in his legs, forcing Wu Long's body to descend. When he was about to reach the Proud God sect, he leaped into the air and slowly descended. But Wulong's body shot out like a missile. His head smashed into the chest of the proud god Sex Patriarch. "Hello, everyone." Lin Fan smiled. He would definitely be curious when he met these people from the outer realm. It was just like interacting with aliens. The proud god Sex Patriarch was stunned. Who was it this time? The Northern Mountain Prefecture's Patriarch looked at Lin Fan solemnly. But his expression was calm and he didn't show much shock. "Ah." Suddenly, a series of exclamations sounded. "Young master." The voice was sad and pitiful. Nobody knew what had happened. The Patriarch looked at the young master. All of a sudden, his body trembled like he couldn't accept it. He then looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with rage. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan looked over. When he saw the situation, he was stunned. How did this happen? That was just too ridiculous. He saw a man pinned to the wall in the distance. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wulong's head had pierced through the man's chest. The two of them crossed each other, forming a cross. They were pinned to the wall just like that. If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Lin Fan felt that he had to take full responsibility for this accident. He didn't expect it to happen. He landed normally, but the car went on a rampage and actually killed someone. The entire place was silent. The disciples of the Northern Mountain Prefecture were completely panicking. The young master was dead, and he died right in front of their eyes. When they return, they would definitely be beaten to death by the prefecture master. Looking at the tragic state of the young master, they couldn't bear to look at it. How could he die so tragically? They had never seen such a scene before. "Alright, I know that you don't believe me. But no matter what, he's already dead. What do you think we should do?" He realized that the way they looked at him was a little different. There was anger and a hint of fear brewing in their eyes. But there was nothing they could do. He was already dead, and his chest was pierced. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't be saved. The proud god Sect Patriarch blinked. This was too strange. But why did that corpse look so familiar? Although he couldn't see the face, the clothes were obviously from the proud god sect. As he thought about it, he thought of something terrifying. The guy who came was also here to cause trouble for the proud god sect. Creak. Creak, the sound of 5 fingers clenching could be heard. "I really want to skin you alive." The old man was shocked and angry. Lin Fan shook his head. "It's impossible to skin me alive. Why don't you kill me?" The most he could accept was to kill him. As for skinning him alive, it was too bloody and too vicious. He definitely couldn't accept it. Moreover, he realized that the old man in front of him was very strong. The aura he emitted was extraordinary. It was at least a level higher than his. "Follow me back to accept your death." The old man was furious. He soared into the air and grabbed towards Lin Fan. In an instant, the sky was covered. It was originally a very ordinary grab, but it was earth-shattering. It was as if the entire world was covered by these 5 fingers. "Good, let me test your strength." Lin Fan was overjoyed. He clenched his fist and directly punched. "Eh? So F** King strong." When his fist collided with the 5 fingers, he felt that the power that erupted from the other party was indeed extraordinary. He actually couldn't take it. "I've met a strong sect. How can there be no strong cultivators after the fusion of the outer realm?" He muttered to himself as he took a few steps back. Then, he retracted his hand and shook off the blood that flowed down from his fingers. The Northern Mountain Prefecture disciples were shocked. They didn't expect that the guy who killed the young prefecture head was actually so strong. He could even exchange a blow with an elder. The proud god sect leader stood there honestly and didn't say a word. Only by not speaking now would he have a chance to live. Then, he roared in his heart. "Fight, hurry up and fight." If the other party fought to the death, then they would have a chance to live. He really regretted it now. He didn't expect that after the fusion of the outer realm, it would be so dangerous. Their proud god sect actually didn't even have a chance to resist. Their losses were huge. "Kid, you killed my young prefecture head. You better surrender and come back with me to accept your death. If not, everyone related to you won't be able to escape. The old man said coldly. If he didn't bring the murderer back, even he wouldn't be able to bear the anger of the prefecture head. Maybe others didn't know, but how could he not know? The prefecture head only had one son. In order to cultivate some kind of technique, he severed his own yang energy. In the future, it would be impossible for him to have any descendants. Now that the young prefecture head died here, the prefecture head would have no descendants. How could he not be angry? Old man, be reasonable. Your young prefecture head wasn't killed by me, but by someone from the Proud God sect. He pierced your young prefecture head with his head. What does that have to do with me? Lin Fan said. He wouldn't admit to such a thing. If he did, then wouldn't it mean that even an experienced driver like him would fail one day? In the future, how could he make people believe in his skills? The Proud God sect leader was shocked and roared, "Don't slander me. This person isn't my sect's disciple at all. This kid clearly did it on purpose. He obviously has a blood feud with your Northern Mountain Prefecture. My Proud God sect is willing to help. All disciples, listen up. Help this lord take down this person. He was also looking for a chance to escape." Oh, damn, you really know how to read the situation. Your Proud God sect wants all the other sects to submit to you, but now you're actually helping them. It seems like you've been beaten into submission. The Aoshan sect was a little disappointing. It was a dignified sect, but if the sect leader didn't have any backbone, then there was no hope left for the sect. Impudent. Since when did my Proud God sect want the other sects to submit to us? When the outer realm merges, everyone is a family. Everything that my Proud God sect did was just a joke to the other sections. And now you actually killed the young master of the Northern Mountain Prefecture. My sect can't just sit back and watch. He then looked at the old man at the side and said sincerely, "Don't worry, my sect will definitely cooperate and take this person down." At this moment, the old man was so angry that his face turned green. He couldn't let this kid leave, or he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. He knew how terrifying the prefecture master was. After so many years, the prefecture master had become more and more perverted. He knew that if the prefecture master knew that the young master was killed, he would probably go crazy. "Good, take this kid down and I can spare your Proud God sect." The old man turned his head and said. The moment he turned his head, Lin Fan ran away. It was necessary to fight head-on, but sometimes it depended on the situation. This old man was a little strong, so it was better to escape first. "Elder," he ran away. The disciples exclaimed, but no one dared to go up. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. This guy's strength was obvious to all. To be able to survive from the hands of an elder, how could he be a simple person? If they went up, they wouldn't even know how they died. "Kid, stop right there." The old man didn't hesitate. He soared into the air and directly chased into the distance. When the old man chased into the distance, the Proud God sect leader and the other elders looked at each other. The communication in their eyes was very strange, as if they were talking about some secret. The Northern Mountain Prefecture disciples looked at each other. "Why aren't you guys chasing?" Chase right away." The Proud God sect leader nodded. While no one was paying attention, he gathered strength in his fingers and directly suppressed the Northern Mountain Prefecture disciples. What? What is your Proud God sect trying to do? In an instant, all the Northern Mountain Prefecture disciples were killed by the Proud God sect leader. The elders of the Proud God sect were stunned. The sect leader was too ruthless. He really killed him. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and move all of the sect's wealth away." The sovereign of the Proud God sect roared. The elders of the sect were simply too stupid. He had already killed all of them, but they were still standing there foolishly, not knowing what to do. Did they really think that the Northern Mountain Prefecture would let them off? Even if the other party let them go, he was still unhappy. Why? Before the fusion of the Outer Realm, their Proud God sect was the #1 sect. How could they become someone else's subsidiary sect? Therefore, as soon as the old man left, the first thing he did was to kill all of the disciples and leave with all of the sect's wealth. "Grandmaster, are we going to give up on this sect then?" an elder asked. This was their countless years of hard work. If they gave up on the sect, where else could they go in the future to find a suitable place? No, bring the treasures and the disciples. Is there no place for us in this world? Let's go, don't waste time. If that old man comes back, we won't be able to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the sovereign directly flew towards the sect's treasure vault. He directly moved all the things and immediately entered the void. Old man, are you crazy? I've already said it, I didn't kill him. Are you blind? Why are you still chasing after me? Lin Fan soared in the void. He was a little helpless towards this stubborn old man. This person never believed what he saw with his eyes. He always believed in what he thought in his heart. This old man obviously had something against him. He had already seen how that guy died, but he still didn't believe it. He kept insisting that he was the one who killed him. Did this person have any shame? It was obviously Wu Long who fell headfirst into his chest. It was just that the force was a little too strong and directly pierced through. Of course, this was also the fault of the other party. If he wasn't strong, he shouldn't be so presumptuous. If he was strong, he would definitely have reacted immediately. ***, stop right there. Do you know how many people you are going to kill? When I catch you, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. He is the young master of the Northern Mountain Prefecture. How dare you kill him? The old man roared in anger. That flame was enough to burn the heavens. He hated it. Why didn't he take it seriously back then? He knew that something was attacking him, but he really didn't take it to heart. After all, he was an elder. He had to remain calm in the face of danger. But he didn't expect that in the end, he was so shocked that he wanted to die. Lin Fan was helpless. This old man was chasing him endlessly and was even saying vicious words. Haze, forget it, forget it. He didn't expect this old man to be so strong-willed. He was completely stubborn. Looking at the situation now, he wouldn't stop until he killed Lin Fan. Then, Lin Fan stopped running and stopped in the void. He was really too lazy to continue fooling around with the other party. There were still many things waiting for him. In the past, he was young and insensible. He loved to fight, but now he had grown up. He only wanted to show his strength and then beat the other party into submission. The old man was about to rush over, but he noticed that Lin Fan was standing in the void. He couldn't help but be vigilant. All right, old man, just say it. What do you want? Lin Fan said. The fusion of the outer realm had changed a lot. He didn't know what the Northern Mountain Prefecture was, and he didn't want to know because there was no need. To a talent like him, any existence was just a stepping stone. In the past, the Sunshine Sect and the Saint Convent Sect made him worried. But so what? Unknowingly, he was able to crush them. Hence, he got over it. You might be strong now, but that doesn't count for anything. What matters is that you can walk to the end. You killed the young master and you dare to ask me what I want. I want your life. The old man's black hair fluttered in the wind as he said angrily. All right, you want my life, right? Hurry up and come. I will stand here and not fight back. Come as you please. Lin Fan waved his hand and didn't say anything more. It wasn't impossible for others to want his life. Just like now, he was too lazy to say anything. Since he wanted his life, then come. There was no need to waste too much time. What? The old man was alarmed. What did this kid just say? He actually stood there without moving. There's definitely something wrong with this. If there wasn't a problem, someone with a normal brain wouldn't say something like that. Hurry up, I don't have much time to waste with you. Lin Fan looked at the sky. The two suns had already started to set. This old man's strength was indeed not bad, he was stronger than him. This was the first expert he had encountered after the fusion of the outer realms. But now, he had no interest in wasting time with this old man. He only wished for the old man to quickly attack and kill him. What do you want? The old man didn't attack. He muttered in his heart. He didn't know what this kid wanted. Could it be that he had a backup plan? For example, when he attacked, he triggered some condition and counterattacked. that's highly possible. No, I definitely can't fall for it. Lin Fan looked at the motionless old man and was getting a little impatient. He had already said that he would just stand there and not move. What was this old man stalling for? Earlier on, he had wanted to chop Lin Fan to death. But now, he was not moving at all. Is it fun to waste everyone's time? Forget it if you don't want to kill me. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Fan didn't say anything and was prepared to turn around and run. At the same time, he shouted, I gave you a chance. You are the one who didn't kill me. If you continue to follow me, then let me tell you that you are a dog. The moment he said this, Lin Fan wanted to flee. The old man was furious. He didn't expect the kid to insult him. But truthfully speaking, he really didn't dare to attack because he couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, there was a shocking change in the originally cloudless sky, as if something had fallen from the sky. When he looked at the sky, not only was the old man stunned, but so was Lin Fan. A bright light slashed open the sky. The entire sky was sliced into two and a ravine appeared. The clouds floated up and were filled with panic. In the blink of an eye, the light descended at an extremely quick speed, such that one couldn't react at all. Even his naked eye couldn't keep up with that speed. But he raised his left hand and wanted to catch it. This was a sword light because the buff was activated. Poochie, the sword light landed and Lin Fan's palm exploded. But at that moment, he reacted and dodged it. The ground shook and a bottomless ravine appeared. No one knew how deep it was or where it extended to. So strong. Lin Fan was shocked. This was a true powerful being. To think that he couldn't even react to it. Just how horrifying was this person? He definitely wasn't an ordinary expert. Hide quickly. Unknowingly, the old man who had been chasing Lin Fan grabbed Lin Fan's arm and descended to the ground. He hid beside a towering ancient tree and said with a solemn expression, "Retract your aura. Someone is coming." As expected, not far away, two balls of light flashed continuously. Thick lightning covered the sky and the ground rumbled continuously. It shocked everyone. Amazing. Such a phenomenon was really strong. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he couldn't do it. But what made him feel weird was that the old man actually pulled him to hide. Didn't he want to kill him just now? What was he thinking now? Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, the old man tightened his grip, as though he was afraid that Lin Fan would run away. You've killed the young master. I'm going to bring you back to die instead of dying here. Otherwise, even I would be in trouble. Oh, then can you not use so much strength? It hurts a little. Lin Fan said. Don't speak, you will be noticed. The old man was terrified. The aura was just too strong and he couldn't resist it at all. Even now, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. That was because he was suppressed by the aura. But when he saw the kid's expression, he was stunned. He looked at the kid's shattered palm. It was a bloody mess and fresh blood flowed all over the ground. However, his expression didn't change at all. Your injury, Lin Fan took a look and didn't care. It's just a small injury. The old man was shocked. He didn't care how much blood was flowing from his wrist, but there was definitely a small basin of it. Now, he was completely attracted by the two balls of light in the sky. This wasn't a fight between the balls of light, but between two people. Because they were too strong, they were too eye-catching. The old man felt that this couldn't go on. The kid's wrist was bleeding profusely, making him panic. When he raised his head, he was stunned. Your face is so white. He dared to say that if this continued, this kid would definitely bleed to death. Lin Fan stared at the situation. When he heard this, he turned his head and touched his face, revealing a look of joy. Is that true? Did my face really turn pale? Whiteness could cover all ugliness. This saying was true. Moreover, he was already so handsome. If he became whiter, wouldn't he be even more handsome? His attitude towards this old man had changed a little. At least he wasn't a stupid person and knew how to speak human language. The old man's mouth twitched. He had an urge to die. Didn't he know what situation he was in now? He had lost too much blood, causing his face to turn pale. If this continued, he would really die. He couldn't let this kid die here. He had to bring him back alive, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. He knew the prefecture master's personality. He was temperamental and no one knew what terrifying things would happen. He took out a pill and was about to force it into Lin Fan's mouth. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Lin Fan pushed the old man away and stared at him. This is a healing medicine. If you don't heal your wrist, you will go into shock. If not, you will die from excessive blood loss. Also, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. The old man shushed him. The situation wasn't good. The battle in the sky was really intense and it wasn't something they could participate in. If they were found out, they wouldn't even know how they died. What healing? I already said that this is a small injury. What do you know? Lin Fan said. He felt that this old man was a little annoying. He already said that it was a small injury and that he lost too much blood, but he was so energetic now. Shoo! Shoo! Keep your voice down, don't make any noise. At this moment, the elder even had the thought of dying. He couldn't figure out if there was something wrong with this kid's mind. The two experts outside were fighting in a world-shaking battle that could even shatter mountains and rivers. However, he actually didn't care about it at all. Even his voice was so loud. Could it be that he didn't know how to write the word fear? Moreover, how could this be considered a small injury? His palm was destroyed, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Didn't he have any idea what was going on? Doesn't it hurt at all? Don't bother me. Take a good look at what's going on. He had discovered a new continent. The two experts were fighting to the death. If he could make a profit, he would really be rich. Hurry up and fight. The more intense the fight, the better. At this moment, the situation in the void changed. The two balls of light were getting closer and closer. One was frighteningly red, while the other was as pure as an angelic holy ball. When the two balls of light collided, the void cracked and the shockwave spread out in all directions. Even though Lin Fan and the rest were far away, they still felt that it was a little unbearable. Strong enough. Lin Fan sighed. This level of strength was already immeasurable. To think that someone who appeared after the outer world merged would actually be so strong. Go, follow me. The old man grabbed Lin Fan and was about to walk out. Using this chance to leave was definitely a wise move. Lin Fan was really happy watching this. He felt that his chance was coming and was extremely happy. But when the old man insisted on dragging him away, he was furious. Are you sick in the head? His voice was really loud and spread through the void. The old man wanted to say something, but all of a sudden, his expression froze as if he had turned into stone. A voice rang out through the world. Yuan Jin, stop first. There are people here. The two balls of light in the void gradually dissipated. Replacing them were two figures. When those two figures appeared in the void, the entire heaven and earth felt extremely oppressive. I've been discovered. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He then looked at the old man and was a little disappointed. The old man's mentality was too weak. How could he survive in the future? It's over. The old man came back to his senses. He was terrified. In front of such an expert, he might not even have a chance to fight back. Lin Fan thought about it and then thought of something. Old man, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I don't think you're a bad person. You can run later. I will go out and stop them for you. What? The old man was stunned. He didn't expect this kid to say something like this. Wait, what is this kid thinking? Is he trying to trick me? Don't say anything. Don't say anything else. Remember, I didn't kill that young master of yours. He was killed by that disciple of the Proud God sect. Although it was related to me, it wasn't a big deal. Don't keep biting me. Alright, that's it. I'll go out and hold on for a while. Take the chance to run. Remember, I am Lin Fan. Your mentality isn't good. You have to be calm in the future. The moment he said this, Lin Fan tidied his clothes. As for his left hand, he would let it continue to bleed. The two of you, that was an interesting fight. I have been standing here watching for a long time. To think that I would be discovered. Lin Fan smiled and walked towards the two of them calmly. The old man was prepared to be betrayed by this kid. But when he heard this, he was stunned. To think that he wouldn't betray him. He was really giving him a chance to escape. Could it be that I'm seeing things? The old man was confused. Thinking about it, he realized that it was true. The Aoshan sect disciple bumping into him did not seem to have anything to do with this kid. He looked at Lin Fan and memorized his face. He then ran. But he did not dare to enter the void. He was afraid that he would be killed by Lin Fan. Good kid. I have never admired anyone in my life. But this time around, I will admire you. In the void, a middle-aged man in white robes looked at Lin Fan coldly. Just an ant. I'll just kill him. But just as he was about to strike, the man beside him spoke up. Yuan Jin, you're really shameless. To think that you would attack a weakling. You're really something. Xianxia, you can save him. Yuan Jin said calmly. But his aura was strong. But to Lin Fan, this was like air. It had no effect on him at all. Oi. You're the B****starred who called me an ant, right? Lin Fan was unhappy. Even though powerful beings had special privileges, this privilege did not mean that he could scold others as he pleased. Ha ha ha. Strong. Strong. People from the outside world are really strong. Yuan Jin, not everyone is afraid of you. Xianxia was wearing a black armor. There was a strange pattern imprinted on his chest. His black hair was like a waterfall. Coupled with his face shape, he gave off a heroic vibe. But one look and one could tell that he wasn't a good person. As for that Yuan Jin, he looked like a beast with a human's face. He was definitely not a good person. You're courting death, ant. Yuan Jin was enraged and glared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his head calmly. Alright, I'm an ant. Alright? You guys can continue fighting. This has nothing to do with me. I'll make a move first. After saying that, he walked into the distance. He couldn't disturb the other party's battle. If he didn't fight, he would suffer a huge loss. But all of a sudden, a sharp aura came from behind him. When he turned his head, the aura slammed into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xianxia's expression changed. Yuan Jin, you fought with me before the outside world merged. Now that we've merged, you still want to fight with me? You claim to be the leader of the righteous path, but you're even more cruel and hypocritical than me. Humph, who knows if he's one of your men? The moment he said that, the battle started again. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He laid on the ground and looked at the void quietly. How vicious. But forget it. I'll wait for you guys first. But you're really strong. If I fight you head-on, I won't be able to fight back at all. Let's see how things turn out. This time, he had finally witnessed the strength of an expert from the outside world after merging. He was really strong. He wasn't someone that a God Realm expert could fight head-on. But no matter whether or not he could fight head-on, he had to. Lin Fan raised his hand and squeezed out a drop of blood. He flicked it far away and it landed on a green grass, just in case. After an unknown period of time, the situation in the void gradually calmed down. But the phenomenon that was left behind was shocking. Amazing. Lin Fan stood up and realized that there was a huge ball in the distance. The ball was split into two, one white and one red. They were like waves crashing against each other. But he couldn't see what was happening inside. He had to go in and take a look. But to think that such an expert would appear in this area. It seemed like the fusion of the outside world didn't allow the weak to appear together. It was a kind of randomness. At this moment, Yuan Jin and Xianxia stood there motionlessly. Neither of them could do anything to the other. But both of their eyes were staring at each other as if they hadn't finished yet. Yuan Jin smiled. When I fought with you, I've already informed the others. When they arrive, this body of yours will be mine. Xianxia didn't reply. He didn't expect Yuan Jin to be so sinister. How's the fight going? At this moment, a voice rang out. The two of them were stunned. They then looked over. To think that it would be that lad from before, this was especially the case for Yuan Jin. He was in even more disbelief. That move earlier on had clearly killed this lad. How did he appear here? Yuan Jin's face was a little ugly. He then spoke up, lad, to think that you're still alive. That's great. Hurry up and kill this demon. Don't call me lad. I like it when you call me an ant. Lin Fan realized that these two fellas didn't seem to be able to move at all. And to think that the fella who had just attacked him would call him a lad, wasn't this just a bloody cowardly act? Xianxia burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Lin Fan glared at the other party. He wasn't afraid of how strong these two were at all. It was the strong versus the weak. Yours truly was a peak master who was once a weakling as well. But now that the strong had grown stronger, he had to continue working hard. This was normal. It wasn't a big deal. Lad, can't I even laugh? Xianxia hadn't expected that he would meet such a lad after the fusion of the outer worlds. He wasn't strong, but he was shockingly courageous. Could it be that he didn't know what was going on right now? No. Lin Fan replied. Lad, I am the leader of the righteous path. This fella in front of you is a demon. I didn't know if you were his underling earlier on. That's why I attacked you. Please don't take it to heart. Are you stupid? What did I ask you to call me just now? Lin Fan glared at Yuan Jin once more. Lad, I'm not an ant. How can you call me an ant? Yuan Jin was furious. He hadn't expected this little B** starred to speak to him like that. But at this moment, he could only pacify this little B** starred. Don't. Your peak master likes to be called that. Ant F***ck. To think that he would dare to call me that. Lin Fan was furious. He was just joking. To think that he would take it for real. Seems like he really thinks that his peak master is an ant. This is unforgivable. Lin Fan felt that his luck was pretty good. He had found an expert in the Proud God sect, and then he had been chased by that expert. So the path of an expert is still very long. Not bad, not bad. He was satisfied. Life had to have some goals. If he didn't have any goals, then it would be meaningless. But so what if he was an expert? Look at these two fellows. One was a coward, and the other was sick. He had died for nothing, and he had waited for so long. Finally, they had come to this point. Although he didn't know what was going on with the two of them, he could tell that they couldn't do anything to him for now. Ant, listen to me. I never lie. The person you are facing is a devil. If you don't kill him, he'll definitely kill you once he escapes. Yuan Jin was very serious. At the same time, the aura of the righteous path was very dense. If it was someone who was inexperienced or had a weak heart, they would definitely be bewitched. Xianxia smiled at Yuan Jin. In his opinion, he had never seen Yuan Jin's expression change so quickly. It really was an eye-opener. What are you smiling about? I'm asking if you're sick. You've been smiling the entire time. What's so funny about you? Lin Fan glanced at Xianxia. He felt like there was something wrong with this person's head. He had been smiling the entire time, and his smile wasn't very pleasant either. Xianxia looked at Lin Fan. Why can't I smile? I'm smiling because I'm the leader of the righteous path. I can't believe I'm talking to a weakling like this. My horizons have been broadened. Xianxia, what do you mean by that? Ant, don't listen to his one-sided words. Right now, I've already suppressed him so that he can't move. If he moves, he'll definitely start a massacre. For the sake of this world, please, Ant, make your move. Yuan Jin's words were powerful, but he felt that there was something wrong with this fellow. Who would allow others to call them an ant, but since this was his request, he had to agree. He would first coax him, and then when he escaped, or when reinforcements came, he would teach this kid a lesson. Lin Fan looked at Xianxia. Is what he said true? Will you really start a massacre? Right, everything he said is true. Since he said that he is a devil, then he will naturally start a massacre. However, you are too weak. I will never kill the weak, because they are not worthy of my eyes. Xianxia said with a smile. There was not a single trace of fear on his face, and he did not place the current situation in his eyes at all. Did you hear that? He's really going to start a massacre. Also, don't believe his lies. What weaklings? Nothing in his eyes. These are all lies. Yuanjun roared. Then, his expression changed. What are you doing? Aunt, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Lin Fan came to Yuanjun's side and touched her palm. That ring was extremely dazzling and looked a little ancient. One look and anyone could tell that it was no ordinary item. When Yuanjun saw this aunt trying to take his ring, he was immediately enraged. That was his treasure, his entire fortune. How could he allow this aunt to take it out? This thing of yours is not bad. I'll confiscate it first. If you can move, then move. Lin Fan's hands did not stop. It wasn't easy for him to meet such a strong fella. Naturally, he had to take this opportunity to plunder him. Any sort of wealth had to be found by oneself. As for those who were slowly accumulating wealth, they deserved to be poor for their entire lives. How fast was this? With just a small movement of his hand, the wealth would be in his hands. Yuanjun's heart was burning with passion. He could not wait to kill this lad. But given the current situation, he could not move. Whoever moved first would lose the moment their aura weakened. Just as he was enraged, something even more terrifying happened. Aunt, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Lin Fan touched from the top of Yuanjun's head all the way down to the bottom of his pants. As long as he could take it off, he would take it all. This outer robe of yours is not bad. It's sparkling and has a mysterious aura to it. Very good. He felt that if he could give this to his teacher, it would be a pretty decent gift. Little B****. Yuanjun's heart was like a raging wave that slammed against the shore repeatedly. Right now, he could not wait to kill this guy. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia burst out laughing. Lad, not bad at all. To think that you would have such guts. If not for the fact that you're too weak and not pleasing to my eyes, I would really like to get to know you. Lin Fan stripped Yuanjun clean, leaving only his underpants. He then came before Xianxia and took a look. Even though there's something wrong with your mental state, and you even expressed your friendliness to me, your peak master, at the end, you still can't escape from this. Without saying anything more, Lin Fan touched Xianxia's body with both hands. He had to take whatever he wanted. There was a ring on Xianxia's finger that had the shape of a skull. One look and one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary ring. Lad, are you really not afraid of death? He had not expected that this lad would be so daring. Not only did he strip Yuanjun clean, he even locked onto him as his target. Lin Fan was extremely excited from the start. But when he heard this, he shook his head calmly. Death? What's there to be afraid of? Also, don't try to claim connections so easily. How dare you say that your peak master is too weak and not pleasing to your eyes? I'm afraid you don't know this, but if you can become my friend, you'll be riding on my coattails for the rest of your life. Even though you're quite strong now, you're not qualified to be my friend. Stop dreaming. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He looked at Lin Fan in a daze. He realized that there must be something wrong with this lad's brain. Soon, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. By the time he came to his senses, he was already emptied by Lin Fan. Lin Fan kept all the items in his storage ring and took out his frying pan. He walked up to Yuanjun and tried to use it. He felt that the frying pan did not work. Aunt, what are you trying to do? He's the target. The nefarious Devil Realm cultivators should be killed. If you can kill him, it'll be a great merit. Yuanjun hurriedly said. He could already confirm that this kid was sick in the head. The frying pan won't work. You're so strong, and your body must be strong. I might not be able to do any damage to you with the frying pan. Lin Fan shook his head and took out his mace. The sharp spikes on the mace were dazzling, and the cold light it gave off was terrifying. Then, he nodded his head in satisfaction and used his mace. He looked at Yuanjun and grinned. You're dead. Yuanjun did not expect this to happen. Why did this lad want to kill me? Aunt, are you misunderstanding something? I really didn't know that I wanted to kill you. He's the evil demon. If he could move, he would definitely kill you. It doesn't matter whether he killed me or not. In fact, I didn't even take it to heart when you tried to kill me earlier. It doesn't matter. However, you shouldn't have insulted me by calling me an ant. Do you know how much harm the word ant has caused to me? Yuanjun was dumbfounded. Aunt, you're the one who asked me to call you that. Then call me daddy, Lin Fan said calmly. Yuanjun. He was completely dumbfounded. This little B** starred is messing with me. I was the one who asked him to call me daddy, and now he's blaming me? Can't he have some sense of propriety? Ha 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 ha. Qi Jiushao laughed out as though he had just seen the funniest joke in the world. He then looked at Lin Fan. Lad, even though you're weak, I've never seen anyone with guts like you before. You're pretty decent. Do you want to fight it out with me? I'm lacking people like you by my side. Lin Fan turned around. I don't care if I fight with you. Why don't you fight with me? I'm lacking people like you, people who can still smile like an idiot at a time like this. Also, your bootlicking makes me feel good. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Qi Jiushao lowered his head and did not say anything else. He just kept smiling. Little B** starred, you have to know the consequences. Yuanjun did not hide anymore. He glared at Lin Fan coldly. But just then, Lin Fan raised his hand and poked Yuanjun's eye. Yuanjun screamed in pain. And closed his eyes immediately. Immediately, Lin Fan raised his mace and swung it upwards, hitting Yuanjun's crotch with a loud bang. The sound of metal clashing was strong, but it did not break through Yuanjun's defense. Amazing. Lin Fan had never seen someone so strong that even his crotch was hard. But he did not stop. He took out his frying pan and hit Yuanjun's face. Duong. Again and again. Every time Lin Fan hit Yuanjun's face, there would be a dull sound. Yuanjun's face was red. He was hit so hard that his blood was boiling. He glared at Lin Fan with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to devour Lin Fan's flesh. What are you looking at? Lin Fan raised his frying pan and hit Yuanjun's face. Seeing this, Qi Jiushao's mouth twitched. This kid is too scary. He really dares to hit Yuanjun. Is he not afraid of death? Ah. A voice like that of a wild beast exploded out. Yuanjun was thoroughly enraged. He did not want to suffer any injuries. That was why he had tried to deceive this little bastard. However, he had not expected this little bastard to be so audacious. He had truly reached the end of his patience. I want you dead. Boom, with Yuanjun's body as the center, a horrifying power burst forth. The shockwave that was formed was something that Lin Fan could not defend against at all. He tumbled on the ground for dozens of times before he could stabilize his body. But suddenly, Qi Jiushao was no longer laughing. Like a bolt of lightning, he appeared before Yuanjun in the blink of an eye. Slapping out with his palm, he landed a heavy blow on Yuanjun's body. Yuanjun spat out a mouthful of blood. But the rage in his eyes did not dissipate. Instead, it burned even brighter. Little B** starred. I'll have you dead. Right now, his only thought was to kill this B** starred. Come on, F*** me to death. Lin Fan spread his arms wide, waiting for death to come. Qi Jiushao had wanted to see just what sort of confidence this lad had to support his guts. But when he caught sight of this, he was stunned as well. This was no different from waiting for death. Yuanjun slapped out with his palm. But just as it was about to reach Lin Fan, Qi Jiushao stopped it. Lad, do you really have a death wish? Qi Jiushao could not understand what was going on. He was waiting, but to think that this lad would close his eyes. Furthermore, there was no weird aura emanating from him at all. Bloody hell. Is it so hard to even die these days? Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the situation before him, grumbling in his heart. Even though he was just standing there, his surroundings were filled with wind and lightning. His aura was as violent as a dragon. The aura created by the fight between these two powerful beings was more than enough to destroy Lin Fan. But Qi Jiuxia was suppressing his aura, not allowing it to spread out. And by the looks of the situation, Qi Jiuxia was suppressing Yuan Jin. Yuan Jin had attacked out of rage earlier on, causing him to be slightly injured. Now that he was struck by Qi Jiuxia's palm, his injuries would most likely be even more severe. But even so, the commotion created by their fight was still extraordinary. Qi Jiuxia would most likely still need some time before he could take down Yuan Jin. This fight is a little painful to the eyes. Lin Fan watched on, feeling that this was all there was to a powerful being. Both of them were stripped naked, with only a piece of cloth covering their crotches. But as the two of them fought, that piece of cloth would flutter in the wind. From time to time, a ferocious glint would flash out. Two earthworms would appear frequently, as though they were trying to break out of the ground to breathe in fresh air. Sensing this, Qi Jiuxia closed his legs slightly, intentionally suppressing this from happening. However, Yuan Jin's movements were bold and unrestrained, and he did not care about these situations at all. Yuan Jin, you've already thrown it out. Can't you be more careful? Qi Jiuxia scolded. Humph, just a smelly body. Qi Jiuxia, I'm not going to fight with you today. I just want to kill this B*****. The two of them chatted as they fought. However, Qi Jiuxia did not leave. Instead, he continued to block Yuan Jin's attacks. At this moment, the auras that were coiling around the two of them had reached a terrifying level. If they were to spread out, everything within a radius of 1,000 miles would most likely be reduced to ashes. Oi, you over there, Qi Jiuxia. Can you leave now? Hurry up and let him ***ck this peak master to death. Don't block him, alright? Lin Fan said unhappily. Qi Jiuxia, did you hear that? This B** doesn't need your protection. Yuan Jin's eyes were blazing with anger. He swore that he would not rest until he killed this lad. Qi Jiuxia was stunned. This lad must be sick. If he wasn't sick, how could he say something like that? Lad, what's wrong with you? Do you want to die so badly? Fine, I won't let you die today. Ha ha ha. Qi Jiuxia laughed. He was proud and confident. With him around, no one would be able to die even if they wanted to. How naughty. Lin Fan was exasperated. To think that people from the outer world would be so mischievous as well. They wouldn't even let him die. Man, it was good to have some fun at times. Qi Jiuxia, who was fighting Yuan Jin, nearly vomited a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. What are you talking about? Someone actually said that he was naughty. In the past, no one would have dared to say that. Yuan Jin was infuriated. His strength gradually increased, and the aura that he unleashed also grew stronger and stronger. However, even so, it was useless for the time being. Qi Jiuxia's strength was on par with Yuan Jin's. Now that Yuan Jin was seriously injured, it was impossible for him to force Qi Jiuxia back. The only thing he could do was to slowly drag it out. However, if he waited for reinforcements to arrive, this kid would definitely die. Hey! At this moment, Lin Fan spoke up. Qi Jiuxia and Yuan Jin were astonished. When they looked over, they were completely dumbfounded. Even their palms, which were in the midst of battle, were trembling violently. Sword light flashed. In their eyes, all they saw was Lin Fan picking up a sword and raising it high above his head. He then brought it down rapidly, slicing through his neck. Following that, his head slid down and landed in his hands. When the speed of a sword was at its maximum, there would be no sense of pain. In fact, one would even have a momentary consciousness. The headless Lin Fan tossed the head over to Yuan Jin. He then said, Qi Jiuxia, please don't interfere in the matters of others in the future. To think that I, the peak master, would have to do it myself. How hateful. The moment his words were spoken, Lin Fan's body fell forward with a loud boom. Then, a stream of fresh blood spurted out from his neck and onto Yuan Jin's crotch. Qi Jiuxia and Yuan Jin did not make a move. Instead, they were completely dumbfounded. Yuan Jin held the head of this kid in his hands. His throat was moving as his palms were trembling. It was as though he had never imagined that something like this would happen. Just who in the world is this kid? Yuan Jin took a few steps back. He had roamed the world for so many years, but he had never come across something as such. Lowering his head, he saw that the head in his hands was still smiling. His heart skipped a beat as he tossed the head away. He is really sick. Xianxia's mouth opened into an O shape. He had seen many lunatics and many strong people, but he had never seen someone like this. Killing himself, what in the world had he gone through? Head Yuan, we are here. In the distance, many streaks of light shot over. But when they arrived, they were stunned. They saw Yuanjun standing there naked with only a piece of white cloth at his crotch. Moreover, the white cloth was dyed red with blood. Who knew what he had gone through? They then looked at Xianxia. He was in the same situation. Both of them were naked, and Yuanjun's crotch was so red that it was scary. What in the world had he gone through? Everyone's eyes flashed. It was hard to imagine what had happened. Yuanjun noticed everyone's strange gazes. He said, "We met a little bastard earlier. He took advantage of the fact that I was fighting with this demon and could not move to strip us naked. He has already been killed. You can see for yourselves." Following Yuanjun's finger, everyone looked over. Their expressions became even more complicated. There was no corpse, but there was a pool of blood. Eh? Where's the corpse? Yuanjun suddenly realized that the kid's corpse was gone. He was shocked and didn't know what had happened. Head Yuan, the corpse must have run away. That makes sense. It's not rare for corpses to run away on their own. Everyone nodded their heads and replied solemnly. That's right, the corpse that was killed walked away on its own. They chose to believe in Yuanjun. Although this wasn't common knowledge, since Yuanjun had spoken, it was common knowledge. Damn. Yuanjun was furious. He felt like he had been played. At the same time, he made the person suspicious. He then looked into the sky. Do you guys really think that something can happen between two men? Yuanzhu, we don't suspect anything. We really don't. How can men do such things between men? In this world, only evil Lord Longyang would have such fetishes. The man shook his head. But when he mentioned evil Lord Longyang, Yuanzhen was infuriated. What the *CK was he talking about? Did he mean that he was the second evil Lord Longyang? Yuanzhen, I enjoyed myself today. I'll come and find you next time. Xianxia rose into the air and laughed before disappearing. Xianxia, come back here. Yuanzhen was furious. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now that he was heavily injured, even if he stopped Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But what did that ** mean when he left? As expected, he realized that the expressions of those people had changed. The words that Xianxia said before he left made everyone's imagination run wild. Enjoyed myself today? I'll come and find you next time. He even spat out blood all over the ground. How much fun did he have for him to end up like this? Could it be that his anus ruptured and he bled? They didn't dare to think about it. They didn't even dare to think that Head Yuan and the demon Xianxia had such a relationship. As for the reason that the little ** stripped them naked when they couldn't move, anyone with a brain wouldn't believe it. After all, where were the corpses? If there were corpses, then it would be fine. But if there weren't any corpses, then what the *CK was that? As for corpses that could run? Go and find a corpse that could run for their eyes. You guys? Yuanzhen looked at them. He had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start. The corpse was clearly here, but the moment he turned around and said a few words, the corpse was gone. Don't worry, Head Yuan. We have absolute trust in you. If the corpse can run, then it will definitely run. We've seen what we should have seen. As for what we shouldn't have seen, even if we saw it, we'd just pretend that we didn't see it. Yuanzhen's body twitched. That's right. He couldn't explain it. In the distance, amazing. This is a huge discovery. Lin Fan was elated. To think that he would meet such a strong being. As for how strong he was, he didn't know. But he knew that he was definitely stronger than him by a few realms. Let's return to the sect and send back all the loot. Let's see if there's anything good. It's about time for us to raise our strength. After the fusion of the outer realm, he hadn't figured out what was going on around the sect. It was like being thrown into the wilderness. He had no idea where this place was or what dangers there were around him. It was a blank. He needed more time to figure it out. In an instant, Lin Fan escaped into the void and disappeared without a trace. To him, it was better to raise his strength first. As for those cultivators, he would let them fight to the death. He was in no hurry to fight them. Where is this place? The heavenly mandate sovereign flew for a long time, but he couldn't find the position of the sect. Even though he had a strong state of mind, he was a little flustered at this moment. Like a child who couldn't find her home, there was a sense of panic in her heart. She looked around in a daze. She was completely lost in the endless forest and mountains. "Lady, why are you so worried?" A voice sounded in the ears of the heavenly mandate sovereign. The heavenly mandate sovereign was shocked. He moved and instantly distanced himself. Then, he looked behind him. Someone had appeared behind him. Only when the person spoke did he realize that his strength was not simple. At this moment, an old woman had a kind look on her face. She looked at the heavenly mandate sovereign quietly. "Who are you?" The heavenly mandate sovereign was on guard. Although the old woman looked kind, she was not a fool. How could she trust someone's appearance so easily? Moreover, the situation had become a little strange. He didn't know what had happened. "Not bad. Good seedling. Good seedling." The old woman nodded. She was very satisfied with the heavenly mandate sovereign. Then, without saying anything more, she waved her robe. Suddenly, the sky was covered, and the heavenly mandate sovereign was shrouded in it. "I didn't expect to meet a good seedling while passing by this place. This trip was worth it." Suddenly, the old woman disappeared without a trace. The world also quieted down. "Master, I'm back." The first thing Lin Fan did when he returned to the sect was to report the situation to his master. "It's really dangerous outside. If I don't stay calm, the sect might even be destroyed. The world has changed, and it's a huge one at that." His master was playing chess with Dong Kuan. Dong Kuan looked like he was constipated. He held a chess piece in his hand, hesitating. Every time he was about to make a move, a voice could be heard. "Think it over." Tiansu sat there calmly, taking a sip of tea from time to moisten his lungs. "Dong Kuan, your chess skills aren't that good. You've been hanging in the air for so long, and you still haven't made up your mind? Why don't you admit defeat and start again? It's already the 16th game, so it doesn't matter if you lose one more game." "Heyish." Dong Kuan was depressed. "I've been caught. This old man's chess skills aren't as good as mine, but I can only admit defeat so that I don't have to clean the toilet. So be it if I lose, but I can't keep losing. I've lost more than 10 games. Can't I win a game?" "Master, why are you playing chess with the toilet cleaner again?" Lin Fan asked, walking over. "Disciple, this isn't right. There's no distinction between professions. He might be a toilet cleaner and a captive, but it doesn't affect him from playing chess with master. Sometimes, it's better to be nice to people." Tiansu said, smiling. "Master is indeed a master. You're always so calm." But this time, disciple met a powerful cultivator. Lin Fan nodded. How can an elite be stronger than the both of us?" Tiansu looked at Lin Fan, his expression changing. It was a form of communication. He naturally understood the meaning behind her gaze. "Of course not. Teacher, with just the two of us, we are invincible in the world. Those experts are only experts to them, but they are nothing to us." Dong Kuan had been listening to their conversation. He had no idea what was going on outside, but he was impressed by the master and disciple. "I can't get any useful information from them. I've already sworn that I'll be cleaning toilets in the magnificent flame sect for the rest of my life. Dong Kuan, go and clean the toilet. You don't have to think about this game anymore. You've lost anyway, so there's no point in thinking about it." Tiansu laughed and kept the chessboard, not giving Dong Kuan a chance. Dong Kuan felt helpless and cursed, but there was nothing he could do. He was a captive and had no rights, so he could only leave. After Dong Kuan left, the calm Tiansu turned serious. Disciple, what's going on outside? What kind of elite are they? Tiansu asked. Lin Fan sat down and said solemnly, Teacher, this isn't a joke. After the outer region merged, there were huge changes. The experts were really strong. I met them and they were really terrifying. How strong is it exactly? Tiansu might have been in the sect, but he had been investigating the situation after the fusion. This question is a little complicated. In any case, he is very strong. Lin Fan said. Tiansu thought to himself. What my disciple just said sounds scary. He must be strong for my disciple to say that he's strong. At the same time, he thought of a terrifying thing. Could it be that he, as a master, was really going to be outdated? Thinking about this made him a little scared. As a master, how can I be outdated? I have to keep up with the times. Teacher, what are you thinking about? Why are you frowning? Lin Fan asked. Disciple, master isn't frowning. Everything is under control. Go out and have fun. If anything happens, master will take care of it for you. Tiansu said calmly, as if he could take care of anything. Lin Fan looked at his master. He wanted to tell him that it was okay for him to go out and have fun, but if his disciple went out, he would definitely be beaten to death. Master might not be able to take care of it, but he couldn't embarrass his master. He had to make his master confident. No matter how strong I become in the future, I have to be like this. All right. Don't worry, master. Your disciple has never been afraid before. That's all because master is supporting me. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Fan said proudly. Tiansu nodded in satisfaction, but he warned Lin Fan. Disciple, you can't be too reckless sometimes. After all, there's always someone better than you. Even master can't take it sometimes. Disciple understands. Oh, by the way, is that guy from the Black Mist sect dead? He thought of the Black Mist sect disciple. I don't know what happened, but he vomited blood and fainted. He didn't even say a word. Lin Fan couldn't figure out what was going on. He's not dead. I did save him, but I feel like there's something wrong with him. After he woke up, he sat at the door and kept talking to himself. He said something about how he sacrificed himself for nothing. I don't even know what he's talking about. If he can't take it, send him away. The disciples won't be able to rest easy with a lunatic in the sect. Tiansu said. Lin Fan nodded. It seems like I have to send him away. Since he's in the Magnificent Flame sect, he should just say what he wants. Why did he vomit blood for no reason? If he vomited blood and died in the Magnificent Flame sect, I won't be able to explain myself. Thinking of the gifts that he was going to give to his master, Lin Fan took out 2 sets of clothes from his storage ring. Master, these 2 sets of clothes. Disciple brought them back for you. They're brand new, and they're good stuff. Choose one or both, and take turns wearing them. Tiansu's eyes lit up. These 2 sets of clothes aren't ordinary. I like the armor. It's too domineering. Now that I'm old, it doesn't look right. But the white shirt isn't bad. It has an unusual aura. Disciple, where did you get it? Tiansu touched it fondly. The fabric is smooth and doesn't prick. It must be comfortable to wear. Coupled with his temperament, it would be amazing. If he was 10 years younger, then this young lady would definitely chase after him like crazy. I bought it. He couldn't tell her that he took it off her body. Furthermore, it's not ordinary. It should be a treasure, or else he wouldn't feel like this. Tiansu liked it very much. He lifted up the shirt and took a whiff. Suddenly, his face turned red. He turned his head away and took a few deep breaths. Disciple, where did you get this? Why does it smell like a fox? Take a whiff. You're going to choke me to death. Tiansu said. Lin Fan was stunned. He picked up the shirt. Impossible. I was very close when I took it off, and I didn't even smell it. Huh? Master, are you trying to trick me? Lin Fan finally realized that it was his master who tricked him. Disciple, master will give you another chance to organize your words. Xianxia knocked on the stone table with his fingers. He didn't expect his teacher to trick him. Then, he said helplessly, Teacher, don't be angry. Your disciple took it from an expert outside. But don't worry, it's not the clothes of a dead person. That guy was alive and kicking and was very powerful. Your disciple thought that it was a good treasure, so I brought it back for you. You're honest. Don't lie in front of Master in the future. Master can see through you. Xianxia laughed. Lin Fan was shocked and hurriedly climbed up. Teacher's fiery golden eyes are amazing. Your disciple has to be impressed. The master and disciple, one flattered and the other was proud. It was a harmonious scene. As for the shirt, Lin Fan was about to throw it into the firewood room since it smelled, but he didn't expect his master to accept it. And she even said something that made Lin Fan so touched that he was about to cry. Since it's a gift from my disciple, Master will wear it even if it's stained with sh*t. Lin Fan was touched, but he felt that something was wrong. Why did Master become so vulgar? Master, you're so nice to me. I'll bring it back for you even if I see someone with sh*t on their clothes. Lin Fan sniffled. He was so touched that he almost cried. You unfilial disciple. How dare you bring sh*t back? Master will teach you a lesson. Xianxia stood up. He was so angry that his beard was flying. Master, that's not what you said just now. Lin Fan stood up and ran away. Xianxia smiled and shook his head as he watched his disciple run away. But soon, his face turned serious. My disciple said that the elites outside are strong. As a master, I can't let this go on. I have to remind him of his strength. I can feel that this world is different, and I have a high chance of leveling up. Heavenly tree, it's up to you whether I can protect my disciple. He wanted to fuse the heavenly tree into his body and turn into a tree to buy time for his disciple to escape, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't need it anymore. He could only use it to increase his cultivation. He might not know what was above the immortal realm, but he knew that there was still a long way to go, and he could touch it. After that, Xianxia went into seclusion to figure out how he should proceed. Northern Mountain Prefecture. What did you say? The young master is dead? The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely tense. On the throne, a man with an extremely gloomy face could be seen. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. He didn't know if it was because he was too angry, but the space around him was somewhat distorted. The old man stood below, not daring to speak. The elders around him were the same. They did not dare to speak. The death of the young master was a huge matter. Prefecture master, it's my fault for not protecting him well. Please punish me. The old man said, but he did not tell the prefecture master about Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan is dead, there's no need to say anything. At the same time, he was lucky enough to return safely. As for the prefecture master's punishment, he could only bear it. How strong is the Xianxia sect? The prefecture master asked. The old man was dumbfounded. He could not follow the prefecture master's train of thought. Shouldn't he be angry about the death of my son? Why is he talking about the Xianxia sect? Replying to the prefecture master, their strength is average. The old man said. Good. Continue to investigate and see if there are any strong sects in this region. The Xianxia sect's idea is not bad. They want to lead the sect and expand their territory, but they are not strong enough. They are courting death. But the Northern Mountain Prefecture is strong enough to compete with those strong sections. As for the young master, let's put it aside for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the prefecture master disappeared. He probably went into seclusion again. The old man stood below the stage, dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he just forget about the young master? Is he still my son? Sun Zhongxing sat at the entrance, leaning against the door and looking into the distance. He was in a daze. A disciple walked over and looked at Sun Zhongxing warily. Ever since he woke up, he had been behaving strangely. He had been sitting there without saying a word. It had been half a day. He did not want to come, but the elder had ordered him to. He could only bite the bullet and come. He stood far away, afraid that Lin Fan would beat him up. After all, Xianxia used to be like this. But after he followed senior brother Lin, he stopped beating people up. You can go back now. The elder said that the Aoshan sect has disappeared. The disciple said. He was on his guard, ready to run away as soon as Lin Fan did something wrong. Pui, hearing this, Sun Zhongxing's blank expression immediately changed. His face gradually reddened, and in the end, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood that splattered over Tianzhong. What are you doing? The disciple thought that Lin Fan was going to do something to him. He took a few steps back and fell on his butt. But when he saw Lin Fan vomiting blood again, he panicked. What's wrong with the people from the outer region? Why is he vomiting blood for no reason? Are we going back just like that? Sun Zhongxing said, dumbfounded. You're not from the Magnificent Flame sect. Why don't you go back? The disciple gulped. He was scared. This guy is too scary. Is he sick? Did he come to the Magnificent Flame sect just to vomit blood? Sun Zhongxing stood up and sighed. He walked off into the distance before stopping. Thank you for saving my life, he said. After saying this, he lowered his head. His footsteps were shaky and weak. Weird guy. The disciple shook his head. It might be safe in the sect, but if Lin Fan kills me, I would have died for nothing. How could this be? Sun Zhongxing couldn't accept this reality. He had come, but he hadn't done anything. When he saw the insufferably arrogant Wu Long being held like a chicken, he knew that Wu Long had kicked an iron plate. Now, the Aoshan sect is gone. The Black Mist sect is safe. However, he had used a forbidden technique to rush over with all his might to ask for help. Although the matter had been resolved, he could at least say something to prove that his sacrifice was not in vain. But now, he didn't say a word and didn't do anything. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. He had risked his life to rush here, but in the end, nothing happened to him. He even had to be an ordinary person for a few years. His heart was bleeding. After leaving the Magnificent Flame sect, he sighed and took out a treasure. In a flash, he disappeared. Within the secret room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged. He had gained something from this trip out, so he was prepared to cultivate and create a god-grade technique. But before that, he had to check what was in the 2 rings. Amazing, there's actually a power isolating it, preventing it from being opened. Are they afraid of others stealing it? He felt a little helpless. These 2 fellows looked very powerful, but he didn't expect them to be so cautious. But forget it, it was better to create a cultivation method first. He took out a small notebook and pen and slowly tried it out. Others would be courting death if they wanted to create a cultivation method. If they weren't careful, they would either have their blood flow reversed or die. But Lin Fan didn't care. Creating a cultivation method was all about luck. If he was lucky, he could create it. If he was unlucky, he might end up with nothing for a few days. Let's try this meridian first. Lin Fan drew a line on his notebook and went into cultivation mode. Oh no, something's wrong. Lin Fan took out the Tai Sovereign sword and killed it immediately. 10 seconds later, he woke up and continued creating. He had decided that he would not come out of seclusion until he created a cultivation method. The world outside was dangerous, and there were many elites. I have to create a cultivation method, and I have to accumulate experience points and points. I'm very busy. Peak of the Heavenly King. Husband, what's wrong? Mei who was pregnant, looked at Dao Tianwang and asked. She knew what her husband was thinking, but she didn't say it out loud. Her thoughts were simple. She didn't want her husband to be busy with those things. Mei why are you here? It's windy here. Let's go back. Dao Tianwang snapped out of his thoughts. As one of the 10 peaks of the Magnificent Flame sect, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing about the fusion of the outer world. His cultivation was too far away from senior brother Lin, and he couldn't catch up even if he tried. But he was a peak leader, and he had to set an example for his disciples. Therefore, he decided to focus on cultivation. But if he focused on cultivation, he wouldn't have the time to take care of his pregnant wife. This made it hard for him to make a decision. Mayor knows that husband has something on his mind. Mayor doesn't want you to get involved, but you must be unhappy about it. Just go. Mayor held Dao Tianwang's hand and said blissfully. But. Dao Tianwang was worried. Husband, don't worry. The tribe will take care of me. Mayor smiled. I'm one of the 10 peaks, so I can't just ignore you. But don't worry, it will be over soon. Dao Tianwang hugged Mayor. Okay. Currently, only Dao Tianwang and Lin Fan were in the Magnificent Flame sect. The other peak leaders had disappeared for months, and no one knew where they went. The disciples of the other peaks had either joined the Invincible peak or integrated into the sect as ordinary disciples. But none of the Xianxia peak disciples had left. Senior brother Xianxia had not returned for a long time. Logically speaking, everyone should be worried, but Wang Xingkong and Xianqing trusted Xianxia more than anything else. They had been waiting for him to return. Even though Xianxia had not returned for a long time, the two of them did not waver. They believed that as long as Xianxia returned, he would be able to take back everything that belonged to them. Therefore, they had been comforting the Xianxia peak disciples. Even the arrogant Wang Xingkong had become good at comforting people. If it were to be the same as before, they wouldn't be able to make them stay. By then, all the Xianxia peak disciples would have run away. If senior brother Xianxia were to come back and see this, he would be heartbroken. Therefore, the two of them forcefully changed their arrogant and egotistical personalities and gradually learned to appease their disciples. Although the disciples knew that the Xianxia peak was in trouble, they were reluctant to leave after staying here for so many years. Luckily, senior brother Lin was a good person. The Invincible peak was open to the disciples, and they could come and cultivate at any time. On the peak, Wang Xingkong looked worried. He looked more tired than before. Sigh, when is senior brother coming back? Is senior brother not coming back? Xianqing said. It has been a long time and the outer world has changed. I wonder if senior brother can find his way back. They had been following senior brother Xianxia for a long time, and they were very loyal to him. Even if senior brother was missing, they would not waver. What nonsense are you talking about? How could senior brother not come back? You should know that senior brother is a genius, and he must be cultivating outside. After such a long time, he must be very powerful. Just wait and see. As long as senior brother comes back, that guy will not be able to do anything. Wang Xingkong said unhappily. He did not expect Xianqing to suspect senior brother Xianxiao. This was not right. I did not say that senior brother won't come back. Xianqing said, feeling wronged. Then what did you mean? Wang Xingkong stared at him. I said that he will come back. This is a doubt, not a certainty. Senior brother will definitely come back. I know that. Xianqing tried to explain. Wang Xingkong waved his hand. Alright, let's not talk about it. Anyway, you have to believe that senior brother will definitely come back. We just need to stabilize the disciples. Look at the Great Emperor Peak and Zhongtian Peak. They are all destroyed. Do you know why? Why? Xianqing shook his head. He did not understand. That's because there are no people like us in those peaks. Do you understand? You have to think about it. When senior brother comes back, he will definitely be a big shot, and we will be his trusted subordinates. When that time comes, think about what we will be. A big cake was drawn out of thin air, and the two of them believed it. Yes, we have to hold on until senior brother comes back. Even if that guy steps on me now, I will not say a word. Xianqing said excitedly. It was a place far away from the Magnificent Flame sect. It was a dangerous place, but it was barely visible. Even if someone passed by, they would not be able to see it. Piak! 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 A man could be seen tied to a stone pillar, and the sound of him being whipped could be heard. Stop, it's too painful. The man looked down. His hair was messy, as if he had not taken care of it for a long time. If not for his white and tender body, one would have thought that he was an old man. What are you shouting for? You're so weak. How can I not whip you? The girl standing in front of the man said, holding a whip in her hand. she started whipping the man. His expression didn't match the girl's appearance at all. Ah! What have I, Xianxia, done to deserve such treatment? Xianxia was going crazy. He had no idea how long he had been here. He was being tortured every day, but the only thing that kept him going was his cultivation. Hiss! Hiss! A weird sound could be heard. When Xianxia saw what it was, his face turned pale. What are you doing? What are these? Take them away. There was a green thing moving in the girl's palm. It looked like a worm, and the sound it made was similar to a snake. This is good stuff. It goes in through your mouth, spins around, and comes out again. That's it, the girl said calmly. What? Xianxia was shocked. No, take it away. I want to leave. Let me out. The girl shook her head. What is your wish? You said that you want to become strong and powerful. Now, I'm helping you to become stronger. I don't. Woo woo woo. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, the green thing was stuffed into his mouth. Saliva dripped down his chin, and he could only make muffled sounds. At this moment, Xianxia closed his eyes in despair. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. This girl was strong. Every time she resisted, she would suppress him with just one move. He regretted his actions. He thought that the girl would be in danger after entering the forest, but he did not expect himself to be in danger instead. I want to return to the sect. I don't want to stay here anymore. I don't want any power. A few days passed. Nothing much happened in the Magnificent Flame sect, and everything was peaceful. However, the Black Mist sect sent messengers. They were the patriarch and some elders of the Black Mist sect. They were nervous when they came. After all, they were going to interact with a powerful sect. Before they even reached the Magnificent Flame sect, they could already see the dazzling buildings from afar. Their hearts skipped a beat. It's a little extravagant. Huarong was an elder who was in charge of the sect's affairs, so he would definitely receive them personally. However, in the eyes of the Black Mist sect's sect master, his strength didn't seem to be that great. It even made the Black Mist sect's sect master suspect that they were wrong. However, when they saw a group of sage-like old men with the demeanor of experts carefully wiping the toilets under the scorching sun, they were stunned. Of course, they also asked the Magnificent Flame sect disciples who the elders were. When they found out that they were captives of the Magnificent Flame sect's peak leader Lin, they were stunned. How powerful is the Magnificent Flame sect's peak leader Lin if he can only clean the toilets? Tiansu and Lin Fan were cultivating in seclusion, and the Black Mist sect did not meet the 2 Magnificent Flame sect legends. They only stayed for a day and left respectfully after thanking them. The Black Mist sect was confused as well. They did not know what was going on, but they were comforted by the fact that they had such a powerful and friendly sect beside them. At least, they would have time to seek help if there were any problems. In the secret chamber of the Invincible Peak, Lin Fan had already forgotten how many times he had killed himself. But after 10 seconds, his energy would return to its peak, and he would be full of confidence in creating a skill set. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the thick stack of notes, and a look of preparation appeared on his face. He took out the Tai Sovereign Sword, Earth Sovereign Sword, and Human Sovereign Sword. He held them in his hands and prayed to the heavens. 3 pure ones, please give me some face. I'll offer you some incense. He then stuck the 3 swords into the ground. He did not know if it would work, but he had to seek some comfort. He had been in despair for so many days. Are the divine class skill sets really not giving me face? Other people might believe in this *T, but Lin Fan did not believe in it at all. Let's go. He chose a meridian and barged through it. If he didn't succeed, he would die. The risk of creating a deity-level cultivation technique was very high, but to him, there was nothing to fear. Suddenly, just when he thought that he had failed, an unprecedented power erupted from his body. This power made him feel terrified, and the foundation of his body skyrocketed. On the blank divine level cultivation technique creation guide, there was a line of introduction. Myriad Tribulations Creation Art, Divine Rank, 100. Haha, I finally succeeded. Lin Fan laughed out loud. He hadn't expected that after painstakingly creating this skill, he would finally be able to create it. This was a talent. Rumble, thunder rumbled. This was a sign that something was happening in the world. Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and stepped out. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, forming a net. Could it be that I, the Peak Master, will have to be struck by lightning for creating a divine-level cultivation technique? If that's the case, then come. He wasn't afraid of these things. What was there to be afraid of? Could they scare him to death? What's wrong with the sky? Why did it become like this? I don't know. The lightning clouds seemed to be covering the Invincible Peak. Did Senior Brother Lin break through? Senior Brother Lin, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to break through again. Under the terrifying pressure of the lightning, the disciples' faces turned pale. Beads of sweat dripped down their foreheads, but they still stared at the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Tiansu was cultivating in seclusion to refine the heaven tree. He had reached the endless nature realm, and he could sense the situation outside. How did this brat break through again? No, I have to work hard, or I'll fall behind too much as a teacher. Lin Fan rose into the sky and turned into a ray of light. He dashed into the whirlpool in the sky and slapped it. Suddenly, tens of thousands of lightning bolts intertwined. A huge lightning dragon roared and came crashing down. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock. To them, this was too terrifying. The lightning dragon looked so ferocious. If they were in Lin Fan's shoes, they would be scared to death. However, Lin Fan didn't care about the lightning dragon at all. He raised his hand and grabbed the head of the lightning dragon. Crackling sounds could be heard as lightning bolts flowed around Lin Fan's body. Other than a slight itch, Lin Fan didn't feel any pain. Don't bother me. Scram! Lin Fan shouted. His arms grew bigger and bigger, and he started slapping the lightning dragon in the sky. Every time he slapped the lightning dragon, the sky would crack. Eventually, the lightning whirlpool disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. What a waste of time. Lin Fan glared at the Invincible Peak and landed on the ground. He walked towards the secret chamber. I thought that the Invincible Peak is strong, but it turns out to be nothing more than this. When Lin Fan disappeared, the surrounding disciples were shocked. A disciple kneeled down and kowtowed to the Invincible Peak. My idol. The scene from before had left them dumbfounded. If they were in Lin Fan's shoes, they would have pissed their pants in fear. However, Senior Brother Lin was extremely strong. Grabbing onto the lightning dragon, he unleashed all sorts of martial arts and smashed the lightning vortex into smithereens. On the Invincible Peak, Lu Qiming's blood was boiling. He rode quickly to record what just happened. Huarong's mouth twitched as he stood far away. How can this be? The lightning whirlpool was actually very strong. But even so, it was destroyed by this kid. In the secret chamber. 6 million points. I can upgrade the original demon scripture. He got this skill set from the heaven-hating little demon lord. According to the frog, this skill set was very strong. But to Lin Fan, it was indeed a heaven-defying skill set. Upgrade. Points minus 6 million. The amount of points spent was too huge. If Lin Fan wasn't in a good state of mind, he would have collapsed. Original Demon Scripture, Level 3, Traits, Demon Fetus, Resurrection, Original Demon God's Ability, Death, Original Demon covers the sky after leveling up. He could feel his strength skyrocketing. His dried-up body suddenly turned into a vast ocean. It felt so good. His cells kept devouring. Since the start of cultivation, he had to raise his foundation to the maximum before leveling up. He might be in the godly state now, but his godly state was much stronger and more terrifying than others. Leveling up the original demon scripture to the 3rd level was enough for a godly state expert to break through to a higher realm. But it wasn't enough for him. It wasn't enough for him to be the strongest. Just as he was digesting the energy, the demon fetus that he crushed showed signs of resurrection. It started to reform and form a new demon fetus. I don't need you. Turn it into energy. Lin Fan controlled the energy and sent it towards the demon fetus. When the energy came into contact with the demon fetus was in extreme pain, and the energy in his body kept leaking out. Living being, why don't you let the demon fetus appear when you cultivate the original demon scripture? The demon fetus didn't understand. He was a demon fetus that was formed from the purest power of the original demon. But this was the second time the living being had crushed it. Since you don't need me, then let me go. I have a spirit since I was formed. Let me go and cultivate on my own. Although the demon fetus didn't have emotions and desires, it had a will and it wanted to grow. Do you think this peak master is a good person? I spent 6 million points to cultivate you, and you still want to leave? Hurry up and obediently turn into power. The moment he said this, the violent energy crushed the demon fetus into the purest power of the original demon and merged it into his body. Retard, I will let you go. Return me the points I spent. He didn't expect that a cultivation technique could turn him into a retard. He started to doubt whether or not this technique could be cultivated at all. It was extremely disappointing and regrettable. Who? After digesting all the energy, Lin Fan was shocked. The original demon scripture was indeed powerful. It only increased by 1 level and his foundation had increased to such a terrifying level. My foundation is increasing really quickly. I have to think of a way to increase my experience points. Otherwise, it will be sad if I don't have enough experience points. Although he hadn't experienced it, he didn't know what would happen if he didn't have enough experience points. But to him, he might explode. I still have 110,000 points. Forget it. I haven't done the lottery for a long time and I don't expect to get anything good. I'll just treat it as filling up my points. Diamond lottery, 10 consecutive draws. Points minus 100,000. Diamond lucky draw, thank you for your participation, please keep it up. In a row, all 10 of his lucky draws were empty. Even he was shocked. This was a diamond lottery that only costs 10,000 points and there was nothing. How could it end just like that? Damn, my luck is really bad today. He didn't want to say anything. 100,000 points were gone just like that. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have just drawn gold. Lin Fan looked at his points. 115. Sigh, the numbers are a little ugly. These 15 points are going to follow me for the rest of my life. Another bronze lottery. Points minus 100. He didn't have any hope for the bronze lottery. It was a simple lottery that was available at the beginning of the game. Getting a grenade was already good enough. But all of a sudden, Lin Fan was stunned. Bronze lottery, congratulations on drawing an eternal buff, unlucky surge. My luck is off the charts. A shocking gift has appeared in bronze. Unlucky surge wasn't important at all. The most important thing was the words eternal. The buffs he had drawn were basically all eternal level, and their effects were heaven-defying. Unlucky surge, all living beings within 100 meters will be shrouded in bad luck. You can test the effects yourself. This, Lin Fan opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say. How can I get something like this, but the bad luck doesn't differentiate between me and myself. Let's go and test it out. Lin Fan exited the secret chamber and took a deep breath. He was in a good mood. It was not because he had created a god-class skill set, but because he had received a huge surprise from the bronze lottery. Congratulations, senior brother. Lu Qiming ran over with a smile on his face. Although the outer world had merged and the environment was unfamiliar, it did not affect the development of the Invincible Peak. In fact, the cultivation speed of the Invincible Peak disciples had improved tremendously. Many of their junior brothers and junior sisters had achieved breakthroughs. This was something unimaginable in the past. I'm just taking a walk. You go ahead. Lin Fan wanted to use Lu Qiming as an experiment, but he did not know how scary the eternal bad luck would be. He would be heartbroken if something happened to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming left. As long as Lin Fan was around, the Invincible Peak would be at ease. Along the way, the disciples that he passed by all greeted him respectfully. As the brightest star in the sect, Lin Fan nodded and responded to the greetings of the disciples, showing off the demeanor of a senior brother. Lin Fan walked to a toilet. There was no one around, but he frowned. A group of perfected immortals, led by Dong Kuan, were sighing and whispering to each other. They are slacking off. Or maybe they were discussing how to escape in the future. What are you guys doing? Lin Fan walked over with a smile on his face. I'll use these guys to test out the unlucky luck. The perfected immortals, led by Dong Kuan, were chatting about what happened recently. They were cleaning the toilet, and they were almost at a loss. But they could not run away. They swore to the heavens that it would be a tragedy if they left. Dong Kuan took the initiative to express goodwill to them, but the perfected immortals treated him as a traitor, and they did not want to see him. They were all whispering to each other. Suddenly, they heard a nightmarish voice. They turned around. It was the guy who had scared them the most. There were close to 100 perfected immortals, but they could not defeat him. Instead, half of them were killed by him. They were afraid of him. Everyone jumped up nimbly, picked up a rag, and began to clean the toilet. Unlucky luck, activate, Lin Fan thought. He wanted to see how terrifying this eternal level buff was. Meanwhile, he stood there motionless, waiting for things to happen. Seconds ticked by. The scene was extremely quiet. Nothing happened. Don't tell me the buff is useless? He couldn't help but doubt it. Dozens of seconds had passed, but there was still no movement. Dong Kuan squatted in the toilet, wiping the walls with a rag in his hand. He looked at Lin Fan from the corner of his eyes through the door. What is this kid trying to do? He felt that something would definitely happen later. This guy was not a good person, so he had to be vigilant. Although he was now a captive and had no human rights, it was better to be more vigilant. There are so many of you cleaning a toilet. Do you want to wipe off the toilet's skin? A group of people squatting there to clean a toilet. What were they trying to do? Let's go now. Fairy Yang stood up and said hurriedly. This toilet was Cave Kuan's responsibility. He didn't want to stay here and watch over this guy. It was too dangerous. However, just as Fairy Yang was about to leave, her feet slipped. Her body leaned back and she roared, "Who is so uncultured to pee here?" The true immortal standing behind Fairy Yang immediately reacted. He used his hand to support her back, but just as he did so, his palm also slipped when he touched Fairy Yang's clothes. Bang, bang, one by one, they all fell to the ground. Suddenly, there was a roar. What is this? Who put sh*t here? Why is this liquid so yellow? The true immortals were stunned. They didn't know what had happened. With their strength, how could such a situation happen? Cave Kuan, who had been wiping the toilet, was a step ahead and came out of the toilet. When he saw them fall to the ground, he held back his laughter. What are you doing? Why are you all falling? After saying that, he raised his hand and held on to the toilet wall. He wanted to see what was going on inside. Did someone fall into the sh*t pit? Kacha kacha, there was a bad sound. When Cave Kuan turned his head and saw the cracks on the wall, he was completely stunned. He was stunned for a moment and then he exclaimed, "Not good, the toilet is going to collapse." The moment he said that, with a loud bang, the toilet collapsed. At the same time, it was accompanied by the cries of the true immortals. sh*t, sh*t, it stinks. The true immortals in the toilet shouted. They fell into the sh*t pit. This has nothing to do with me. Cave Kuan stood there at a loss. He wouldn't admit that it was because he was holding on to the wall that the wall collapsed. Wang wang wang, suddenly, from the collapsed toilet came a sound that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. Lin Fan stood there and didn't move at all, but he had a bad feeling. Then, he took a few steps back and didn't want to get so close. Bang, there was an explosion and the collapsed toilet rushed into the sky. Along with the true immortals, there was also a large amount of sh*t and p. He looked up and the sky turned yellow. Cave Kuan stood there and screamed. Because of the explosion, his body was covered in sh*t and a large amount of urine. There was even some in his mouth. What is going on? Why did it explode for no reason? Lin Fan looked out. It wasn't a monster or a shockwave. It was like a ball of gas that had been suppressed for a long time rose up and crashed into the toilet. Amazing. This is what it means to have an endless amount of bad luck. Such an impossible thing has actually happened. He muttered to himself. Instantly, he realized that there was a black shadow beneath his feet. He raised his head and saw the true immortals who were rushed into the sky, all smashing towards him. Pooey pooey. What is going on? Why can't my spiritual power be used? I am going to fall to death. Woo woo woo, sh*t, the true immortals who fell from the sky shouted. They were panicking and their spiritual power couldn't be used. Especially some true immortals who had gold in their mouths and kept vomiting. They couldn't react at all. Oh no. Lin Fan came back to his senses. If he didn't move out of the way, he would be crushed by the sh*t man. He moved his feet, but to his horror, his legs seemed to be numb and wouldn't listen to him at all. Protect. He used his power to form a shield, but suddenly, he felt his nose itch. He sneezed and the shield disappeared for no reason. Damn. What the hell? This isn't bad luck, this is changing the rules. You're a God state expert who specializes in hard body skills, and you're telling me that your legs are numb. Even if he told a ghost wouldn't believe him. Close. How could he not know what was going on? He immediately closed bad luck and didn't dare to mess around. The moment it closed, his legs, which were originally paralyzed, could move in an instant. This was simply too strange. He moved and left the spot. Some of the true immortals in the sky floated in the air while others panicked and fell. Dong Kuan, you jerk. The true immortals who floated in the air hollered in rage. They didn't care if anyone saw them or not. They tore off their robes and made hand seals to wash their bodies and change into brand new clothes. As for the true immortals who swallowed gold, who knew if they choked or something, their faces were terrifyingly green. What does this have to do with me? Dong Kuan retorted. He couldn't be blamed for this. He didn't do anything and at most, he just held the wall. Who knew that this would happen? Suddenly, Dong Kuan felt that something wasn't right. This was just too weird and weird. Could it be that kid's doing? But that wasn't right either. That kid just stood there and did nothing, so how could this happen? Many disciples rushed over when they heard the noise. When they heard the noise, they thought that something big had happened. But when they arrived, they were stunned. They covered their noses and stayed far away. So smelly. What are these people doing? Did they fall into a sh*t hole? They didn't just fall in. Don't you see that the sh*t hole has already exploded? The disciples all discussed. They were terrified and didn't expect such a thing to happen. They didn't know what these people did. They actually caused such a change. Lin Fan was terrified. That was just so terrifying. This bad luck wasn't a joke. Although it was just the beginning, it was really weird. Everything happened for no reason at all. If he hadn't closed the door early, he would have been crushed under the bodies of these sh*t people. When that happened, not only would he eat sh*t, but he would also lose all his face. Lin Fan walked over and didn't get close. sh*t and urine accumulated in an area of dozens of meters. It was extremely dirty. Dong Kuan, bring people to clean this place up. Dong Kuan stood in the middle and was stunned. When he heard Lin Fan's words, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. What happened? Huarong hurried over. When he saw the scenes, he was shocked. Then, his face turned solemn. He couldn't take the stench anymore. But as an elder, he couldn't cover his nose. Lin Fan said calmly, nothing much, just that the toilet exploded and they are covered in sh*t. I have something to do, so I will leave the rest to you. He didn't stay and left quickly. It was too king terrifying. It could scare people to death. Lin Fan returned to the secret room. He had to work hard tomorrow. No matter what happened outside, he had to earn points and experience points. But the Heaven Skill Max level card was still there and he hadn't used it yet. He wanted to find a skill to level up, but unfortunately, he hadn't found a suitable one. That night, 2 full moons hung in the sky. The forest was originally very quiet. However, at this moment, a commotion could be heard. Among the commotion, there were screams. There was even a crazed laughter similar to that of a murderous maniac. Pucci. Afterwards, under Huarong's leadership, the sect formed an investigation team to investigate why the toilets had exploded and whether there was any danger beneath the sect's grounds. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. It was hard to say, and he couldn't say anything about it. As for why the toilet exploded, it might be because of the methane. But these people who had never gone through 9 years of compulsory education probably wouldn't understand. Bad luck was strange. It wasn't just bad luck. It was probably a world of bad luck that changed the law of the world, turning the area within 100 meters into a world of bad luck. Anyone who entered would be unlucky, including himself. Even if he stood there, trouble would fall from the sky, and he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Morning, dong dong dong, the disciples guarding the entrance rang the alarm bell. This is an alarm that only happens when something big happens. Could it be that someone is attacking? Lin Fan stopped cultivating and pushed the stone door open. When he arrived at the entrance of the mountain, he saw a large group of people he had never seen before standing there. However, these people seemed to be very tired, and some were even covered in wounds. They must have been chased by someone. Seeing his senior brother, Lu Qiming hurried over. Senior brother, we don't know where these people are from, and they came to us for protection. Is that so? Lin Fan looked over. There were more than 1,000 people. There were men, women, and children, and the strongest among them was a mortal state cultivator. The woman was carrying a baby in her arms. She was dressed plainly, hiding in the crowd. If one did not look closely, they would not be able to see her. Huarong's heart sank when he saw so many people coming to the magnificent flame sect. Who are you guys? Please save us. We are all refugees. Our homes were destroyed, and we could only come here. Please take us in. A burly man walked out. He was holding a giant axe, and it was stained with blood. His appearance was completely different from that of a refugee. Huarong wasn't a fool. He saw through them immediately. I'm sorry, please leave the magnificent flame sect. He couldn't take in these unknown people. After the integration of the outer world, he still had no idea what was going on. Who knew if these people were good or bad? They might be in trouble if they stayed in the sect. The burly man was anxious. Please help us. We can't stay, but can you leave us children behind? They are still young and can't travel long distances with us. If we can settle down, we will definitely come back to pick them up. In the crowd, there was a group of children. They were all very young, and the older ones were only 4 or 5 years old. However, at this moment, their faces were filled with terror and fear, as if they had experienced something terrifying. Senior brother, what do you think of this? Lu Qiming asked. He felt that this matter was a little complicated. There was a reason why Elder Huarong did not accept these people. Not really. Let him be. Lin Fan was indifferent about this matter. He then looked over and finally locked his gaze on the woman's baby. Only the baby's head was revealed. His skin was white and tender, and his eyes were very big. He was blinking and probably didn't know what was happening. Lin Fan pouted at the baby and made a kissing expression, teasing the baby from afar. In his opinion, this expression was like playing the lute to a cow. What kind of response could he get? But what surprised him was that the baby's eyes were wide open, and his little mouth was opened into an O shape. It was as if he had seen something incredible and was extremely shocked. Haha, interesting. What a cute little thing. Lin Fan laughed. He didn't expect the baby to respond to him. He was just teasing from afar. Lu Qiming saw that Lin Fan suddenly laughed and was stunned. What was senior brother laughing at? What was so funny? These people who escaped here were nervous and filled with anticipation. They had escaped for a long time. Originally, there were tens of thousands of them, but now, there were only 1,000 left. They didn't want anything else. They just hoped that these children could stay in this sect. Although they didn't know what this sect was like, it was much safer than following them. Huarong thought for a long time. Although he sympathized with these people, he had to think for the sect. How could he take in these people of unknown origins? As for the children, although it was a little cruel to reject them, he couldn't bring danger to the sect just because of a little kindness. No, you guys should leave. Finally, Huarong spoke. He rejected the request of the people, not wanting to get into trouble. At this moment, the people who came here looked at one another with despair in their eyes. They didn't expect to be rejected. Before coming here, they were already prepared. If they were rejected, they would scatter and escape. Although there was a higher chance of death if they scattered, it was better if they could survive. Elder Huarong, how can you be so cruel to reject us? Just then, Lin Fan spoke. To the refugees who came here, this was like a piece of good news. But when they saw that it was a young man who said it, they fell into despair once again. After all, what was the use of a young man? The person who rejected them was an elder. Looking at the young man, he was probably just a disciple. But in his heart, he was still grateful to this disciple. At the same time, he could tell that this sect was a very loving sect. Lin Fan walked out and walked towards the baby. Senior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin. When he walked out, the surrounding disciples greeted him respectfully. Huarong was helpless. Kid, you can't act on your own. We don't know where these people are from and they will bring trouble to the sect. The man was shocked. He didn't expect the elder to explain to the disciple. Also, when he walked out, the surrounding people were extremely respectful. Their eyes were even shining with admiration. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Lin Fan walked in front of the girl. She was a little wary, but the old lady at the side shook her head. Let me carry him, Lin Fan said. The girl looked at Lin Fan and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she made a decision and passed the baby over. Lin Fan carried the baby in his arms and smiled. This kid is interesting and cute. He has big eyes and double eyelids. Not bad, not bad. Come, call me daddy. The moment he said this, everyone was stunned. What did you say? The girl at the side scolded. Lin Fan turned around and looked at her calmly. Why? You want to call me daddy too? You. The girl wanted to fight Lin Fan, but she was stopped by the old lady. The girl's face turned red. She turned her head and didn't want to say anything. Huarong was stunned. He didn't know what this kid wanted to do. He better not cause trouble. Pa. Pa. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It wasn't loud but everyone who was near heard it. The woman turned her head abruptly and stared dumbfoundedly, as if she couldn't believe it. Ha ha ha. When he heard this, Lin Fan laughed. Good, good, it's been a few months. The girl didn't say anything. She was in a daze. The old lady at the side said, It's been 4 months. It's not the time for it to speak. I didn't expect it to speak now. Male or female? Lin Fan asked. The old lady said, Girl. Good, not bad, very good. Lin Fan smiled and said, I have decided. From now on, this is my daughter. Junior brothers and sisters, remember this. As for you guys, not bad, you can stay. The girl wanted to retort but the old lady stopped her. She shook her head and told her not to say anything. I've finally found you guys. Why aren't you running? No matter where you go, I will still be able to find you. Instantly, a roar spread out in the air. His voice rang out, causing the refugees to feel uneasy. With a cry, the baby in Lin Fan's arms cried. Lin Fan frowned and raised his head. The clouds rippled and he said unhappily, Are you sick in the head? What are you shouting for? Did your home explode or did your girl get stolen? Damn kid, you are asking for death. You actually dare to insult me. A furious voice spread out in the air. Junior brother, hug him. Hug him properly. Lin Fan said. Yes. Lu Qiming hugged her, Don't worry senior brother. No matter what, she is our junior niece. Lin Fan flew into the air and stepped out. He was 100 meters away from them and landed on the ground. He raised his head and said, So what if I insulted you? I still want to *CK you up. The male was respectful and shouted, Be careful, that is the Xiankong sect elder. He is really strong. If this was in the past, Lin Fan wouldn't dare to fight him. If he fought in the sect, he would definitely use his eyes and lead him somewhere else. But it was different now. He was really unlucky and terrifyingly strong. It was possible to have a go with the other party. He was also unlucky, and that made him feel a little helpless. Boom boom, several bolts of lightning flashed, and when the lightning dissipated, 6 people were seen floating in the air. The person in the lead was wearing the Xiankong sect elder uniform. He stood in the air and an aura that could suppress heaven and earth exploded. As for the 5 people behind him, they should be disciples, but they were all God Realm cultivators. As expected, after the outer region merged, God Realm cultivators are everywhere. Is the land of the primordial ancestor really the lowest level world? He didn't dare to believe it. If that was the case, then it would be really tragic. It was like playing a game. Wasn't the fusion of the outer realms just a fusion of regions? He was once the king of all regions and was invincible in the world. But after the fusion of regions, he realized that the other regions had more patches. After the fusion of regions, they were still very strong. But after the fusion of regions, he became clearly weaker. The Xiankong sect elder was a middle-aged man. He floated in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down arrogantly like he was looking at ants. Li Qingfeng, an elder of the Xiankong sect, said sternly, "I'm going to kill all of you today to prevent any future troubles." Xiankong sect and these remaining sects were in the same outer region and had been fighting for thousands of years. But with the help of other sects, Clear Sky Holy Land was unable to destroy them. Who knew that the outer region merged and the 2 sects were connected? They were a few miles apart, which made the Xiankong sect members delighted. They immediately surrounded them and destroyed Clear Sky Holy Land. However, the daughter of the Clear Sky Holy Land saint leader was taken out by a sect disciple, which was why he chased after her. Now that he had met her, he couldn't let her live. Lin Fan stood there calmly and raised his head. "What are you looking at? Come down if you have the balls. I will beat the sh*t out of you." After saying this, he felt like vomiting. Could it be that he had seen too much yesterday and it left a deep impression on him? "Elderly, this person is too arrogant. He has provoked us time and time again. Let me kill him and pull out his soul. We will throw him into the lamp and torture him." As soon as he said this, a man stepped into the air. In his hand, there was a weird-looking lamp that was burning with purple flames. "Yongli, you demon. You killed my junior sister. I will kill you." At this moment, the girl in the crowd was furious when she saw the man. She wanted to kill him. But the old woman at the side stopped her. Yongli looked at the girl and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "So it's the head disciple of the death sect. Your junior sister is very weak. I threw her into the God-extinguishing lamp and refined her for 3 days and 3 nights, becoming its nutrients." That scene was very tragic. But don't worry, you will be able to reunite with your junior sister soon. Oi, if you want to come, then hurry up. You weakling, I have no time to waste with you. Lin Fan's target wasn't Yongli, but Li Qingfeng, who stood in the middle. This guy was strong, and not just a little strong. Arrogant. Yongli was furious. He flew down from the sky and a lamp in his hand floated around him. The purple flames gave off a weird glow. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and gathered strength. When he got close, he punched. Pong, just as Yongli was about to use his most terrifying strength, his body stopped. He was stopped in the air by Lin Fan's punch. His body bent and his eyes popped out. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The God-extinguishing lamp flew towards Lin Fan, but Lin Fan grabbed it in his hand. With a squeeze, it shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. What kind of broken lamp is this? It's so weak. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, all of this happened so quickly that no one could react at all. B*****. Yongli was furious and wanted to fight it out with Lin Fan. But suddenly, Lin Fan grabbed his ankle and swung it, slamming it onto the ground. Kacha! A powerful impact burst forth, causing the ground to crack. Yongli's eyes gradually lit up. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in just an instant. Furthermore, his god-extinguishing lamp had been crushed by the other party's palm. How terrifying was his strength! I let go of Yang Li's ankle. Yang Li was lying quietly in the deep pit, but there was no notification of him accumulating points. It seemed that he was still alive. Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped on her waist. A cracking sound resounded throughout heaven and earth. Points plus 50,000. You're just at the mid-level god realm. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? You're courting death. Lin Fan put his hands behind his back and raised his head. Hey, why don't all of you come at me together? Don't die one by one. Uproar, shocking, the woman couldn't believe it. She didn't think that Yang Li would die so quickly. He didn't even have a chance to resist and was killed instantly. Just how terrifying was this fellow's strength? Senior brother, you're amazing. The magnificent flame sect disciples cheered excitedly. Senior brother is too strong. He crushed the other party so easily. His strength is too terrifying, Huarong couldn't stand it anymore. This brat is too ruthless. It's not that I can't kill him, but the process of killing him is too violent. The cracking sound just now made Lin Fan's heart go numb. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Li Qingfeng was furious. How dare this brat kill a Shankong sect disciple in front of us? I can't forgive him. Lin Fan knew that a real battle was about to begin. This battle would be strange and mysterious. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. In fact, even he wouldn't believe all of this. Unlucky Surge, activate. He didn't know if the buff was called Unlucky Surge, or if the name of the unlucky buff was Surge. But none of this mattered anymore. The 5 of them landed from the sky. They were all furious, and they couldn't wait to kill Lin Fan. The area was 100 meters wide. A man in green had just landed, but the road under his feet was uneven. He slipped and hit the back of his head on the ground with a bang. Li Qingfeng looked at him, displeased. Get up. He didn't expect the disciple he brought to be unable to even stand properly. The other 3 disciples were displeased too. How could they embarrass themselves in front of such a strong enemy? Wouldn't they be a joke? In the distance, the hearts of the people who were on high alert at the scene tightened. But when they saw this scene, they were also stunned. What was going on? Junior brother, get up. The 3 disciples at the side shouted. However, their junior brother just laid there, not moving at all. It was as if he had fainted. Suddenly, blood flowed out from the back of the disciple's head. It spread and dyed the ground red. The 3 disciples were shocked. They quickly squatted down to check. When they flipped their junior brother's head over, they were stunned. They saw a piece of the god-exterminating lamp stuck in the back of their junior brother's head. The piece was sharp and tough. It pierced through his skull and went deep into his brain. Elderly, junior brother is dead. The disciple shouted in shock and fear. Then, he stared at Lin Fan angrily. Everything was done by him. If he hadn't broken Yang Li's god-exterminating lamp, there wouldn't have been a piece stuck in the ground. Junior brother wouldn't have landed on the back of his head and been pierced by the piece. The main culprit behind all of this was that detestable bastard. The magnificent flame sect disciples were dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he just die like that? Senior brother didn't even move, and Lin Fan fell from the sky. He lost his balance and landed on his head. He died just like that. How did he die? Brat, how dare you kill my disciple? Li Qingfeng scolded. I didn't move. Don't accuse me. Lin Fan stood still with his back behind his back. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he didn't dare to. He didn't know what would happen when his bad luck was activated. If it was death, he wouldn't be afraid. But more importantly, he was afraid that *T would fall from the sky. How dare you lie? The 3 disciples were furious. They turned into a ray of light and dashed towards Lin Fan. They wanted to kill him. Suddenly, bang, 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 3 sounds could be heard, and the 3 fellows fell to the ground, falling flat on their faces. What are you doing? Li Qingfeng snarled. What are these 3 idiots doing? The 3 disciples fell to the ground and stood up abruptly, shaking their heads. They didn't know what had happened. How did they get a foot on the ground and fall down with a plop? Lin Fan cursed in his heart. This is bad luck. I don't know what's going to happen next, but it's not good. Elder Huarong, what are they doing here? Why can't they walk properly? Lu Qiming asked. Huarong wanted to roar. You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? How can I understand? What's going on? How can they fall just by walking? Will they be scared to death? Furthermore, he realized that the 3 disciples were very strong. They were much stronger than him. Lin Fan wanted to take a step forward and give it a try. But just as he had this thought, he rejected it. Who knew what would happen next? Damn it. I didn't pay attention and slipped. You bastard, how dare you kill our senior and junior brothers? We want you dead. The 3 of them shouted. Then, one of them took out a bead. The bead was surrounded by flames and lightning. It was really terrifying. Lightning Hellfire Bead. This was a one-time use treasure of the Xianxia sect. Even a God-state warrior would be severely injured if he was hit by it. That person held the bead and was about to throw it at Lin Fan. Suddenly, the calm bead started to change. The flames and lightning on it became unstable and the bead started to expand. Oh no, run. It's going to explode. As soon as he said that, a destructive force exploded. Lin Fan stood there and realized that a sharp shard was flying towards him. It was really fast. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. He took a step back and dodged it. But what followed was a thud. His foot stepped on something. It seemed like his skin was broken and something had cut into his flesh. He lifted his foot and saw that a shard had pierced through his shoe. It was deep into his flesh and blood was flowing down from the shard. When he pulled the shard out, blood spurted out like a fountain. Oh no, my blood vessel was cut. He was really convinced now. The unlucky wave didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Within 100 meters, everyone would be hit no matter who they were. With his strength and the toughness of his fleshly body, how could something like this happen? If there was danger beneath his feet, he should have sensed it. Could it be that the explosion had caused a gust of wind to blow the fragments beneath his feet? If that was really the case, he might as well call himself the Grim Reaper instead of Unlucky Wave. Li Qingfeng stood there trembling. He wasn't trembling because of fear, but because of anger. What were the disciples doing? He wanted to ask them what they were doing. Ah. It hurts. My leg is broken. When the dust dissipated, the 3 of them were lying on the ground. They had lost their arms and legs and blood kept spurting out from their broken limbs. The ground was dyed red. The screams were endless, and at the same time, there were angry curses. You bastard, what are you doing? Why did you blow us up with the lightning hellfire bead? No, I didn't blow you up. I don't know why the lightning hellfire bead would explode on its own. This has never happened before. Damn it, where did you get it from? It must be second-rate. I was wondering how you could have such a treasure. The 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? The magnificent flame sect disciples looked at each other. They couldn't understand what was going on. What's wrong with these people? How did 3 of them die before they even made a move? Are you sure you're not here to joke around? The man with the axe came up to the girl. Senior sister, this. He couldn't tell what was going on. He couldn't understand what was going on. Even the girl couldn't understand what was going on, let alone the man. Since when were the Xianxia sect disciples so stupid? One of them fell to his death as soon as he landed. The other 3 were even funnier. They used their killing moves to kill their enemies, but they blew themselves up and ended up like this. Who can explain what's going on? This buff is just too terrifying. Lin Fan finally understood. This buff could kill anything in his way. He didn't even do anything, and out of the 5 ants, 2 died and 3 were crippled. Moreover, it didn't differentiate between friend and foe. As the owner of the buff, he was also plagued by bad luck. If not for his undying body, he wouldn't have dared to activate it. Who knew what would happen? You animal, what did you do? Li Qingfeng hollered in rage and his robe started to flutter. It was obvious that he was furious and wanted to kill this jerk. I didn't do anything. You guys are unlucky, so who can you blame? Come, I will stand here and wait for you to come. Lin Fan didn't want to move at all. He just wanted to wait for them to come and see what would happen. Naturally, he didn't dare to move either. When he didn't move, he would be shrouded in bad luck. If he moved, he wouldn't be able to control it and the situation would be even worse. Unfortunately, the people killed by the bad luck didn't count as points. If they did, then his strength would have increased to a terrifying level. But it was dangerous to deactivate it now. Li Qingfeng was really strong, and if he attacked the moment he deactivated it, Lin Fan wouldn't be able to react in time. He wanted to kill the three of them, but he had no choice. He could only wait for Li Qingfeng to be unlucky. But he hoped that the three of them could last till the end. He didn't want to be implicated when the bad luck came. Li Qingfeng knew that this had nothing to do with them, but everything was just too weird and Xiankong sect couldn't lose face. He just treated it as the five of them dying. Animal, today, I will use my methods to kill you and your sect. I won't leave a single one alive. His roar shook the sky and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. An energy storm spread out with Li Qingfeng at the center. Everything around was destroyed. Stones shattered and flew in all directions. Suddenly, under this terrifying storm of energy, the three crushed stones flew out with a whoosh. Moreover, their targets were the three severely injured disciples. Pooh, pooh, the sound of something breaking spread out. The incessant wailing stopped abruptly. A large hole appeared on the heads of the three men, and fresh blood flowed out of it. Lin Fan glared at him, "You are really cruel. Even though these three disciples are already crippled, there is no need for you to kill them, right?" Li Qingfeng was in a state of rage, and when he saw what was happening, his expression flickered with disbelief, and he began to pant. How could this be? You dare ask how that happened? You created a storm of energy and pushed the speed of the rocks to the limit, allowing them to pierce through the heads of the three fellows. You are truly a lunatic. To think that you could even do something like this. You are extremely cruel. Lin Fan's heart was aching. Even though the strength of these three fellows were only at the god state, they had quite a number of points. But now that they had died for no reason at all, how could he not feel his heart ache? It hurts like hell. Damn it. Li Qingfeng's expression turned sinister as flames danced in his eyes. He was truly enraged. No matter who it is, no one will be able to save you today. Die. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingfeng's speed reached its limit, and his aura had already locked onto Lin Fan. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Fan. What will happen to him? Lin Fan remained calm and composed. His bad luck had already covered 100 meters, and something was definitely going to happen. The cultivation of this fella in front of him was at least 2 levels higher than his. This was the lowest, and it was hard to say what level he was at. Li Qingfeng moved his wrist, and a cold light flashed as he stepped forward. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet sunk, forming a small hole. He stepped on nothing, and his legs did a 90-degree split. As for the balls in his crotch, they were pressed heavily against the ground. Li Qingfeng let out a muffled groan as his face turned red. Are your balls okay? Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he took in a deep breath. Li Qingfeng looked like he was in pain. The people from Clear Sky Holy Land who were being chased by Xiankong sect were tongue-tied. Some of them wanted to laugh, but they forcefully suppressed it. They had never expected the demons of the Xiankong sect to be so funny, especially Li Qingfeng. As an elder of the Xiankong sect, he had terrifying strength. Yet, when he attacked, he missed his footing and fell to the ground. What kind of situation was this? At such strength, one could fly in the air. Even if the ground suddenly collapsed, one could still fly into the air. But because of this, such a thing actually happened to Lin Fan. He really couldn't understand it. Jerk. Li Qingfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He clenched his fists and slammed them on the ground, directly soaring into the air. However, under the pressure of that terrifying power, the ground cracked, and a rock was pushed up, smashing towards Li Qingfeng's head. Pong, the stone shattered. Li Qingfeng was so strong, and his physical body was naturally extraordinary. But when he touched his face, there was actually blood on his hands. I'm so unlucky. As Lin Fan watched, his heart was beating fast. He had seen it clearly just now. Li Qingfeng had punched the ground with his fists and smashed the ground. However, a rock had been thrown towards his face. However, this rock had shards of the God-extinguishing lamp on it. Lin Fan didn't know if the shards were really hard, but they had pierced through his skin, but didn't injure him internally. But even so, it was enough to make Li Qingfeng go crazy. He hadn't even touched this kid, and all the disciples that followed him were dead. Even he was bleeding. This was a great humiliation. For someone of his level of strength, this was truly a great humiliation. Animal, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I will drag you out of the corpse sect. Li Qingfeng wiped the blood off his face, and his eyes were spitting fire. He hollered in rage, and a torrential aura exploded from him. It was even stronger than before. The storm swept across the ground. Even the people 100 meters away couldn't block it. All of them had looks of despair on their faces. Especially the people from Xianxia sect. They knew that Li Qingfeng's strength was extremely terrifying, and he could easily kill them. If not for the treasures of the Saint Lands that allowed them to escape, they would have already been killed halfway through the journey back to the Saint Lands. But now, the treasure had disappeared, and they had used up all their strength. They could only rush here. Whoosh, Li Qingfeng's robe swelled up, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Lightning crackled on his arms and body, and the clouds in the sky rumbled like a raging river, wave after wave. Amazing. He's really strong. Although the other party was strong, Lin Fan was calm. His bad luck shouldn't be this week. Even if the other party was strong, Lin Fan was confident that he could kill him. It was just that he didn't know whether he would be unlucky or not. This was a little unclear. Gotcha! Suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. Raising his head, Lin Fan noticed that Li Qingfeng's body had been coiled with a series of revolving iron chains. These iron chains emanated a boundless amount of power, but at this moment, they were shattered into pieces. How could this be? Li Qingfeng was shocked. He didn't expect the God-restraining chains to break. This was a seal that the sect leader personally placed on him. It was specially used to suppress his strength, so that he wouldn't be able to break through. His internal injuries hadn't healed yet. If he broke through again, he would most likely turn into dust. But now that the God-restraining chains broke, didn't that mean that he was going to break through? No. What's going on? Why did it break? Li Qingfeng screamed. He looked like he was going crazy. He couldn't believe that this would happen. Boom, the sky was covered by thunderclouds, and a whirlpool appeared. This was a sign that a tribulation was coming. Huarong was completely dumbfounded. What are they doing here? Xianxia sect, the people here are too mysterious. He couldn't believe it. The 5 people who died before him were already unknown, and now, they should be elders with extraordinary strength. He didn't expect them to go through the tribulation. What were they going to do? Ha ha ha, heaven's retribution, heaven's retribution. Li Qingfeng, you nearly died when you went through the tribulation. Your dog *T sect leader used his skills to put a dog chain on you and seal your aura. Now that the dog chain is broken, you want to go through the tribulation with your crippled body? Dream on. The axe-wielding man laughed. I will kill you first. Li Qingfeng roared. He knew that he was finished, and he just wanted these people to die with him. But at this moment, the sky was red. Within the whirlpool, there were flames and lightning intertwining. What? How can there be undeserved heavenly flames? Li Qingfeng raised his head, his face pale. He was just going through the tribulation of a great saint. How could there be undeserved heavenly flames? Boom, a bolt of lightning landed on Li Qingfeng's body. Crackling sounds rang out, and Li Qingfeng's skin was torn open. That's a little cruel. Lin Fan stood there, feeling a little terrified. But this wasn't the end. Undeserved heavenly flames turned into a fire dragon that swooped down from the sky, wrapping around Li Qingfeng. His torn skin and flesh were burned black. His screams shook the sky, and it was really tragic. Suddenly, who knew what Li Qingfeng did, but a portion of the flames and lightning wrapped around his body actually attacked him. It was really aggressive and a little terrifying. Not good, I have to retreat. Lin Fan was shocked. He moved his feet, and the moment the attack came, he barely dodged it. Just when he thought that he was safe, a bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky and landed right where he was standing. Lin Fan didn't feel any pain, but he felt his body being destroyed. The moment his consciousness dissipated, he exclaimed, "Damn!" With a loud thud, his body fell to the ground. Li Qingfeng also fell to the ground with a thud, and he was no longer breathing. When the two of them fell to the ground, the sky returned to how it was before. The entire place was silent, and everyone was stunned. What was going on? 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Everything was quiet. The unlucky buff is really powerful, but it's not worth it. Those who died of bad luck simply wouldn't be able to obtain any points. Although it felt great, it wasn't because of the collision of their bodies. Instead, it was because of their inexplicable bad luck. I should be more careful next time. If I meet someone I can't defeat, I'll use this unlucky buff. He walked up to the corpses and silently took away the storage rings on their fingers. However, when he arrived before Li Qingfeng, he sighed helplessly. His storage rings were gone. It seemed like they had been destroyed in the calamity. "You brat, why didn't you leave anything for me even after you died?" Lin Fan shook his head and turned to leave. Facing the shocked gazes of the crowd, he was indifferent, not taking it to heart. It was just a basic operation, but no one knew that it was his operation. He walked up to Lu Qiming and carried the baby in his arms. "Junior brother, bury the 5 of them. As for the one over there, just throw him away." With that, he left with the baby. "You." The woman opened her mouth, wanting to stop Lin Fan from handing the baby over. But she was stopped by the old woman. "Senior sister, giving her to this man might be the best choice. No, she's the future of the Clear Sky Sacred Land. How can we let someone else take care of her?" the woman said, wanting to rush over and snatch the baby away. "Senior sister, you're thinking too much. The sacred land is gone. Who can protect her if she stays with us?" the old woman said anxiously. When she entered the Clear Sky Sacred Land, she was already quite old. She wasn't talented, but she was good at taking care of babies. She was the one who took care of newborns in the Clear Sky Sacred Land. After all, how would a bunch of cultivators know how to take care of babies? At this moment, the axe-wielding man walked over. "Senior sister, staying here is the best choice. At the very least, we can avoid the Xiankong sect's pursuit. Now that the outer realms have merged, the situation outside is very dangerous. We've experienced it on our way here." Huarong was helpless against these people of unknown origins. He didn't want to stay in the sect, but who knew what was wrong with Lin Fan to let them stay? And he even left with a baby. How old is he? He wants to be a father. Tiansu Mountain. "Teacher, look what I brought for you." Lin Fan carried the baby and walked over with a smile. "Disciple, what did you bring this time?" Tiansu asked. But when he saw the baby in Lin Fan's arms, he froze. "Where did this kid come from?" "Nothing much. She'll be your disciple's daughter in the future. It just so happens that you're free, so I brought her over to keep you company." Lin Fan played with the baby in his arms. This little girl was fated with him. At least, he liked her expression just now. Tiansu was speechless. "My disciple is so thoughtful." "Disciple, are you trying to be a father?" "Teacher, what's wrong?" Lin Fan was stunned. How did he become a father again? This wasn't right, Tiansu sighed. "She's not your biological daughter. Why are you treating her like a daughter? I think it's better for her to be a disciple. She'll be nurtured from a young age, and you'll have a successor. Come, call me daddy." Lin Fan looked at the baby. "Disciple, this baby is only 3 or 4 months old. How can she call? Stop fooling around and send her back to where she came from. Or you can keep her as your disciple and teach her well in the future." Tiansu had the urge to beat his disciple to death. How can he have such thoughts at such a young age? The baby opened his eyes wide and stared at Lin Fan. His little mouth opened and closed. "Pa. Pa, her voice might be soft, but Lin Fan could hear her clearly. Teacher, look. She can even call, so she must be a father. Lin Fan liked her very much. This little girl is so cute. Tiansu looked at his disciple and was confused. She really does what I want. But forget it. Since we're fated, I'll keep her. He couldn't figure out how a 3 or 4-month-old baby could call. It's weird. Disciple, what do you plan to do with the people you want to keep? Tiansu asked. There were too many people in the sect, and there was no place for them to stay. There might be only about 1,000 people, but they weren't from the Magnificent Flame sect. It wouldn't be convenient for them to mix in with the sect. Lin Fan played with the little girl and said, after the fusion of the Magnificent Flame sect and the Magnificent Flame sect, there will be no one staying in the cities. There won't even be any vegetables. Just let them farm outside the sect. With that, Lin Fan left the Tiansu Peak and walked towards the Invincible Peak. All the buildings of the Xianxia sect were floating in the air. They were using a formation to draw energy from the ground to make the buildings float. At this moment, in a spacious hall of the Xianxia sect, a row of 5 life tokens exploded. There were disciples guarding the hall, and they were shocked to see their life tablets exploding. Xianxia sect disciples who had reached a certain realm would carve a life tablet here. If it exploded, it would mean that the person was dead. However, at that moment, a life token that was placed on top of the life token completely exploded. What? This is Elderly's life tablet? Could it be? The disciple was terrified. He ran out in a panic to report the situation. Something big must have happened. He knew that Elderly had gone out to kill the remaining members of the Pure Sky Holy Land. Now that he had died outside, something big must have happened. When the disciple arrived at the hall, he saw that there were more people in the hall. The patriarch was sitting there, chatting happily with a middle-aged man. However, the aura that the two of them inadvertently emitted was frightening. Greetings, patriarch. The disciple knelt on the ground. What's the matter? The patriarch stopped smiling and asked. The disciple knelt on the ground and looked at the man beside the patriarch. He had never seen this man before, so he didn't dare to tell others about it. Patriarch, it seems like something has happened. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. As for the matter, please consider it carefully and give me an answer. The Northern Mountain Prefecture Patriarch stood up and said. His idea was simple. He wanted to take control of the Magnificent Flame sect. When he came here, he knew that the strength of the Xianxia sect was not to be underestimated. It was comparable to the Northern Mountain Prefecture. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be badly injured. Alright, Prefecture Patriarch, take care. I will give you an answer. The Patriarch replied. He knew that this disciple definitely had something to report, and it wasn't a small matter. After the Northern Mountain Prefecture Patriarch left, the disciple slowly spoke. Patriarch, the life tablets of Elderly and the 5 senior brothers exploded. Huh? The Patriarch didn't care at first, but when he heard this, his expression changed. He stood up abruptly. What did you say? The disciple was terrified. He prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to say another word. He actually lost his life to kill the remaining members of the Pure Sky Holy Land. What happened? Although he hasn't broken through, he's still the number 1 person below the Great Saint Realm. Something actually happened to him. The Patriarch pondered, his expression solemn. Then, he ordered, go, send someone to investigate. Find out where he died. Yes. The disciple nodded and quickly left. At this moment, an old man who was extremely thin and weak like a mummy stood up. Patriarch, the remaining members of the Pure Sky Holy Land can't do much, but we have to pay attention to the person who killed Li Qingfeng. The Northern Mountain Prefecture Patriarch obviously wants to occupy this realm alone. It's just that our sect is strong and they can't take it down, so they want to form an alliance. But the Northern Mountain Prefecture Patriarch is a sinister and cunning person. Forming an alliance with him is undoubtedly like asking a tiger for its skin. We need to be careful. The Patriarch smiled. Then, do you think that the Northern Mountain Prefecture and our Xianxia sect forming an alliance is undoubtedly courting death? The mummy old man paused, then laughed. Patriarch is wise. But we also have to be careful. After the fusion of the outer realm, many experts have appeared. For example, the Pure Tao Immeasurable sect is a sect that we have never heard of. We have to find out if there are any strong sects in this realm. Otherwise, cooperating with the Northern Mountain Prefecture is just courting death. The Patriarch said solemnly. Until now, he still didn't know if there were any strong sects in this realm. Everything was unknown. Even if he used his spiritual will to look at the world, it would only be a drop in the ocean. It was difficult to see the whole picture. In the north of the magnificent flame sect was a mountain range. The mountain range stretched on like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. It was impossible to see its head or face. Look for milk, look for milk. Where do I go to find milk? He had a headache. When he carried the baby back to the Invincible Peak, he actually pooped his pants and started crying. Although he had never raised a child before, he didn't learn 9 years of compulsory education for nothing. He naturally knew how to change diapers. But the problem of milk was a little troublesome. Initially, he wanted to find Dao Tianwang's wife, but she was still pregnant, so where would he get milk? In the end, he could only leave the sect to look for her. He landed in the mountain range. He had never seen this mountain range before. It should be from another place after the fusion of the outer realm. Sniff sniff. What a fragrant smell. Lin Fan sniffed and smelled a fragrance. He then disappeared from the spot and chased after the fragrance. Soon, he saw a snow-white sunflower-like plant growing proudly in front of him. The fragrance came from the plant. I have never seen this plant before. Lin Fan was curious. He might not know all the plants in the primordial ancestors' land, but he had read all the ancient books in the sect, so he knew what they were. But this plant is weird. I have no idea what it is. Lin Fan moved closer to the snow-white sunflower and sniffed it. What kind of fragrance is it? When Lin Fan brought the tip of his nose closer, the snow-white sunflower started to change. The surface of the sunflower, which was originally filled with granules, suddenly caved in, forming a mouth filled with sharp teeth. At an extremely fast speed, it engulfed Lin Fan's head. Gotcha! Lin Fan's head was bitten off instantly. The headless corpse fell to the ground, and a pool of blood could be seen. The teeth must be sharp to be able to crush a God-state cultivator's body so easily. Crack! Crack! Lin Fan could hear the sound of chewing. Then, the thin root swelled up as if something was slipping down. Lin Fan did not know what this plant was, but he decided to call it the snow-white sunflower for now. After biting off Lin Fan's head, the snow-white sunflower returned to normal. The sharp teeth in its mouth were gone, but it was still giving off an intoxicating fragrance. For the snow-white sunflower, this creature's taste was quite good, very delicious. If there were a few more, how good would that be? Who touched my body? The sunflower, who was enjoying the delicious food, was stunned. Although it could not speak, there was a gentle hand touching its body. This feeling was unmistakable. Ah, damn, I was scared to death. The body that was bitten to death disappeared, and a new body replaced it. Lin Fan grabbed onto the stem of the sunflower and stood up slowly. He shook his head and then looked at the extremely cruel sunflower. I, the Peak Master, just took a whiff of your scent. Was there a need to swallow my head in one gulp? How unreasonable. He did not expect the plant to be so dangerous. With his cultivation, he was very vigilant. Such a thing would not happen. But he already had an immortal body. He did not need to be so vigilant when he was outside. He could not bear to be so tense. He might get nervous one day, and he might not be able to sleep. These teeth are very sharp. They can bite through the body of a god. It's not a small matter. It's worth studying. I haven't made a mace in a long time. Something is missing. Thinking about it, it's not sharp enough. I should change it. Lin Fan grabbed the snow-white sunflower, not caring if it could understand him or not. I love nature. I'll give you a chance. Open your mouth. The sunflower seemed to be unable to take Lin Fan's grip. It was too strong, and it almost exploded. It could only open its mouth. Suddenly, the circle of sharp teeth slowly appeared. How obedient. Lin Fan grinned. His small hands started moving as he plucked out those sharp teeth one by one. He pinched them. They were hard and sharp, and the length was suitable. If he made them with the mace, they would be very useful. After a while, Lin Fan packed up the items and left in satisfaction. The toothless sunflower, on the other hand, had its mouth closed. There was an indescribable strangeness to it. Indeed, it's only by coming out to train that I can reap some rewards. Lin Fan was extremely satisfied with the rewards he had gotten. At the same time, he was starting to gain some comprehension towards the fusion of the outside world. Even plants could become spirits. It was terrifying. Although he couldn't tell how strong it was, its bite force was too strong. Thousands of creatures had their own specialties. Just like his type, although his strength wasn't that great, he had many specialties, such as immortality and so on. After searching for half a day, Xianxia was still unable to find it. The demonic beasts that jumped out did not seem to be anything special either. Leaning against a tree, Lin Fan sighed. Where am I supposed to find it? I can't just randomly search for it. Hiss, not far away, there was movement in the trees. Something seemed to be passing through the bushes, pressing down on the surrounding bushes. A python that was several meters thick was moving forward in an irregular pattern. Its body was very long, and its tail could not be seen. A pair of lantern-sized red eyes hung on its huge head. On its back, there were two huge bumps like something was about to break out of its body. Lin Fan was resting and adjusting his route. No matter what, he had to find the beast that was feeding the baby. Just as he was thinking about all this, an ear-piercing sound spread out. When he turned his head, the image of a huge snake's head was imprinted in his eyes. The huge snake opened its bloody mouth, revealing its slender and sharp venomous fangs. Venom dripped down and dripped onto the ground, causing the ground to sizzle and evaporate. Lin Fan's eyes constricted. He clenched his fist and punched the snake head. Pung, a violent power exploded out and pierced through the snake head. Then, it couldn't take the power and exploded. Blood and flesh splattered and dyed the ground red. That was so scary. Lin Fan patted his chest. He felt that it was really dangerous outside. He was resting well, and then a huge python of unknown length opened its mouth and attacked him. If he wasn't mentally strong, he might have been scared to death. Forget it, I'm a little hungry. Snake soup is a good choice. I haven't eaten wild game since the fusion of the outer world. He was easily satisfied. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When he was outside, he couldn't let himself suffer. When it was time to nourish himself, he had to. Snake meat contained a large amount of nutrients that were useful to the human body and had a good therapeutic effect on all kinds of diseases. He took out the Thai sovereign sword and found a tender piece. He cut it open, but it was too rough. He couldn't finish it in one meal. He let out the blood and peeled off the snake's skin. He didn't need to wash it. Those who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education knew that snakes were the cleanest and wouldn't have parasites. Also, the place they lived in was relatively clean, so he just had to peel off the skin. He took out the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river and pointed at the cyan abyssal hellfire. Looking at the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river, he felt that it was a pity. This was a treasure that he had snatched from someone else. It was very useful in the past, but now it could only be used for cooking. He took out some spices and sprinkled them into the pot. Then, he cut the snake meat and threw it into the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. Gradually, a fragrance wafted out. As expected of a demigod beast. Not only is it strong, but its meat is also so delicious. After enjoying this delicious meal, he continued his search. Standing in front of the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river, he took out his food and drank a mouthful of soup. It was delicious. Then, he ate a piece of meat. Thump thump, footsteps could be heard. Lin Fan looked up and saw a group of people walking over. There was a man and a woman in the lead. They had different styles of dressing, but the people behind them were all dressed in the same way. Brother, I'm Xianxia. Your smell is too good. We smelled it from afar and are hungry. Can we eat together? Xianxia asked with a smile. Lin Fan glanced at him and continued eating, ignoring these guys. What are you thinking? I, the Peak Lord, worked so hard to make this. These guys smelled the fragrance and wanted a share of it. How can they be so unreasonable? The people behind the man looked at the steaming cauldron anxiously. Their stomachs were growling. When they smelled the aroma, they couldn't wait to rush over. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't answer them? That meant that he didn't agree. Brother. Xianxia was about to speak, but he was immediately rejected. No. Lin Fan's reply was very straightforward. He didn't give any face at all. However, he thought of a problem and changed the topic. Actually, it's not impossible. But you have to tell me where there is a beast that can provide milk. Xianxia was stunned. Brother, what do you mean? I'm asking where there is a beast that can provide milk. I have an infant that needs milk. Do you have any? The girl at the side had long since grown impatient with the delicacies. She rolled her eyes and had an idea. She whispered, Senior brother, we've never been here before, so how would we know? But don't we have 2 female wolves in our sect? They're used to raise the sect's babies, so we promised to give him one. But when we get to the sect leader and the elders will definitely not agree, so we can only say no. That's not good, is it? Xianxia said. He felt like he was lying. Even though the heavenly she-wolf wasn't a powerful beast, its milk was good for infants. After consuming it, the infant's body would improve. Even his cultivation potential would increase. It was considered a treasure in the sect. Senior brother, there's nothing bad about it. We'll tell him where it is and we're willing to help him. If the Grand Master doesn't agree, it has nothing to do with us. Xianxia thought for a moment and agreed, Brother, we know. Our sect has 2 heavenly she-wolves. If we use their milk to feed our infants, it will be very beneficial. That's right. If you let us enjoy it, I can help you ask for one. My father is the Grand Master of the sect. The girl was dressed in green and held a long sword in her hand. She was slender and elegant, but she looked a little like a ghost. Really? Don't try to trick me or something bad will happen. Lin Fan said. The woman patted her chest, of course, I, Jiaoying, am a famous person. I will never lie. Alright, then hurry over. We'll go to your sect after eating. Lin Fan said. He didn't expect to meet one. This would save him a lot of effort. Jiaoying ran over impatiently. But they didn't have any tools. The soup in the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river was boiling, so they couldn't use their hands to grab it. Lin Fan felt helpless towards these people who went out to train. These people didn't know how to enjoy life. Under the gluttony of so many people, the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river was instantly cleaned up. There wasn't even a drop of soup left. Jiaoying patted her stomach with a look of enjoyment, I'm so full. I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious food after leaving home. Oh, right, what's your name? Your cooking skills are pretty good. Do you want to come to my sect? I promise you'll have a good life. Alright, you're all full. Let's get going. I'm in a hurry. Lin Fan didn't have time to bullsh tea with them. Jiaoying blinked helplessly. She was tempted by the food and agreed too easily. Now that she thought about it, it was all a dream. She looked at her, then at the giant snake corpse. To be able to kill such a beast, her strength must be extraordinary. Let's go. Jiaoying smiled. She looked very confident, but only she knew that she was bragging again. Xianxia was worried and whispered, Junior sister, what do you think we should do? Let's go back to the sect first. How would she know what to do? She could only return to the sect first. As for the 2 female wolves, forget about them. The sect didn't even have enough, so how could she give them to others? This was no different from a dream. Brother, this is my sect, the Xianhuang Righteous Energy Sect. What do you think? In the air, Xianxia introduced proudly. He had the intention of befriending this brother with amazing culinary skills that he had bumped into along the way. After the fusion of the outer world, not many people dared to venture out to train. But this brother dared to venture out alone. That was enough to show that his courage was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Oh. Lin Fan replied calmly. Xianxia had wanted to say more, but hearing such a perfunctory reply, he instantly lost all desire to show off. I hope that you guys are not lying to me, or I will really get angry. If I get angry, it will not be so easy to resolve. Lin Fan said sternly. He had a feeling that these two fellas were unusually unreliable. Especially that girl. Her eyes were shifty, as if she was very petty. Thinking about the Titan Xianxia, she was such a good girl. She worshipped him a lot and was his loyal fan. But he did not know where she was now. He could only hope that she was still alive. Ever since the outer world had fused, the sect had lost many disciples. The one that left a deep impression was the ugliest girl in the entire sect. That girl had also disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. Outside the main hall, Lin Fan stood there waiting. He wanted to stabilize the situation and observe the situation. As long as the other party came out and said, "Sorry, I don't have it or I won't give it," he would really flip out. A person's integrity could not be lied to. A person without integrity would not be able to do anything in the future. Father, I've already said it. Why don't you give me one? Zhao Ying's aura was a little weak, and her voice was very soft. She knew that this matter was useless. If he agreed, then he would really be seeing a ghost. As expected. You lass, you're making blind promises outside again. Do you know how precious those two female wolves are? It's not even enough for the sect, and you dare to say that you want to give them to a kid of unknown origin? You are not treating the things of the sect as something. The middle-aged man standing in front of Zhao Ying roared, spitting out saliva. Dad, keep your voice down. My ears hurt, Zhao Ying said while covering her ears. The Black-Yellow Righteous Energy sect was a righteous sect in the original domain. In order to maintain the peace of the world, they united everyone and opened up a demon-sealing realm in the original domain, imprisoning all the devils there. Unfortunately, the outer realms had merged, and the demon-sealing world had disappeared. His disciples had gone out to search for him, but there had been no news. Now that his daughter had gone out with his disciples and caused such trouble, he felt really helpless. As a senior brother, how could you join in the fun? The sect master reprimanded Xianxia. Xian lowered his head. He knew that he was in the wrong. Back then, he couldn't help but agree to his junior sister's request. But now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Grandmaster, it's all my fault. What else can we do? I'll head out and make things clear with the other party. The heavenly she-wolf can't be handed over. I hope that the other party can understand. Grandmaster snorted out and headed out. Zhao Ying stuck out her tongue. Senior brother, you're too cowardly. How could you admit your mistake? You were the one who ate more fiercely than anyone else. Junior sister, let's go. Hurry up and head out. Don't let anything happen. Xianxia sighed. What else could he do? He had to head out and see what was going on. He could only explain the situation to the other party. Lin Fan looked at the sect. It was really majestic. Some of the surrounding disciples looked at him warily. Young friend, where are you from? The sect master walked out from the main hall. Behind him were the elders, Zhao Ying, and Xianxia. I'm from the Tang of the East. Cut the crap. Where's the heavenly she-wolf that you promised me? Hurry up and bring it out. I'm in a hurry to bring it back. Don't tell me that the two of them are playing with me. Lin Fan said. The sect master mumbled. What kind of place was the Tang of the East? But when he heard the last part, he glared at Zhao Ying. Lad, the younger generation is insensible. They're just spouting nonsense. Hurry up and leave. One of the elders said. He looked at Lin Fan carefully. He realized that even though this lad's aura was strong, he was still too weak compared to them. He wanted to send him away as soon as possible. Huh? Lin Fan frowned. He was unhappy. He was really unhappy. Yulong. The sect master shook his head and walked towards Lin Fan. He took out a bottle of pills from his storage ring. Young friend, I'm really sorry. I can't give you the heavenly she-wolf. It's also because I didn't teach my daughter well that she made a promise to you. So, take this bottle of pills as an apology. Lin Fan took the pill and threw it back without even looking at it. You should keep your words. Those who don't keep their words have all been killed by me. So, hand over your daughter and disciple and let me die. I hate people who don't keep their words the most. Lad, you're too arrogant. The elder was furious. This lad was too arrogant. Yes, I'm just that arrogant. Choose one out of the two. You're a young man. Honesty is the most important thing. If you don't keep your words, then you must have the strength to break them. I'll give you guys a few seconds to think about it. I'm not joking. He was furious. How could there be no honesty between people? How was he going to survive in the society in the future, if he couldn't even settle such a small matter? How was he going to maintain peace in the world? Look at how vast the outside world was. There were simply too many people who didn't want peace. Those who didn't want peace had to be beaten to death. The sect master looked at Lin Fan. He felt that this young man was so strong. He came here alone and still dared to be so arrogant. Just where did he get his confidence from? Young friend, the way you speak doesn't really make me like it. Lin Fan said, it doesn't matter whether I like it or not. Give me the heavenly she-wolf and I'll leave immediately. Impossible. The sect master rejected. The heavenly she-wolf wouldn't give it to him. At that moment, something that no one could understand happened. Lin Fan sat down cross-legged. Elder Yulong laughed, you're funny, lad. Even if you sit here, it's useless. You can sit as you please. There's no way I'll give you the heavenly she-wolf. Suddenly, Yulong was shocked by Lin Fan's actions and retreated. Sitting there, Lin Fan raised both of his hands and roared out in an imposing manner. Great curse unlucky technique. Jiaoying thought that this young man was going to strike out and was so scared that she retreated. But when she saw the other party go silent after that holler, she was stunned. What was going on? That was a little flashy. Xianxia was stunned, trying to figure out what was going on. But even after staring for a long time, he couldn't make out anything. Could it be that there's a problem with this brother's cultivation? Elder Yulong waved his hands. Listen up, disciples. Chase this lad out. Yes, elder. A group of disciples pounced at Lin Fan. They didn't intend to kill him. Instead, they were prepared to grab him and carry him out. Suddenly, a disciple leaped into the air. The pants around his waist seemed to have loosened a little as they fell down. A gust of wind blew past, sending chills down his spine. A panicked cry rang out. A female disciple beside the male disciple saw something she shouldn't have seen. Her face turned pale. In her panic, she tossed the sword in her hands away. The scabbard didn't come out, but for some reason, the scabbard slid down, revealing the real thing. It stabbed into the butt of another disciple. The disciple whose butt was stabbed cried out in pain. Junior sister, why did you stab me? He's taking off his pants. Scumbag. The female disciple covered her eyes and shouted. She then flew into the distance, but she didn't even look and knocked into another disciple. Bam. Aya, junior sister, why did you knock into me? Instantly, the scene turned chaotic. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, not moving at all. A scabbard had just pierced through the air. He lowered his head and dodged it. The scabbard had pierced into the rock with great force. If he had been stabbed, blood would definitely have spurted out. Elder Yulong was enraged. What are you guys doing? He didn't expect the disciples of the sect to become like this. Wasn't it just chasing a lad out? How could they be in such a mess? Let me do it. Yulong's face was cold. He lunged at Lin Fan and stretched out his fingers, wanting to grab him away. Lad, you are too arrogant. He was furious. A young lad dared to cause trouble in the Shenhuang righteous energy sect. If this were to spread out, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? Lin Fan sat there calmly. He had no thoughts of resisting against the 5 fingers that were stretching out. Under the influence of torrential misfortune, any action would bring about a chain reaction. Hence, it was better not to move. At this moment, Elder Yulong descended from the sky. His heel landed on the ground, but suddenly, his heel slipped. Elder Yulong's body slammed toward Lin Fan. And the direction that the 5 fingers were grabbing at changed its trajectory. It was aimed at Lin Fan's crotch. Not good. Lin Fan was shocked. If he was grabbed by him, his balls would shatter. He used his palm to support himself and instantly changed his direction. Only then did he manage to dodge it. Bam! Elder Yulong's head slammed into the ground, causing a loud bang. Father, what's going on? Zhao Ying's mouth was wide open as if she had seen a ghost. This was too terrifying. The Grandmaster's expression was solemn. This was definitely not a coincidence. His eyes were extremely sharp. If something happened to an ordinary disciple, he could understand. But Yulong was an elder of the sect. How could something like this happen that would never happen in his entire life? There was only one reason, and that was that it had something to do with that lad. Gotcha, the ground around that lad started to crack. In fact, there was even a force that could shake the mountains. Raising his head, he could only see a strong gust of wind. The clouds in the sky rumbled. Thick, black clouds shrouded over. Everything happened so quickly. In fact, it was so inexplicable. Suddenly, he thought of the words that lad had shouted. Great misfortune curse technique. Could this be some sort of terrifying mystic skill? Lin Fan was panicking in his heart. What was going to happen now? He really couldn't understand how terrifying this torrential misfortune was. If it wasn't a coincidence, then it wasn't impossible for a natural disaster to come along. Little friend, hurry and retract your mystic skill. The Grandmaster's expression changed. He could feel a sense of danger coming from the sky and the ground. Are you giving it to me? Lin Fan wanted to retract it as well. After all, this torrential misfortune curse was way too dangerous. Yes. The Grandmaster did not hesitate at all. Bad luck, close. When bad luck came, it couldn't be blocked. He didn't move at all, not because he didn't want to but because he didn't dare to move. Who knew what would happen? Even if he just sat there, bad luck would still envelop him. Elder Yulong stretched out his claw. If he didn't dodge, his balls would explode and he would die. But after he dodged it, the natural disaster followed closely. Torrential bad luck wasn't something as simple as tripping or having a twitch in one's limbs. If it continued to develop, it could really lead to death. For example, if a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and killed him, who would be to blame? He could only say that he was unlucky. Now you know to be afraid? Lin Fan stood up and looked at the other party. The Grandmaster of the Xianhuang Righteous Energy sect seemed to have some knowledge after all. He knew that something horrifying was about to happen, and hurriedly called for a stop. If he didn't stop it, the consequences would be even more complicated. Yen #and. The sect leader muttered. He didn't know what he was saying, but from his expression, one could tell that he was helpless. The other party had definitely used a mystic art. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Besides, the mystic art was definitely terrifying. The sect elder's strength was monstrous, but he still fell to the ground face down. His face was red. How terrifying was this mystic art? You brat, what kind of demonic art did you use? Yulong's face was red. He had lost all his face. Thinking about it carefully, it was terrifying. The situation just now was so strange and he didn't know how it happened. What demonic art? This is a mystic art, the great bad luck curse art. Old man, don't be too arrogant. If you are disrespectful to me, I will cast a spell on you. In the future, you will be struck by lightning when you walk, fall into the toilet, and even choke to death when you eat. Lin Fan threatened. Then, seeing that the other party was unconvinced, he smiled. You don't believe me, do you want to try? I will cast a mystic art on you and you will suffer in the future. Elder Yulong retreated. He was unwilling and wanted to say that he was afraid of him. But before he could say anything, the sect leader appeared to mediate. Little friend, please calm down. I have never heard of such a mystic art. The sect leader replied. To be able to achieve such a position and ensure that the sect would not fall, it wasn't because of strength but because of mentality. Even though the kid before him was relatively weak, he couldn't afford to offend him. A single look was enough to tell that he was a mysterious existence. Lin Fan said calmly, "It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Those who have are all dead. Me meeting you guys can be considered as friendly. It's just that you didn't keep your words. But seeing that you guys know your mistakes and are willing to change, I'll give you guys a chance to change. Hand over the Xianxia wolf." The Grandmaster really wanted to hammer this kid to death. Why was his words so infuriating? Couldn't they talk properly? At the very least, he was the Grandmaster of a sect. It wasn't good for him to come knocking on his door and ask for something, right? At the very least, he should give him some leeway. "I wonder which sect you belong to, little friend?" Ever since the fusion of the outer regions and the outer regions, it's really rare to meet someone as easy to talk to as little friend. "My sect is more than willing to get in touch with your sect. At the very least, I hope that we can work together in this chaotic period of time," the Grandmaster asked in a friendly manner. This wasn't fake at all. To him, even though this little friend was a little overbearing, at least he was reasonable. If he could talk properly, then the sect behind him should be easier to get along with. Lin Fan looked at him. "Your Shenhuang Righteous Energy sect wants to join my sect? That's a little difficult. I need to test you to see if you have the ability to do so." "What are you talking about?" The Grandmaster didn't want to talk anymore. He waved his hand. "Xianxia, go and bring the Xianxia wolf out." He gave up and didn't want to talk to this kid anymore. No matter what he said, nothing was on point. Lin Fan crossed his arms and sat there leisurely. He looked around and found it a little interesting. No one spoke, but the Grandmaster couldn't take it anymore. "Little friend, are you at God Realm? Why? Are you looking down on me?" Lin Fan glanced at him. Even if he was at God Realm, he wasn't someone that anyone could bully. Did this guy want to kill him when he asked about his cultivation? "No, I'm just asking." The Grandmaster realized that it was a little difficult to communicate with this kid. If it wasn't for the Great Curse Unlucky technique, he would have thrown him out long ago. After the fusion of the outer world and the outer world, the cultivation levels of each world are different. "You guys actually know about God Realm?" Lin Fan asked. This was really a magical thing. But what greeted him was the Grandmaster looking at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "There's something wrong with your eyes. From your eyes, I can see that you're looking at an idiot." Lin Fan squinted his eyes and said. The Grandmaster was speechless. He didn't know which sect this kid came from and what kind of genius could teach such a disciple. If it was his disciple, he would definitely get rid of him. After the fusion of the outer world and the outer world, the cultivation system has long been announced to the world. "Little friend, don't you know about it?" After the fusion of the outer world, there were endless wishes in the void. There were even experts who set up new cultivation systems. But under the perception of the unconscious heavenly Tao, that cultivation system was fused into a new cultivation system. Under normal circumstances, there should be no one who didn't know about it. Why does this kid seem so lost? "Don't tell me he doesn't know about it," Lin Fan mumbled in his heart. He really didn't know about it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't take it to heart. Body tempering, Earth Star Border, Heaven Star Border, Demigod, God Realm, Legendary, Great Sage, Peerless Immortal. These realms are the unified cultivation systems after the fusion of the outer world. The Grandmaster said. After hearing about this cultivation system, Lin Fan was a little confused. Why did it feel like this cultivation system was based on the primordial ancestor land and was added later on? It was exactly the same as before the God Realm. The realm after the God Realm was something that the primordial ancestor land did not have. In the primordial ancestor land, the highest realm was the God Realm. Then what's after Peerless Immortal? Lin Fan asked. The Grandmaster smiled but did not reply. Just then, Xianxia led a female wolf over. This female wolf wasn't too big, but it was at least 2 meters tall. Its fur was soft, and under the sunlight, it gave off a mysterious glow. "Grandmaster, I brought it." "Little friend, I brought the female wolf." The Grandmaster walked over with a smile, but his heart was bleeding. The only 2 female wolves in the sect were defeated by her own daughter just like that. She had to teach her a good lesson later. Especially this kid. He's not strong, but his superpower is really scary. The Great Curse Unlucky Skill. I'll go to the sect later and look through the ancient books to see if there are any similar records. Lin Fan was in a hurry to go back, so he did not stay. There were many things to do, and he was too busy. But I can remember the Xianhuang righteous sect in my heart. This sect might be far from the Magnificent Flame sect, but they belong to the same region. It seems like they're on good terms. Violent body, Lin Fan grew to 3 meters tall. His bulging muscles shocked the surrounding disciples, making them put their guards up again. What is this guy doing? Is he going to fight again? But when they saw Lin Fan carrying the female wolf on his shoulders, they were dumbfounded. Is there a need to do this? Can't he just drag it into the void? Why does he have to act like a burly man? I can't bear to watch this. After entering the void, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the crowd. Since you guys are on good terms, I'll tell you guys. I'm from the Magnificent Flame sect, and I'm located in the south. If you want to visit, just bring some gifts. I'll welcome you. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished his words, he disappeared into thin air. Grandmaster, this kid is too arrogant. I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. High Dragon's face turned red. Can you tell us what happened just now, High Dragon? What did you encounter that caused you to fall to the ground? The patriarch asked softly. Grandmaster, can I not tell you? High Dragon was speechless. It's so embarrassing. I really don't want to tell you. The patriarch comforted and patted High Dragon's shoulder. It's okay. Tell us. This matter is strange, and it's an eye-opener for us. Many strange things have happened since the fusion of the outer and outer regions. Now that we've encountered it, we have to analyze it. High Dragon blinked. He was dumbfounded. Even if I don't tell you, I have no choice. Uncle High Dragon, just tell us. It's okay. No one will laugh. Zhaoying giggled. She was a little heartless, as if the sect's lack of wealth had nothing to do with her. You stupid girl, it's all your fault. Do you dare to do it again? The patriarch looked at his daughter in anger. She had just left the sect to look for the demon sealing realm, and she had brought trouble back. How would he dare to let her out in the future? Zhaoying stuck her tongue out. Dad, I won't dare to do it again. I won't agree so easily. Actually, you can't blame me. It's senior brother who's too greedy. Xianxia, who hadn't said a word, was dumbfounded upon hearing his junior sister's words. What has this got to do with me? Junior sister was the one who was greedy and agreed to it. But as a senior brother, I have to take the blame even if I don't want to. Patriarch, it's disciples' fault. I shouldn't have been too greedy and brought trouble to the sect. Xianxia lowered his head. He finally understood why the other junior brothers weren't willing to leave the sect with his junior sister. So something bad would happen. To others, his junior sister was a demon. But to him, she was an angel. The patriarch looked solemn, but he was relieved. At least there's someone to take the blame. At least there's an explanation. Grounded for a month. Go to the back mountain and reflect on your mistakes. Yes, Patriarch, Xianxia replied. When he went to the back mountain, Zhaoying ran over. To Xianxia, this was probably his junior sister coming to console him. He smiled in his heart. At least it was worth it. Senior brother, reflect on your mistakes. I'll visit you occasionally when I'm free. Go. Zhaoying gave Xianxia a look that told him to go. Xianxia was dumbfounded. What's going on? I'm already the scapegoat. Can't you say something nice? The Magnificent Flame sect, the Pure Sky Holy Land's disciples stood at the periphery of the sect, each holding a farming tool in their hands. They were in a daze. Everyone, since you need the sect's protection, you shouldn't be idling around. Coincidentally, I'll leave this piece of land for you to mine. A disciple will send seeds over later, Huarong said calmly. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a bad choice. Since I'm going to farm, I'll just let these people do it. My disciples should focus on cultivating and preparing for the future. Just then, there was movement in the air. Huarong raised his head and looked over. So it turned out that it was that brat, a healthy giant wolf, who had come from Songyuan Fan. What's he doing out again? Lin Fan sighed. This kid is too restless. Invincible peak. Lu Qiming took care of the child bitterly and was on the verge of collapse. He had never thought that a baby would be so hard to take care of. But since senior brother Lin took him in, he had to take him with him no matter how hard it was. Lin Fan descended from the sky with a female wolf on his shoulder. To Lu Qiming, he saw hope. Senior brother is finally back. But when he saw the huge wolf on senior brother's shoulder, he was stunned. Where did such a huge wolf come from? The female wolf had been tamed by the Xianhuang righteous sect, and was very docile. Even when she came to a foreign place, she did not show any signs of anger. She was as docile as a kitten. Senior brother, you're finally back. It's too painful to take care of a baby. Lu Qiming said. He would rather go out to kill enemies than to take care of a baby. But to be honest, the baby was actually quite cute. It was just that she was a little mischievous, and her crying was unpredictable. At this moment, the crying baby stopped crying as soon as it saw Lin Fan. It stared at Lin Fan with its round eyes, and its little mouth moved. How did this happen? I tried to coax her for so long, and she almost sucked me dry. Lu Qiming was shocked. He did not expect the girl to be so good-looking. Seeing the handsome, tall, and strong senior brother Lin back, she stopped crying immediately. Junior brother, go and milk her. I'll take care of her. Oh, right, where are Yin Xiaotian and the rest? Lin Fan asked. He needed help at this time. He did not have time and he had to go out and have fun. If a person did not go out and have fun, he would not be able to improve. He had to be tortured by the world to improve. They've been cultivating the entire time. Senior brother, I feel that they've been possessed by the devil. They've been cultivating the entire time without any rest. Thinking of Yin Xiaotian and the rest, Lu Qiming was a little scared. They are cultivating maniacs. I haven't seen them for a long time. Even the disciples on the Invincible Peak were affected by this. They felt uncomfortable if they did not cultivate. The body tempering pool was full every day. It was full of people in the morning and night. Even the steps were the same. It was a little scary. What's there to cultivate for? Hurry up and get them to help out. Cultivation isn't something that can be improved just by burying one's head and working hard. One has to be able to sense the Tao of the heaven and earth. Lin Fan replied. As for him, he had never really sensed the Tao of the heaven and earth before. When Lu Qiming heard this, he immediately had a new idea. He even wanted to take out his notebook to record it. Junior brother, what are you waiting for? He was a little confused. Junior brother was good at everything, but he liked to be in a daze. Sometimes, he was so dazed that it was a little strange. Senior brother, what you just said makes a lot of sense. Lu Qiming exclaimed. At the same time, he was filled with admiration. Senior brother was indeed senior brother. Every single word he said had a deep impact on him. In fact, he had recently discovered a very strange thing. The originally ordinary little notebook would sometimes have spots of light flickering. Although they would disappear in the blink of an eye, he swore to the heavens that he was absolutely not mistaken. He muttered in his heart, perhaps this is senior brother's greatness. This started after senior brother became a demigod. When senior brother became a god, the spots of light became even more frequent. Lin Fan sighed and waved his hands. Junior brother has become obsessed. He then carried the baby and played with it. Senior brother, this baby should have a name, right? Lu Qiming asked. As for the name, I have to think about it. After all, it is something that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. Of course, with my talent, it is easy for me to give it a meaningful name. However, senior brother, you have to be careful. Let's call it Wang Kai first. Lin Fan thought for a long time. Junior brother, don't look at me like that. I have thought about this name carefully. Lu Qiming almost vomited blood. Wang Kai, this baby was a little girl. If she was called Wang Kai, when this little girl grew up, wouldn't she chop senior brother to death with a knife? Senior brother, you have to be careful. Lu Qiming felt that there was something wrong with the name. As for what was wrong with it, Lin Fan knew it better than him. Junior brother, I am already being careful. Do you know why this baby is homeless? Lin Fan said solemnly. That's because I didn't think of a good name. She's a child, so she should have a low-profile name. Wang Kai has a prosperous life and fortune. She will live a peaceful life, so the name Wang Kai is not bad. Lu Qiming thought for a while and felt that Lin Fan made sense. Senior brother, shall I call her Lin Wang Kai? To Lu Qiming, if this little girl really had this name, it was hard to say if she would fight Lin Fan after a few decades when she grew up. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let's call her Wang Kai first. Lin Fan said. Then, he thought of something and walked towards Lin Fan. He had something to tell Lin Fan. Lu Qiming watched Lin Fan leave, then looked at the baby and smiled. Wang Kai. Wah. As soon as he said it, the baby started crying. Master, I came across a sect called the Shenhuang Righteous Sect. It's not a bad sect. You can reach it if you head north. With our cultivation system, the legendary realm, great sage, and peerless immortal realm are the realms above the immortal realm. Lin Fan could not wait to tell Tiansu everything he knew. But Tiansu rolled his eyes at him. Master, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Lin Fan asked. Tiansu sighed. Disciple, it's not that Master wants to lecture you, but sometimes, you can't just go out and train. You have to look at the latest situation. Master already knows what you said. Did you not hear what the heavens said? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. What's going on? How did they know? So I'm the only one who doesn't know. Thinking about it, Lin Fan felt terrified. Cough, Master, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. I'm just joking. How could I not know? I was just worried that Master would forget, so I wanted to remind Master. But Disciple has realized that there are a lot of powerful cultivators out there. We can't underestimate them. Lin Fan changed the topic to the powerful cultivators. He was not afraid of the powerful cultivators now. He might not be able to defeat them, but he could poison them to death. Disciple, Master knows about this too. Tiansu said calmly, as if he knew everything. You know about this too? Lin Fan was shocked. How does Master know about this when he hasn't even gone out much? But it doesn't seem like he's joking. Disciple, Master went out to take a look when you left. Tiansu said. He might have been cultivating, but he had gone out to take a look. He had seen many powerful cultivators from afar. Right now, he had nothing to say. He only wanted to say 66. He really didn't want to say anything else. All right. The items he obtained from this trip were of no use to his teacher. This was a huge blow to him. Oh, by the way, teacher, the baby's name has been decided. It will be called Wang Kai. What do you think? It's a good name. It has a deep meaning. Tiansu's mouth twitched. What's so good about this name? I can only bully a baby that can't speak. If it grows up, it'll definitely kill me. Just when Lin Fan was about to say something else to his master, he looked up into the sky. Dark clouds were rolling in the sky, covering the sky. Above the dark clouds, a terrifying dark cloud could be seen moving, as if it was transforming into something. Master, there's something wrong with this aura. Lin Fan said. Disciple, you're right. This aura reminds Master of the demon that I suppressed when I was young. Tiansu nodded. The dark cloud in the sky didn't just cover the magnificent flame sect. It seemed to cover a huge area. Lin Fan couldn't see the end of it. What's going on? What happened? Why do I feel so pressured? Over at the Invincible Peak, the frog, who was concocting pills and taking pills, looked up at Lin Fan. The Black Sky race isn't destroyed yet? Lin Fan didn't care anymore. His current goal was to cultivate as hard as he could. There was no hope for him to merge his soul with the frog. He could only do whatever he wanted in his frog body. But no matter what, he had to regain his former glory and reach the peak with his frog body. As for the Black Sky race, Lin Fan didn't take them to heart. They're just a bunch of idiots. Crackle, suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, lighting up the sky. Hey! Ants, do you know who I am? A giant figure could be seen in the sky. The figure was greenish-black, with 3 eyes wide open. He wore a skull crown on his head, and his arms were thick. He held a skull bowl in his left hand, which was filled with fresh blood. He held a crescent-shaped sword in his right hand, and flames could be seen burning behind him. A vast and terrifying voice spread across the heavens and earth. I am the two-armed black god of the Black Sky Clan. I have come to inform you that the primordial ancestral domain will be controlled by the Black Sky Clan. All of your sects will become the vassal sects of the Black Sky Clan. I will give you 1 month to bring 10,000 young girls to the Black Sky Mountain. Lin Fan looked at him in confusion. Do you have to be so dangerous? I've just returned to the sect, and there's already another organization that wants to rule the world. Are they crazy? Master, I've never seen such a creature before. Do you want to study it? Lin Fan was curious. I can't believe that this creature looks like this. Disciple, I think we should forget about it. As for what the Black Sky race is, we don't have to care too much about it. Since this place is called the primordial ancestral domain, someone will take care of them. We should just focus on our development and not care about them. Tiansu knew the benefits of focusing on development. The more excited we are, the faster we die. As for the Black Sky race being so arrogant, they must have something up their sleeves. But it's hard to tell how much they have. Anyway, the Magnificent Flame sect doesn't want to fight them head-on. I'll just focus on becoming stronger. Master, you're right. Lin Fan thought to himself. I want to invite this guy down for a talk, but since Master said so, I'll just forget about it. Senior brother, there's a village here. The group of people came to a village, and the leading disciple was the first to arrive. When he saw the stone tablet beside the village, he muttered to himself, Lanrua village? This name is a little weird, but after the merging of the outer and outer worlds, every village and city was occupied by monsters. I wonder what happened to this village. At this moment, a group of people walked over. The man in the lead scanned the surroundings, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities, he nodded his head in relief. There are no monsters here. It seems like the monsters don't care about this place. Let's go in, it's getting dark. We'll rest here tonight. The group walked in, and when they saw an old well in the middle of the village, they didn't think much of it. Instead, they looked around the wooden houses warily. Let's see if there's anything in those houses. Zhang Tao ordered his junior brothers to check, and then he took out a piece of cloth and spread it on the ground. He said to the girl beside him, Junior sister, come, sit. Thank you, senior brother. The girl beside him was gorgeous, and there was a charm in her eyes. If Lin Fan saw her, she would be like a firework. A disciple in the distance gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to show it. He cursed in his heart, what a shameless couple. Hey, stop looking if you don't want to die. Zhang Tao is now a senior brother, and we're in his hands. If he finds out that you had a past with her, you'll lose your life, a disciple said softly. They all knew about this, except for Zhang Tao. Thank you, senior brother, Cui Hao replied. The disciples who checked the wooden houses were very careful. When they opened the door, the furniture inside was covered in a layer of dust. It was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time. Senior brother, it's safe, there's nothing in the house. Beside the well, Zhang Tao took care of the girl attentively. He then said, Junior sister, it's very windy at night. I'll get them to clean up a room for you. Senior brother, I'm scared, the girl said. If Lin Fan heard this, he would definitely tear his clothes apart. He couldn't take it anymore and let off fireworks. Cultivators like us are scared even when we sleep alone. Why don't we just die? Junior sister, don't be scared. I'm just outside. I'll get them to guard the well at night. I promise nothing will happen. Zhang Tao patted his junior apprentice sister lightly. Her smooth and tender hands made his heart itch. It was as if an electric current was stimulating his entire body. MHM, with senior brother here, I'm relieved, the woman said shyly. Zhang Tao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If there weren't so many people around, he would definitely transform. But tonight, he would have to suffer a little. Night, a bonfire burned beside the well. Zhang Tao had entered the wooden hut and hadn't come out yet. What a group of adulterous men and women. Cui Hao gnashed his teeth in anger, wishing he could rush in and hack the two of them to death. This girl was engaged to him. Later on, he brought her to the sect to have a look. Little did he expect that Zhang Tao would catch sight of her. Needless to say, there was no need to elaborate on what happened next. When the woman looked for him, she told him, "Just pretend we don't know each other and don't come looking for me." When he learned of this matter, Cui Hao was so angry that he left the sect and even massacred several villages under the sect before he could quell the anger in his heart. "Come, drink some water. The water in this well is very clean and sweet." Everyone had rushed for a day and was a little thirsty. They didn't look at it and just gulped it down. Suddenly, a disciple felt that his mouth was a little uncomfortable. He touched it and saw that it was a black worm that looked like an earth dragon. The worm was really thin and long, and when he pulled it out of his mouth, it was as long as a finger. "Ugh! Stop drinking it, the water isn't clean." The moment he said that, everyone started to talk. "What kind of worm is this? Why is there this? Didn't you say that the water was clean? Qin Ming, what the hell are you doing?" A disciple was furious and looked for Qin Ming. That bastard must be messing with them, but after looking around, he didn't see Qin Ming. "Where is Qin Ming?" I don't see him. He was standing beside me just now. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye?" Instantly, a cold wind blew over, causing a chill to run down the back of everyone's neck. Cui Hao said warily, "I think Qin Ming entered the well to get water for us." When he said that, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Another cold wind blew over, blowing up a leaf on the ground. At this moment, in the eyes of a disciple, there was a figure standing in the distance. He was wearing a gray robe, his long hair hung down, and his face couldn't be seen. Moreover, the figure was still swinging its body mechanically, as if its bones were broken. "Look, there's someone there!" The disciple shouted in panic. When everyone heard that, they looked over, only to see that it was a little dark, and there was no one there. "Jiao Hai, are you crazy? There's no one there!" Someone scolded. After drinking this dirty water and being played, how could they endure it? Jiao Hai looked into the distance. He dared to swear that he really saw someone, but how did they disappear in the blink of an eye? "What are you doing? Why are you making a fuss?" Zhang Tao pushed open the door, his face was filled with anger as he roared. Just now, he was chatting with his junior sister about a little secret, but the group of juniors outside made his ears explode. He directly came out and scolded him. "What are you looking at? Sleep outside tonight. As for Qin Ming, don't worry about him. Where did he go to play?" The sky gradually turned dark. But to Jiao Hai, he was very vigilant. Just now, he really saw a figure, and it was very terrifying. With his cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of these things, but he didn't know why his heart was filled with fear. This feeling was hard to explain, but it was real. Late at night, these people were lying there, asleep. At this moment, there was a change in the well, as if someone was talking inside. Jiao Hai was in a daze, and he felt someone talking in his ear. Then, he opened his eyes, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. What's going on? Why is there such a strange situation? He took a deep breath, feeling that something was wrong. But at this moment, he heard movement inside the well. He frowned, looked at the sleeping people, and slowly approached the well. As he got closer, the voice became clearer and clearer, as if there was someone there. Who is joking with us? If I get caught, I will teach them a lesson. Jiao Hai was furious. He went to the well, poked his head out, and looked down. The well was pitch black. This kind of darkness wasn't the kind where there was no sunlight, but the kind that swallowed all light. One couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Pung, the darkness inside the well seemed to rise, and it suddenly rose up. How can this be? Jiao Hai closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. The moment he opened them, his pupils instantly dilated. In front of him, an extremely pale face was stuck close to him. That pale face had a cracked open mouth, and the inside of the mouth was pitch black, as if it could steal one's soul. Put on a light sound. Cui Hao was awakened. He looked around, and then at the situation inside the room. He saw Zhang Tao sitting at the door, and he pushed open the wooden door a little, peeking inside. Adulterous couple. Cui Hao gritted his teeth, wishing he could grab a butcher's knife and chop the two to death. But he knew that it was useless. His cultivation was inferior, and if he really fought, he would be the one to die. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he saw a figure standing in the distance. It seemed to be Zhao Hai. He suddenly felt a bit of an urge to pee, so he walked over. Zhao Hai, what are you looking at? Cui Hao patted Zhao Hai's shoulder from behind. He didn't care much, and just wanted to open his pants to relieve himself. But he didn't expect Zhao Hai to chuckle. His laughter was a bit strange, and there was an indescribable sense of horror. What's wrong with him? Cui Hao frowned, but suddenly, he saw Zhao Hai slowly raise his hand and point into the distance, smiling foolishly. Cui Hao and Zhao Hai stood side by side, looking in the direction the other person was pointing. When they looked over, the darkness that enveloped the two of them quietly swallowed them up. Finally, the two of them stood there, smiling foolishly as they looked into the distance. The night was getting darker and darker. In the room, the woman laid on the bed, her eyes wide open. She was confused. Why hasn't senior brother Zhang come in yet? He just seduced her, so logically speaking, he should be sneaking in. Creak. Creak, the wooden door was gently pushed open. I finally couldn't take it anymore, so I came in. The woman smiled, leaning her body to the side, pretending to be asleep. Kacha, kacha. The woman frowned, not knowing why there was such a sound. Even if he was taking off his clothes, there shouldn't be such a sound of bones breaking. Senior brother, it's cold outside, let's go to bed. Kacha, there was no echo, only a kacha sound. The woman panicked. Senior brother was outside, so he should be fine. But she still turned her head, and when she saw his face, she was shocked. Then, she raged. Cui Hao, what are you doing? I told you, we should pretend we don't know each other. Senior brother is outside, and if you dare to do anything, I will shout, and senior brother will tear you into pieces. But no matter what the woman said, Cui Hao maintained his posture, swinging his arms left and right. Kacha, kacha, he walked towards the woman. Just as he was about to get close to her, she pushed him away. Senior brother, save me, kacha. With a forceful push, Cui Hao's body split into pieces. His head and limbs were broken, and there were sticky threads of blood that scattered all over the ground. Ah! A panicked scream rang out. What's going on? The woman panicked for a moment, grabbing the sword in her hand. Her heart was beating really quickly. Tell me a story. A gloomy voice resounded in the wooden house. The woman pretended to be strong, slashing the sword in her hand. She didn't know where the weird thing was, but she just slashed at the air. Then, she charged outside, shouting and pushing the door open. But when she saw the person standing at the door, she was shocked. Her eyes rolled, and she was scared to death. The person standing at the door was none other than the woman herself. Heis, this is so boring. Where did he go? The method he gave me is so amazing, but I want to hear a story. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was the hanged woman who was listening to the story. Now that the outside world has merged, this place is no longer the life and death forbidden zone, and the restrictions on me are gone. I can go and find him now. The hanged woman said slowly. She then opened her arms, and suddenly, a black fog rose from the ground, forming a whirlpool and merging with the hanged woman. Finally, the hanged woman left the place. There's no such thing as standing still in this world. There's only improvement and regression. If you don't move forward, you're regressing. Not only are others eliminating you, but time is also eliminating you. In the sky, a ray of light could be seen disappearing. Lin Fan left the sect to find an opportunity to become stronger. The Black Sky race's two-armed Black Sky God was a little arrogant. Judging from his demands, he might even be a perverted demon. Such existences were usually blasted to death. The realms above the God state made Lin Fan feel helpless. How did Feng Tiandao organize them? Above the God state was the legendary state. Logically speaking, it should be above the God state. It seems like the heavenly Tao isn't very intelligent. It might even be stupid. Since the heavenly Tao is stupid, Lin Fan should stand. Come to think of it, there's nothing wrong with it. It's normal. Sniff sniff. There's a different smell. Lin Fan stopped and floated in the air. He looked around but couldn't find anything. Instead, he sniffed. Since I can't see, I'll sniff with my nose. Over there. I can smell it. It's a delicious smell. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Not long later, he saw a danger zone that he had never seen before. After the fusion, other than the danger zones around the magnificent flame sect, the rest of the outer world had disappeared. This was a sad thing to say. But at the very least, after the fusion, it would be fair. The original danger zones would disappear, but at the very least, new danger zones would appear. What kind of danger zone is this? It's magical. Lin Fan landed at the entrance of the danger zone. On the surface, there was a chaotic airflow, but it was definitely not an airflow. If it was, it wouldn't give him such a dangerous feeling. Clenching his fist, energy gathered at his fingertips. He then punched the airflow at the entrance. There was no movement. There was only a slight tremor on the surface before everything returned to normal. Amazing. This punch is extraordinary, but there's no movement at all. This place must be extraordinary. He reached out his hand and touched the airflow. If there was a killing array, his hand would definitely be crushed. But it felt like he was touching water. To him, he was never afraid of entering any place. Even if it was isolated, nothing could stop him. If there was no exit, it would be in a completely closed state, which would be a kind of seal. A powerful buff like Ignore Seal was enough to ignore everything. Let's go in and take a look. Unknown places piqued his curiosity the most. He really wanted to know what was inside. His nose was definitely not wrong. There was definitely something unimaginable inside. He lifted his foot and stepped into the hall. The ripples at the door trembled for a moment before returning to normal. The scene in front of him changed. When he saw everything clearly, he was a little stunned. This place was a little strange. Looking ahead, the path ahead was filled with corpses. Beneath his feet was a very long stone path, and on both sides of the stone path was a bottomless abyss. It was impossible to see what was at the bottom. At this moment, his gaze landed on the corpse that was sitting cross-legged at the side. Although it was already dead, it still maintained the same posture as before. However, his gaze wasn't on the corpse, but the ring on the finger of the corpse. Good stuff. What is this place? Where did this dangerous place come from? There are so many treasures here. Could it be that the people who came here were all blind? Lin Fan rushed forth impatiently and grabbed at the finger of the corpse. The moment his fingertip made contact with it, the corpse trembled for a moment before turning into ashes. Even the ring was turned into ashes. This. He was a little unhappy. Then, he slapped his thigh. Aya, I'm late. This dangerous place must have existed for a long time. No one has discovered it. Too much time has passed, causing everything to melt. It was too late for regrets. If he had discovered it earlier, he would definitely have emptied this place and left nothing behind. Boundless wealth, thought-provoking wealth, gone just like that. It was really intolerable. Haze. Such a reckless act of wasting natural resources really made one's heart ache. Especially for someone like him who didn't want to waste a drop of water or a grain of food. After seeing this, his heart ached even more. Suddenly, he wanted to recite a poem. Hoeing rice in the middle of the day, sweat dripping onto the soil. Who knew that every grain on the plate was hard work? It takes a long time for cultivation resources to grow. He didn't dare to imagine how many treasures were in these storage rings. It was such a waste. Along the way, he saw many corpses. But when he touched them, they all turned into ashes. Haze. Sighs could be heard on this quiet stone path. What kind of dangerous place is this? Why did so many people die here? I didn't even see a ghost on my way here. At least there's a beast here. He was a little unhappy. Dangerous places were the home of beasts. It didn't matter if there were treasures or not. But he couldn't live without beasts. Otherwise, where could he go to accumulate points? These corpses were probably not weak when they were alive. Even though they were dead, some of the corpses still had golden runes on them. It was very mysterious. At this moment, he realized that the clothes he was wearing were a little worn out. It was a brand new set of clothes. Something's wrong. He realized that there must be something wrong with this place. Otherwise, the clothes wouldn't have become like this. The stone path was long, and he couldn't see the end yet. Corpses were scattered on both sides. However, they didn't seem to be killed by humans. They were all sitting there as if they were waiting for death. There are words here. Just as he was about to step down, he realized that there were words carved on the stone path. If the heavens want me dead, 128,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Why is there such a dangerous place in the world? Suddenly, tears appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. It wasn't because he was affected by anything. Instead, he could see a sense of unwillingness from the words. It was a fear of death. Heis, 128,000 years is indeed long. To think that you would die here. You're quite pitiful. Lin Fan sighed. At the same time, he saw a golden book beside the corpses. The golden book was golden in color and it gave off a unique aura. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. Treasure. Lin Fan walked up and saw that there were words beside the corpses. For the fated one. When he saw these words, Lin Fan panicked. There was an indescribable sadness in his heart. Senior, your noble character and morals have influenced me. To think that you would leave such a treasure for the fated one before you die. How precious. I will remember this in my heart. Lin Fan sighed. One look and he could tell that this senior was from the outer region. But to have such thoughts, it was obvious that he was a senior with high morals. He was worthy of Lin Fan's respect. There are thousands of corpses here. I won't bury anyone but senior. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed at the golden book. But when his fingertips came into contact with it, the ashes flew away from his fingernails. His fingers hung there as he pursed his lips in awkwardness. Forget it. Since you chose this place, then it must be a place that you are satisfied with. I won't touch it then. Lin Fan straightened his body and continued to walk forward. But in the blink of an eye, his clothes turned to ashes. It was cold. He was just naked, so it didn't matter. He didn't care about that and continued to walk forward. Since he was already here, if he didn't investigate the situation, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Although he knew that the corpses were eroded, he still couldn't help but touch them when he saw the treasures. The final result was the same. As he went deeper and deeper, his heart ached as if it was being stabbed by a knife. It was really painful. These were all treasures. Which bastard did this to them? How could he waste so much? If you killed these people, he would have nothing to say, but if you killed them, you should at least take away their treasures. At least the treasures could still circulate in the outside world. Every dog has its day, and one day, it would fall into his hands. But what a waste, it was all wasted. Looking at the bottomless abyss on both sides of the stone path, he wanted to jump down and check it out. That was an unknown place. To others, they wouldn't dare to enter, but he wasn't afraid. If he met a curious place, he would definitely explore it. Gradually, the end appeared. There was no longer any path to take. There was an altar there, and there were 4 pillars around it. There were pictures of 4 weird beasts carved on the pillars. Although he couldn't tell what was different, it felt different. Suddenly, he saw a fist-sized egg in the middle of the altar. It looked like a goose egg. Around the egg, there was light spinning. Around the light, there were many corpses. These corpses were holding all sorts of weapons. It seemed like they were tired of chopping and chopping until they died, but they couldn't break through the light. Seems like time passes really quickly in this place. All the people who came in were all killed by time. Lin Fan thought about it. That should be the case. If not, he really couldn't explain why so many people died here. But it was a pity that he had an immortal body and had unlimited time. To him, this place was useless. At this moment, he noticed a problem. Beside each skeleton, there was an obscure red line that led to the bottom of the giant egg that was supporting it. I can't figure it out. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Even with his smart brain, he couldn't understand what was going on. Sigh, there's nothing in this broken place. Can't you give me something good? Lin Fan sat beside the goose egg. He was dejected and unhappy. Then, he looked at the egg and raised his hand to grab it. The light did not hinder him at all, and he successfully passed through it. He stared at the goose egg for a long time, as if he was in a daze. Suddenly, Lin Fan put down the goose egg and took out the frying pan. With a flick of his finger, the cyan abyssal hellfire burned under the pan. He poured some oil into the pan and heated it up. Sizzle. The oil was boiling. He held the goose egg in his hand and knocked it against the side of the frying pan. The egg was very hard, so he took out the Thai sovereign sword and cut it open. He pried it open with his fingers, and the egg white and yolk came into contact with the hot oil, sizzling. He shook the pan left and right to heat the egg evenly. Then, he tossed the egg to the side. Gradually, the aroma became stronger. After successfully frying the egg, he held it in his hand and walked out. Damn it, this broken place. Just a poached egg and they sent me away. Have a bite first to cool down. P.S. Thank you, Xianxia, for your tip of 26,000 Qidian coins. P.S. Thank you, Shang Emperor, 21,000 Qidian coins. It was a dangerous place, and there was only one egg. For someone like him who had a bit of a brain, he could tell with a glance that there was something strange about this place. Moreover, the only egg was floating there so arrogantly. There was definitely something wrong with it. It might be a problem for others, but it was not a problem for Lin Fan. Do you think I'm stupid? I don't care about treasures. I only want power. Even if it's a super beast egg, it's useless to me. I don't have time to train this little thing. I can fight a few hundred people at the same level as me. What kind of egg is this? Can it be that strong? I might as well satisfy my craving and comfort my wounded heart. Suddenly, when Lin Fan swallowed the poached egg, his pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. He had discovered something extremely terrifying. His experience points had changed. There was a huge change. His muscles, which were originally beautiful, swelled to the limit. His veins bulged like dragons, and energy flowed through his body violently. His experience points skyrocketed, and it was starting to look scary. There was still half of the poached egg left in his hand. He opened his eyes and slowly stuffed the remaining half of the poached egg into his mouth. His voice was very unclear as he chewed. Amazing, he's really amazing. Luckily his math is good. Otherwise, I would have gotten so many experience points wrong. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead and down his cheeks. It turned into a water droplet and dripped to the ground. Lin Fan frowned as he listened to the footsteps. His eyes lit up. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. He counted them one by one, afraid that he would make a mistake due to a moment of carelessness. By the end of the count, his tongue was spinning. No, I'm too excited. My blood is boiling. I can't do this. I'm losing my composure. I need to calm down. Immediately, Lin Fan took out the Thai sovereign sword and swung it down, killing the excitement in the cradle. 10 seconds passed. Lin Fan opened his eyes and calmed himself down. No negative emotions could affect his heart, other than that arrogant heart of his. I didn't expect this poached egg to give me so many experience points. Let me count. He was a little nervous. This surprise was unexpected, but it was reasonable. 1, 10, 100. At the end of the count, he was so excited that he grinned widely. 21160000002 116000000. There was no mistake this time. He had already counted several times. I only came out once. How did I manage to accumulate so many experience points? He couldn't understand how he could be so lucky when he didn't even pay respects to the three pure ones when he left the sect. How much experience points do I need to increase my strength? However, he was still lacking a foundation. However, he did not need to worry too much about foundation. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to increase his foundation very quickly. He stood there silently for a moment. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan turned around and retraced his steps. His target was the sacrificial altar. It's not a loss. It's really not a loss this time. Even if you give me all the treasures here, I don't need them. I only need this goose egg. Now that he thought about it, he realized how bad his taste was. He kept staring at those bones. What was there to see about those bones? The good stuff was all in the back. When Lin Fan returned to the sacrificial altar, the place where the goose egg was placed was empty. Even the air current was gone. It seems like the most precious thing here is this goose egg. At this moment, Lin Fan was deep in thought. His brain was spinning really quickly. The goose egg was not bad. The sacrificial altar was not bad either. Lin Fan looked around and did not see anything special about it. However, it was not his style to leave just like that. Even if there was nothing at the bottom, he would dig 3 feet into the ground and empty the place. There was nothing that he could not obtain in this dangerous place. He took out the stone stool and smashed it at the sacrificial altar. It would be best if he could break it. It must be something good to be able to nurture this goose egg. With a gotcha sound, a corner of the stool collapsed. The stool cried out in pain, crying for help. The stool didn't expect that this guy would actually use him to smash another rock. Was he trying to kill him? This is too much. I only want to smash people. I have never thought of smashing these things. The stone stool shouted, calling for human rights. So hard. Lin Fan did not believe it, but he could tell that the stone stool was not as hard as the other party. He pondered for a moment, then took out the Thai sovereign sword and slashed it heavily. Sparks flew, but there was no damage on either of them. He did not believe it. He followed the edge of the sacrificial altar and inserted the sword into it. He mustered all his strength and pried with all his might. A hissing sound could be heard. The sacrificial altar was showing signs of being pried open. These 3 swords once fell from the sky. The old man who was on the verge of death saw that he was righteous and brave, so he gave them to him. He knew that these 3 swords were not simple. As for the frog, it had said that the 3 swords would be called after they were combined. Oh, right, it was called the Heaven and Earth Emperor Sword. The name was not very good, and it sounded a little silly. However, there was a groove on each of the 3 swords. According to the frog, as long as he could find the origin gem, the 3 swords could be combined into one and become a heaven-defying treasure. Of course, even the frog did not know where the origin gem was. However, all of this didn't matter. As far as he was concerned, this so-called precious treasure was only used to deal with him. Now, the Thai sovereign sword's ability was on full display. Even though the sacrificial altar was very hard and deep in the ground, it could still be pried open. Furthermore, the Thai sovereign sword did not move at all. Crack! Crack! The sacrificial altar moved. A corner of the sacrificial altar moved. Bastard! An earth-shattering roar resounded in this dangerous place. Lin Fan was working hard to pry open the sacrificial altar. When he heard the voice, he could not help but feel puzzled. Who is it? Come out. He did not expect there to be someone else. But why didn't they stop him earlier? Why did they only speak now? This made him a little suspicious. But whether or not the other party was scheming, he would not take it to heart. It was tiring to live for the future, and it was so depressing to worry about so many conspiracies. Therefore, he had to be carefree and happy. The existence hidden in the void was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the broken eggshell beside the sacrificial altar, he felt like dying. He only took a short nap. Just a short nap. How did this happen? Do you know what you have done? You insignificant creature, you have pierced a hole in the sky. Do you know, you? The voice in the void started to tremble in fear. He probably did not dare to imagine what he had just seen. Crazy. I don't want to talk to you. I will throw 2 eggshells at you at the same time. Lin Fan grabbed the 2 pieces of the eggshell and threw them into the void. He then continued to pry open the sacrificial altar. I want you to die. You bastard, you deserve to die. Lin Fan kept cursing, but he was already calm. He would not be affected by these things. As a prodigal son who walked in dangerous places, he had to maintain an ordinary heart. No matter how others scold him, he just had to do his job well. With a loud thud, the sacrificial altar was lifted up. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and stopped in his tracks. His knees actually bent. It was too heavy. This wasn't a big sacrificial altar, but it was so heavy. Lin Fan could feel an immense pressure on his body. Retract, the sacrificial altar disappeared into thin air. Done. There's nothing good left here. He looked around and didn't see anything that could move him. Perhaps the most precious thing here had already been obtained by him. No matter how the voice in the void scolded him, he faced it calmly and didn't take it to heart. He couldn't see the body of a voice and had no idea where it was. If he were to fight with it, it would just be a waste of time. Be *****, you be *****. Tens of thousands of years, it really has been tens of thousands of years. It's all gone. I will remember you. I will remember you completely. Just wait for your death. Lin Fan walked in the direction of the exit. When he saw the bottomless abyss, he jumped in. He wanted to see what was down there. But regretfully, when he reached the bottom, it was just an ordinary pit. There was nothing in it, and at the same time, there were many corpses. It was obvious that something had happened. There were people who jumped in, hoping to find a chance to survive. But unfortunately, they didn't find a chance. He shook his head regretfully and didn't stay. There was nothing worth staying here anymore. It was about time to leave. Damn be *****, did you hear what I said? Answer me. The voice in the void was furious. Its roar was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. But this living being didn't care at all. This made him furious. Oh. Lin Fan stopped at the exit and replied. Then, he left with a satisfied look on his face. He was very satisfied with the bountiful rewards he had obtained. He was most satisfied with the goose egg, and the only other thing was the sacrificial altar. Although he couldn't tell what the altar was, it was clearly not an ordinary object. Even if it was an ordinary object, the hardness of the altar was sufficiently high. When he was free to play with it, he could use it to smash people. That would be the best choice. Be *****. The roar boomed out in an incomparably vast manner. All those innocent corpses were blown away by the shockwave, leaving no corpses behind. No, just what is going on? Time passes really quickly in this place. No matter how strong he is, as long as he can't escape from the erosion of time, he will fall here. He had seen too many powerful beings come in excitedly, only to die of old age in the end. That's not right again. How did he get out? The voice in the void was shocked and in disbelief. It was as though he had seen a ghost. This was something impossible. Outside. This place is not bad. Lin Fan looked at this dangerous place and had an indescribable sense of joy. If not for his nose, he might not have been able to smell this place. Such a dangerous place was simply a gift to him. At the same time, he sniffed, wishing that he could smell more of such a place. Unfortunately, he did not smell the scent of a dangerous place. Instead, he smelled something else, and it was a little wild. Swoosh, Lin Fan moved and dodged quickly. Instantly, a ray of light shot past his shoulder and struck behind him, directly penetrating the barrier of the dangerous place, causing a slight tremor. Do you want to die? Why did you attack without knowing anything? Why are you so despicable? He roared into the distance. Just as he sniffed, he felt a sour smell. Judging from the smell, he knew that this was definitely not a good person. If he was a good person, why would he be so sour? Good lad, how dare you insult me? A figure stood proudly in the void. But to Lin Fan's bewilderment, it was normal for powerful beings to be elderly. But this was a young man. Even though he was a young man, the aura he exuded was as steady as MT Tai. Overall, there was an indescribable discordant feeling to him. Lin Fan laughed. So it's a lad. Lad, you're a little wild. I don't think I have any grudges with you. Of course, if you want to f***ck me up, go ahead. Anyway, I don't reject anyone. Insolent. I've cultivated for 1,368 years and 6 months. You be ***starred, how dare you insult me? Do you know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is? He did not have a good impression of this fellow who had attacked him out of the blue. If he had been a little more friendly and spoken a few words to him, he would not have felt any dissatisfaction towards this fellow even if the negotiation failed and they ended up fighting. But now, forget it. You old turtle, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your cultivation is high. Let me tell you, you can't be too shameless. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die. Lin Fan rebuked. He had cultivated for more than 1,000 years, but he did not even know how to be polite. Indeed, bad people were getting old. For example, even if he grew old in the future, he would definitely become an existence that everyone would look up to. He was not like this guy, who was clearly so old but still so arrogant. You. Little Master Tong Tian was shocked and angry. He had never thought that there would be such an arrogant lad. As Little Master Tong Tian, his status was extraordinary, and his strength was even more earth-shattering. If not for the fact that he was afraid of touching a certain taboo, he would have long called himself Old Master Tong Tian. He had a feeling that if he called himself Old Master Tong Tian, there would be a calamity on him. It was also to test whether he had the ability to call himself Old Master Tong Tian. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. This old man's strength wasn't ordinary. He was very strong and was very different from other experts. Normally, when experts faced an enemy, they would want to explode out with all their strength. But this was good. Old Lin Fan. His aura was calm, and he did not have any pressure. Old Master Lin Fan. Placing his hand on his back, Xianxia squeezed out a droplet of blood, feigning calmness. In truth, he was feeling a little perplexed as to what this fellow was up to. Lad, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, how did you get out of this danger zone? I have been paying attention to you for a long time. From the time you entered the danger zone to the time you came out, what did you do? Little Master Tong Tian asked sternly. This danger zone was the danger zone of their realm. He had come here to find this danger zone, but he did not expect to find a reckless lad who had entered. At first, he did not take it to heart. But later, he was shocked to find that the lad had actually come out of the danger zone. He could not believe it. Since ancient times, no one who had entered the danger zone had ever come out. He came to find this danger zone because he knew that it was extraordinary. Whether or not he could enter it, he could not be left outside. Now that he found out that the lad could come out safely, it meant that the lad had a way to enter the danger zone. Lin Fan understood. So, he wanted to know how to get out of the danger zone from him. He did not expect this old man to be greedy. However, was this something that could be obtained just because one was greedy? This was talent. Did he really think that everyone was as talented as the peak master? That's simple. I'll bring you in, and then I'll bring you out, Lin Fan said. He would lure the old man in and then abandon him, leaving him to fend for himself. He would then squat by the side and wait for the other party to die. But just as he had this thought, a clap of thunder rang in his ears. You lad, do you really think that I am a 3-year-old child? Little Master Tong Tian was enraged. There was an indescribable anger in him. How could he lie like this? Why didn't he go and die? If he was so gullible, he, Little Master Tong Tian, would have died somewhere and turned into a corpse. Lin Fan was very surprised. He did not expect people from outside the realm to be so intelligent. They had almost surpassed him. This made him feel very helpless. I will treat you like a 3-year-old child. What can you do? Lin Fan looked at him without fear. His words were so straightforward. If he had the guts, he would kill him. Wasn't it just death? It was no big deal. Dishonest lad, see how I will deal with you after I take you down. Little Master Tong Tian was furious. He raised his palm, and a myriad of lights covered the sky. These lights were extraordinary, and there was an indescribable might to them. Amazing. Lin Fan sighed. This old man's strength was extraordinary, and his attacks were extraordinary. If he couldn't take him down head-on, he would have to play dirty. But there was no hurry. This old man was interesting. Lin Fan would have some fun with him first. Seal. Clang, under the control of little ancestor Skyreaching, this small world was completely under his control. The thousands of lights were like iron shackles that bound Lin Fan's body. Humph, lad, I will bring you back and interrogate you slowly. Let's see how long you can stay obedient. Little Master Tong Tian laughed coldly. He would not kill this lad, but he would not let this matter rest until he found out what was going on. Lin Fan's fingers moved. What kind of seal was this? It was useless. Was the buff of ignoring the seal a joke? Old lad, your methods are quite strong. Why? Do you still want to bring me back? If Lin Fan wanted to run, it would definitely not be a problem. If he really wanted to risk his life, it would be useless no matter how strong this old man was. But since this old man was interesting, Lin Fan decided to tease him. He was in a good mood. How could 1 billion experience points be a joke? Little Master Tong Tian landed beside Lin Fan. Good lad. Your cultivation is not much, but you are brave. You can still remain calm in front of me. You are a talent. Compared to those geniuses, you are more useful. It's just that your cultivation is a little weak. Lad, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Tell me everything you know, and I will consider taking you in as my disciple. I will teach you the path to hell. Lin Fan said. Little Master Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. You are a little too presumptuous, lad. It doesn't matter if I'm presumptuous or not. What's important is that you really want to bring me back to your old house. Lin Fan asked. He did not have a place to train, and if this old man brought him back, he would be more than happy to do so. Humph, I will bring you back and slowly torture you. I'm not afraid that you won't tell me. Little Master Tong Tian was determined to dig out the secrets of this lad. This dangerous place had existed for a long time. It was recorded in the ancient books that it contained supreme treasures. If anyone could enter and leave, they would be unparalleled in the world. Over the years, countless people had entered, but no one had been able to come out. Although Little Master Tong Tian was skilled, he did not dare to enter carelessly. The people before him were not weak, and they were not any weaker than him. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could enter and leave safely. But the fact that this lad could come out safely showed that he was not ordinary. Lin Fan smiled. All right, as you wish, old man. But don't blame me for not warning you. It's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. Don't cry and beg me to leave when the time comes. Humph. Little Master Tong Tian snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves, enveloped Lin Fan, and flew into the distance. To an ordinary person, they would not be able to move when they were enveloped by thousands of light rays. But to Lin Fan, this was just normal. He raised his hand and rubbed his nose. He was really curious about where this old man was bringing him. Somehow, he had a feeling that the road to riches might start from here. Dong dong dong, after an unknown period of time. He was deep in thought. How should he use so many experience points? Suddenly, a series of bell sounds rang. These bell sounds were a little different, and they reverberated in his heart. It was as if there was an explosion, and it formed a piece of chaos. Within that chaos, there was light. It was extraordinary. Very soon, a voice came from outside. Welcome, little master. A series of respectful greetings rang out. It seemed that this little Master Tong Tian had a very high position here. Suddenly, the scene in front of Lin Fan changed. He was tied up, standing in the middle of the hall. The surrounding people looked at him curiously, not knowing where Little Master had brought him back from. Little Master, this person is? An old man asked respectfully. In front of Little Master, he was like a child, not daring to act rashly. He can come out of the ancient forbidden grounds. Little Master replied simply. However, these simple words had everyone in the surroundings gasping out in shock. All of their eyes were fixated on Lin Fan, as though they could not believe what they had just heard. What? This person came out of the ancient forbidden grounds? That's a place of death. Rumor has it that there are treasures in there. If he can come out, doesn't that mean that? The crowd did not dare to imagine it. They looked at Lin Fan with sparkling eyes, wishing that they could strip Lin Fan clean and investigate him properly. Lock him up for me and guard him closely. I will interrogate him personally. Little Master Tong Tian said. Yes, Little Master. Lin Fan sized up the place carefully. He realized that this place was pretty strong. The auras of the people around him were extraordinary as well. Seemed like this was a strong sect. Hey, where is this? Little Master Tong Tian laughed. Kid, this is the heaven-reaching tower. If you want to tell me honestly. Perhaps I can let you live. Heis. Lin Fan sighed. Old man, don't regret it. Insolent. When the surrounding people heard this, they scolded him angrily. They felt that this fella that Little Master brought back was way too arrogant. To think that he would dare to disrespect Little Master. Heaven-reaching tower. Lin Fan did not know which world it was located in, but it had an extraordinary aura. It was a tall tower that pierced through the sky. Lin Fan did not know how tall it was, but it gave off the feeling that it was the tallest tower in the world. Raising his head, he could see a faint light shining at the top of the heaven-reaching tower. Lin Fan did not know what it was. At this moment, Lin Fan was pincered by two burly men. Each of them was carrying one of his shoulders. These two burly men had cold looks on their faces and their eyes shone with a cold light. Just what is at the top of your tower? Why is it shining? Lin Fan stared at it and pondered. He did not know what treasure it was. But it was definitely not ordinary. But since Lin Fan had already spoken, these two burly men did not say a word. It was as though they had not heard Lin Fan at all. They just wanted to send Lin Fan to the dungeon in the distance. I say, can you guys say something? Why do you guys look like dead people? Lin Fan looked at the two of them. Their auras were not ordinary. They were tall and strong, and wore armor. They were unmoved by anything. Even if Lin Fan kept talking, they did not react at all. It was as though they did not care about Lin Fan at all. Actually, Lin Fan was wrong. It was not that they did not want to talk, but that they did not dare to. They knew that this fellow was captured by Little Ancestor. How could someone who was captured by Little Ancestor be ordinary? He was definitely in extreme danger. If they tried to communicate with him, something big might happen. So, the best way was to ignore him and send him in as soon as possible. Some disciples who were passing by were curious and wanted to take a look. But the two burly men who were capturing Lin Fan paused. No one is allowed to get close. This is someone that Little Ancestor has captured personally. He is extremely dangerous. Hurry and avoid him. When the disciples heard this, their faces changed. They who were walking forward hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close. At the same time, they sized him up carefully. Someone that Little Ancestor had captured personally was definitely not ordinary. Just what sort of background did he have to be able to attract the attention of Little Ancestor? The faith of the heaven-reaching tower was Little Ancestor Tong Tian. He was their spiritual pillar. And for Little Ancestor to capture someone personally, he was definitely not ordinary. It was better to stay far away. Very quickly, a black door appeared in front of him. There were two guards at the entrance of the black door. At the same time, a formation rune floated above the prison, constantly emitting energy that enveloped the entire prison. The two guards looked at Lin Fan in astonishment, wondering just what was so special about this man that Little Ancestor had to personally bring him back. Thinking about it, it had been decades since Little Ancestor had brought someone back personally. The prison wasn't dark at all. It was bright and clear, and the surrounding walls were made of some unknown material. There were flowing lights, and there were also faintly discernible runes that appeared, but they quickly disappeared. Woo woo, hee hee. The moment he stepped into the dungeon, a gloomy cold wind blew over, accompanied by a series of horrifying sounds. All of you shut up. Do you think you can turn the world upside down after being locked up here? One of the burly men who forced Lin Fan and scolded angrily. This was the place he hated to come to. The people locked up here were like lunatics. If they weren't wailing, they would be laughing out coldly for no reason. Could it be that they had been locked up for too long, that they had all turned stupid? Hello everyone. This is the first time that your peak master has arrived here. You guys had better behave yourselves, or I'll beat you to death. Lin Fan chuckled. Insolent. Brazen. Brazen. Instantly, a series of angry shouts rang out from within the dungeon. It was as though they had not expected this lad to be so cocky. To think that he would dare to be so brazen even though he had just arrived. Seemed like he did not know who was in charge here. They were so angry that their mouths were crooked. Lin Fan chuckled, feeling that this place was pretty interesting. He wondered what sort of people were locked up here. This was something that he was curious about. The burly man who had brought Lin Fan here glanced at Lin Fan and threw him into one of the cells. However, the people in the other cells were howling in anger. Lock this lad here with me. I'm going to eat him up. Leave him here with me. I'll show him why the flowers are so beautiful. A series of angry shouts rang out, wanting nothing more than to tear Lin Fan into pieces. They had been locked up here for a really long time, so long that they did not even know what the outside world was like. At the same time, there was only one person they had a grudge against, and that was little Master Tong Tian. That son of AB*TCH who looked young, but was a 1,000-year-old monster. Lin Fan was locked into a solitary cell. The two burly men exchanged a glance and told him to behave before leaving hurriedly. Their calmness was all an act. They knew very well who was locked up here. Each time they entered, their feet would feel as though they were filled with lead stones. However, they still had to force themselves to stay calm. Boom, the two burly men left, and the black door was slammed shut. Lin Fan looked left and right. The people who were locked up here looked like they had gone crazy. Even if there were some who were normal, they would be sitting there with a cold glint on their faces, glaring at Lin Fan the entire time. If not for the fact that they were locked up in here, they might have rushed out and torn Lin Fan into pieces. Little brat, how did you get caught? Looking at your cultivation base, it doesn't seem like much. To think that you have the qualifications to be locked up with us. A voice rang out from afar. It was an old man who was sitting cross-legged. Lin Fan smiled. Don't treat me like you guys. I didn't come in here because I was caught. I did it willingly. Before long, they'll have to send me off respectfully. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of laughter rang out from within the cell. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You brat, you're really interesting. Send you off respectfully? I think you're a fool. That's the biggest joke in the world. The heaven-reaching tower has little ancestor Tong Tian guarding it. You're dreaming. All sorts of mocking voices rang out from all directions. To these people who had been locked up here for a long time, they were really interested in meeting a fool who had lost his mind. Since they were locked up here, they could not get out. With little ancestor Tong Tian guarding the heaven-reaching tower, given their strength, even if they attacked together, they would not be a match for him. They could only waste time here. A bunch of idiots. Lin Fan did not want to say much to these guys. He had a feeling that the old man would be here soon. He would wait for a while and give him a piece of advice. He would then let the old man comprehend it on his own. But before that, he was a little interested in these guys. Hey, which one of you cultivates a hard body skill? If you cultivate a hard body skill, hurry up and let me know. I have a deal to discuss with you guys. When Lin Fan asked this question, he got a reply very quickly. And the replies were all the same. What the hell is a hard body skill? That's for idiots to cultivate. Cultivates the body but not the chi. You deserve to die quickly. Are you cultivating a hard body skill? Who still cultivates a hard body skill? Is there something wrong with your brain? I shouldn't have asked. Serves me right to be caught. Lin Fan had lost confidence in these guys. If they did not cultivate a hard body skill, they would not be able to feel the charm of power. If they could not feel power, they would not be able to walk to the peak. These guys were really disappointing. It was not without reason that they were locked up here for their entire lives. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out. Kid, you want a hard body skill? An old man leaned on the iron door of the prison, looking very excited. You have it? Lin Fan looked at the old man suspiciously. He was as thin as firewood. If he cultivated a hard body skill, he would definitely not be so thin. The old man said excitedly, yes, of course. It's a hard body skill. Others might not have it, but how could I not have it? You want it? Yes, I want it. Let me see what kind of skill it is. He was really looking forward to it. He did not expect this old man to really have it. Hard body skills were different from those with special effects. There were not many of them. There were very few people who were willing to cultivate it. But with the fusion of the outer world, it was hard to say. There was no outer world that specialized in cultivating hard body skills. For example, the real world. It was mainly based on strength. Perhaps it was very possible. But he still did not know where the real world was. It was a pity. Ha ha ha, this silly kid actually believed that this man-eating old demon wants a hard body skill. He must be sick in the head. Old demon, do you want to eat people again? Don't think about it. There are no idiots in this world. Who would give themselves away for a skill book? Jia, what if he agrees? The old demon licked his lips and smiled. He was a little expectant. How about it? As long as you dig out your heart and give it to me, I will give you the hard body skill. This skill is very powerful, very powerful. Really? Lin Fan looked at him. First, let me see the skill book. That won't do. What if you go back on your words? The old demon shook his head like a rattle drum. Let's not talk about it anymore. I, the Peak Lord, hate it the most when people doubt me. Back in the days, I roamed the world unhindered. Every word I said was as good as a nail. I would never go back on my word. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. Just wait for your hard body skill. After saying this, Lin Fan did not say anything else. He still desired hard body skills, but it was not necessary. It was the same if he improved the original demon scripture. The old demon might have been locked up for a long time and had been hungry for human flesh for a long time. If he finally met someone who was interested, he would definitely think of a way to make a deal with the other party. Okay, don't be angry. I will show you first. The old demon handed over the skill book and didn't forget to say, this is the first level. As long as you agree, I can give you the rest. Lin Fan took the skill book. Although it was only one level, it did not matter. He could still cultivate it. Chi God Fist. What kind of stupid name is this? This idiot must have come up with it. Seeing the name of the skill book, his interest was reduced by half, but he still took a look. Heaven Class Skill Book. This Peak Master seems to have a perfect Heaven Class Skill Book card. Upgrade. Consume a perfect Heaven Class Skill Book card. Chi God Fist, perfect, characteristics, brutal disintegration, one punch into the soul, power increase beyond the limit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had comprehended this skill. Instantly, a boundless amount of energy burst forth from within his body. Amazing. Although it's only a heaven-class upper-rank martial art, the power it produces is the purest. Sure enough, hard body skills are much better. Exploding the opponent's head with a single punch is the most shocking thing. Kid, are you done yet? Hurry up. At this moment, Lin Fan moved. There was a problem with this skill. It wasn't a problem with the cultivation, but using this skill would actually burn one's blood and it was a little fierce. But it didn't matter. To him, no matter what side effects there were, it was a small matter. This skill book is not good. I won't exchange it. Lin Fan threw the skill book back. After that, he leisurely sat there, quietly waiting. The old monster was flustered and exasperated. He loudly shouted that he was going back on his word. But he also knew that there was a problem with this technique. If he used it too many times, he would die. For example, he would become skinny like him. Lin Fan thought about it. Even though the name of the Chi God fist wasn't much, it was really strong. It was a heaven-class upper-class skill and it wasn't ordinary. It was especially so for a skill that was tough. The power that it could unleash was not to be underestimated. He had accumulated a lot, but he was still lacking a little. He felt that if he could raise another heaven-class skill to perfection, he would have enough. However, if he raised the original demon scripture, his foundation would increase. Hence, it wasn't a big problem for him to step out of the godly state. When he thought about this, Lin Fan was a little excited. It was about time for him to leave the Tongtian Tower. Later on, he would go out and earn some points. Then, his strength would increase. Just thinking about it made him excited. Suddenly, the black door was pushed open. The originally noisy prison suddenly quietened down. The people who were locked up here could smell an aura that made them extremely angry. Little ancestor Tongtian, you'd *Ned be *starred, hurry up and let me out of here. Be *starred, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The cell, which had suddenly quietened down, became restless again. The people imprisoned there cursed angrily, venting their boundless anger on little ancestor Skyreaching. They had been locked up for too long and their hearts were filled with endless anger. If they were to get out, they would definitely kill everyone in the Tongtian Tower to vent their anger. Little ancestor Tongtian walked over and raised his palm. Numerous invisible palms pierced through the air and slapped the face of the person who was shouting just now. All of you, shut up. An angry shout spread throughout the spacious prison. For a moment, these people were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. Suddenly, an old man was furious. Old ancestor Tongtian, I want to fight you one-on-one. As soon as he said that, little ancestor Tongtian raised his palm and the seals of the prison disappeared. Then, he looked at the old man, come, I'll give you a chance today. Come out. When the old man who was shouting saw this, he was stunned. Then, he retorted, I'm not feeling well today. If you have the guts, next time. Little ancestor Tongtian glared at him and set up the seals again. Most of the people who were locked up here were personally suppressed by him. Others might not know how strong he was, but how could he not know? He only knew how to brag, but it was useless. Lin Fan sighed. These people had really disappointed him. After being locked up here, they only knew how to clamor and not fight back. If it were him, he would definitely push open the cell door and fight with the other party. However, from the looks of it now, these fellows were only bragging about how powerful they were. As for the rest, they weren't anything special. At this moment, little Master Tongtian walked into Lin Fan's cell. Lad, are you still not going to speak? Say what? What do you want, old man? I'm warning you, now that things have developed to this point, it won't be settled with just a few words. You have to be mentally prepared. He had already made up his mind. This old fellow actually dared to lock him up here. If he didn't make the other party pay the price, would the other party really think that he was a pushover? You're still being stubborn? Fine, let me do it myself. All of a sudden, little ancestor Tongtian's body disappeared before Lin Fan's eyes. When he reappeared, he had grabbed Lin Fan's head with his palm. A mysterious power surged deep into Lin Fan's mind. This was an examination of the contents of his mind. Interesting. Lin Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected this old fellow to have such tricks up his sleeves. However, it was a pity that it was useless against him. After thinking for a moment, he let out a smile and presented an extraordinary scene. Just as little ancestor Tongtian was examining the scene in Lin Fan's mind, something shocking happened. Fireworks are the most beautiful scenery in the world. Fireworks are divided into two categories, beautiful and ugly. What were these things? Why were there two extremely flirtatious women, one fat and one skinny, running toward him? Little ancestor Tongtian immediately let go of his hand and looked at Lin Fan in shock. How could he see these ridiculous things in this lad's mind? Fireworks, he couldn't understand what was going on. What's wrong, old fellow? Did you see something amazing? Lin Fan chuckled. That's right. Little ancestor Tongtian stared at Lin Fan as if he wanted to see through him. The scene and sound just now were not what the lad was thinking. However, he couldn't believe that his technique was blocked by someone else. It seemed like there was something strange about this lad that was worth studying. Good lad, to think that you have such abilities. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Little ancestor Tongtian's eyes lit up. After the fusion of the outer world, there were many things that interested him. However, the thing that interested him the most was none other than this lad. Could there be a problem with this lad's cultivation? Lin Fan had seen many lunatics. However, the only one who was strong and could still go crazy was probably this little ancestor Tong Tian. After the fusion of the outer world, he had been messing around for so long. He still hadn't figured out the current situation. Anyway, he wasn't going to ask about it. He was going to cultivate and raise his strength first. Good lad, wait for me first. I'll come back to study you later. The moment he finished speaking, little ancestor Tong Tian left. At this moment, the prison was extremely quiet. Suddenly, there was a commotion. This lad is finished. He's been targeted by that little ancestor Tong Tian. This is going to be a tragedy. Is there something that we don't know? Why is little ancestor Tong Tian so interested in this lad? Could it be that this lad has some great treasure on him? Lad, it's impossible for you to leave alone. Why don't you hand over the treasure you've hidden to me? I'll comprehend the profoundness within and help you kill your way out of this world. How about that? Boule T. You should give it to me. My comprehension is number one. Anything that lands in my hands, I'll learn it immediately. It won't be a problem for me to break through my own barriers and trample on little ancestor Tong Tian. Lin Fan ignored these idiots. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and activated torrential bad luck. Since that was the case, he would make the bad luck even more intense. When they saw this lad sitting cross-legged, they couldn't figure out what he was up to. Lad, stop pretending. There's a mouse here. Do you want to have a bite? I don't ask for much. Just tell me the secret you're hiding. At this moment, an extremely slovenly old man took out the corpse of a mouse from his storage ring. Holding its tail, he raised his head and opened his mouth in anticipation. F***ck. You're too disgusting. You're even eating mice. Why don't you choke to death? It's impossible for me to choke to death. I won't choke to death in this lifetime. The old man chuckled. He then placed the mouse into his mouth. Suddenly, his face turned red as he pinched his neck. He wanted to cough, but he couldn't. Boo-hoo-hoo. That extremely uncomfortable sound rang out in the prison. When the surrounding people saw this, they were stunned. Some of them were stunned. They had just said that he would choke to death, but he really did choke to death. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I already said that he wouldn't choke to death. He's really going to choke to death. The surrounding people burst out laughing. Lin Fan opened his eyes and didn't move at all. When torrential bad luck was activated, it was best not to move. Nobody knew what was going to happen later on. As for the old man choking on the mouse, that might be the start of the bad luck. There was no hurry. He had to stabilize it first. At the entrance of the black door, there were 2 guards standing guard. They didn't move at all. At the side of the black door, dust fell. At the same time, there was a soft cracking sound. This sound attracted the attention of the guards. The 2 of them looked around in confusion. They didn't know where it came from. Of course, they didn't believe that someone had snuck into heaven-reaching tower. That was impossible. With little ancestor guarding, who would dare to come over? Gotcha, the sound got louder and louder. The 2 of them were shocked. Where did that sound come from? I don't know. Suddenly, they felt something change behind them. They turned their heads and saw that the heavy black door was actually falling towards them. Moreover, the wall that held it in place started to crack. Run! The 2 of them exclaimed and ran. What kind of joke was this? How did the black door fall just like that? Ah! An earth-shattering shriek was heard instantly. My leg! The 2 of them didn't run. The black door pressed down on their calves. Their faces were ashen white as they screamed. They didn't expect such an unlucky day to come. It was a perfectly fine door, how could it be broken just like that? The disciples who passed by heard the screams. They didn't know what was going on and hurried over. When they saw the two senior brothers in charge of the prison being pressed down by the black door, they hurried over to ask about the situation. They didn't understand why the black door collapsed. Although the black door wasn't a treasure, it wasn't simple either. It could defend against all attacks and seal the prison. Even if someone came to break the prison, without the key, they wouldn't be able to break it open. Senior brothers, what's going on? The disciples who heard the screams asked with concern. We are okay. Our legs are pressed down and we can't move. How did the black door collapse? The two of them exclaimed. Everyone, do me a favor and lift the black door. A disciple with an opinion suggested. Everyone cooperated. Many hands grabbed the black door and their necks turned red as they lifted it up. 1, 2, 3, lift. Gotcha! Instantly, a disciple who was lifting the black door had his arm dislocated. Poochie, a disciple raised his but with all his might. However, his pants exploded. Screams spread out. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Hung long long, the prison started to shake violently. Lin Fan sat cross-legged without moving. He looked around warily. He had to see what would happen. At this moment, something weird happened in the prison. This made him tense up. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was the process being too horrifying. For example, his pants would explode. That was something he couldn't accept at the moment. ZZ, the sound of thunder flowed on the walls. An old man who was locked up here exclaimed. What's going on? Why is there lightning on the walls? There's something wrong with the runes. The old man felt a sense of danger. The runes on the walls prevented them from escaping. But now, there was something wrong with the runes. It seemed like it was going to explode. At this moment, the situation in the dungeon was very bad. The walls were shining brightly. At the same time, the runes on the walls were gradually appearing on the surface, and a terrifying aura was spreading out. They had been imprisoned here for a long time, and they had never thought that something like this would happen. This is too much. Lin Fan knew that even he would have to kneel in the face of this explosion. However, if he didn't sacrifice something, junior ancestor Tong Tian wouldn't know what kind of terrifying existence he had captured. These old fellows were so anxious that they broke out in cold sweat. However, when they saw Lin Fan still sitting cross-legged calmly, they were stunned. They even had a thought. Could all of this be related to that lad? Just as they were thinking about this, the walls cracked, and a vast power exploded out. Rumble, Sky-Split Tower quaked and the mountain swayed. The entire dungeon completely collapsed. What's going on? Junior ancestor Tong Tian was flipping through the books. The explosion outside made his expression turn serious. Then, he turned into a beam of light and rushed outside. Little ancestor, this is bad. Something happened in the dungeon. When the elders of the Tong Tian Tower heard the sound, they appeared immediately. When they saw the old ancestor, they hurriedly reported. They were a little confused, and they didn't know what was going on. Impossible. How could something happen in the dungeon? Little ancestor Tong Tian wasn't afraid that the fugitive would escape, but the dungeon wasn't simple. Even a rock or a small object inside wasn't an ordinary object. If it was destroyed, it would be a huge loss. When they reached the dungeon, the scene was filled with wails and screams. They were fine, but they were frightened by the commotion. Junior ancestor Tong Tian looked at the situation solemnly. There was a deep pit there, and the dungeon had collapsed. What happened? Junior ancestor Tong Tian asked. A disciple came forward. Reporting, old ancestor. We don't know what happened either. Just now, the black door collapsed, and two of our senior brothers were trapped. We were trying to save them when we suddenly heard a rumble, and the dungeon collapsed. He was still in a state of shock. It was too inexplicable. Little ancestor, the collapse of the dungeon must have something to do with the people imprisoned inside. We must not let them escape. An elder said. The people locked up inside were all extremely evil and vicious individuals. At the same time, they all had a deep hatred for Sky-Split Tower. If these people escaped, then it would be a disaster for Sky-Split Tower. Little ancestor Tong Tian floated in the void with a grave look on his face. Impossible. With their strength, it's impossible for them to do anything to the dungeon. What's going on? Little ancestor was silent as the image of Lin Fan floated up in his mind. However, he dispelled that image very quickly. It was still impossible. Although this brat was strange, his strength was lacking. The material used to construct the dungeon was extraordinary, and it had an extreme suppression on one's cultivation base. As long as he was imprisoned there, he would never be able to escape. Save us! Little ancestor, you old be ****. It's one thing for this old man to be suppressed by you guys, but you're not even going to guarantee our safety? You're a beast. How did it explode so badly? My leg. My arm exploded. Heavens ban Junior Patriarch, you old fool. I won't rest until you're dead. Who can save me? I'm buried under the stone slabs. Cries of agony could be heard from the deep pit. Little ancestor Tongtian's face was ashen. He wasn't angered by the curses, but he didn't know what was going on. Why did the dungeon suddenly collapse? Within 100 meters, there was nothing left unscathed. Old brat, you're very disrespectful to me. I've said it before, it's easier to invite a god in than to send him away. At this moment, a voice could be heard from the deep pit. A figure soared into the sky and slowly appeared from the deep pit. The dungeon had exploded, and he was blown to death. In such a situation, not to mention cultivation base or physical body, everything was useless under the influence of bad luck. The bad luck was torrential, and it was too strong. Within 100 meters, no one was left alive. It was terrifying. You did it? Little ancestor Tong Tian asked. He didn't believe that the dungeon could be destroyed by someone with such a cultivation base. Even if he gave the other party a free hand, it would be difficult to do so. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, he saw a black shadow falling from the sky. He didn't dodge, nor did he avoid it. Under bad luck, no matter how nimble one was, accidents would happen one after another. A huge rock smashed heavily on Lin Fan's head. If it were a normal rock that came into contact with Lin Fan's head, it would have shattered into pieces. At this moment, a stream of blood flowed down Lin Fan's forehead, covering his eyes. However, he only calmly wiped the blood away. Without looking, he knew that this rock of unknown origin must have been sent into the sky by the explosion, and it only fell now. As for the part that smashed him, it must have been made from the dungeon, and it was extremely tough. Even though his head was made of iron, it couldn't be made of iron. He just had to get used to it. When the surrounding people saw this, they were extremely shocked. Then, everyone raised their heads and looked into the sky, afraid that another rock would fall. Slowly, Lin Fan fell from the sky. When his feet touched the ground, he fell with a thud. This was a humiliating scene, but Lin Fan was very calm, and he stood up without batting an eyelid. Old brat, if you don't give me an explanation for today's matter, you won't be able to get away with it. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, the heaven-reaching pagoda will never have peace. And all of this was caused by you, old brat. Lin Fan moved his feet. He walked very slowly and steadily, afraid that his legs would cramp. A 100-meter range was a little small. But he could understand that torrential bad luck was an eternal buff, and it was heaven-defying enough. If the range was larger, it would be too terrifying. Little ancestor, the destruction of the dungeon must have something to do with this brat. I'll go and capture him. An elder said angrily. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Little ancestor Tong Tian didn't say anything, but he silently agreed. Brat, surrender. Instantly, the elder flew through the air, covering the sky with his hand, and directly grabbed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed. He didn't want to move, because there was no need to do so. What was the difference between moving and not moving? When bad luck came, he couldn't avoid it. At this moment, the elder entered the range of torrential bad luck. With a clench of his fingers, the space was compressed. Such strength was really shocking. Elder, be careful. Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed. Only to see a black shadow falling down from the sky. The elder was shocked. He looked up at the sky, only to see the black shadow flying towards his head. A barrier of light exploded from his body, but the stone broke through it and slammed into the elder's head. Hung Long, the elder fell to the ground and laid there motionlessly. Blood flowed from his forehead. Although he wasn't dead, he had fainted. Elder! The disciples cried out in pain. The elder was trying to capture the enemy, but they didn't expect to be ambushed. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. At this moment, two disciples fearlessly walked up and wanted to drag the elder away. But when they were within 100 meters, bad luck descended. A disciple fell to the ground, and his forehead touched a stone. Because the angle was tricky, the stone bounced up and shot between the legs of the other disciple. Ah! A tragic cry rang out. Lin Fan said, "Old brat, you are very unfriendly towards this peak master. This peak master has already used some heaven-shaking methods. Your sky-split tower can forget about having peace. Today, this peak master will drag things out with you. Let's see what you can do." Little Ancestor Tongtian's expression was solemn. He didn't know what had happened. It was too strange and indescribable. The elder was inexplicably knocked out by the stone. Even the two disciples were the same. "What did you do, brat?" Little Ancestor Tongtian's expression was solemn. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew that it was strange. Moreover, this brat was even stranger than that. Great Curse Bad Luck Technique. Do you know about it? Lin Fan asked. Little Ancestor Tongtian muttered. He had never heard of such a mystic art. Lin Fan smiled. "It's okay if you don't know. You will know soon enough." Under the power of the bad luck technique, everywhere he passed, there were whales. Some disciples didn't know what was going on. They were clearly standing there, but all sorts of things happened. Some disciples had solemn expressions as they glared at Lin Fan. But suddenly, their faces turned ashen. They clutched their abdomens. A distant voice came from between the two forces. The world shook, and a yellow color appeared on the green robe. A pungent smell wafted out. It caused the disciples to retreat as if they were facing a great enemy. Only the disciple was left, his face red. He wanted to smash his head against the south wall. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. He had been calm and collected along the way. He had fallen at least 3 times and suffered leg cramps 4 times. However, he had forced himself to hold on. In fact, he vaguely felt that danger was shrouding him. This was the calamity that he had to face after activating the bad luck technique. Previously, when the dungeon exploded, he had been killed. However, with the existence of the undying body, this was very normal. There was no need to take it too seriously. At this moment, little Ancestor Tongtian's expression turned serious. He saw that the kid was actually walking towards the main hall. "Kid, stop right there. What are you doing? Go to the main hall. I will let you know what the Great Curse Bad Luck technique is," Lin Fan said. But when he walked towards the main hall, for some reason, a bolt of lightning fell from the clear sky. Bang! It struck his head. Lin Fan's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Damn! This guy was struck by lightning. He must be too impudent. Even the heavens can't stand it. The disciples who were temporarily safe whispered. When they saw Lin Fan being struck by lightning, they were dumbfounded. They felt that all of this came out of nowhere. It was a sunny day, so where did the lightning come from? Furthermore, with such a large area of effect, it just so happened to hit this brat. What were the chances of that happening? Or rather, just how infuriating was this brat? 10 seconds later. Lin Fan stood up calmly. He was not anxious or impatient. He already had a detached attitude towards all of this. Stop right there. At this moment, little Ancestor Tongtian made his move. He stretched out his palm and a spear was formed. There were mysterious patterns on the spear and he threw it. He didn't want to kill the kid. He just wanted to scare him and block his way. But the spear seemed to be affected by the wind and changed its direction. Little Ancestor Tongtian felt the change and his heart was pounding. Kid, move away. He had never seen such a thing happen. This was the spear he had thrown out, but it actually changed its direction. How was this possible? That was the heaven-reaching pagoda. It was extremely tall, and with a single glance, it pierced through the clouds. The faintly discernible radiance above was extremely attractive. Suddenly, he felt the space behind him being squeezed. He was in danger. Come on then. I can't hide from it no matter if I die or live. At this moment, he was more relaxed. Under the control of bad luck, he didn't need to have a good attitude. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was making a fool of himself. Just like that person just now. A wave of heat surged out from between his legs. Who could take it? Poochie, Lin Fan's back suffered a huge impact and his body was pierced. The spear stabbed into the ground and Lin Fan was hanging on it. Fresh blood flowed down the spear and dripped onto the ground. Long live little ancestor. When the disciples saw this, they cheered. This arrogant guy was finally dead. But little ancestor Tong Tian was shocked. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. He dared to swear that he didn't want to kill this kid. But why did the spear change direction for no reason? This was impossible. All of a sudden, little ancestor Tong Tian floated in the air and didn't know what to do. He wanted to find out how to get out of the ancient forbidden ground from this kid. But now, he had accidentally killed him, and he felt guilty in his heart. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Old kid, you're really ruthless. Lin Fan opened his eyes and grabbed the spear. He pulled it out and the wounds on his body healed. He then threw the spear on the ground. Are you trying to kill me? This isn't over yet. It won't be easy for me to show mercy now. He knew that the old man didn't intend to kill him, but under the torrential misfortune, the spear changed direction and pierced towards him. What else could he say? One could only say that it was hard to defy the will of the heavens. What? Little ancestor Tong Tian was dumbfounded. You didn't die? He was dumbfounded. This was impossible. Although that attack just now wasn't his full strength, it shouldn't have been so easy to block. However, this kid was completely fine. He was still alive and kicking in front of him. He didn't know what to say anymore. Old brat, death is impossible, but you should know that regret is coming. Lin Fan grinned and came to the side of Tong Tian Tower. He sat down cross-legged and roared. Great curse bad luck. An enraged roar shook heaven and earth, causing the surrounding disciples to back away in fear. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Little ancestor Tong Tian couldn't understand the boy, but he had a feeling that many things were about to happen. All of a sudden, the winds and clouds changed color, and surging black clouds surged over. The originally clear sky immediately changed its appearance. Crackle, the thunderbolts swam around like dragons. In the void, it was as if there were giant dragons roaring madly. Little Master Tong Tian raised his head and looked over. His eyes were filled with shock. Just what in the world was going on? Why was this happening again? He hurriedly turned his gaze to Lin Fan. That lad was just sitting there calmly, as if he wasn't bothered by this at all. He felt a terrifying power from the depths of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky without warning, directly hitting the statue at the entrance of Tong Tian Tower. With a bang, the statue shattered, and gravel flew everywhere, many of which hit Lin Fan's face. Damn, this bad luck can't be like this. I've already died 3 times. How many more do you want me to die? He roared in his heart, but his face was very calm. In front of this old brat, he had to be calm. Only then could he let the other party understand how terrifying this was. When the gravel hit him, he only felt a touch, but there was no pain. But just now, little ancestor Tong Tian was scared out of his wits. If it hit the Tong Tian Tower, how terrifying would it be? He would probably be finished. The disciples hid far away. This was terrible. Why is this guy so unlucky? Wait, now that you mention it, I remember that whoever gets close to him will be unlucky. Elder got close to him and was smashed to the ground. Senior brother got close to him and fainted for no reason. It seems like that is really the case. And that guy just now, I think he was killed, but why is he alive again? It should be a mystic art. This guy shouldn't be dead. The disciples whispered. Little ancestor Tong Tian's ears were very sensitive. When he heard this, he was terrified. It seemed like it was true. Whoever got close to this kid would really be unlucky. But he didn't believe it. I've been standing here for a long time and nothing happened. Could it be that there was a range? Then, he took a few steps forward, and nothing happened. He took a few more steps, and nothing happened. It's not enough. Let's continue to move forward. He wasn't stupid. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it might be true. When he took a few more steps, little ancestor Tongtian's heart shook. He sensed danger and retreated. Hung Long, a bolt of lightning landed on the spot where little ancestor Tongtian was just standing. Just that one strike sent chills down little ancestor Tongtian's spine. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be struck. Kid, stop. Little ancestor Tongtian looked up at the sky. Lightning was brewing, and he shouted hurriedly. He then raised his palm and shot out countless formation patterns that covered the sky. Lin Fan glanced at him. Is that how you talk to me? Remember, my surname is Lin. I will give you a chance to reorganize your words. Yen #%. Little ancestor Tongtian cursed in his heart, but he calmed himself down. Peak leader Lin, please stop. He was speechless. He didn't expect this guy to have such a move. But what kind of mystic art was that? It was so strong that even he didn't know it. That was just too much. Do you know your mistake? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Little Master Tongtian looked at Lin Fan in a daze. What the F***ck was this guy talking about? Was he not giving him any face at all? He was the little Master Tongtian who had dominated the entire world. Was he shameless enough to know that he was in the wrong? Peak leader Lin, it's a misunderstanding. Let's talk nicely. Please retract your mystic art. Do you know your mistake? Lin Fan asked. He didn't want to talk nonsense with little ancestor Tongtian. He had to be honest and ask him if he was wrong. Old kid, if you don't know your mistake, let's continue. I'm not afraid of anything. Let's see who will cry in the end. At this moment, little ancestor Tongtian was stunned. He sent a voice transmission to Lin Fan. Peak leader Lin, no matter what, I'm still the little ancestor of heaven-reaching tower. Please give me some face. The surrounding disciples were furious. They didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant to ask if the little ancestor was wrong. This was an insult to heaven-reaching tower. Lin Fan hollered, old kid, don't send a voice transmission to me. This won't work. I've said it before, it's easy to invite a god in but hard to send him away. Since you invited me here, you should be prepared. I'm asking you now, do you admit your mistake? F***ck. Little ancestor Tongtian was furious. This kid was too shameless. To think that he would say something like that, but when he saw that the disciples didn't believe him, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't believe him. Just as little ancestor Tongtian was in a rage, a voice boomed out from the void. This voice caused little ancestor's heart to skip a beat. Don't be serious, boom, a bolt of lightning fell and the formation broke. The lightning passed through and struck the top of the heaven-reaching tower. The light at the top dimmed. It was obvious that it was badly damaged. Don't. You're wrong. Little ancestor Tongtian screamed. Face? If this heaven-reaching tower was destroyed, it would be over for real. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked. What? Little ancestor Tongtian wanted to chop Lin Fan to death. What's wrong? This was way too much, wasn't it? To ask what's wrong. Was this the way a parent would teach a child a lesson? To think that he would ask what was wrong. As for the surrounding disciples, this was like a thunderclap ringing in their ears. They did not know what to do. To think that little ancestor would have really admitted his mistake, their hearts were completely broken right now. Little ancestor. Some of the disciples could not bear with it as their eyes were filled with tears. They looked at Lin Fan with a gaze that was filled with rage. To think that the little ancestor that they revered would admit his mistake. This was as good as destroying the idol in their hearts. Crackle, thunderbolts swam around in the void. At the same time, a wild wind blew. Bam! Yet another thunderbolt struck down and struck the top once more. One by one, shards of the heaven-reaching tower fell onto the ground. Little ancestor Tongtian's heart was dead right now. Big bro, don't come anymore. Hurry up and retract your mystic skill. You've admitted to all your mistakes. You must definitely not come anymore. Yes, forget it. Seeing that you have the intention to turn over a new leaf, your peak master shall forgive your mistakes for now. I'll retract my mystic skill first. Lin Fan was afraid as well. God knew how this bad luck torrential was going to return. Hence, he retracted his bad luck torrential at the first moment. Little ancestor Tong Tian wanted to get closer but was stopped by Lin Fan. Don't move. Just stand there and don't move. There's still something that we haven't talked about. He still wanted to come, he was about to be stunned. He had a body full of strength but he was completely suppressed by this lad. His gaze was fixed on the shards on the ground as his heart ached. That was a good thing. The place where the essence of the heaven-reaching tower was gathered, but it was destroyed by 2 bolts of lightning. He had clearly laid down so many formations and restrictions, but why couldn't it hold up? Just what kind of lightning was that? Old brat, you've detained your peak master and caused me to experience all sorts of torment. My body, mind, body, reputation, time, freedom, etc. have all caused irreversible damage. Hence, you should compensate me. Lin Fan spoke in a righteous manner. His face was not red, and his heart was not racing. Little ancestor Tong Tian looked at Lin Fan in a daze. His heart was like a raging storm. This lad was way too shameless, wasn't he? Who in the world was the one who was being tormented? When he made that request, he didn't feel like there was anything wrong with it at all. He had just come out from a dangerous place and was in a good mood. However, that was ruined by the other party. You old brat, don't think that this peak master is going too far and trying to swindle your Skysplit Tower's wealth. It's rare for this peak master to be happy, but it was all ruined by you. You should know that happiness is priceless. For this peak master to negotiate with you right now is already a great concession. Just tell me if you are willing to talk or compensate. If not, the ability will appear again and you won't be able to take it back. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. This person was too soft-hearted sometimes. Seeing that this old brat was not young, taking a step back could be considered as broadening the horizons. Humans were not saints, and although this old brat had lived for a long time, there were still times when he made mistakes. Naturally, he had to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. The scene was silent. Little ancestor Tong Tian was a little depressed. This kid didn't give him any face at all. What should he do? He fell into deep thought and thought of a plan. How could he agree to the other party's request so easily? Otherwise, he would lose all face in the future. Just as he was thinking, something terrifying happened. Curse bad luck technique. A shocked voice shook the surroundings, scaring the sky-reaching tower disciples into retreating. Little ancestor Tong Tian hollered, "Peak leader Lin, what is the meaning of this?" "What else?" "You are wasting time. If you aren't reacting slowly, then you are thinking of a scheme." "Do you really think that I am a 3-year-old kid?" Lin Fan said. He didn't activate the bad luck technique and just casually said it to scare him. He wanted to see how the old kid would react. Compensate, he agreed to compensate. Little ancestor Tong Tian looked at the sky-reaching tower with a pained heart. He really couldn't come. If he did, the consequences would be catastrophic. If the sky-reaching tower was really destroyed, he would smash his head against the wall. The surrounding disciples felt really frustrated. Their sky-reaching tower was being screwed and they couldn't fight back at all. Even little ancestor found it hard to subdue him. This kid was unlucky and whoever got close would be unlucky. Since there were already witnesses, they didn't want to try anymore. It was too dangerous. Go quickly. I am pressed for time and have no time to waste here. Lin Fan was delighted. He was going to get rich again. Now that the outer realms had merged, all resources were unknown. Now that they encountered a powerful sect, they naturally couldn't let it go. What were the names of those 2 fellows he had met previously? Qi Jiusha and Yuanjun? He had managed to collect their storage rings, but the 2 of them had sealed them with their powers, making it impossible to open them. As such, the items inside could not be taken out for the time being. However, when he was a little stronger, he would be able to forcefully break it open and take everything inside. Junior ancestor Tong Tian was crestfallen. The feeling of having power but not being able to use it was truly sullen. He even felt like dying. Lin Fan waited patiently. When the rewards came, his mood would definitely be better. Soon, Junior Ancestor Skirich arrived. He tossed a storage ring over to Lin Fan with a look of reluctance. Peak Leader Lin, this is the Sky-Reaching Tower's apology. Please, do you think I'm a beggar? Lin Fan looked over. If you're not sincere enough, then forget it. I don't need you anymore. I'll just continue to be bombarded by lightning. So greedy? Little Ancestor Tongtian's breathing quickened. He hadn't expected this kid to be so greedy. Wasn't that enough? Alright, up to you. You can continue. I won't care anymore. Little Ancestor Tong Tian was flustered and exasperated. He pretended that he wanted to fight to the death to scare Lin Fan. He wanted Lin Fan to stop and not go overboard. However, he had underestimated the person in front of him and how sick he was. If he knew, he wouldn't have said such words even if he died. Alright, no problem. Lin Fan's temper flared up. Let's see who's more ruthless. Come at me then. I'm not afraid of you. Wait, Peak Leader Lin, calm down. Don't take it seriously. Little Ancestor Tong Tian wanted to squeeze Lin Fan in his hands so hard that he would change shape and beg for mercy. But now, he had no choice but to accept it. He then took out another storage ring. It seemed like he had prepared it beforehand. Lin Fan checked it and was satisfied. Not bad. You're sincere. I'll take my leave first. Everyone, I'll pay you a visit when I have the chance. As soon as he said this, he stood up and left. The surrounding disciples made way for him. Even though he was aggressive, they didn't dare to get close to him. They were afraid that they would be harmed by him. Little Ancestor Tong Tian stared at Lin Fan until he left. Only then did he loosen his grip. Then, he looked at the angry and regretful disciples and coughed. Everyone, what are you doing? This is just a rehearsal. When he said this, his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't jump. It was as if he was telling the truth. The enraged disciples looked over at the little patriarch in astonishment. Little patriarch, the elder, he. Rehearsal. The dungeon. The rehearsal. The Tower of Babel. The disciples raised their voices. It's also a rehearsal. At this point, little Ancestor Tongtian's heart ached. He had to lie to himself first. But to the disciples, they still couldn't believe it. How could this be a rehearsal? If this was a rehearsal, it would be a real one. Seeing that the disciples were still confused, little Ancestor Tong Tian looked at the surrounding elders. All the elders are witnesses. What do you think? The elders who didn't do anything felt bitter. They looked at little Ancestor Tong Tian and sighed. Finally, they nodded. Yes, this is all a rehearsal. Some of the disciples believed him, but the smarter ones didn't. But since little Ancestor had said so, what else could they say? Suddenly, a shout came from the deep pit. Rehearsal my ***, hurry up and save us. Little Ancestor Tong Tian, since you can't protect us, let us go. We'll mind our own business. Why let us suffer here? The dungeon exploded, and they were all heavily injured. Some were dead, and some were injured. It was a tragic scene. Little Ancestor Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. He was very dissatisfied with these people. They were trying to shake the sect's heart. He would slowly deal with them later. Although he had the thought of chasing after the kid and killing him, he decided not to. This kid was strange, and he wouldn't provoke him for now. He would think of a way to deal with him after he understood the situation. As for whether the disciples believed him or not, he was the first to believe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to calm down. Heis, I won't lose anything this time around. I can even earn more. How wonderful. In the void, Lin Fan was in a good mood. If there were more sects like this, he would be more than happy to have them. Eh? Wait, where did you come from? He didn't know where that old kid snatched him from. He then went back to ask. When he returned, little ancestor Tong Tian was lecturing the disciples. When he saw Lin Fan return, his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. But luckily, this kid was here to ask for directions. He was really friendly and helpful. Lin Fan was prepared to activate Unlucky Torrential and fight it out with him. But he didn't expect this old kid to have such a good attitude. Naturally, he replied with a smile. After a while, it was as if they were old friends. Most of the heaven-reaching pagoda disciples believed that this was real. It seemed like a rehearsal. Although there were a few disciples who didn't believe it, it wasn't important. It didn't matter whether they believed it or not. Lin Fan said, "Don't lie. If you lie, I'll come back later. It's in the south." Just as Lin Fan was prepared to head north, little Master Tong Tian changed his direction. This caused Lin Fan's heart to ache slightly. "Your peak master has been so sincere to you, and yet you're giving me directions blindly? Why aren't you struck by lightning?" He had to return to the sect and report the latest situation to his teacher. He had gained so much from this trip, so he had to share it with his teacher. He knew that his teacher was no longer as strong as him. Moreover, his teacher had always been cultivating. But in the primordial ancestors' land, the god realm was a legend. It wasn't easy to reach this realm. Moreover, he didn't have the resources to continue cultivating. It would be difficult for him to break through again. Therefore, he had to share the compensation from the heaven-reaching pagoda with his teacher. Just as Lin Fan was feeling satisfied, an ear-piercing sound was heard. His head tilted and a strand of his black hair was cut. Looking closely, it was an arrow that pierced through the air and disappeared. "Are you treating me as a target?" A regretful voice came from below. "Senior sister, senior brother, I didn't hit him." A girl holding a golden longbow said regretfully. "Junior sister, don't be anxious. Shoot another arrow." A handsome man at the side smiled and pointed at the girl. The girl beside the girl looked at Lin Fan coldly. She didn't care about her junior sister using him as a target. At the same time, the aura that she gave off was extraordinary. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan asked. "Junior sister, don't be anxious. Calm down and look at the target. When senior brother tells you to shoot, you can shoot, okay?" The man chuckled. He then looked at Lin Fan who was standing in the void. "Little brother, don't move. Let my junior sister shoot her arrow and be happy for a while. After this, there will be benefits for you." The girl smiled and aimed at Lin Fan. The golden longbow gave off a bright light and turned into an energy arrow. The man looked at Lin Fan. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he said softly, "Junior sister, shoot." "Xiao." The girl let go and the golden arrow left a long tail in the air. It was really fast and appeared in front of Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan raised his hand and grabbed the golden arrow. Sizzle, the surface of his palm showed signs of evaporating. The golden arrow was really corrosive. "Senior brother, I missed again." He caught it. The girl was disappointed and unhappy. The man looked at Lin Fan unhappily. "Did you not understand what I said? Stand there and don't move." The moment he said this, the man's voice was like thunder. The air started to shake and Lin Fan felt like his limbs were locked by some kind of power. Of course, this was just the feeling of power surging over. It couldn't lock Lin Fan down. No matter what he thought, he could ignore the buff and block everything. Very strong, the man wasn't weak. He was above God state. However, it was hard to say how strong he was. "Junior sister, shoot him again." The man smiled and said. "All right, this time I'm going to shoot his head." The girl smiled happily and aimed again. Suddenly, before the two of them could react, Lin Fan moved his wrist and the arrow in his hand shot towards the girl. Poochie, the golden arrow hit the girl's head and pinned her to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out from her head. Instantly, the ground was dyed with blood. "Crazy, shoot your sister." Lin Fan was really angry. This guy was like a retard. He dared to shoot him with an arrow. If it was the first time, it would be fine. He could just treat it as a mistake. But he didn't expect that after he shot another arrow and missed, he still wanted to shoot again. Didn't he know that the same thing wouldn't happen more than 3 times? He couldn't take it anymore. He just nailed her to death with an arrow and let her feel how it felt to be shot. How dare you hurt my junior sister? The man was furious. He wanted to tear Lin Fan into pieces. Lin Fan was surprised. What did he mean by hurt her? She was already nailed to death. Was he blind? But after such a long time, there was no notification of points. This guy didn't die, right? How could he still be alive? Sure enough, the girl who was pinned to the ground took a deep breath, as if she had come back to her senses. The golden arrow disappeared, and her shattered head was wrapped up by a mysterious power, gradually recovering. Wah! Crying sounds could be heard. The moment the girl woke up, she screamed as if she had lost her mind. She really didn't die. Lin Fan took a closer look and realized that the necklace on the girl's neck had shattered and turned into ashes. Senior brother, senior sister, I want him dead. I want him dead. The young girl roared angrily. Her previous innocent appearance had long disappeared, and what replaced it was boundless rage. Kid, you dare to hurt the young princess of Xian Palace. No one can save you today. The man was shocked and angry. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. With his body as the center, a storm spun out. The surrounding trees kept collapsing, unable to withstand such power. I haven't fought in a long time. Although I'm not as strong as you, I can try. Since she didn't die, let's fight again. He thought for a while and decided to fight. Although he might not be able to beat him, it was not a problem to play with him. Especially this girl. Since she didn't die, he might as well beat her to death. Violent body, with a bang, his body grew to 3 meters tall. His muscles bulged as if they were about to explode. Cruel blood, magic of the 7 gods, he went all out, and a sticky power wrapped around Lin Fan's body. He swung his arm, causing the void to tremble. It was unknown how strong his power was. The young girl whose head was pinned by Lin Fan looked at his current state and retreated backwards with a shadow in her heart. She said uneasily. Kill him. Lin Fan rotated his neck and a crisp cracking sound could be heard. His eyes shone with an endless fighting spirit. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Senior sister, look after junior sister. Leave this kid to me. The corner of the man's lips curled up as a look of disdain appeared on his face. Instantly, he leaped into the air and flipped his palm. Heavenly light enveloped him as he grabbed towards a certain area. Brat, you shouldn't have attacked my junior apprentice sister. If you had stood there obediently, I might have given you some benefits. But now, I'll use your head as an apology. Crack, under the grasp of the gigantic palm, the void began to shatter. Lin Fan's figure appeared out of thin air. Clenching his fist, a brilliant light shone out as he punched out furiously. The fist and the palm collided, creating a loud explosion. A terrifying wave of energy spread out in all directions like a wave. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some abilities? You're too stupid. Ishin. The man's lips moved slightly, but there was a mysterious power spreading out from his body. The shadow of a muscular man stood in the air, holding a longbow in his hand. A terrifying aura suppressed the heavens and earth. With a twitch of his finger, he drew the bow, and an extremely resplendent light formed an arrow. Xiao. It tore through the air. Lin Fan felt that he was being locked on. The speed of the arrow was even faster than the young girl's. He couldn't even catch a trace of it with his naked eyes. He even felt that his senses were a little blurry. It should be the effect of the arrow. Patter, he raised his hand and grabbed the arrow with his 5 fingers. However, the impact of the arrow was too strong, and he was actually unable to block it. With a poochie sound, the huge force directly pierced through his body, dragging him to the ground in the distance. You're overestimating yourself. The man placed his hands behind his back and stood in the air. A look of disdain appeared on his face. You're just an immortal realm warrior and you dare to be so arrogant. You don't know what's good for you. He cast a spell and summoned his Ishin. Even people of the same cultivation level as him couldn't stop it, let alone an immortal realm warrior. However, what made him unhappy was that this kid was actually able to react in time and grab the arrow. with his 5 fingers. This was really unexpected. Senior brother, you're amazing. The young girl shouted in joy. Then, she flew to Lin Fan's side. At this moment, there was a huge hole on Lin Fan's chest. The arrow had disappeared and his life was gone. You dog, you hurt me. The young girl kicked Lin Fan's body. She was angry and frustrated at the same time. If it wasn't for the treasure her father gave her, she would have died. Therefore, no matter what, she had to torture the body to vent her anger. Senior brother, I'm going to bring this dog's body back and let it rot for 3 days. The young girl raised her head and shouted. The man landed next to her senior sister. Hearing her words, he smiled and said, Junior sister, do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, before he finished his sentence. The man's pupils constricted. That's King Vicious. Lin Fan opened his eyes and stood up, standing behind the young lady. The young girl felt the aura behind her and her heart skipped a beat. A drop of sweat rolled down her forehead. She felt that something was wrong. Out of nowhere, a treasure appeared in the young girl's hands. She then turned around and attacked Lin Fan. Kid, stop. If not, no one in the world can save you, Peng, the moment the young girl turned around. Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched the young girl's head. A huge amount of energy exploded and exploded. Instantly, a huge amount of blood flowed down and dyed the ground red. Let's see how you're going to live this time. The moment he said this, he touched her finger and snatched the item. He dove into the void and left this place. The asterisk starred. Not only was the man furious, but even the girl was furious. She soared into the sky and attacked Lin Fan. They felt that the sky was falling. This guy actually killed their junior sister. The world was going to change. Lin Fan's speed was extremely fast, but the difference in strength was there. Soon, he was caught up. However, a drop of blood had already dove into the void and went far away. Kid, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The man was furious. His face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to cut Lin Fan into pieces. Transformation into God swordsmanship. At this moment, Lin Fan roared. 3 swords flew out, forming countless sword intents that slashed towards the man. You too, count yourself lucky. I'll come back to kill you in the future. If he activated bad luck overflowing, he was confident that he could make these two pay. But it wouldn't be of much benefit to him, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Because he liked to clash with flesh, and not rely on bad luck to kill others. That feeling made him feel that he couldn't feel any pleasure from fighting. When the two arrived at Lin Fan's place, they realized that the kid had disappeared. Ah! The man was shocked and angry. Bastard, E-Palace won't let you go. The girl looked around, but she didn't feel the kid's aura. Her face was terrifyingly gloomy. Then, without thinking much, she attacked her junior sister. When she arrived there, her expression gradually became ferocious. She came in front of her junior sister. Her junior sister's head had exploded, and her flesh was a mess. It was impossible to tell that she was human. Senior sister, what should we do now? The man asked. He really didn't know what to do. His junior sister was dead, and they couldn't escape. The girl didn't speak. Suddenly, she saw a glimmer of light on her junior sister's chest. Then, she opened it and saw that it was a gray ancient coin. Soul-defying ancient. The headmaster actually left such a treasure to her. The girl was surprised and even envious. At the same time, she sighed. Compared to their junior sister, they were poor people, and their junior sister was the real second generation. The headmaster actually left several life-saving treasures to their junior sister. She was saved before, and now, she was saved again. If either of these two treasures were to appear outside, it would cause a bloodbath. However, the headmaster gave both of them to junior martial sister. As expected, he valued his daughter very much. Senior sister, what is this? The man asked anxiously. This is the treasure of the puppet patriarch, the soul-defying ancient. It protected her soul, and with the headmaster's means, he should be able to reconstruct her body. The girl raised her hand, and an ice coffin appeared. She then put the corpse in it, ensuring that it wouldn't rot or be invaded by evil. The man might not have seen the puppet patriarch, but he knew that he was an ancient being. He was a truly terrifying being. Amazing. She's still alive. Somewhere, Lin Fan opened his eyes and frowned. I've killed her twice, but she's still alive. I can't believe it. But forget it. I'll think about it later. He didn't care about the three at all. A ray of light shot into the sky, heading towards the magnificent flame sect. I've made a killing this time. So what if little ancestor of Tong Tian is powerful? He was still tricked by me. But the girl is still alive, and she's fine. Lin Fan grabbed the girl's storage ring before he left. Since the girl was able to live twice, her identity must be extraordinary. Otherwise, the man and the girl wouldn't be protecting each other. Eh? There's something wrong with the sect's atmosphere. When he was about to reach the sect, he saw that the bustling sect was quiet and even a little depressed. Even the disciples guarding the sect were gone. From his point of view, this was obviously impossible. He thought that the sect was under attack, but he didn't see any fighting, roars, or the smell of blood. What's going on? Please don't let anything happen to them. Lin Fan mumbled to himself, but he felt that it was impossible. There were dozens of God-state cultivators in the sect, and if something really happened, the sect wouldn't be unscathed. As for what exactly had happened, he could only go and take a look for himself. The magnificent flame sect might not be strong, but every disciple was living a comfortable life. Now that it was so quiet, Lin Fan could not help but be suspicious. Lin Fan landed from the sky. He did not enter the mountain directly, but went to the entrance. Usually, there would be at least 2 disciples guarding the entrance. But now that there was no one, something must have happened. Could it be that someone came looking for me because of the trouble I caused outside? But that shouldn't be the case. If they really came to the entrance, it wouldn't be so peaceful. Senior brother. Just when Lin Fan was confused, a disciple appeared in the distance. When he saw Lin Fan, his depressed expression relaxed. He ran over and greeted Lin Fan respectfully. Lin Fan had no idea what had happened. He needed to know from the disciple. What happened? Why is the atmosphere in the sect so depressing? Where are they? Lin Fan asked. Why did they disappear? Did I see a ghost? For example, ghosts shrouding the sect, scaring the disciples into hiding in their houses. But that's impossible. The disciple whispered, Senior brother, an incredible person has come to the sect. I heard that Emperor Yanhua has returned. The sect leader and the elders are all in the main hall. The disciples are also outside the main hall. Emperor Yanhua? Lin Fan was stunned. He then pointed at the statue. Is it the Emperor Yanhua? Yes. The disciple nodded. Lin Fan thought to himself. The creator is back. This is giving me a headache. I wonder what kind of person he is. If he really came back, he should be in high spirits. Why is the sect so quiet? Is this Emperor Yanhua difficult to get along with? Senior brother, that's not right either. The disciple spoke again. He was confused and confused. What's wrong? He could not understand what was going on. This junior brother was sometimes right, and sometimes wrong. This made things difficult for him. When I looked from afar, the person who came was very young, completely different from the statue. As for the specifics, I do not know either. The disciple said. Alright, you go ahead with your work. I'll personally go and see what's going on. Lin Fan had a bad feeling about this. Although it was a very subtle feeling, it was true. When he arrived outside the main hall, the place was already filled with disciples. When the disciples caught sight of Lin Fan, they greeted him respectfully. Senior brother Lin. They shouted respectfully, but there was a slight change in their expressions. There was even some anxiety, and even some anger, as if they had been angered by something. Lin Fan nodded his head and walked into the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall was extremely tense. The Grandmaster's throne had been replaced by a man. As for Sect Master Yuan, he stood below. Tian Su, Huarong, and the rest stood in a row with the patriarch, looking at the young man on the throne. Tiansu knew that his disciple was back when he heard a voice coming from outside. When Lin Fan stepped into the main hall, 2 long spears were placed in front of him. "You are not allowed to enter the main hall," the 2 men guarding the door said sternly. "What are you trying to do?" Tiansu scolded. "This is my disciple, the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible peak." The 2 men looked at each other and kept their weapons. They weren't afraid of the old man, but the young master still had a plan. Since he's a magnificent flame sect disciple, it's fine to let him in. Something really happened. Lin Fan mumbled to himself. Looking at the situation, he realized that something was wrong. A young man that he had never seen before was sitting on the throne, and even the patriarch had stepped down. Is he back to take back the magnificent flame sect or to go against the heavens? Disciple. Tiansu pulled Lin Fan to his side. "Master, who is this?" Lin Fan asked softly. "Is he really Emperor Yanhua?" Tiansu shook his head. "No, but he's the inheritor of Emperor Yanhua's will." Just then, the young man spoke. "Alright, let me introduce myself. I'm Ji Wubian, the inheritor of Emperor Yanhua's will. You might be suspicious, but take a look at this." Suddenly, the young man raised his hand. A crystal floated in the air, and a projection appeared. A tall and straight man stood proudly in the forest. His face looked exactly the same as the statue outside. Although it was only a projection, it gave off a boundless aura just by looking at its figure. Emperor Yanhua. The elders in the palace gasped. Some even kneeled on the ground. This was the founder of the magnificent flame sect, and also their idol when they were young. Now that he had appeared in front of them, it was hard for them to resist. The disciples outside also gasped. "I didn't expect Emperor Yanhua to still be alive." "Yeah, didn't they say that Emperor Yanhua is dead?" "If Emperor Yanhua is back, the magnificent flame sect will definitely become stronger." "That's right. By then, senior brother Lin and Emperor Yanhua will create a glorious era together." "Heh, if Emperor Yanhua is back, why would we still need him?" a disciple said. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples glared at the disciple. They did not expect him to say such a thing. However, the disciple did not seem to care. He waited quietly as if he was anticipating something. Lin Fan looked at the projection with a serious expression. He felt that the world was about to change. Ji Wubian has come to the magnificent flame sect with my will. He will lead the magnificent flame sect to a more glorious era. All of you, listen to my orders. Do not misbehave, or I will not let you off easily. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Everyone, did you hear that? Ji Wubian laughed. This is the will of Emperor Yanhua, and I will be the leader of the magnificent flame sect from now on. What? At this moment, not only were the elders astonished, even the disciples outside were astonished upon hearing those words. Doesn't this mean that senior brother is going to step down? I don't agree. Tiansu stood up. Ji Wubian raised his eyebrows. You must be Elder Tiansu, the most powerful person in the magnificent flame sect. You're at the peak of the god realm, but I have to say that you might be the strongest in the primordial ancestor land, but you're nothing here. I'm here on Emperor Yanhua's will to take over the magnificent flame sect and wait for his return. Are you trying to go against his will? Tiansu did not know how to answer the question. Going against the will of the emperor? I don't care who the emperor is. I just know that I can't bully him like this. Just when he was about to retort, the patriarch spoke. Junior brother Tiansu, I'm willing to step down. He might be willing to step down, but there was a sense of disappointment and helplessness in his tone. All right. If the emperor knows about this, he will be pleased. Ji Wubian smiled and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a few elders appeared beside him. These are the elites that the emperor has trained for the magnificent flame sect after he came out from the primordial ancestor land. They will be responsible for guarding the magnificent flame sect. As for the positions of elders, please step down and let them take over. All of you will be ordinary elders of the magnificent flame sect, and you will be responsible for teaching the disciples. Everyone was shocked when they heard Ji Wubian's words. You've gone too far. I've stepped down from the position of patriarch, and you're taking my junior brothers as your targets? Are you trying to take over the Magnificent Flame sect? The patriarch said angrily. You've misunderstood. This isn't taking over the Magnificent Flame sect. It's an order from Emperor Yanhua, and I'm just following it. All of you aren't even demigods, so how can you take on such a heavy responsibility? If other sects come and see you, they will laugh their heads off. Of course, Elder Tiansu has entered the immortal realm, so you can still maintain your position. Ji Wubian said, smiling. No need. I can't take on the responsibility. Tiansu rejected him expressionlessly. Seeing this, Lin Fan was furious. He wanted to go up and fight, but he had to take care of his master and the other disciples. If a war broke out, he might not die, but his master and disciples would. Lin Fan wanted to say a few words, but he was stopped by the teacher beside him. Disciple, don't be rash. These people are very strong, and you can't fight them. Bear with it. Tiansu said softly. The situation was getting complicated. Emperor Yanhua might not be here in person, but his name was enough to suppress everyone. It's good that Elder Tiansu has decided to step down. Ji Wubian smiled. As for the 10 peaks, I heard that only peak leader Lin has entered the immortal realm, and he's also a famous figure. It's better for the other 9 peaks to have someone else take over. No need. I'm tired, and I don't want to be a peak leader anymore. I don't want to stay in the Magnificent Flame sect anymore. I'll leave the sect. Lin Fan said. Tiansu looked at his disciple and nodded. He stood up. I'm tired too. I've given half my life to the Magnificent Flame sect, and it's time for me to live a peaceful life. Heis, I, Huarong, have been managing the disciples for half my life. I'm getting old, and my cultivation is not good enough. It's better for me to leave the sect as well. Gumu said, feeling guilty. I'm still at the peak of the Heaven Star border realm. I'm useless. It's better for me to leave the sect as well. Ji Wubian's face darkened. He removed these old men from their positions as elders because he didn't want them to be in power anymore. However, he couldn't lock them up or kill them. He was really here on Emperor Yanhua's orders. If Emperor Yanhua found out that he killed or imprisoned the elders, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. But now that they're leaving the sect, who's going to take care of the disciples? Elder Gulian, I know that you're loyal to the sect and that you're skilled in alchemy. You're an indispensable part of the sect. Ji Wubian called himself the patriarch now. Obviously, he already had the position. Gulian waved his hands. You're too kind, patriarch, but I'm just an old man, and I'm useless. Now that all my senior and junior brothers have left, I can't stay either. I don't have much time left, and it's good to enjoy the scenery. Forget it, I'll leave too. At this moment, Ji Wubian's face turned serious. Anger was burning in his heart. Outside. When the disciples heard the news, they started to get agitated. What a joke, the abdication of the sect master, the elders, and even senior brother Lin were leaving the sect. This was something that they could not accept. They worshipped senior brother Lin and treated him as their idol. Now that senior brother Lin was leaving, it was like a bolt from the blue. They could not accept it. They could not even believe it. Among the crowd, Lu Qiming, Zhang Long, Huang Fugue, and the rest looked at each other and nodded. They left the crowd and headed towards the Invincible Peak. When they arrived, they bumped into Wang Fu. Senior brother, you guys are going to move your stuff too, right? Wang Fu asked. Yeah. Lu Qiming nodded. Now that something like this had happened, senior brother would definitely leave the sect. But the Invincible Peak was their blood, sweat, and tears. Senior brother, we have heard the conversation inside. The person who carries the will of Emperor Yanhua is here, but he is not here to help the sect. He is here to seize power. We can't let him do whatever he wants. While senior brother is still inside, let's quickly pack up and leave with senior brother. Wang Fu was smart. When he heard that Lin Fan was leaving, he knew what to do. But he did not expect senior brother Lu and the rest to be so smart. This made him think highly of senior brother Lu. If Lu Qiming knew that junior brother Wang thought of him like this, he would definitely raise his fist and beat him up. The few of them quickly arrived at the elixir hall and stored the elixirs in their storage rings. But there were too many of them, and their storage rings could not fit them all. Pick the high-grade ones, Lu Qiming said. If senior brother Lin could not leave, they would have to give up some. Alright, get out of the way. Nobody knew when the frog had appeared. It had also gone to the hall. When it heard about this, it knew what was most important. Frog Master? Can you do it? Lu Qiming asked. This is senior brother's demonic pet. It might not be good, but it's definitely reliable. I can't, but you can. The frog stared at Lin Fan and took a deep breath. The energy wrapped around the elixirs was sucked into its stomach. Amazing. Lu Qiming was shocked. He did not expect the frog master to have such a huge storage capacity in its small body. However, Lu Qiming suddenly thought of something important. He did not say much and went to look for Qin Shan. In the main hall, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Lin Fan was the first to retreat. He was very unhappy. Where did this guy come from? If he met him outside, he would definitely beat him to death. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you have the will of Emperor Yanhua? At most, he would just leave. It didn't matter anyway. At the same time, he didn't expect his teacher to have the same thoughts as him. Since they're playing this game, I won't wait on them anymore. I'll just leave the sect and do whatever I need to do. Have you really thought it through? If you leave, I'm afraid Emperor Yanhua will be very disappointed when he arrives, Ji Wubian said. He did not expect things to develop to this point. With the will of Emperor Yanhua, as long as he came to the Magnificent Flame sect, no one would be able to stop him. This was because Emperor Yanhua was too important to the Magnificent Flame sect, and he was a god in many people's hearts. His will was his incarnation. At the same time, he was accompanied by the experts arranged by Emperor Yanhua. Naturally, his confidence soared. He was more than enough to take charge of a sect. But he did not expect these old guys to go against him. This made him very unhappy. What's there to be disappointed about? We're not talented, and our strength is limited. We can't take on big responsibilities. Now that half of our lives have passed, we just want to live our own lives. Is there any problem? Tiansu said. He did not expect things to end up like this. With the will of Emperor Yanhua, they would not be dissatisfied, but it was their own business whether they stayed or not. They had done well enough to hand over the sect in one piece. In the primordial ancestors' land, it grew from a weak sect to the strongest sect in the primordial ancestors' land because of his disciple. The greatest credit should be given to his disciple. Even if he were to be the next patriarch, his disciple would be worthy of it. But now that something like this happened, there was no need to say anything. He had to give in to Emperor Yanhua, not out of fear, but out of respect. Teacher, what are you talking about? Let's go. Lin Fan turned around and was the first to leave. There's no need to talk anymore. If this place doesn't want me to stay, there will be a place for me to stay. With my current strength, there's no problem. Ji Wubian looked at Lin Fan angrily. A spear appeared in his hand, piercing through the air. Disciple, be careful. Tiansu was shocked. He moved and tried to grab the spear, but when he touched it, he felt a strong force coming at him. It was hard to block it. He gritted his teeth and took the initiative to hit the spear with half of his body. Poochie, the spear pierced into Lin Fan's body and stopped. Tiansu took a deep breath. His fingers were stained with blood. Patriarch Ji, we've done enough for the Magnificent Flame sect. Can't we even leave now? What the heck? Lin Fan felt the energy behind him. He turned around, only to see his master injured. He flew into a rage, and his body expanded. He was ready to fight to the death. Disciple, don't move. Tiansu said sternly. Lin Fan's aura fluctuated violently, and his eyes were burning. Patriarch Ji, you came to take control of the Magnificent Flame sect under the will of Emperor Yanhua. We old men are not strong enough, and we're old. We don't want to interfere and just want to live our own lives, right? Or are you saying that you're not strong enough to support the sect, and you need us old men to stay? Ji Wubian pulled the spear out coldly. Tiansu was expressionless. He did not even frown even though blood was flowing out of his body. Everything in the sect belongs to the sect. Since you're leaving, don't take anything with you. Hearing this, Lin Fan flew into a rage. What the F***K? How dare you say something like that? I've never been so shameless before. How dare he be so shameless? But seeing his master's glare, Lin Fan had no choice but to swallow his anger. But he swore that he would definitely take revenge for injuring his master. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to tear him into pieces. When Lin Fan walked out of the palace, the disciples outside looked at him with pleading eyes. Senior brother, their voices were trembling. Among the crowd, some disciples lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Let's go and pack our things. We'll leave with senior brother Lin and the rest. Don't make a sound and hide. We'll be discovered if there are too many people. At this moment, most of the disciples had the same idea. They wanted to leave the sect and follow senior brother Lin to somewhere else. Long live Patriarch Ji. You've gotten rid of the tumor in the sect. A disciple knelt on the ground and shouted at Ji Wubian. Yuan Mingkong, you bastard. The surrounding disciples were furious. They knew that Yuan Mingkong had been suppressed by senior brother Lin in the past, and he had always held a grudge against him. But senior brother Lin had risen to the top quickly, while Yuan Mingkong was still an inner disciple. He could only watch from afar and hate senior brother Lin. Seeing that senior brother Lin was at a disadvantage, Yuan Mingkong jumped out to show his loyalty to the new patriarch. Ji Wubian was furious. But when he heard that there was a disciple supporting him, he smiled. What's your name? Master, I'm Yuan Mingkong. I've been tolerating them for a long time. I've been waiting for someone as talented and bold as you to come. To think that you've really come. Yuan Mingkong said excitedly. The surrounding disciples wanted to spit at Yuan Mingkong. This was too shameless. Too despicable. If they had known, they would have killed him long ago. Very good. The sect needs a loyal disciple like you. Although your strength is very weak, with your heart, you will replace Huron in the future and be in charge of the affairs of the sect's disciples. Ji Wubian said. What? Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. How could Yuan Mingkong take over Elder Huron's position? Yuan Mingkong was so excited that his body was trembling. Thank you, master. I'll do anything to repay your kindness. Ji Wubian was satisfied and said, Sect disciples, as long as they are loyal to the sect, they will be valued. Then, I will have a throne ascension hall and at that time, my disciples will be able to raise one realm a day. As soon as he finished his words, a commotion broke out among the disciples. Some disciples felt that the new patriarch was being generous. But some disciples snorted. They only respected elders like Tiansu and senior brother Lin. To them, Lin Fan's sudden arrival pissed them off, and they decided to leave with senior brother Lin. Master, let's go. Lin Fan looked around. Many disciples had already bowed to him. But it didn't matter to him. It was their business, and it had nothing to do with them. Lin. Senior brother, wait up. Just then, someone stopped Lin Fan. Wang Xingkong and Xianxia walked over. Lin Fan had a deep impression of these two guys. They came to the Invincible Peak and ended up getting beaten up by him. Could it be that these two guys are trying to show their goodwill to the new sect leader by acting presumptuously in front of him? Go ahead. Wang Xingkong said. Go ahead, Xianxia said. Wang Xingkong glared at Xianxia and said, Senior brother Lin, do you recognize senior brother Yin Xiao as one of the 10 peaks? What do you mean? Lin Fan asked. What are they trying to do? Just tell us if you recognize him or not, Wang Xingkong said. Yes. I haven't seen Yin Xiao for a long time. Did I really hurt him so much that he couldn't take it? Great. We'll go with you. Senior brother isn't back yet, so we have to pass down Yin Xiao Peak. We can't accept the new patriarch taking over Yin Xiao Peak. Lin Fan might not like the two of them, but they're really loyal to Yin Xiao. Lin Fan said nothing and walked towards the mountain gate. I'll leave as soon as I say I'll leave. As for those things, I'll give them to you. Lin Fan didn't care. They're just trash. I'll just go out and get some, and I'll come back. Of course, I have to bring the perfected immortals with me. Suddenly, a disciple shouted. When the voice was heard, the crowd became even more rowdy. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. Sometimes, it's a sin to be too outstanding. Of course, I'm doing this for the sake of my junior brothers. The disciple who shouted was the center of attention. Countless disciples stared at him. The disciple did not back down. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Senior and junior brothers, we all know who is protecting the magnificent flame sect." Now, a random guy came and forced the patriarch to retreat, and even the elders to leave. Don't you think that's too much? Anyway, this is not the magnificent flame sect in my heart. I'm willing to leave with senior brother Lin. Who else wants to leave? The disciples looked at each other. I'm willing to leave with the elders. Me too. I'm leaving too. Even Yuan Mingkong is in charge of everything in the sect. I'm not convinced. I don't want to stay in the sect anymore. I'll leave with senior brother Lin and destroy the glory of the sect. Instantly, more and more disciples wished to leave. In the end, the crowd was so dense that it looked like a tidal wave that had exploded on the square of the main hall. Most of the disciples wanted to leave with senior brother Lin. This new patriarch is unpopular. Lin Fan stood there, feeling a headache coming on. How am I going to feed so many disciples? Where should I settle them? It's going to be difficult. Shut up, all of you. Suddenly, Ji Wubian flew into a rage. He did not expect these ants to dare to criticize the sect in front of him. The anger in his heart was about to explode like a volcano. He could not take it anymore. Shut up. We have the right to follow someone we trust, not you. The magnificent flame sect was founded by Emperor Yanhua, and he fought against tyrants to save the people. Why would he choose someone like you to be the successor of his will? It would be senior brother Lin if he had to choose someone like you as his successor. That's right. Senior brother Lin said that everyone has the right to choose. We don't want to stay here anymore. Are you going to stop us? We support senior brother Lin and leave the sect with him. Their voices were getting louder and louder. Disciple, your reputation is really high. It's almost higher than mine. Tiansu laughed. Teacher, this is going to be bad. Lin Fan could feel that this new grandmaster was about to flip out. It wouldn't be easy for him to leave this place. This Ji Wubian was obviously petty. Now that things had developed to such a stage, something was definitely going to happen. He was already prepared. This was a very cruel battle for him. Including Ji Wubian, there were a total of 13 people. His cultivation was above the immortal state, and it was very likely that he was a legendary or great sage. At this moment, Ji Wubian's heart was burning with boundless anger, and he already wanted to kill that disciple. Who dares to speak another word? A cold voice rang out. As long as someone dared to speak again, they would be killed. The temperature at the scene dropped to an extremely low level. All the disciples felt a chill pressing down on them. There was sweat on their foreheads, and their bodies were under great pressure. I said it. The disciple who was supporting Lin Fan gritted his teeth, suppressing the pressure from his aura and hollered. Courting death. In an instant, Ji Wubian personally attacked that disciple. The long spear in his hand turned into a beam of light. The disciple's eyes widened. The long spear was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, but he did not move an inch. Instead, he gritted his teeth. Ji Wubian, if you want to be the patriarch, I'll be the first to object. All the disciples could not bear to watch. To them, their junior brother was going to die. Pucci, the sound of a spear piercing through the air could be heard. Ji Wubian, you're too much. Why did you attack a disciple? Is this what you should do as the patriarch? No one knew when, but Lin Fan had already stood in front of the disciple, blocking the spear with his body. He did not care. It did not hurt or itch, so he could stab it casually. Senior brother. Seeing senior brother Lin standing in front of him to block the spear for him, the disciple's eyes reddened. This was the senior brother Lin in his heart. Disciple. Tiansu was shocked. He wanted to help. Teacher, it's fine. Don't move. Lin Fan raised his hand and grabbed the spear. He looked at Ji Wubian and said, let me tell you, don't offend me. Although you are strong, if I want to mess with you, I have 1,000 ways to turn you into meat paste. Also, the disciples are not for you to vent your anger. As soon as Lin Fan said this, the junior brothers and sisters stared at Lin Fan. There were many things they wanted to say. Some of the disciples even had tears in their eyes. This was the senior brother Lin they liked the most. Even though senior brother Lin's methods towards his enemies were rather cruel, such that he would either smash their brains or their bodies apart, it was still the same for them. He often went out of the sect to bring back good stuff. If any of their junior brothers were in trouble, Lin Fan would help them. They might not be too far apart in age, but in their hearts, Lin Fan was like a parent who would protect them and take care of them. F***ck. Everyone, let's fight it out with him. I don't want the sect to change. I'm satisfied with the sect as it is now. A disciple shouted. Senior brother Lin, we don't care about Emperor Yanhua, nor do we care about his will. We just want our current life, not a better development. We believe that under senior brother Lin's leadership, the sect will definitely reach its peak. That's right. We are united, and we can cut through metal. This is what senior brother Lin said. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Did I say that? He was confused. I'm not sure. Master, disciple can't take it anymore. Can I kill them? Lin Fan looked at Tiansu and asked. Tiansu was confused. Disciple's actions are as fierce as a tiger. Disciple, it's up to you. Master will take it on with you. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan's initially calm face turned berserk all of a sudden. Damn. I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you all. Poochie, Lin Fan pulled out his spear and flew up into the air. He activated his eyes of disdain and stared at Ji Wubian and the 12 guys before flying away. Master, don't come over. I have my ways. Just then, Ji Wubian shouted. He could see the humiliation in Lin Fan's eyes. He inherited Emperor Yanhua's will, and he should be the leader of the magnificent flame sect. He should be respected by everyone, but to think that Lin Fan was more popular than him. How could he take it? The 13 figures flew up into the air and chased after Lin Fan. Tiansu panicked. He wanted to chase after them, but he decided to trust his disciple and wait in the sect. Senior brother, you can do it. The disciples clenched their fists and cheered for their senior brother. They believed that their senior brother could do it. He wouldn't lose. As for Emperor Yanhua's will, they didn't want to listen to it. They were all young people, and they had to keep up with the times. They could differentiate between good and bad. If they gave up thinking based on his will alone, they would be stupid. Yuan Mingkong, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Yuan Mingkong, who was overjoyed a moment ago, was shocked. He realized that he was surrounded by his disciples. He was terrified. What do you want? You'll all be dead when sect leader Ji kills that guy. The disciples gritted their teeth. Humph, we'll kill you before we're done. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream could be heard. Senior brother, will that kid be all right? Huorong asked. This was a huge change in the sect. Emperor Yanhua's will was real, but they didn't like the guy who inherited it. They couldn't understand why Emperor Yanhua would pass his will to someone like that. He'll be fine. I understand him. My disciple might be unreliable, but he's more stable than anyone else. It's just that he's a little frivolous. At a place far away from the magnificent flame sect, Lin Fan felt that he should be fine since he was far enough away. He stood there and activated his bad luck. Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back fearlessly. Come on, do whatever you want. It's a pity that I won't get any points. How could there be such a good thing in the world if he still wanted to get points while being dominated by bad luck? Bad luck comes one after another. It's scary. With the Eye of Discoloration activated, the 13 of them charged at Lin Fan like mad dogs. When they stepped into the range of the bad luck, the sky changed color, and the ground shook. Is it because they're too strong, and my bad luck has increased? Lin Fan was confused. He didn't know what would happen next, but he had to stay calm no matter what. Crack! The ground cracked, and cone-shaped rocks could be seen sticking out from the ground. Lin Fan had no idea what was happening to this piece of earth. Ji Wubian held his spear and charged at Lin Fan with anger in his eyes. All of a sudden, a cone-shaped boulder shot up from between Ji Wubian's legs and smashed into his crotch. That crisp sound sent chills down Lin Fan's spine. But what happened next was something that Lin Fan couldn't believe. The spear stopped, and the tip of the spear touched the ground. It bounced back and pierced through Ji Wubian's neck. Fresh blood flowed down from his neck. That's too cruel. Lin Fan gulped. He was afraid of the bad luck. He took a step forward, but when he took that step, he stepped on Ji Wubian's blood. He slipped and his body fell backwards. A cone-shaped boulder broke out of the ground and pierced through Lin Fan's body with a poochie sound. I died just like that. Before Lin Fan's consciousness faded, he felt a chill in his heart. I'm strong, but I can't stop bad luck. Hong Long, the sky was filled with lightning, and lightning snakes descended from the sky, bombarding the entire region. Then, a meteor from outer space fell from the sky, dragging a long tail behind it, carrying out a destructive attack. That wasn't all. The moment he closed his eyes, a sword intent flew over from who knows where and slashed towards him. Was this the result of a battle between experts that affected billions of miles away? He closed his eyes and his consciousness dissipated. The scene was quiet, and it was very quiet. The scene was really cruel. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan opened his eyes and revived with fresh blood. He took out a shirt from his storage ring and wore it. Damn. This is no longer just bad luck, this is justice from the heavens, bombarding them indiscriminately. Their deaths are too cruel. Lin Fan walked to Ji Wubian's corpse and took a look. There was a hole in his neck and his buttocks seemed to have been sliced open by something sharp. His upper body was separated from his lower body. The will of Emperor Yanhua was killed by me just like that. If Emperor Yanhua descends in the future, will he fight me to the death? At that time, will I still be unlucky? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. No points means that I have no value. To him, no matter what, as long as he had points, he would accept the consequences. But what a pity. He took a look at the storage ring and took it out. He took out the frying pan and made it bigger. You guys are lucky to have met me. I will take charge of burying you. He grabbed the 2 halves of Ji Wubian's corpse and threw them into the pan. Then, he walked to the other side. He heard that the people who followed Ji Wubian were arranged by Emperor Yanhua. He didn't know how strong they were, but they were all killed by bad luck. He didn't know where the meteorite came from, but it smashed a huge hole in the ground. He grabbed the side of the meteorite and used all his strength. His veins popped out as he shouted and lifted the meteorite away. How am I supposed to bury him? Lin Fan scratched his head. This guy had been smashed into minced meat by the meteorite. A sparkling ring lay quietly at his feet. Lin Fan picked up the ring and thought about it. Forget it. Since he left the storage ring, it could be considered a form of repayment. He buried it and stuck his fingers into the ground. He moved the ground and placed the minced meat on the pan. As for this meteorite, it fell from the sky. It should be of some use. I will keep it and study it later. As for the others, they died in a way that he couldn't bear to look at. It was just too tragic, extremely tragic. After this incident, he decided that he wouldn't be reckless in the future. He had to spend some time and seriously improve his strength. He didn't want what happened today to happen again. Although he was confident that he could kill them, it would cause his teacher and the others to be shrouded in bad luck. Torrential misfortune was something he would only use when he had no other choice. He would not use it as a method to kill his enemies, because it would be too much of a loss. Unable to demonstrate his abilities. Magnificent Flame Sect. Senior brother, he should be fine, right? Huorong asked. He was a little worried, not knowing what would happen in the end. Tiansu's heart was pounding, but he believed in his disciple. Nothing will happen. Look at whose disciple he is. I'm back. Immediately, everyone looked up and saw a black shadow in the distance. Soon, the black shadow landed. It's senior brother Lin. The disciples were elated. They knew that senior brother Lin would definitely win. Lin Fan carried the frying pan and smiled. Teacher, I'm back. Disciple, are you all right? Tiansu asked anxiously. He was afraid that something might have happened to his disciple. Lin Fan shook his head. I'm fine. Where are they? Tiansu asked. Everyone was the same. They really wanted to know where that Ji Wubian went. Lin Fan placed the frying pan down and pointed. It's inside. Everyone turned their gazes over. Seeing what was in the frying pan, the disciples felt like their stomachs were being turned upside down. Blarg. Sounds of vomiting could be heard. Some disciples even vomited their guts out. What did they just see? The frying pan was a mess of flesh and blood. They couldn't even tell what it was. If not for the fact that it had limbs and a head, they would have thought that it was meat that Lin Fan brought back from outside. Tiansu took a deep breath to calm himself down. He was shocked by his disciple. What the hell happened? Could it be that my disciple is some kind of terrifying beast that swallowed people into its mouth and spat them out? What about Ji Wubian? Tiansu asked. He inherited Emperor Yanhua's will, so there's no mistake about it. But why would Emperor Yanhua choose someone like him? He must be blind. The two parts should be him, but it's hard to say. Lin Fan looked at Tiansu carefully. Junior brothers over there, come over. Lin Fan turned to the disciples. Senior brother. The disciples walked over, trying to hold back the urge to vomit. I have an important task for you guys. The Magnificent Flame sect is a righteous sect, and we are responsible for killing and burying. There was a problem just now, and the 13 corpses are all here. It's just that some of them are broken, so please put them back together and find a place to bury them. Senior brother trusted you guys, and that's why he asked for you guys. Ah. The disciples opened their mouths. They wanted to die. Why did this task fall to me? Just then, Lin Fan lifted the frying pan and poured the broken corpses on the ground. He even knocked the pan a few times to clean it. He took out the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River to clean the pan. Master, what do we do now? They're already dead. Will Emperor Yanhua die of anger when he finds out about this? Lin Fan asked. I don't think so. Tiansu replied. Lin Fan nodded. Seeing that the patriarch was in a daze, he walked over and patted his shoulder. Patriarch, don't worry. This position is still yours. You'll definitely be part of the parade 10 years later. Don't worry. The patriarch nodded. I'm still in a daze about this. It's really nice to hammer the person who inherited Emperor Yanhua's will to death. Master, come with me. I have something good for you. Lin Fan had just returned from a trip. He had collected quite a lot of things, and he wanted to share them with his master. Tiansu nodded. My disciple must have gotten something good out there. Outside the mountain gate. That's weird. Why isn't he out yet? The frog said, squatting there. Did something happen? Lu Qiming asked worriedly. No, I'm still in contact with him. Other than the short break just now, I haven't lost contact with him. He couldn't understand why his contact would be intermittent sometimes. Frog Master, we'll go with you. The alchemy masters carried their luggage and stood behind him obediently. We have to go with the Frog Master. The elders have already been demoted. What's the point of staying here? At least you guys have some conscience. The frog nodded, pleased. Tiansu Mountain. Disciple, where did you get all these from? Tiansu looked at the pile of things in front of him, dumbfounded. There were all kinds of pills, skill sets, and treasures. Master, I went out to train, and I got them from dangerous places. Take a look and see if you like them. Lin Fan wasn't interested in these things. What's the use of treasures? What's the use of treasures? Anyway, I just need to punch them. I don't care about these. Tiansu flipped through the skill sets carefully. I need some skill sets. They opened up a path for me. At the same time, there were some good pills too. Tiansu chose quite a few. He wasn't polite to his disciple at all. Teacher, I'm going out. After the teacher made his choice, he kept the items and said seriously. Disciple, you just came back. Why are you going out again? Tiansu was confused. How can I not go out? Lin Fan was speechless. This matter gave him some ideas. He had to improve his strength properly. He couldn't continue like this. I might be fine, but the magnificent flame sect isn't like me. I can't be unlucky in the sect even if I'm attacked. I'll end up in a miserable state. Also, I don't want to rely on unlucky luck. It's better to have a clash of strength. He felt that he was still thinking about the time when he was in the primordial ancestors' land. Plus, these buffs made him feel more at ease. But after this incident, he realized that he had to become stronger. Master, there's no end to learning. I can't stay where I am. I need to look forward. Lin Fan said. What Lin Fan said made Tiansu feel pleased. Disciple, I'm glad that you have such thoughts. Go, Master will support you. But don't think that Master is weak this time. It's mainly because I don't want to hurt your relationship. Do you understand? Sometimes, you have to convince people with reason. Tiansu nodded. Master is right. Lin Fan nodded. I won't expose Tiansu's boasting. As long as Master is happy, nothing else matters. Lin Fan then left Tiansu's place and went to the Invincible Peak. Where did they go? When he came to the pill hall, it was empty. Lin Fan placed the pills on the floor and left a note at the door. Come back and tidy up the pills. He sensed that the people of the Invincible Peak were hiding outside the sect. He didn't inform them and just let them hide. When they get tired, they'll come back. Lin Fan disappeared into thin air and went far away. I need to get more points and increase my strength. I can't stay stagnant. Without a clash of strength, life will be boring. God of E Palace, when the two returned with their junior sister's corpse, the entire palace shook. There was a loud bang. The two of them flew out of the palace like cannonballs. They spat out a mouthful of blood. But even so, the two still got up and knelt outside the palace, not daring to raise their heads. Seeing his daughter in such a state, the sect leader was furious. He wanted to kill the two disciples, but he held himself back. They were the top disciples of God of E Palace, and killing them would be a loss to the sect. Go and investigate. A thunderous voice rang in their ears. The two were so shocked that their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to act recklessly. Yes, sect leader. The two left quickly. They hated Lin Fan to death. If not for him, this wouldn't have happened. Just then, in front of a dangerous place, Lin Fan landed and stepped in. His motive for coming here was simple, and that was to kill beasts. His main purpose of leaving the sect this time was to accumulate points and improve his skill sets. He couldn't be reckless, or else he would be a dog. Xianxia Sect, Northern Mountain Prefecture, Tongtian Tower, God of E Palace. There were many sects that were harassing him. If the magnificent flame sect's location is discovered, it'll be troublesome. So I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Angry roars could be heard from the dangerous place. The beasts were furious that a living being had barged in. But under the absolute power of the living being, they started wailing again. After a long while, a figure emerged from the pitch-black entrance of the danger zone. Lin Fan had already placed his focus on cultivation. The immortal state might be strong, but it wasn't enough. It wouldn't be a problem for him to roam around alone. But there were too many people behind him, so he couldn't be careless. The danger zone after the fusion of the outer and outer regions is not bad. 500,000 points might not be a lot, but it's the number that wins. The danger zone wasn't anything special. There weren't any powerful beasts in there. If there were, it wouldn't be so easy to conquer it. However, he remembered that the Black Sky race only gave the sects a month to think about taking over the region. Lin Fan was helpless. It was indeed dangerous. Even if you don't look for others, others will come to look for you. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be in trouble. I have to go to the next place. I don't have enough points. How annoying. Lin Fan sniffed, trying to find the source of the smell. He then disappeared into thin air. A few days passed. Lin Fan swept his way through the forest and danger zones. Nothing could escape him. He had killed countless beasts, but he had also met some ferocious beasts. The beasts were as big as mountains, and their roars were like thunder. If Lin Fan's cultivation wasn't high enough, his eardrums would have exploded. In the forest, Lin Fan stood there. He pinched his fingers and pierced a beast's head. Blood dripped down. It seems like I'm quite far from the magnificent flame sect. The beasts are all stronger now, and I can even meet demigod beasts. He checked his points. He hadn't been busy these past few days for nothing. If he said he wasn't playing around, then he definitely wasn't. He was wholeheartedly focused on grinding points. Points, 8245000. These points were earned through blood and sweat. They were earned through painstaking effort. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he wouldn't have been able to persevere. I have enough resources to level up the original demon scripture to the 4th level. Just as Lin Fan was about to level up, he heard a cry from afar. Help! Who can save me? A woman? Hearing the voice, the first thing that came to his mind was that it came from a woman. I can't be wrong. There's nothing wrong with the tone. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Then, he quickly loosened his grip. How could he have such thoughts? He shouldn't, he really shouldn't. He soared into the air and jumped on the branches. He wanted to see what was going on. A beautiful woman whose clothes didn't cover her body was faintly discernible. She was fleeing in panic. Perhaps it wasn't fleeing, but rather running. Behind her were 3 ferocious-looking burly men. These burly men were very muscular, and their appearances were a bit unsatisfactory. However, their eyes were emitting a green light, and they seemed to be very thirsty for the woman who was jogging. Suddenly, the girl fell to the ground. She looked very pitiful as she whimpered, "Don't come over, don't come over." Lin Fan squatted on the tree and sized them up carefully. The strength of the 3 men should be at God realm. As for the woman, her strength was a little mysterious and he couldn't see through her. Perhaps he did not have a high cultivation level, or perhaps he was just too strong for him to see through. No, no. The girl was terrified and pitiful, but it was precisely because of this that it aroused the boundless desire of the 3 burly men. This was a hero saving a damsel in distress, Lin Fan sighed. Ever since he started cultivating, he had hammered people to death and smashed people to death. However, he had never met a hero saving a damsel in distress. But now that he had met one, it made him sigh. After all, such a thing was the dream of many youths. But what a waste. He should just watch quietly. No. Don't touch me. Someone save me. The woman's cries were very pitiful. That lovely face, as long as it was a man, he would definitely have a chivalrous heart. He would draw his saber and shout angrily. Stop. At that moment, the real scene started. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Fan was a little annoyed. Were these burly men sick in the head? They were taking so long to strip off a piece of clothing. The pitiful eyes of the girl had noticed Lin Fan long ago, but she realized that he had been squatting on the tree and watching quietly. This made her really confused. Suddenly, she thought of an idea. Ah. Even if I die, I won't be humiliated by you. She didn't know where she got her strength from, but she actually pushed the 3 burly men away. Then, she rammed into an old tree. That's a little illogical. Could it be that I need to inject positive energy in order to revive? He had his doubts. As for the girl ramming into the tree, so be it. The girl was in despair. She really wanted to ram into the tree, but suddenly, she saw Lin Fan squatting on the branch. She instantly shouted with hope, "Young master, save me!" The 3 burly men charged towards the girl. When they heard this, they stopped and looked at Lin Fan. "Kid, who are you? Are you trying to stop us?" Lin Fan waved his hand. "I won't stop you. You guys can continue. But can you strip faster? It's a little slow. You guys took at least a minute to strip. That's a little slow." Hearing this, the three burly men roared in anger and charged towards Lin Fan. Haze, troublesome. But it still points. I can't waste them. Lin Fan shook his head and jumped down. The three burly men were indeed strong. When they punched, sand and pebbles were sent flying. The surrounding trees rustled. But Lin Fan only took a glance at them. He took out his mace and smashed it towards the three men. Bang, cries of pain could be heard. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. The mace had been refined by Lin Fan's teacher. The spikes were the teeth of the plants. They were very sharp. The remaining two burly men were stunned when they saw this. They knew their own strength very well. They were at the god state. However, this young man in front of them was holding a weapon in his hand. He could kill one of them with a single strike. This made them feel terrified. But when they thought of the girl, they could only grit their teeth. Black spikes shot out from their bodies. They roared and smashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his mace calmly and moved his wrist. He was the strongest in the immortal state. He did not care about the two burly men. He would deal with them later. Poochie, blood splattered across the sky. The sharp spikes pierced through the two men's bodies. Then, they smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake. Done. Each of them was worth between 40 to 60,000 points. They represented their strength. But what confused him was that even though there were many strong cultivators in the outer world, there shouldn't be many godly state cultivators everywhere. Moreover, do you dare to believe that the three god state experts actually dilly-dallied to this extent when they wanted to f*ck that woman? Only a person with shit in his head would believe it. Lin Fan's brain was not stupid at all. He looked down. They did not have any storage rings. They were just three poor bastards. When the woman saw this scene, her lips twitched a little. The way the three of them died was too horrifying. Their bodies were badly mutilated. Even people who knew them wouldn't be able to recognize them. She did not smash into the tree. Instead, she smiled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked over. He wanted to take a good look at who this woman was. When he got close to the girl, she bowed. My daughter, bang, before she could finish speaking, the woman's pupils bulged and her face turned pale. Her body crashed into the ancient tree, and the several meters thick ancient tree cracked with a crack. The girl spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing? Lin Fan walked forward and grabbed her hair. He lifted her into the air and leaned against the tree. Young master, why? The girl's mouth was filled with blood. Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched her abdomen. Do you think I am an idiot? We are in the wilderness. Although I don't know what kind of place this is, those three are godly state cultivators. They took so long to capture you and take off your clothes. Are your clothes made of gold? If you smashed your head against the tree, I might have believed you and taken revenge for you. I didn't expect that. What a waste. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't know why so many people had to test his intelligence. Was his intelligence really that low? Was he worth everyone's test? The girl was shocked. Then, she laughed. I didn't expect to meet such a tough guy, ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Lin Fan grabbed the back of his head and smashed his face against the ancient tree. With a loud thud, the ancient tree split apart. The girl's laughter didn't stop. She was laughing maniacally. Young master, you're good, but, Poochie. The back of the girl's clothes split open, and two arms popped out. Her arms were greenish-black, and her face changed. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked terrifying. Creak. Her neck turned. She was originally facing the tree, but now, she looked at Lin Fan. She opened her mouth and a ball of black flames brewed in her mouth. Then, she spatted at Lin Fan. But in an instant, Lin Fan took out his mace and stuffed it into her mouth, stopping her from spitting fire. Suddenly, the black flames came out from her ears, nose, and eyes. Woo-woo. The girl could only make some sounds as her mouth was stuffed with the mace. Disgusting, you've dirted my mace. Lin Fan took a step back and pulled out the mace. He rubbed it on the ground and wiped the saliva off it. Black Sky Race? He had seen this race before. They were the race that wanted to control this region. They were a little ugly. Also, the Black Sky race in front of him should be a female. After all, the 2 small hills on her chest were enough to prove this. I understand now. The Black Sky race's request is really strange. 10,000 girls. It seems like you guys are too ugly to do it. Lin Fan said. Kid, I'm going to eat you. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl's body started to change. I should be in the legendary stage. I can enter this stage anytime, but I really want to see how strong it is. Very good. Let's see how strong you are. Lin Fan's eyes shone with joy. He stomped on the ground, and with a bang, the ground cracked. He disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the 2-armed black god. The mace in his hand landed, and the air exploded. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The 2-armed Black Sky god's crescent-shaped blade clashed with the spiked mace, blocking it. The strength was a little strong, but it was still acceptable. Just then, the 2-armed black god threw a punch. Lin Fan had no intention of dodging. What kind of battle would it be if I had to dodge? Bang! The punch went into his flesh, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other party's fist is a little tough. Come, let's hurt each other. Lin Fan was not afraid. He clenched his fist and punched the 2-armed black god. But the other party would not clash with Lin Fan blindly. Instead, a greenish-black light flashed, and he retreated. Hee, kid, you are going to enter my stomach soon. The 2-armed Black Sky god laughed sinisterly. He licked the blood on his fingers, a look of enjoyment on his face. Not bad, what a delicious taste. Your blood makes my blood boil. What a pervert. After merging with the outer world, Lin Fan realized that there were more and more perverts. The Sunshine sect was perverted enough in the past, and now the Black Sky race is also very perverted. The mace is a weapon that is only used when you want to crush your opponent. When you meet a strong opponent, you have to use your fists to fight. At this moment, Lin Fan stood there, his body swelling up. The blood dragon coiled around his back. The feeling of activating his skill set was the most satisfying. The immortal realm is just the immortal realm. Brat, I'm a legendary character. That's a realm you'll never be able to reach. The 2-armed Black Sky god roared madly as he clenched his teeth, letting out a series of crisp sounds. Lin Fan glanced at him, not saying a word. If not for the excitement of the battle, he would not have wasted so much time with the other party. With a bang, he disappeared once again. Original demon covers the heavens. Boundless demonic chi emanated from Lin Fan's body as he punched out with his palms. This was the characteristic of the original demon scripture after reaching the 3rd level. With a hong sound, the 2-armed black god's abdomen was struck. The power penetrated through, and the 2-armed black god was sent flying backwards, its body smashing through several ancient trees. This mountain forest immediately became noisy. Countless birds rose into the sky and flew into the distance. Very strong. Lin Fan clenched his fists. He could feel the power roaring in his body like a wave. The power of the original demon scripture had been weakened by half. If he had the demon fetus, he would be able to use the special effects and the power would be even greater. But he didn't need that. Power was the most fundamental thing. Hey, don't disappoint me. Lin Fan grinned. He could feel that although his opponent was at the legendary realm, he was definitely not at the peak. However, the fact that he could take a punch from him proved that he was not weak. Ah! A wild roar erupted. The 2-armed Black Sky god was furious, roaring towards the heavens. Even though she was female, when she was angry, she was like a ferocious man. Brat, you've completely angered me. Boom boom boom, immediately, a sound that sounded like the beating of a drum could be heard. The 2 iron shields in front of the other party's chest shattered with a crack. Lin Fan didn't want to look at it. It was too painful to look at. A frightening aura swept out as a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. There was even a storm of energy that enveloped the other party. Lin Fan casually glanced at it and didn't want to say anything. He really couldn't look at it anymore, but he had no choice. The opponent was forcing him to look. If it was prettier, Might be able to get used to it. But this greenish-black one is really unbearable. He didn't want to raise his cultivation to the legendary realm. He wanted to see how much he could fight with his opponent at the god realm. But now, it seemed like he had overestimated his endurance. Brat, I'm going to break your neck and eat you bite by bite. The two-armed black god's eyes were spitting fire. His body was ferocious and evil. Level up, he thought. Points minus 8 million. Original Demon Scripture, Level 4, Characteristics, Demon Fetus, Death, Original Demon God Art, Death, Original Demon covers the sky. There were no new characteristics, but a terrifying power was brewing in his body. A vast amount of energy exploded from his body. Under such power, the ground cracked, trees fell, and the sky lost its color. This power? The two-armed black god was shocked. He wanted to swallow this brat, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. When this power swept over him, he was terrified. Gotcha, there was the sound of something cracking. Lin Fan's skin cracked continuously. His wound shone brightly. This was a sign that his body was full, but he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to wait until his foundation was full before raising his cultivation. It's still not enough. It can hold more resources. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, but he had to endure it. Breaking through casually wasn't his style. At this moment, the situation in his body was abnormally violent. The power produced by the fourth level of the original Devil Scripture was too vast. It had already surpassed the limit, but he needed to devour even more power to fill up his foundation. Instantly, he felt like he couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, his body would completely collapse. Level up, he thought. Cultivation, Legendary Realm. At that moment, Lin Fan raised his head. His long hair danced in the wind as a pillar of energy wrapped around his body and shot into the air. Lightning wrapped around him. The heart of power spun quickly, absorbing the laws of strength in the air. Other people comprehended many laws, but he only needed the laws of strength. Ah! With a furious roar, the pillar of light spread. The ground couldn't take such power and cracked. He felt that his power was too vast. Compared to the god realm, he was much stronger. This feeling was really good. Buzz buzz, the sound of electricity clashing could be heard. At this moment, Lin Fan's entire body was coiled with lightning from a finger. From head to toe, it was crackling and boiling. He clenched his fist and felt the power. In the past, 10 or even 100 of him wouldn't be his opponent. This power could destroy the world. You. The two-armed black sky god was shocked. Her pupils constricted. She had never seen someone break through in battle. But she knew that true geniuses had such abilities. She didn't think that she would meet such a genius. Hey! Lin Fan smiled. His smile bloomed and his body disappeared. Originally, the two-armed black sky god could see him clearly. But now, she couldn't even see his hair. When she reacted, he was already standing in front of her. You're asking for death? She was shocked. The blood bowl in her hand poured over, and the blood in it tumbled over like a tsunami of blood. Lin Fan punched out and smashed the blood bowl. Gotcha! The blood bowl shattered. The power even pierced through and shattered her entire arm. Pata, his arm was as fast as lightning and he grabbed her neck. Where's the black sky race? The increase in cultivation caused Lin Fan to swell up once more. He was a dog when he was arrogant, but when he was arrogant, he was like a dog. The two-armed black sky god screamed, her eyes spitting fire. She didn't expect this kid to be so strong. He was so weak before, so how did he become like this? But when she heard him ask where the black sky race was, she had an idea. Did he think that he could be lawless just because he had strength? He wanted to go to the black sky race and cause trouble. If that was the case, she could grant his wish and send him to the black sky race to die. In the West, if you want to exchange for things, then bring me along. The two-armed black sky god said coldly. In the West, Lin Fan had his own thoughts. Since the black sky race was so cruel, he should hurt them. He knew that he wasn't their match, but it didn't matter. He wasn't afraid. Raising his hand, Lin Fan struck out with a counterattack. The two-armed black sky god's head separated from her neck and spun away quickly. He took off the storage ring on his finger. It was his spoils of war. He rose into the air and flew towards the west. He wanted to see what kind of existence the black sky race was. To be so arrogant, he really liked it. He realized that as long as he worked hard, his strength would increase really quickly. Over mountains and valleys, countless mountains and rivers. An indistinct aura spread from the distance. He didn't head forward and looked into the distance. That should be where the black sky race was. A drop of fresh blood fell and landed on the mountain rocks. It then turned into a streak of light and shot forward. He wanted to play with the black sky race. As for whether or not he could enjoy it, it would depend on whether or not the other party gave him face. The mountain wasn't too desolate. There were many green trees and the scenery was great. In the basin, there were many ancient buildings, but there was a thick smell of blood in the air. On the giant stone road, a black sky race dragged a corpse. It was a female, her chest had been dug out and her organs were all gone. The girl was naked and died a horrible death. Her eyes were wide open and she died with grievances. The two-armed black sky god tossed the corpse into a huge pit. There was a giant ancient tree in the deep hole. Around the roots were piles of skulls and on each branch, there was a corpse. The limbs of the corpses were hanging down and they were long dead. There were red patterns on the ancient tree. The corpses hanging on the branches were changing every moment, as if the branches were absorbing their blood. At the end of the branches, there were some fruits. At the top of the ancient tree, there was a fruit that was different from the others. It was light blue. The blue color wasn't heavy, but it was getting heavier every moment. I need more women. The black sky god looked at the fruit on the ancient tree and said excitedly. He then turned around and went back the way he came. Suddenly, he noticed a black shadow falling from the sky. He raised his head and his pupils constricted. Pung. The place where I landed is a little awkward. Lin Fan was helpless. He had already trampled someone to death and his feet were covered in blood. Dong dong dong, the black sky race's warning rang. There was an enemy invasion. Before he even landed, he was discovered by the black sky race. They were shocked. They didn't expect someone to dare to land without notifying them. Dong dong, dense footsteps rang out. Before long, a bunch of menacing black sky gods had surrounded Lin Fan. Their eyes shone with a ferocious glint. Every single one of the black sky gods didn't have much of a difference in appearance. They were all extremely savage. The way they looked at Lin Fan was as though they were looking at prey. There wasn't much of a difference. Move aside. A four-armed black sky god walked out. The surrounding black sky gods made way for it, all of them filled with respect. But after a short moment of respect, all of them looked at Lin Fan in unison. Who are you? The four-armed black sky god asked. He thought that it was some blind sect that dared to provoke the black sky race. But when he saw who it was, he laughed. He was just one person and he dared to be so impudent. He was really asking to die. I'm just looking around and killing some. Lin Fan looked around. There were many people from the black sky race and their aura wasn't weak either. But he wasn't afraid at all. Looking at the single head beneath his feet, he grabbed it and released it. Then, with an explosive force, the head shot towards the four-armed black sky god. Impudent. The four-armed black sky god raised his hand and punched, smashing the head into pieces. His four arms were thick and violent, holding sharp weapons. Kid, watch me take you down and skin you alive. The moment he said this, the four-armed black sky god broke through the air. He was much stronger than the previous one. I can see his silhouette. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He took out the sacrificial altar from his storage ring and smashed it towards the other party. I'll kill you. The sacrificial altar was extremely heavy. When he was in the god realm, he couldn't lift it. But now that he was in the legend realm, it was as easy as lifting a mace. He was at the peak of the legend realm. He could kill people of the same level instantly. What? The four-armed black sky god was shocked. Suddenly, the giant sacrificial altar flew towards him. But he didn't panic. He raised his arm and smashed the hammer in his hand. Rumble, the altar clashed with the hammer, causing a terrifying shockwave to explode out. The surrounding dark sky gods were sent tumbling, their bodies in unbearable pain from the shockwave. Thump thump, the four-armed black sky god retreated furiously. His arm was sore as he looked at Lin Fan in shock. What immense strength. This brat's strength was frighteningly great. Raising the altar and slamming it down directly, he was actually unable to withstand it. But suddenly, something happened that infuriated him. That brat raised the altar and smashed it towards his fellow clansmen. Brat, you're courting death. He was furious, his roar shaking the heavens as he directly swept over. The surrounding two-armed black gods were shocked. By the time they reacted, the sacrificial altar had already descended, smashing these black gods into a bloody mess. Well, it's a pity that there are still Earth Gang and Heaven Gang. But it's good that there are immortal realm cultivators. He felt that he had profited. He was the embodiment of justice and had a mission to maintain the peace of the world. The Black Sky Clan was extremely arrogant. They wanted all the sects to submit to them, and even offered up 10,000 young girls. Did they not know that the times had changed? There were more men than women. If they were all given to these people, what would happen to the others? Such a person who didn't cherish peace could only accept his righteous judgment. Run, this guy is strong. We aren't his match. The Black Sky God who wasn't afraid of Lin Fan immediately ran. They didn't expect this brat to be so strong. He was too terrifying. If the sacrificial altar smashed down, they would definitely die. Lin Fan didn't chase after them. He quickly came to a building, raised the sacrificial altar and smashed it down. The building collapsed with a loud bang and turned into ruins. Ah! Brat, how dare you cause trouble in the Black Sky Clan? No one can save you. The four-armed Black Sky God was furious. He turned into a black light, his four arms wielding weapons that gave off a cold glow as he slashed down. Those who don't love peace have to be punished. Lin Fan raised the sacrificial altar and smashed it back. The sacrificial altar was huge, covering a wide area. The four-armed Black Sky God couldn't find an angle to kill the brat. Kill him first. The four-armed Black Sky God was furious. His four arms shook and the weapon in his hand smashed towards the sacrificial altar. Pung, Lin Fan retreated and stabilized himself. The opponent was really strong and should be at Great Saint Realm. Two arms were both below Legend Realm. It seemed like once one broke through to Great Saint Realm, there would be changes. This Black Sky Clan was interesting. The four-armed Black Sky God was furious. Why was the sacrificial altar so tough? He used all his strength but couldn't break it. Humph, just a Legend Realm and you can't even take him down. You are too useless. Unknowingly when a furious voice spread over. In the distance, another four-armed Black Sky God stared at Lin Fan coldly. Guer, what nonsense are you talking about? Take him down. Hajia said sternly. He realized that this kid was really cunning. Apart from fighting him when it was necessary, the rest of the time, he was destroying buildings and killing the two-armed Black Sky God. This was their territory and he was killing people of the same race. He didn't respect them at all. Instantly, two streaks of black light shot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan kept the sacrificial altar and hollered. His power burned and his hair danced in the wind as he clashed with the two of them. Pung! 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 The void exploded as three types of light clashed continuously, causing the heavens and earth to shake. The two-armed Black Sky God's mouth was already wide open, but now it was even wider. They had never seen such a thing before. To think that someone would come to their Black Sky race to cause trouble and kill so many people of the same race. How audacious, but the violent shockwave swept over. They couldn't block it. This was the might of a Legend Realm and Great Sage battle. Go to hell! The Black Sky God roared. Light gathered in his palms and turned into a huge blade that gave off a cold aura. He then slashed through the air and slashed into Lin Fan's shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out. Lin Fan's left hand grabbed the back of the blade. His body slid and the blade cut through his flesh. But his face was expressionless as he appeared in front of Guer. His fingers turned into a blade and stabbed towards Guerre's neck. Courting death. Guerre was enraged. He hadn't expected this kid to be so ferocious to be able to endure such an injury. Tilting his head, his remaining 3 arms slammed into Lin Fan's chest. Instantly, a bright light burst forth, covering Lin Fan. Strong enough. This battle feels good. Lin Fan laughed excitedly. His body was smashed into the ruins and his aura dissipated. He was dead. Guerre, you killed this kid. You should keep him alive and torture him slowly. Hajia laughed cruelly. Where did this kid come from? Which sect is he from? Guerre asked. He didn't dare to believe that there was a retard who dared to come here alone. And looking at the situation, he was only at Legend Realm. But he could exchange so many blows with them. How terrifying. It seems like those sects are unhappy and want to test us. Hajia said coldly. He was already scary, but after he turned cold, he became even more terrifying. Then, the 2 of them left. Naturally, there would be people to clean up the mess here. But what a pity that many of their people had died. A bunch of girls were in despair. They were captured by the Black Sky race and had no chance of escaping. They thought that someone was coming to save them, but very quickly, the commotion dissipated and everything returned to normal. Their hope had just risen up, but it disappeared again. Amazing, 2 great Saint Realm Black Sky race people are actually so strong. My blood is boiling. Lin Fan opened his eyes and was already far away from the Black Sky race. But it was impossible for him to leave just like that. Fighting against evil was a long battle of attrition. Let's see who could last till the end. He squeezed out another drop of blood and then flew into the air. The buff of getting stronger as he fought was actually quite good, but he didn't use it much. Facing these 2, he used all his strength, so naturally, his foundation would increase. But all of that wasn't important. Entering the Black Sky race, if he couldn't kill the strong, then he would kill the weak. Anyway, if the altar smashed down, they would all die. Damn, where did that kid come from? He's actually so arrogant to dare to cause trouble in our Black Sky race. Who knows where he came from? Anyway, it's useless. He has already been turned to dust by the 2 of you. Hee, we caught so many girls this time. Let's empty them and feed them to the Black Sky God tree. How delightful. We've already given the region an ultimatum. Within a month, every sect has to hand over 10,000 girls. When that time comes, we'll have plenty to spend. A group of 2 armed Black Sky gods were cleaning up the scene and carrying the corpses of their fellow race members into the pit. Since they were dead, then they would be of use to the Black Sky God tree. The fruit at the top of the god tree was good stuff. It was said that when it ripened, eating it would allow one to break through to the 8-armed Black Sky God tree. This realm was really amazing. The ancestors of the Black Sky race had such strong existences. Suddenly, they realized that the ground was a little dark. They looked up and were instantly stunned. A huge mace fell from the sky and landed on the ground. With a loud bang, the mace smashed the Black Sky gods into minced meat. Amazing. These points really make me feel good. He felt that the Black Sky race was the obvious antagonist. If he didn't beat them up, who else could he beat up? The rumbling sound startled the 2 4-armed black heavenly deities who had already left. They were stunned, not knowing what was going on. Without hesitation, they leaped into the air and charged into the distance. Lin Fan held the mace with one hand and swung it horizontally. The 100-foot mace swept in a 180-degree arc, destroying the building instantly. Clang, suddenly, the mace was blocked. In a building, a 5-armed Black Sky god was furious. He was in the midst of breaking through. He had already grown another arm and was about to become a 6-armed Black Sky god. But he didn't expect it to be destroyed. Brat, I want you dead. The 5-armed Black Sky god was enraged. Boundless murderous intent shrouded the area. He moved and charged towards Lin Fan. Guerre and Hajia floated in the air, their faces filled with shock. He wanted to break through to 6 arms, but this brat destroyed it. How is this possible? Didn't we kill that brat already? Lin Fan could feel the terrifying power coming towards him, but he wasn't afraid at all. Let me die. Let's fight first. He was trying to break through and it wasn't easy for him to have a chance to do so. Who knew that he would be interrupted by this kid? Even if he failed to break through, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. When he attacked, thunder rumbled and his aura was extraordinary. Lin Fan wasn't afraid. The blood in his body was boiling and he instantly attacked. A bright light shone as he clashed head-on with the opponent. This kid is just at Legend Realm and he actually dares to fight with Mo Luotian. He is overestimating himself. Hajia mocked. Even if he fails to break through, he definitely won't be able to block me. As expected, the light dissipated. Lin Fan's arm was grabbed by Mo Luotian. His eyes were spitting flames. Kid, I want you to beg for death. He was really furious. Beg for death? I don't think you have the chance. Lin Fan laughed. He didn't need to activate all sorts of buffs. He just wanted to use strength to beat the opponent into submission. Gotcha. Lin Fan ignored his arm which was grabbed by the opponent. He twisted his arm and the joints of his arm split open. White bones shot out and pierced through the opponent's body, causing fresh blood to flow. What? Hajia was shocked. He didn't expect this kid to be so cruel to him to break his arm and use white bones to pierce through Mo Luotian. Such a crazy battle instinct was just too terrifying. Strength was the strongest existence. When one went all out, one's physical body would be really strong and one's bones would be even tougher. Mo Luotian didn't expect Lin Fan to do that. ****. Mo Luotian was furious. His 5 arms pierced into Lin Fan's body. He used strength and ripped Lin Fan into pieces. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. It was like hell. Hajia and Guer exchanged glances. Their eyelids twitched. They could tell that Mo Luotian was really furious. Mo Luotian, if you fail, then so be it. At least there is still hope, right? Hajia said. Mo Luotian wanted to roar but he bore with it. The rage in his heart was enough to burn everything. What is going on? Just then, a loud voice spread out from a building in the distance. At the same time, a light shadow struck over. A 6-armed heaven god stood in the air. When he looked around, he frowned and was unhappy. We pay our respects to Clan Elder. Everyone knelt down and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything else. A black dragon coiled around the body of the 6-armed black sky god. The black dragon was in deep slumber, but a ferocious might was seeping out. No one dared to underestimate this 6-armed black sky god. He was an elder of the black sky race, and had a high status. His strength was powerful, and he was far from what they could compare to. Even Mo Luotian, who had broken through to 6 arms, did not dare to act impudently before him. Reporting to Clan Elder, we don't know where this guy came from, but he went crazy and killed quite a few of our clansmen. He even destroyed the buildings. Right now, he has been killed. Hajia said. Mo Luotian, what's going on? Looking at Mo Luotian's situation, the Grandmaster was taken aback. To think that he would only have 5 arms. Didn't that mean that he had failed in his breakthrough? Maluotian's hatred soared to the heavens. Reporting to Clan Elder, I was in the midst of breaking through when I was disturbed by that person. I forcefully interrupted my breakthrough and was only able to condense the 5th arm. There's only a single chance. At this moment, the Clan Elder took out a black pill and tossed it over to Mo Luotian. Thank you, Clan Elder. Mo Luotian was elated as he bowed and thanked him. He knew what kind of pill this was. He could be given another chance. However, there was only one chance. If he were to fail again, there would be no more hope for him in the future. However, that lad had already been torn into pieces by him. Within the forest, Lin Fan opened his eyes and cracked his neck. What a ruthless fella. To think that he would tear me, the peak master, into pieces. Impressive. He could not help but admire his own courage. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he still charged forth without any hesitation. This was a spirit that was worthy of respect. And right now, he would not intentionally hide his undying body. Was there any point in hiding it? That would definitely be pointless. Using his brain, Lin Fan thought things through thoroughly. So what if others knew that he was undying? Was he going to seal it or fill it up, or was he going to guard it? What a joke. All of these were useless. Those fellas from the Black Sky race have provided me with quite a number of points. If I continue to work hard, there's hope for me to become a great sage. He then dove into the void and continued his assault on the Black Sky race. The Black Sky race had suffered 2 invasions. Although they did not suffer heavy losses, they did not feel good either. Many Black Sky gods had died. At the same time, the collapse of their buildings was not something they could accept. The Peak Master is here again. A voice could be heard. The 2-armed Black Sky god looked up and exclaimed. What's going on? Why is that guy still alive? Run. Help. The 2-armed Black Sky gods panicked. Lin Fan held the mace in his hand and attacked indiscriminately. His points had increased so much that his hands were sore. He could crush anyone below the Great Saint level. Presumptuous. A 2-armed legendary Black Sky god attacked. His fist shone with a green and black light, and an evil dragon circled around it. Dragon-killing fist. Boom, the 2-armed legendary Black Sky god smiled when he felt that he had hit his opponent. Under such a powerful attack, no one would be able to withstand it. But when he raised his head, he was filled with fear. That's not how you use your fist. Lin Fan shook his head and grabbed his head. He clenched his fist and punched his abdomen. Watch carefully, this is how you use it. Poochie, a giant hole appeared in the abdomen of the 2-armed Black Sky god. Fresh blood flowed out from it. Trash, your fists aren't hard at all. Lin Fan tossed him down without a care. Then, he took out his mace and smashed it around, causing the 2-armed black gods to cry out in pain. The building collapsed with a rumble and turned into ruins. His points increased exponentially. Why do I feel so happy? Could it be that the people I've killed are all villains? Is that why I feel so happy? Lin Fan was all smiles. Mo Luotian thanked the elder and consumed a pill. His 5th arm disappeared and he started to break through again. This was his last chance, but he was confident that he could break through to 6 arms. Buzz buzz, there was a tremor around him. His green and black skin started to change. At the same time, a strong aura wrapped around his body. His 5th arm started to grow out from his body. Suddenly, the roof above his head shook and was lifted up. What? He exclaimed. The mace covered his house and smashed towards him. Damn it. Mo Luotian roared. He had no choice but to defend against the mace. The aura in his body leaked out and his 5th arm only grew a little. Ah. Poochie, Mo Luotian spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe what was happening. Why did this happen? Be ***, I'm going to kill you. Mo Luotian was furious. He leaped into the air and dashed into the distance. He wanted to tear Lin Fan into pieces, but his last chance was interrupted. The Black Sky race had an easier time cultivating compared to others. There were many shortcuts, but they were dangerous, especially when they were breaking through. If they were interrupted, the consequences would be dire. To him, there was nowhere safer than within the race. But what happened today changed his mind. No matter where he was, it was safer than within the race. Lin Fan killed in all directions and roars rang in his ears. Be ***. Stop. Multiple figures tore through the void. The Grandmaster, Xianxia, and Guer stood in the void. This was especially the case for Xianxia and Guer. The moment they caught sight of Lin Fan, their faces changed starkly. Aren't you dead? Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I died and came back to life. The 2 of them cursed in their hearts. What was he talking about? How did he come back to life? Who are you? Why did you come to my race? The elder asked sternly. Lin Fan looked at him. He didn't expect him to have 6 arms. He wasn't ordinary. I am the messenger of justice, someone who protects the peace of the world. As for what I want, I don't want anything. I just don't like you guys, so I bullied you. Lin Fan said calmly. I want you to die. Mo Luotian attacked Lin Fan in a frenzy. An invincible power exploded and smashed Lin Fan into minced meat. He stood there, venting the rage in his heart. That short and powerless fifth arm hung there awkwardly. The elder's pupils constricted. He failed again. Mo Luotian's body trembled. He had to leave this place to vent. God knows how long passed. I'm here again. The Black Sky race, which had just calmed down, was in an uproar. The two-armed Black Sky gods tried to hide, but they still died unknowingly. They admitted that they were shameless, but now they realized that there was someone even more shameless than them. He targeted the two-armed Black Sky gods and killed them. Not only did he kill them, but he also destroyed their buildings. This time, the elder attacked and turned Lin Fan into dust. Another long while passed. I'm here again. Prepare to die. Lin Fan carried his mace and rushed over. He smashed everything he saw, not letting anything go. The Black Sky clan was terrified and trembling in fear. Although he was weak, he was limitless. At first, he only alerted one elder, but in the end, many elders were alerted. They tried to seal, suppress, but it was all useless. They could only kill him. Lin Fan was killed once more. The elders didn't leave. They floated in the air and looked at one another. Who can tell me what is going on? Who is he? Why can't I kill him? The Black Sky race suffered heavy losses. Although no four-armed Black Sky gods fell, too many two-armed Black Sky gods died. Even the buildings within the race were destroyed. I think he's here for those women. Humph, does he really think that we are easy to bully? Get all the two-armed Black Sky gods to enter the depths of the race. We will wait for him. Soon afterwards, countless two-armed Black Sky gods quickly retreated. They were already killed until they were terrified. This terrifying existence had been hacking at them this entire time. Moreover, when that enormous weapon smashed down, the casualties were just too great, unimaginable. I'm here again. Lin Fan wasn't tired of it. His points increased quickly. He realized that the Black Sky race was a good place to earn points. At the same time, he could exchange blows with experts. Although he couldn't last long, he liked it. Only then could his arrogant heart retreat. Kill. The elders struck out at the same time. A resplendent beam of light shone down on Lin Fan. Given their strength, Lin Fan couldn't defend against it at all and was killed instantly. After a long time, the elders lost track of how many times they had killed him. One of the six-armed elders closed his eyes in despair. Bring those women over. Bring more wealth. There's an obvious improvement. It might not be much, but it's still an improvement. The Black Heaven race was strong, especially the four-armed and six-armed black gods. The scene of them ganging up on Lin Fan was scary, but it was still an improvement. Every time he attacked, a two-armed black god would die with him. Lin Fan was satisfied with the increase in points. This race was somewhat evil, but there were so many outer realms, and each had their own way of life. Perhaps to them, this was not evil, but just a basic operation. Therefore, Lin Fan was open-minded. Since this was their basic operation, his operation was to earn points. He didn't care about the seasons outside. He just wanted to protect everyone in the Magnificent Flame sect. The rest had nothing to do with him. Damn it, the Black Heaven race should be waiting for me now. Screw it, I'll fight them again. He was in a good mood. He might have died too many times, but he was fearless. Men only need one word. Do it. He rose into the air and charged towards the Black Heaven race. He knew that he was going to die, but he didn't care. This was righteousness. The lair of the Black Sky clan appeared in front of him. He let out a roar and charged forward with his mace in hand. This peak leader is here again. He had come many times, but he was fearless. He said the word again many times, shocking the world. The mace in his hand was cold and sharp. If he swung it down, he would turn the Black Heaven race upside down, and blood would flow like a river. Stop fighting. Just as he was about to attack, a loud voice could be heard. Lin Fan's face changed. The mace in his hand became unstable, and he could not calm himself down. Shameless old thief, how can you say such words? The six-armed race elder was already having a headache because of this brat. Lin Fan killed him every time he came. But after killing him once, he came again. He was on the verge of collapsing. Especially when he heard these words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameless old thief, this person is so daring, but he still held it in. Mo Luo Tian wanted to tear this person into pieces for causing him to fail in his breakthrough. His fifth arm was so short that he wanted to chop it off. At this moment, the tribe elder and a bunch of four-armed black sky gods were standing there, looking at Lin Fan who was standing in the void. They didn't take action. They already didn't want to take action. They felt like there was no meaning to this at all. Everything made them feel despair. We, the Black Sky Tribe, are willing to stop fighting. We know what you want, and we are willing to make concessions. These women were taken by us, and we will return them to you now. These chests of precious materials and treasures are our compensation. Please, forget it. Lin Fan wanted to spit out in anger, but when he saw those women, his arm trembled slightly, but he forcefully suppressed it. In the eyes of these women, he saw despair, but also a trace of hope. Did they think that he was their savior? Lin Fan thought about it. It was hard to say. Should he save these women, but what good would it do for him if he saved her? He needed to think about this question carefully. He shifted his gaze and met the pitiful gazes of the crowd. For a moment, he felt a little helpless. Forget it. The Magnificent Flame sect is a righteous sect, and I'm the peak leader of a righteous sect. I have to spread my love. Do you guys admit that you guys are arrogant? Lin Fan asked. The Black Sky Tribe wanted to dominate this region, and he wanted to get an answer from them. At the same time, he wanted them to see him clearly. Brat, don't go overboard. Mo Luo Tian glared at him. His sharp teeth gleamed coldly. Coupled with his dark green skin and huge mouth, he looked really scary. But Lin Fan didn't grow up scared. Shut up. An elder glared at Mo Luo Tian and turned to Lin Fan. I haven't asked for the name of your sect. Why are you asking for the name of my sect? You can't be thinking of taking revenge for my sect, right? Let me tell you, I'm not that stupid. Lin Fan said. The elder clenched his fists. Bear with it. I must bear with it. He said in a deep voice, ask for the name of your sect. From now on, if the Black Sky Tribe comes across your sect, we will avoid you and not disturb you. The brat in front of him was weird. He was easy to kill, but every time he was killed, he would come back again. Time and time again, they tried to seal him, but it was useless. Nothing worked. It was like this every time. Who could take it? They couldn't possibly stay in the tribe all the time. And every time this brat came, he would cause damage to the tribe. If this happened a few hundred more times, wouldn't the tribe be wiped out? So that's the case. He did not expect that he would bring such a huge shadow to the Black Sky Clan. However, he would not believe the words of the other party. Forget about the clan. But you just have to remember that the disciples of my sect are all righteous, handsome, mighty, and compassionate. If you meet such people in the future, most of them will be my disciples. The elder took in a deep breath and didn't say anything more. Was it so hard to ask for the name of the sect? Okay, Black Sky Tribe, remember this. If you meet such people in the future, you must back off. He didn't want to have anything to do with this brat, but he was curious. What was going on? He had personally killed this brat at least 32 times. Each time, he used his full strength. There was no way he could have survived. Then there was only one possibility. This brat was up to something. Lin Fan landed on the ground and walked towards the box. The girls felt that the man in front of them was too good to be true. When the man walked over, they thought that he was here to help them up. They were all prepared that even if they were taken advantage of, they wouldn't resist. These few boxes of treasures are too lousy, right? If you ask me, you should take them back. It's embarrassing. He didn't expect the Black Sky Tribe to be so good at doing things. They even knew how to compensate. But he really didn't care about these few boxes. The wealth he left for the sect was shocking. Hajia nudged Guer and gritted his teeth. I want to beat this brat to death. Not just you, I want to too. Guer's neck turned red. The elder was here, so they had no right to speak. If they had to fight, it would be the elder, not them. But this brat was really arrogant. He was even more arrogant than the Black Sky tribe. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't kill him. Every time he came, he would destroy buildings and kill people. If this continued, who could take it? Alright, then it's not embarrassing. Take them back. The elder was so angry that his mouth was crooked. He wanted the Black Sky tribe to compensate? That was just a dream. But today was a dream. In their dream, they weren't being wiped out, but they were being killed. They were in despair. They didn't want to waste time with this brat. They couldn't. Every time, it was the Black Sky tribe that suffered losses. You Black Sky tribe are so stingy. You want to occupy this region with people like you? You better stay put. Lin Fan didn't give them any face and wouldn't talk nicely. If they were unhappy, then they should continue. Let's see who won. It was just death, but he spoke as if they hadn't died before. Gas came out of the elder's nose. He waved his arm and a few more boxes of treasures appeared. Lin Fan looked at them and gave a look of disdain. He then kept the treasures. You guys are quite knowledgeable. I will come and play with you guys in the future. But don't worry, I won't be here in the near future. When you guys are done repairing this place, I will come and take a look. He was done farming in the Black Sky tribe, and there was no need to continue farming. Plus, he wouldn't activate overflowing bad luck. It was pointless, and he wouldn't earn points. He might as well raise pigs in his backyard. With their situation, they would definitely cause trouble in the future. As long as they caused trouble, he wouldn't have an excuse to kill them. It would be a huge amount of points in the future. When the people from the Black Sky tribe heard this, their hearts were about to explode. Their Black Sky tribe had dominated for so long, but they had never seen such despicable people. The girls didn't know what was going on, but they were terrified of the Black Sky tribe. To them, these people from the Black Sky race were demons, bloodthirsty demons who would rip open their stomachs and do anything they wanted. They had also personally witnessed a young girl being ripped open by a Black Sky race member, her organs dug out, and then swallowed alive. They would never forget that scene. But this young man in front of them said that the Black Sky tribe wouldn't dare to do anything. It was terrifying. He must have an extraordinary background. If he was a normal person, the Black Sky tribe definitely wouldn't tolerate it and would have attacked immediately. Let's go. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and left. Those women also followed closely behind. They didn't want to stay in such a terrifying place. It was simply too dangerous. To them, they would rather be ravaged by others than to stay here any longer. Lin Fan walked towards the entrance calmly. He took in a deep breath. He had to bear with it. These girls better not offend him. Otherwise, he might not be able to control himself and kill them with one punch. Tribe Elder, are we letting him leave just like that? Emo Luotian's face was dark. If he failed to break through, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. The Tribe Elder was silent. He looked into the distance and turned to leave. If they didn't let him leave, did they want him to stay for the winter? They had the confidence to kill him, but they didn't have the confidence to make him stay. It was a contradiction, but it was true. He had no choice. If he died and came back, it would really drive him crazy. Emo Luotian, forget it. This is fate. Guer said in a serious tone. Fate cannot be defied. This is the will of the heavens. Hajia consoled. But for some reason, he looked like he was gloating. After saying that, the two of them left. As for what happened in the tribe, naturally, there would be people to deal with it. But for the Black Sky tribe, there were indeed a lot of people who died. Outside, Lin Fan walked forward with a row of girls following behind him. It was as if he had opened a huge harem. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. The girls looked at Lin Fan gratefully. To them, it was like a dream. They thought that they would die inside, but now they came out alive. He was thinking about how to settle these girls. It was a good idea to send them back. Their families would definitely give him a gift to thank him. His teacher always told him to be righteous, to help others, and not to take other people's things. These words were etched in his heart, so he made up his mind. To these girls, Lin Fan was their last straw of hope. He might have left the Black Sky race, but the journey home was too far, and there were many unforeseen dangers along the way. If he left these girls here, it might not take long for them to be annihilated. But to think that there were godly state cultivators among the girls. They just looked weak and had a bad mentality, and they would break down easily. Lin Fan grabbed a small space with his fingers and brought the group away. The girls relaxed after escaping from the demon's den. To them, it was like a stone had dropped. They didn't expect to meet a hero to save them. A group of young girls gathered together, chattering about who this man was, where he came from, and which sect he was a disciple of. To them, such a powerful person was definitely not an ordinary person. After the integration of the outer world, there was a heaven's chosen list. Such a person must be on the list. Which girl didn't want to fall in love? They definitely wouldn't want to miss such an outstanding man. Some of the girls who thought that they were pretty good already had their own thoughts. They were either the daughters of elders in their sects, or they came from powerful families. If they were to be straightforward with him, they might be able to succeed. Pairs of eyes stared at Lin Fan's back. How tall and handsome he was. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had an extraordinary temperament. He was really charming. If I send these girls back, I should be able to get some benefits. The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more excited he got. As the Invincible peak leader of the magnificent flame sect, he was naturally harmonious and loving. Even if they were from the outer world, he wouldn't discriminate against them. As for collecting fees from others, that was a very normal thing. If he didn't get any benefits after sending them back, wouldn't it hurt their feelings? May I know your name? One of the girls mustered up her courage and asked. Hearing that, Lin Fan thought that it was the principle of not leaving one's name after doing a good deed, but he decided against it. Lin Fan. He had to tell them his name. At least, they would know that there were still many good people in this world. May I know if you have a partner? The bold girl's eyes shone with anticipation, as if she was listening to his final declaration. No. Lin Fan replied. Partners were a little complicated, and with his current situation, he couldn't think about it. But he would definitely have a partner. Otherwise, his life would not be complete. Hearing the word no, a fervent smile appeared on the girls' faces. They had never thought that such an outstanding man would not have a partner. Didn't that mean that they also had a chance? At this moment, a sharp ray of light suddenly attacked from the void. Lin Fan was stunned. His body stopped, and he punched out, causing the sharp light to explode. Who is it? Why are you getting physical just because you don't like it? He didn't expect that someone would try to kill him on the way. He didn't seem to have offended anyone recently, and he didn't leave any evidence. It really is you. A figure appeared in the air. It was a woman who wore a black armor and held a portrait in her hand. She carefully compared it with Lin Fan and nodded in satisfaction. How dare you hurt the young princess? Only death awaits you. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, her body turned into a beam of light and directly attacked Lin Fan. She quickly collided with Lin Fan's body, and with a bang, a loud explosion sounded out. Lin Fan was directly smashed into the ground. The ground cracked and he laid in a deep hole. When the girls saw this, they panicked. The man in their hearts was actually sneak attacked. They were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. After the outer region world merged, everything became really dangerous. He will definitely be fine. The girls were confident. Gotcha. Lin Fan climbed up from the deep hole and patted off the rocks on his body. He said unhappily, "You are too presumptuous. If you want to attack, then attack. Why are you acting so strangely? Do you really think that I am a good person to bully?" The girl flipped her palm and a dagger appeared. She threw it from the air and stabbed it into the ground. Only death awaits those who hurt the young princess. Break your limbs and follow me back to be punished. Lin Fan picked up the dagger and smiled. He clenched his fist and the dagger instantly shattered. You are really asking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's body suddenly grew taller and his muscles swelled. He activated the magic of the 7 gods and went all out. His sturdy body gradually became thinner, but his body was still as tall and straight as before. Black runes coiled around his body, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. In the air, his aura turned into a raging dragon that roared and shocked the surroundings. He opened his eyes and his long hair danced in the wind. He raised his head and stared at the girl in the air. A vast aura exploded from his eyes and enveloped the girl. Eh? The girl frowned. This aura was different from what she knew. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind the girl. The girl's heart shook. She used both her hands and feet and her movements were smooth. Suddenly, her movements stopped. Her arms were grabbed by the other party's palms and straightened, forming the word big. How do you feel? Lin Fan grinned. His heart was pounding and he felt an indescribable sense of joy. The girl panicked for a moment. Then, she hollered and kicked towards Lin Fan's chest. This kick was really fierce and contained terrifying strength. She was a legendary assassin with a strong mentality, unlike those he met before. Lin Fan used strength and pulled her arms straight. There was a cracking sound, like the sound of bones breaking. Ah! The girl screamed. Her legs fell down powerlessly. Her arms were straightened and her body felt like it was being split. She couldn't bear the pain at all. Xianxia Palace will not let you go. The girl's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. She was a death servant trained by Xianxia Palace. Through various secret methods, her cultivation speed was faster than anyone else's. At the same time, she was more sensitive and lethal. However, her life was very short. Normally, she would turn into black pus in 30 years. Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched the girl's abdomen. The black armor instantly cracked, revealing a small flat abdomen. However, he found that the color of her abdomen was a bit strange. It was red and full of blood vessels. Ah! The girl opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a light curtain rose from her back and flew into the distance. This was a notification signal. Before long, someone would arrive here. What is that? Lin Fan felt that there was something wrong with these people. He couldn't understand what they were doing. The girls saw this and whispered to each other. So powerful. Yeah, I didn't expect it to end so soon. What do you think he will do next? He probably won't kill this girl. He looks like a man who knows how to love women. Even if she is an enemy, he will just teach her a lesson and let her go. Wow. This kind of man is the most attractive. He is so broad-minded. What is he doing? At this moment, Lin Fan grabbed the girl's head and tilted his body. He took a deep breath and swung his arm, throwing her into the sky. I haven't been here for a long time. When the prey flew to a certain height, he punched. The power instantly exploded and exploded. Bang! Looking from afar, the things that exploded weren't flesh and blood, but a beautiful scene. Unfortunately, it was a pity. I don't think so. I can only say that it's low level. He looked for a while and was a little disappointed. It wasn't beautiful at all. The girls' eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe that it was like this. Let's go. Lin Fan brought the beautiful girls and left the place. However, what puzzled him was that none of the girls who had been praising him and showing interest in him had spoken a word. There was not even the slightest sound. Perhaps, they were subdued by his handsome appearance and had nothing to say. After a long time, 3 figures walked out from the void, their faces dark. It's here, but it's over. One of them stretched out his hand and a small gust of wind spun around his palm. Tiny particles gradually gathered around him and slowly formed a piece of flesh. It's her. She has been killed. As for which direction, we don't know. This seems to be the territory of the Black Sky race. Black Sky race? That guy is from the Black Sky race? How is that possible? The Black Sky race is the ugliest race in the outer region. But they are definitely related. Let's go take a look. The 3 figures disappeared once more. The young princess was injured and the sect leader was furious. He blamed his senior brother and senior sister. Thus, many disciples came out to search. Each of them had a portrait. As long as they found this person, they had to capture him, dead or alive. At a certain sect. When Lin Fan brought them down, a dozen of them felt like they had returned home. They were so excited that they felt like they were flying. Daughter. An old man saw one of the girls and was extremely emotional. He had sent people out of the sect to search for a long time but to no avail. He was in despair and didn't expect her to return. The girl said a lot to the old man and then came before Lin Fan. She was extremely grateful and said all sorts of nice things about him. Things like hero, young talent, helping out for justice, etc. She praised him as much as she could. Lin Fan waited and didn't say anything. With people's instincts, they would definitely give him a gift or something. These were all very normal operations, and most people would definitely do this. But as he spoke, he felt like something was wrong. The old man didn't seem to have any intention of giving him a gift. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together without batting an eyelid. How could they possibly understand such a symbolic gesture? When the old man saw this gesture, he was stunned and continued to praise him. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. It seemed like he had to take the initiative. Hayes, to save your daughter, we suffered heavy losses. Who knows how many treasures were lost and many of our junior brothers died. Do you understand? The old man stared at Lin Fan and was stunned for a full 5 to 6 seconds. Then, he remembered. Since the other party understood, it was not in vain that he lied. No one died, nor did they suffer any heavy losses. He was the only one who had died over 100 times. Under the elders' arrangements, the gifts were sent. It was not much, but not little either. It was a heavy gift. Aya, no need to be so polite. It is my duty to help the weak. Lin Fan touched the treasures and politely refused. It's my duty. The elderly man saw through Lin Fan gradually, but he still chuckled in reply. With this, Lin Fan was starting to feel a little embarrassed. Thus, he could only reluctantly keep the wealth into his storage ring. Then, he did not plan to stay here any longer. There were still so many people to give. After this wave, the rewards were obviously not ordinary, and it was worth wasting some time. Daughter, who is he? The elder looked and muttered in his heart. There were so many people, and according to the situation just now, the gifts were too much. The girl told him what had happened. When the elder heard it, he was shocked. Black Sky Race, he did not know before, but to dare to make all the sects submit, either they were crazy or they had true strength. And that kid could actually make the Black Sky Race admit defeat. He was obviously not ordinary. Thinking about the attitude just now, he was very satisfied, very friendly, and giving him a gift was something he should do. The Black Sky Race was slightly injured, and although it was not much of a problem, a group of 2 armed Black Sky gods had died. 3 figures floated in the air. The Black Sky Race is not to be trifled with. One of them said. The Black Sky Race was very strong, and compared to their gaudy palace, they were on par. Among them, the 6-armed Black Sky God was more troublesome, and the 3 of them were naturally not his opponent. Bastard, you dare to come again. Suddenly, a sharp light broke through the air from the depths of the Black Sky Race. Luotian was very depressed, and he drank himself drunk. He hated that kid too much. If not for that kid, this would not have happened to him. So, after feeling the power, without saying anything, he attacked to vent the hatred in his heart. Poochie, the light pierced through, and one of them was sliced in half. Blood rained down, and the color was dazzling. The 2 people beside him were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and retreated. Let's go. If the Black Sky Race dares to attack us, we'll go back and report to the headmaster. They didn't say anything and didn't even move. Instead, they directly killed one of them. This was clearly not putting them in their eyes. He didn't take Divine Palace seriously at all. Lin Fan wanted to ask these beautiful girls why they suddenly stopped talking to him. If they were shy, there was no need for that. After all, what was there to be shy about? As for the girls worshipping him, it was understandable. The junior sisters in the sect adored him, and many of them even had a crush on him. These were all very normal situations, and there was no need to be too shy. When he looked over, the girls were terrified. They avoided his gaze and didn't dare to look him in the eyes. They were really afraid. That girl was killed with one punch just like that. When they thought of this, their bodies began to tremble. They were afraid that they would also be punched to death. Lin Fan felt that he had improved. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of his mind. Setting off fireworks was a habit, and it wasn't easy to change. But surrounded by so many high-quality fireworks, he extinguished that thought. How much willpower did he have to be able to communicate with these girls in a friendly manner, such good girls, not annoying, not a hindrance, and definitely not rude to him. They even shyly avoided his gaze. Where else could he find such outstanding girls? How could he bear to set off fireworks? After spending a bit of time, he sent the girls back. Under his clear intention, the relatives of these young girls also understood. Even if there were some who pretended to be ignorant, under his words that sounded like a threat, but at the same time, not a threat, they were convinced. He gave what he should, and he wasn't stingy at all. But what left Lin Fan exasperated was that even though he had no intention of flirting with the girls, when he was about to leave, all of them turned to look at him in unison, their eyes flashing with unknown emotions. Maybe it was because they knew they couldn't get him, but they still wanted him to stay. Unwilling emotions, he understood. Outstanding people were outstanding no matter where they went. That was an unchangeable fact. After Lin Fan left, the last girl grabbed her father's wrist in fear. "Father, you don't know how scary that man is. He threw a big sister into the sky and killed her with one punch. She didn't even have a corpse left. It wasn't easy for your daughter to come back safely." Woo-woo. The Black Sky race had already traumatized them, but after that, there was a second trauma that they couldn't get rid of. Their minds were filled with that scene. It was just too terrifying. In the air, Lin Fan entered. His gains were not bad, and this trip wasn't a loss. He had already accumulated over 6 million points. Based on his initial estimation, many people from the Black Sky race had died in his hands. There were Legendary Realm and even God Realm experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accumulate so many points. But now that the original demon scripture was at level 4, if he continued to level it up, his points would exceed 10 million. The points were vast, and he couldn't gather them all in a short time. He had to calm down and find a dangerous place to farm. It was necessary to cultivate. He couldn't be complacent in the legendary realm, and he had to continue. This characteristic of mine is great. I can use points to improve my foundation. But others wouldn't be as straightforward as me. They had to find skill sets and improve slowly. They also had to understand the heavens and earth. That was torture. But what made him unhappy was that he wasn't on the heavens' favorite board. Are they looking down on me? I'm already in the legendary realm, but I can't enter. Why don't I just go and die? Shaking his head, Lin Fan didn't think too much. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll see if there are any dangerous places around, or at least I can get some points. It had been some time since the fusion of the outer world, but Lin Fan still wasn't clear about the situation. The Magnificent Flame sect was still there, but it wasn't stable yet. There were too many powerful sections. He didn't know what had happened to the sects in the primordial ancestors' land. Some of them might have been destroyed, or they might have been swallowed by others. To him, the Sunshine sect was definitely still alive even if the other sects were destroyed. This wasn't because the Sunshine sect was strong, but because of their special characteristics. They could be the dogs of others. Little friend in the sky, why don't you come down and meet up since you're in such a hurry? Just as Lin Fan was thinking about this, a voice could be heard from below. I don't have time. Lin Fan replied. He had said that he wouldn't play around anymore, so he definitely wouldn't. If he did, something bad might happen. For example, fighting with the other party. These were all possibilities. Time is like a ditch. Little friend, you might be a man, but if you use your hands, you might be able to squeeze it out. The voice could be heard again. But this time around, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. That was because he had realized that the owner of this voice was a bloody genius. That makes sense. One look and I can tell that you've received high-level education. Lin Fan landed on the ground. He wanted to see what kind of genius this person was. High-level education? What's that? I don't have any. The voice could be heard again. He sounded confused, as he didn't know what he was talking about. To him, it was complicated. Lin Fan landed on the ground and looked at his target. What he saw shocked him. An old man and a pig. He was stunned. He saw an old man riding on a fat pig that was at least 500 to 600 kilograms. He had a faint smile on his face. But no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem harmonious. It was a big problem. I'm not an old man, I'm a genius. He's not a pig, he's a sky pig. The old man sat on the pig and said calmly. The pig under him snorted and stuck its nose to the ground, sucking the soil. This combination was amazing. It was extraordinary. Genius? Lin Fan's mouth was agape. Then, he smiled, if you're a genius, then what am I? The old man looked at Lin Fan carefully. Then, a book appeared in his hand. This book was sewn page by page. He flipped it. I know you. You escorted those girls back. They said that you're Lin Fan. But your name isn't in the top 100. Look at the rest, all the way to the top 500, your name isn't there. I'm stuck at the 500th place, which is within the range of geniuses. So, you're not a genius. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. It was a little shocking. An old man was telling him that he was a genius. Who made the rankings? Did they not care about age? I know what you're saying. You're saying that I'm an old man, how can I be a genius? Let me tell you, I'm really not an old man. I'm only 600 years old. In my place, I'm still an unmarried kid. Lin Fan took a step back. His heart was bleeding and he wanted to vomit blood. What was he saying? 600 years old? An unmarried kid? Why didn't he just go and die? Do you know what I'm thinking? The pig-riding old man said, I don't know. It's just a guess. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhu Fengfeng, 603 years old, single, 500th place on the genius list. He's my friend, Zhu Yangyang. He's a few years younger than me. He's sexy, slim, brave, and tough. These are all qualities of my friend. I followed you all the way and I know that you're Lin Fan. I also know that you have special abilities. You definitely have many things to replace death. You're a rich man. Lin Fan looked at him warily. How did you know? Zhu Fengfeng said, I saw it. I've been watching what happened to you at the Black Sky Clan for a long time. Originally, his nose smelled the scent of women, and he brought me here quickly to save those women. I didn't think that you would arrive early. I counted, you died a total of 138 times at the Black Sky Clan, and directly made the Black Sky Clan submit. He and I really admire you. It's not worth mentioning. Don't worry about it. Why are you looking for me? He didn't care about these achievements. They were just normal actions. But he couldn't stand this man and pig. First, he didn't dare to think about their names. Secondly, they didn't look reliable. He didn't have time to waste with them. I've discovered a shocking secret ground. However, it's not easy to traverse through it. I need a companion. After searching for a long time, I've finally locked onto you. That's because I've discovered that your quality is not ordinary. You're exactly the same as us. Zhu Fengfeng said seriously. F***ck, what are you talking about? Since it is a dangerous place, then let's go. He had a special love for dangerous places. Riches and treasures weren't his only goal. He wanted points. Since he comprehended laws, he had only comprehended one, which was power. He believed that once he reached the peak, he would be able to control power. Everything in the world, be it blood or special effects, was just a form of power. To control everything, he would become a true master. Any arrogant person, with just a stare, would be stripped of their power. No matter how strong they would become a helpless mortal. This was the path that he was pursuing. But this path was blurry and had never existed before. But he believed that as long as he had faith, he would be able to find a path. Aren't you going to ask me what kind of dangerous place this is? Or are you not afraid that I will trick you? Zhu Fengfeng's calm expression was a little weird, like she didn't expect him to not care at all. It seemed like she had to understand it more. The quality might be the same, but there might be some differences. I don't care about the danger, but if it dares to trick me, even if I have to go to the ends of the world, I will make this pig stew. Lin Fan stared at the pig. It was so fat, but it ate well. Scoff scoff, the pig snorted and sucked even more dirt. A small piece of dirt was sucked into its nose and it sneezed, nearly knocking Zhu Fengfeng off. It was like it was saying that it had nothing to do with it, it was him. Steady yourself. Zhu Fengfeng grabbed the pig's fur and didn't let herself fall. Don't worry, I am top 500 and definitely won't trick anyone. I will talk as I walk. This place is huge and I won't be able to swallow it alone. Lin Fan didn't care too much. What he lacked now was points. Since he could enter, then that was what he wanted. However, he was filled with regret that this fellow was able to enter the top 500. It seemed like the ranking was just SOSO. But didn't the ranking only have the top 100? Where did the last few hundred come from? He didn't understand. Follow, my little friend runs really fast. Zhu Fengfeng patted the fat pig's raised buttocks, and the fat pig was immediately stimulated. Its 4 pig legs were like wind and fire wheels, and it ran extremely fast. It turned into a gust of wind and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fan flew at an extremely fast speed. He stared at the fat pig and thought that it was much worse than the frog and Old Black. It couldn't speak the human language, so it definitely wasn't much. Do you know of a legend? Lin Fan asked. What legend? Zhu Fengfeng was confused. Poke a pig and drop a divine artifact. If there's a chance, I can give it a try. He thought of the advertisement on the previous page. Poke a pig with a big knife, and divine artifacts will be all over the ground. Zhu Fengfeng fell into deep thought, as if she was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. She didn't quite understand it, but she caught on to the word divine artifact. It was not ordinary. His gaze caused the fat pig to tremble and run even faster. Lin Fan now knew where Zhu Fengfeng came from. Even though he did not know if it was true or not, he believed her for the time being. This fat pig turned out to be their symbol, but he had fed the symbol into a fat pig that weighed 500 to 600 kilograms, and was directly chased out to roam the world. Then, the region merged with the outside world, and they couldn't find their way back. They could only roam the world alone with the pig. The fat pig accidentally discovered that dangerous place. It dug the soil, broke a hole, and fell in. It realized that it was actually an underground relic, and one could tell that it was extraordinary. 1 man and 1 pig entered, and after a while, they hurriedly came out. It was too dangerous and weird inside, and they were afraid. But even after they came out, they couldn't forget about it. Who wouldn't enter a dangerous place? Wouldn't that be handing over the treasure to others? It was just that it was impossible for 1 man and 1 pig to enter, so they could only find helpers. After many observations, they met Lin Fan, who was of the same quality as them, which was why they extended an olive branch. 2 men and 1 pig. The pig couldn't speak, so only the 2 of them could communicate. Zhu Fengfeng said that she was actually very young, but because she was cursed, they chatted happily. She also said that she was talented and had an extraordinary background, but once she fell to the ground, she became like this. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Fan didn't care at all. It was fine as long as there was a dangerous place. We're here, this is the place. Do you see the hole in front? Zhu Fengfeng pointed and came to a flat piece of soil. This is covered with feces, and it can confuse people. If people pass by and see this pile of feces, they will definitely hide far away. They definitely won't touch it with their hands. Of course, I know that, so I'm not afraid. After saying that, Zhu Fengfeng stretched out his hand and lifted the pig feces. His fingers were all covered in pig feces. Then, he habitually wiped it on his body, not caring at all. When he noticed Lin Fan's weird gaze, he smiled. You don't understand, pig feces have a special effect. It can deceive the noses of beasts. Some strong beasts are hard to deal with, but as long as you wipe this pig feces, there's no problem at all. There's also some, do you want some? It's not smelly. Hurry up, stop wasting time. If not, you guys go down yourselves. I don't have time to waste with you guys. If he wanted to touch pig feces, he would rather just beat him to death. As for the old man, after this wave, he hurriedly went his own way. It was too disgusting. How could he wipe pig feces so easily? Follow me closely, I roughly know what's going on below. Zhu Fengfeng was the first to jump down and slide down. Then, the fat pig retreated and aimed its butt at the hole. Its head was exposed, and it winked at Lin Fan before sliding down. Sigh, damn, where did this come from? Which region could raise these two retards? He didn't expect to understand. Then, he jumped down too. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't even see his fingers. Moreover, the slide was very long. After a long time, his back was empty, and there was light before his eyes. He landed steadily. Lin Fan looked around. The surrounding walls were very far away, and the light came from those walls, illuminating this place. Let's go, let's walk forward. That's the entrance. Zhu Fengfeng was very familiar with this place, and she walked forward with ease. But we have to be careful, the path here is a little rough. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He had never seen such a dangerous place hidden underground before. It looked extraordinary. There was a stone path suspended in the air, and below it was a calm water surface. Don't fall down. It's not a joke. I tried it last time, and there's something wrong with the water. Zhu Fengfeng said cautiously. The fat pig didn't seem to care at all. It walked calmly, shaking its butt. Could there be beasts in the water? Lin Fan's first thought was to see if there was such a thing in the water. If there really was a beast, he would rush down immediately and kill it. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. Let's see what's so special about this dangerous place first. The stone path was very long, and it didn't take long for them to reach the end. I came here last time, and it left a deep impression on me. But it's still a little scary. Zhu Fengfeng sighed. The two stone doors were tall and imposing, extending all the way to the top. On the left and right sides of the doors were two statues of unknown creatures. They looked hideous and terrifying. This was the first time Lin Fan had seen such a dangerous place. As for a dangerous place as this, it had to be the Thousand-Deep Cave. There was another world in there, and it was vast. At the same time, there were countless independent spaces. To be able to create such a dangerous place, the Thousand-Deep Cave Patriarch must be very strong. As for the guy who was beaten back by me and my master in the sect, he had the same aura, but he was too weak. I wonder where that guy went. He's so strange. Maybe he's like a fish in water. Zhu Fengfeng sighed. When he saw Lin Fan walking towards the door, he shouted helplessly, "Don't go through the door. It's closed. It's useless." Then how do we get in? Lin Fan asked. There's a small hole here. It was dug out by my friend. Zhu Fengfeng said proudly. Others couldn't get in, but he had his own way. It was this friend of his that made him so proud. The pig's hole? I'm not going. Push the door and go in. Lin Fan wouldn't go through the small hole. Furthermore, it was dug out by the fat pig. Who knew what indescribable things would be left behind? I can't open it. I've tried the door. Don't look down on me. I'm a peak great sage. Zhu Fengfeng felt the need to reveal his strength to Lin Fan. He didn't want Lin Fan to look down on him. Of course, none of this was worth mentioning. There were realms above the great sage, and he was only ranked 500 on the Heaven's Chosen roll. Lin Fan touched the two giant stone doors with both hands and took a deep breath. His eyes were solemn, and his arms swelled up. Green veins could be seen on his arms, making him look hideous. He roared and pushed with all his might. It didn't move at all. Not even a fart could be heard. It's useless. I can't open it. Even divine weapons can't leave a mark on it. Zhu Fengfeng reminded Lin Fan. He had already observed the place. The stone doors were old, but there were no marks on them. They were truly untraceable. After Zhu Fengfeng's reminder, Lin Fan took out the altar. This thing is tough too. Let's see who's stronger. He raised the altar and smashed it towards the giant stone door. With a loud explosion, sparks flew. The stone door still didn't move at all. Lin Fan retreated a few steps. His arms were badly shaken, but the altar didn't disappoint him. It wasn't damaged at all. Your stone is amazing. It still isn't damaged. Last time, I took out a treasure and it broke into two. Zhu Fengfeng exclaimed. He didn't expect this fellow to be so rich. He even had such a treasure. At the same time, he understood that this fellow was able to revive because of that thing. He knew that there was an antique elder in this world who was extremely talented. He created weird things that allowed him to avoid death. He had read ancient books before, and there was an elder who was mysterious. He was known as the puppet ancestor and could create puppets that could replace one's death. Of course, he didn't believe that there was such an arrogant fellow in the past. But after seeing Lin Fan, he had some thoughts. Such an arrogant fellow really existed. What broken thing is that? Mine is good stuff. Lin Fan raised it high once more. This time, he was further away. He ran and flames appeared on his body. He had reached his maximum speed. There was a loud explosion and the surrounding walls started to shake. The collision this time around was definitely out of the ordinary. What is wrong with your brain? There is obviously a hole, so why bother with the door? P.S. Please vote next month. Tremors continued. The altar and the stone door clashed, causing shockwaves. How terrifying must the impact be for such a thing to happen? Lin Fan retreated and stomped on the ground with his right foot. The ground cracked and formed a deep hole. The two stone doors didn't move at all. There wasn't even a scratch on them. On the other hand, the altar was slightly damaged. Amazing, this stone door is even harder than the altar. He hadn't expected that it would be so difficult to break open a gate. If he had punched it, he would have died without a burial. If he took this thing away, wouldn't he have a new weapon? Of course, he wasn't someone who liked the new and hated the old. The stone chair was still waiting, so how could he disappoint it? However, as a person who trained in hard body skills, how could he not have a suitable weapon? Otherwise, it would not make sense. Brother, stop playing. This door is really hard. You can't break it. Come with us. Zhu Fengfeng was helpless. This was going against the heavens. Was her arm not tired at all? Or was it not sore at all? Humph. The pig sucked the dirt and wagged its tail. You guys go first. I will waste my time with this stone door. Lin Fan waved his hand. He looked like he wasn't going to enter until he dealt with the door. Zhu Fengfeng wanted to die. Why did they leave? If one man and one pig could deal with it, why would they come? They needed helpers because they lacked manpower. The man and the pig didn't leave. They just stood there and watched. They wanted to see what he was going to do. The two stone doors were ancient and had an ancient aura. They weren't ordinary items. The impact just now was really strong. If it was an ordinary item, it would have been smashed into pieces. Brother, don't you know what's going on? You hit it so hard and it wasn't damaged at all. Even if you die, it's useless. Come with me. Let's go. It's not embarrassing to dig a hole. As the saying goes, heroes don't look at the process, but the results. Shut up. Lin Fan was getting serious. He was going all out against the stone door. His body swelled up and his muscles inflated like a balloon. Zhu Fengfeng opened his eyes wide. This aura was really powerful. He didn't expect that this guy's strength was not bad either. He was just slightly weaker than him. Carrying the altar, Lin Fan retreated further than before. He didn't believe that he couldn't smash open this stone door. Xiaoqin took a deep breath, and the blood flowing in his body began to boil like water. A white gas wrapped around his body. His eyes gradually changed. This was the appearance of the heavenly dipper true body, and the strength of his arms gradually increased. I don't believe it. He really didn't believe that two broken stone doors could block his way. All of you, move away. If you get hurt, it has nothing to do with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he began to walk forward. Cracking sounds could be heard as the ground beneath his feet cracked. The air was ripped apart, and the void shattered. Sonic booms echoed out incessantly. Run! When Zhu Fengfeng saw this, she grabbed the pig's tail and quickly dodged. The fat pig, which was sucking the soil, was suddenly torn and whimpered. It really hurts. My butt is about to fly away. Hung long long, his voice was like a clap of thunder as an intense storm erupted. The powerful shockwave blew everything in its path. The altar and the stone door clashed, and a bright light exploded. The light was so bright that one couldn't even open their eyes. The entire danger zone looked like it was about to collapse. What's the point? What's the big deal about digging a hole? Why do you have to fight with the stone door? Zhu Fengfeng muttered helplessly. He had an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He wanted to bring a helper, but now that he looked at it, how was that a helper? He was obviously sick. Why did you have to fight with the stone door? If you had the time, you would have entered long ago. It was just digging a hole. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything, and Zhu Yangyang won't say anything, then who would know? Panting sounds could be heard. Drip. This was the sound of blood falling. The impact was too strong, and blood flowed out. This door is really strong. His blood was boiling. This was definitely a treasure. If it wasn't, he would chop off his head and kick it like a ball. That strike just now was his strongest attack. But regretfully, the stone door didn't move at all. He even felt that if he did it again, the altar would totally shatter. He felt that the internal structure of the altar was starting to change. This was due to the pressure from the collision, and it couldn't take it anymore. What a waste. He was unwilling, but he had no choice. If he continued to ram his way through, not to mention the stone door, even the altar would disappear. The gains did not make up for the losses. But since he had already said it, he couldn't go back. He wasn't so thick-skinned. Brother, that's enough. It's too strong. If this kind of attack were to land on my body, I would be smashed into meat paste. This time, let's just let this stone door go. Let's go this way, Zhu Fengfeng said. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at him. He kept silent for a few seconds and nodded, okay. Since you are the one who pleaded for the stone door, then I will let it go. If it happens again, I will make it collapse. It is lucky. Since he couldn't break it open, what else could he do? He gave up and walked through the hole. He was used to it. Before he left, he looked at the stone door and touched it. It felt good. He muttered softly, "Don't worry, you can't escape. When I am strong enough, I will come back." After saying that, he followed behind Zhu Fengfeng without turning his head. This old man who called himself a young man had been to this dangerous place before but was forced to retreat. There was definitely trouble inside, but trouble was nothing to him. The hole was the size of a pig. He had to use both hands to climb in. The old man used both hands to support himself and wiggled his butt. He was really flirtatious. But he had no choice. Apart from this entrance, where else could he go? The two stone doors were so hard that he couldn't break them open. Forget it. A true expert's black spot will become a bright spot for the world to look up to. He comforted himself and climbed in without hesitation. How is it, didn't I tell you? It's really fast. In the blink of an eye, we are in. That stone door isn't ordinary. It doesn't look like something simple. I don't know who placed this dangerous place here and even used such a hard stone door to block the way. How ruthless. But even he didn't expect Yang Yang to be so powerful. He probably didn't expect Yang Yang to be so powerful. As he said that, he looked at the pig with admiration. Humph. The pig leaned its nose on the ground and sniffed as if it was sucking dirt. It didn't need to climb in, it just walked in. Lin Fan didn't say anything. The scene in front of him had changed drastically. Behind the stone door, there was another world. Numerous waterfalls cascaded down from above. There was no support at all. The color of the water was gray, as if it was mixed with dirt. This place is very strange. Let's go forward. Also, be careful. There might be flying demonic beasts coming for no reason. Zhu Fengfeng reminded him. He was very familiar with this place. He had come here with the pig before and gradually understood the situation. But when they reached the front, they were blocked and couldn't go any further. I smell an enchanting fragrance. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The surrounding air swept over and rushed into his nose. That smell was his favorite smell. Where's the smell coming from? Zhu Fengfeng was confused. He sniffed. That's impossible. If there was a smell, he would definitely know. Suddenly, there was a series of squeaking sounds. It's here. What is it this time? Zhu Fengfeng was solemn. The sound last time wasn't like this. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow in the distance. It was too dark and he couldn't see what it was. But there was a red gem-like light that looked like eyes. As they got closer, the red light became more and more intense. Bats. Lin Fan was a person who went through 9 years of compulsory education. He had done a lot of research on biology and he had even roasted bats himself. The taste was great. If it was dipped in vinegar, it would taste even better. Of course, bats didn't have much meat. When roasted, it would only feel crispy. But it would taste good if he used it to make soup. Poochie, the wind was strong. It was caused by the bats flapping their wings. When they spread their black wings, they covered the sky. Blood vessels could even be seen on the surface of the wings. The pig screamed in fear. It felt that the bats were hostile towards it. It was as if they wanted to eat it because it had more meat and blood. Big bats, at least 4 to 5 meters long. The bats looked ferocious. Their sharp teeth were protruding from their mouths. Let me teach them a lesson. Zhu Fengfeng was about to attack, but he was stopped by Lin Fan. He couldn't let this guy attack. What did he come here for? He must be here to earn points. If he didn't even want to earn points, he wouldn't be here to enjoy the scenery. There are too many of them. How can he handle them? Was the helper he found really capable? These giant bats weren't weak. If they got too close, even he would have a hard time dealing with them. At that moment, Lin Fan took out his mace. Big. The appearance of the wolf-tooth mace shocked both the man and the pig. Lin Fan then flicked his wrist, giving off an aura that could sweep away an entire army. Bang! Bang, the mace exploded. When the giant bats came into contact with the mace, they exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, lighting up the dark space red. This guy is ruthless. Zhu Fengfeng and Zhu Yangyang looked at each other. They could tell that Lin Fan was ruthless. His weapon was too terrifying. It dyed the ground red. His points increased. Lin Fan wanted to laugh, but he held it in. He didn't expect this place to be so good. He just came in, and he already got points. As for the fact that he had to climb in through the hole, he forgot about it. As long as I can become stronger, this is nothing. The surging blood fell on the huge rocks on both sides. The rocks flickered with a dark red light. But under the cover of blood, it was hard to see. Crack, many cracks appeared on the 2 boulders. Pieces of rubble rolled down, causing the calm water surface to ripple. Lin Fan was having a good time. Suddenly, he sensed danger. Oh my god. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked and cried out, "Brother, there's a ghost, hide quickly." It wasn't a human hand, but a skeleton hand. It was huge, and Lin Fan felt like an ant when it slapped him. Arrogant. With a loud roar, he punched out, and a brilliant light burst forth from his fist. Shit. The opponent was too strong. Lin Fan was sent flying and rolled on the ground before he could stabilize himself. He swore that the skeleton hand was not simple. How arrogant must it be to be able to send him flying? Brother, this skeleton is too big. Let's all protect ourselves and regroup after killing it. Zhu Fengfeng's voice came from afar, accompanied by a snort. Lin Fan finally saw who the owner of the skeleton hand was. It was huge, and it was more than 100 zhang tall. It was red. It was a red skeleton. The skeleton stepped on the water. Its movements looked stiff, but it was very agile. It slapped Lin Fan, and a strong wind blew. In its skeletal chest, there was a ball of red flame burning. It was using blood to awaken the guardian that had turned into a giant rock. Even in death, you can't rest. Lin Fan kept his mace. His aura increased, and his strength turned into a storm. He flew into the sky and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the skeleton. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountain swayed. His fist smashed out, colliding with the skeleton. Sparks flew in all directions, and the skeleton was even more enraged. Not to mention the boundless fury of the skeleton, even he was enraged by the skeleton. I really don't believe that I can't kill you. He was now competing with the skeleton. Previously, he was fighting against the two stone doors. He flew into the sky and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the skeleton. The dark red skeleton was strange, and its counterattack was fast. It attacked Lin Fan with its finger bones. Who's afraid of you? Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched out. The small fist collided with the big fist, creating a huge shockwave. The water surface rippled and the danger zone buzzed. The rocks on the walls of the cliff rolled down. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand such a situation. Crack, a crisp sound could be heard. Cracks appeared on the skeleton's finger bones, but Lin Fan's fist wasn't any better. His skin cracked, and blood flowed out. This was a collision of strength. It was too strong, and the skin couldn't take it anymore. If it can crack, then there's hope. He ignored the condition of his fist. It was neither painful nor itchy. He was fearless. Even if his entire fist were to split open, there would be no pain at all. This danger zone wasn't ordinary. They hadn't even walked far and they had already met such a powerful existence. What would be inside? It was unimaginable. Suddenly, just as Lin Fan was thinking about this, a strong gust of wind came from his left. It was like a tornado. He raised his hand and blocked the punch. Crack! The ground split open as a powerful shockwave burst out, raising a gale. Amazing. The power of that punch is simply too strong. Just as Lin Fan was sighing, something strange happened. In the blink of an eye, a red needle pierced through Lin Fan's arm. So King Sinister. He didn't expect the skeleton to be so insidious. Even after its punch was blocked, it still had such a trick up its sleeve. It was truly unfathomable. A palm landed on the finger bone, and his body retreated. There was a giant hole in his arm, and fresh blood flowed out, dyeing the ground red. Lin Fan flung his arm, and a pool of fresh blood landed on the ground. You dog, you're so cunning. I wonder who created you. You're really a dog. Lin Fan twisted his neck, cracking it. He wondered what was going on over at the old man's side. Come. Lin Fan lowered his head. His blood was boiling, and it had already materialized. Power covered his body. As for the wound, it was just a small matter. Brother, run. We can't beat it. In the distance, Zhu Fengfeng rode on the fat pig and ran over. Behind them, the skeleton chased. Everywhere it passed, everything would shatter. What is going on? You are ranked 500 on the Heaven's Pride board and you can't beat it? Lin Fan dodged a punch. What bullshit T ranking? Why couldn't he beat a skeleton? As for him not being able to beat it, it was normal. He wasn't on the Heaven's Pride board, so it was normal. This thing can't be killed. I smashed its head with one punch, and it reassembled itself in front of me. How can we fight it? Let's run inside. Zhu Fengfeng shouted, and occasionally, she turned her head. Did you destroy the flame in its chest? Lin Fan dodged left and right. If that was the case, then there was really no need to fight. But to him, this skeleton was just an undead spirit. If there wasn't a flame in its head, then it must be in its chest. I destroyed it. It's useless. Brother, let's go. Zhu Fengfeng's legs clamped onto the fat pig tightly. She came in front of Lin Fan and pulled him up. She rode on the fat pig like him. At the same time, she raised her hand, and light shone from her palm, blocking all the attacks of the skeleton. But the two giant skeletons didn't stop there. They punched again and again. The light shook, and under such frequent attacks, there were actually ripples. Brother, these two skeletons are very strange. If we continue to fight with them, I'm afraid we will die of exhaustion. Zhu Fengfeng said solemnly. The two skeletons became violent. Their eyes flashed red, and more punches appeared. If it wasn't for their strength, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. I'm fine. Lin Fan didn't have any worries. Exhaustion didn't exist. No way, brother, I will die. I went through so much trouble to save you and bring you with me. How can you be so heartless? Zhu Fengfeng clamped onto the fat pig's belly and ran forward. The two of them were riding on a pig, flying on the stone path. The scene was shocking. The two skeletons stood on both sides and followed them. But under Zhu Fengfeng's defense, they couldn't do anything to them for a while. At this moment, there were 3 whirlpools floating in front of them. The whirlpools looked like nebulae, and no one knew what was at the end. Brother, last time I chose the left. This time, we will go in the middle. Maybe we will be lucky. Yang yang, fly, roar, let's go. The fat pig carried 2 people and fell into the whirlpool, disappearing without a trace. The 2 skeletons that were following them stopped moving after they disappeared. Then, they returned to their original position. The rocks that had sunk into the water floated up again and covered the skeletons. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Brother, we're safe now. This place is too scary. Zhu Fengfeng patted his chest and calmed his restless heart. If the skeletons didn't die, continuing to fight was just a waste of time. Hey! Brother, your expression doesn't seem right. Not good, brother, what happened to your arm? Why is it bleeding so much? Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. He didn't expect his brother to be injured. This amount of blood was too scary. Lin Fan was silent. He didn't want to talk. Riding a pig was the shame of his life. Even if he came out from some other place, he wouldn't feel anything wrong. But now, he really didn't want to say anything. Let's go, continue forward. After passing through the whirlpool, they came to a foreign place. The grass was green and the scenery was beautiful. It was different from before. Brother, your injuries are more important. Zhu Fengfeng said. Lin Fan took a look. He raised his finger and a green abyssal flame burned on his finger. He got close to the wound and sizzling sounds could be heard. His flesh twisted and stopped the bleeding. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. He was too cruel to himself. His heart trembled. He wouldn't even have the courage to do this. You said that you went to the left. Is it the same as here? Lin Fan asked. This place was weird. It was different from other dangerous places and had its own world. It's different. The scenery there is a vast ocean. I can't see the end of it. Zhu Fengfeng shook his head. He was a little regretful. He was too rash and shouldn't have entered so carelessly. What if he died here? Brother, just tell me the truth. If I am in danger, will you save me? He asked in an attempt to comfort his timid heart. Even though he was top 500 on the Heaven's favorite board, he was still a human. Humans would be afraid. Life was precious and love was nothing. If he lost his life, he would just be nurturing the love of others. Lin Fan looked at him, call me brother. Brother. Zhu Fengfeng was really obedient. I will definitely save you. I am a famous person and I am a righteous person. Don't worry. Lin Fan said. Zhu Fengfeng was delighted. An excited smile appeared on his face. Brother, why don't the 3 of us become sworn brothers? Don't push your luck. Lin Fan glanced at the fat pig. If he became sworn brothers with a fat pig, why didn't he go against the heavens? It would be embarrassing if he said it out loud. The fat pig came to an unknown place and was still happily sucking the soil. Then, he raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. The fat pig saw a look of disdain in his eyes. The fat pig snorted and shook his head. He looked at Lin Fan in disdain. There was the sound of a flood behind them. Brother, did you hear that weird sound? Zhu Fengfeng asked. I heard it. Lin Fan turned around. In front of him wasn't an empty space but a raging flame wave. Oh my god, brother, what is going on? Where did the flame wave come from? Is it going to roast us? Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. The fat pig retreated warily. He didn't want to become a roasted pig. But even if he wanted to, he didn't have the right to. What are you panicking for? Have you seen that the flame wave isn't hot? It is just an illusion. Even if it isn't, with our cultivation, the flame wave won't harm us. Let's take a bath. Lin Fan stared. He was making a big deal out of nothing. How? Could he be top 500 with such a personality? Why didn't he go play? He walked forwards and reached out his hand towards the flame ocean. Watch carefully. ZZ, his fingernails touched the flame ocean and instantly evaporated. Pung, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. He turned into a streak of light and dashed into the distance. Brother, what happened? Zhu Fengfeng shouted. The sound of a pig being slaughtered spread out. Zhu Yangyang's tail was on fire and it was charred. He ran away quickly, even faster than before. Oh my god, I can't handle the flame wave. Zhu Fengfeng reacted and ran. Brother, didn't you say that it was an illusion? It's too dangerous. It's really too dangerous. We shouldn't have come in. It's a dangerous place that's buried deep underground. It's extremely dangerous. We might die here. Zhu Fengfeng regretted it. If there was a piece of tofu, he would have smashed his head into it. His legs were useless and his eyes were blinded by the treasure. What are you shouting for? It didn't even burn you. What are you afraid of? Lin Fan stared. This place was really weird. It wasn't a normal fire wave and he didn't know where it came from. However, he was really excited. The more dangerous the place, the more wealth there would be. The only regretful thing was that there were beasts. A dangerous place couldn't have no beasts. Humph. The fat pig ran very fast. Its 4 hooves were like wind and fire wheels. It was not slower than Lin Fan. It was very sad about what happened to its tail. It didn't do anything and just stared blankly for a while before its tail was burned. If it hadn't reacted fast enough, it would have become a roasted suckling pig. Brother, we can't help but worry. Although this place is vast and we can't see the end of it, the speed of the fire waves is too fast. Even with our strength, we can't stop chasing after it. If there's no path ahead, we'll really die. Zhu Fengfeng was really worried. He was ranked 500 on the list and didn't want to die here. He didn't think so much before. Firstly, he wasn't weak and was ranked 500. Entering a dangerous place and something could happen, which was why he came here carelessly. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. A dangerous place buried deep underground meant that it wasn't time to come out yet. Xiao, just as Zhu Fengfeng was spouting nonsense, she heard movement behind her. There was the sound of something tearing through the air. Turning around, she saw that the fire wave had changed shape. Many fire thorns pierced through the air, wanting to pierce them and burn them. Oh my god, the fire waves have turned into spirits. Old brother, we are doomed this time. Even if I am a great saint, I can't extinguish this fire wave. Which bastard made this place? He obviously doesn't want anyone to come in. No, he doesn't want anyone to come in. How did we get in? All of a sudden, Zhu Fengfeng was confused. However, he was really agile and dodged the thorns. At the same time, his palm was covered in light and he tried to grab the thorns. Sizzle, the light was worn down and instantly shattered. Brother, these flames are not ordinary. You can't touch them. He was shocked. Even with his strength, he couldn't control it. If it stabbed into his body, wouldn't he lose half his life? Xiao. 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 The sound of air being torn apart was extremely urgent. This was to completely kill them, not giving them any chance to make a comeback. The fire thorns grew denser and denser. Zhu Fengfeng immediately straddled the fat pig and roared, "Brother, come up. You still want to F***king fight." However, he had already done it once, so it didn't matter if he did it again. Yang, it's time for you to explode. Whether you live or die, it's all up to you. Zhu Fengfeng grabbed the pig's ears and said. The fat pig humped and light appeared on its body. Its soft fur suddenly hardened, and its body became very muscular. Its 4 hooves became black like metal. The fat hanging on his body underwent a huge change, turning into chunks of muscle. "Muscle pig," Lin Fan exclaimed. His senses had changed greatly. This was really amazing. Instantly, the muscle pig's speed reached a terrifying level. The surrounding scenery became blurry. This was what happened when one's speed reached a certain level. Huasi, who was following behind, found it hard to catch up. "Amazing!" Lin Fan exclaimed. He didn't expect such an ordinary fat pig to be able to do such a thing. The only thing was that its fur was a little hard and it wasn't comfortable to sit on. "Brother, Yang is amazing. He is really fast, even faster than time," Zhu Fengfeng said. "Faster than time? Come, let me take a look." Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't expect such a creature to exist. Faster than time? What did that mean? Could he even travel back in time? I can't do that now. Zhu Fengfeng bragged a little too much and felt a little awkward. She wanted to change the topic but realized that there was no way forward. It was blocked by the black veil, but at the bottom of the veil, there was a hole. "There's an exit there. Yang, head there." The muscle pig snorted and sprinted forward. Then, it came to a sudden stop, its 4 hooves drawing many black marks on the ground. It was so fast that it was on fire. When it stopped, the muscle pig turned back into a fat pig and laid on the ground panting. It had no energy at all. "Brother, it tried its best. If it runs anymore, we won't be able to run anymore. No matter what is down there, we have to go in." Zhu Fengfeng patted Yang's head. "Good job." "Hee hee." The fat pig grunted weakly. Then, it stuck its nose to the ground and sucked the soil. The fire waves came from afar and got closer. Zhu Fengfeng grabbed the fat pig and stuffed it into the hole. But when she threw it in, she couldn't stuff it below the neck. "Oh my god, Yang, why did you eat so much? I can't stuff it in. Get up and move." Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. She realized that the hole was too small and Yang couldn't get in at all. But at that moment, the fat pig couldn't even move its toes, let alone move. "I have an idea," Lin Fan said. "Chop off its limbs and some meat. It should be able to get in." "No way, brother. How can you say such cruel things?" Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. If he chopped it off, Yang would fight him to the death. Even the fat pig took a deep breath when it heard that. It was as if it couldn't catch its breath. The fire waves got closer and closer. Zhu Fengfeng tried her best to stuff it in but it was useless. In the end, she sat on the ground and pulled Yang up. She hugged the pig's head and sighed helplessly. "Brother, you should go." Lin Fan was shocked. "You're not going? It won't be a problem for the 2 of us to go down." The fat pig opened its eyes and grunted. Then, Zhu Fengfeng slapped its head angrily. "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm partly responsible for raising you. But the biggest responsibility is you. You eat all day and if I don't give you anything, you'll suck the soil. You're dead now." The fat pig lowered its head and looked pitifully at the fire waves in the distance. "Brother, I'm not going. I have to accompany it. You should go. I failed this time. I was too careless. I'm ranked 500 on the Heaven's favorite board and I'm going to die here for no reason." Zhu Fengfeng rubbed its head. It didn't want to fight back. It had already fought back. The fire waves weren't simple. It couldn't even handle it with its hands. What else could it do? The man and the pig sat there, unable to fight back. They looked at the fire waves in the distance. Their hearts were calm and they weren't sad or happy. The fat pig snuggled into Zhu Fengfeng's arms. They depended on each other. A tear rolled down its cheek. It was filled with regret. Why did it eat so much? It became so fat. There was a way out but it couldn't walk anymore. Forget it. I'm a man of my word. I'll protect you. Let me think of a way. Lin Fan stepped forward. He stared at the fire waves and thought about it. There should be a way. Colored eye, activate. Looking over, Lin Fan could see that the incoming wave of fire seemed to have been triggered by something as it started to boil. Countless fire thorns converged to form a gigantic fire thorn that pierced towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually took out the altar and placed it in front of him. He slapped it and the altar smashed towards the fire thorn. Pung, the fire thorn shattered. It couldn't compare to the altar at all. As expected, the altar isn't simple. Although it can't compare to the stone door, it isn't made of simple materials either. The altar smashed over. He stuck close to it and followed it in. He wanted to see what was going on inside. Brother. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked and in disbelief. He didn't expect this guy to charge in. Quality, this is quality. I was wondering why I would like such a person. So, this person's quality is the same as mine. He understood now. He wasn't wary of this guy. Maybe it was because of his quality. Yang, it's okay. Someone else will accompany us later. The three of us will die together. If Lin Fan heard this, he would definitely turn back and waste his time to think of a way to save them. He actually didn't believe him. Unlucky surge, activate. The fire waves were a little weird. At the same time, he saw a flaming man floating in the middle of the fire waves. He closed the colored eye and kept the altar. Power exploded out and covered his body as he charged towards the flaming man. ZZ, the fire waves burned and the energy barrier continued to wear down. It was hard to block. At this moment, Lin Fan's energy barrier broke. The flames corroded and burned his body. Flames burned in his eyes. He clenched his fist and ignored the flames on his arm. He gathered all his strength and punched. Pung, the fist landed on the flaming man's stomach and a pillar of energy pierced through. The flaming man's face couldn't be seen but he was furious. He punched towards Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan opened his mouth and bit the flaming man's fist. However, the fist pierced through his mouth and a ball of flames exploded from the back of his head. You want to kill me? You're still too young. Gotcha. Gotcha, a vicious glow appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. He bit and sucked. The flaming man was swallowed into his stomach. Pata, he felt his consciousness start to dissipate. It was really quick and in the end, he fell to the ground. His body started to carbonize and in the end, all that was left was a pile of black ash. Brother. Zhu Fengfeng saw the fire waves disappear but he didn't see his brother. He hurriedly ran over and felt a little sad. No matter what he was thinking before, his true intention was to head out together. But now, he had disappeared without a trace. When he saw the pile of black ash on the ground, he plopped down on the ground and scooped it up with trembling hands. Old bro, how could you die so tragically? You didn't even leave a corpse behind. How am I supposed to pay my respects to you in the future? Sad, sad. Brother, don't worry. I will scatter you in the ocean and let you float to every place. Suddenly, Zhu Fengfeng was kicked to the ground and he fell flat on his face. Die your sister. If I scatter you in the ocean, won't the fish eat you and turn you into feces? Lin Fan appeared behind Zhu Fengfeng and twisted his neck. He opened his mouth and burped. The flame appeared out of nowhere. Even he himself could not react in time. Zhu Fengfeng was delighted when he saw that brother was still alive. But suddenly, the flame nearly burned his crotch. His face turned ashen white. Brother, what is the meaning of this? He was drenched in sweat. If it burned, then everything in his crotch would have been gone. Lin Fan grabbed his neck. His throat felt really uncomfortable and he felt like he couldn't breathe. Brother, your neck is red. Zhu Fengfeng's eyes were as big as a cow's. He was stunned. Brother's neck was totally red like metal. Don't come over. Lin Fan coughed and pinched his neck. It was a little uncomfortable. When his fingers touched his neck, there was a sizzling sound. It seemed like his neck was really hot but for some reason, it was totally fine. Suddenly, he felt a flame surging in his body. It was really fierce and he couldn't take it anymore. Ah! Lin Fan roared towards the sky. He opened his mouth and a pillar of flames charged into the sky. Even his eyes and nose had flames spitting out. The scene was really shocking and terrifying. Pata, Zhu Fengfeng sat on the ground and opened his mouth wide. He was stunned and didn't know what was going on. Why did a person start to spit out flames? His five senses were furious and a shocking amount of power exploded out. These flames were not ordinary. They were very similar to the ones from before. Did Big Bro swallow these flames? That was 2F** King Ferocious. At the same time, he was deeply touched. He didn't expect brother to swallow the flames to save them. Such loyalty was really admirable. Who? It feels great. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief, but there were still some sparks coming out. However, his throat wasn't that uncomfortable anymore. He realized that there was a ball of flames burning in his body. This was the flame from before. With a thought, the flames flowed along his arms. He clenched his fist, and sparks appeared. He punched out, and the space around him trembled. But now, the power of the flames enveloped his fist, and the air around him was scorching hot. Good fellow, it is a little useful. He was very calm. It seemed that this flame had also understood. If it followed him, it would walk to the peak of power. A wise man submits to circumstances. The earlier it followed a big shot, the better the future. Brother, are you okay? Zhu Fengfeng was a little worried. It was good that he was fine. He was still a little reluctant to part with his brother. He was such a righteous person. If he died here, who else could he ask for help when he encountered danger in the future? Of course, if they wanted to leave this place now, they had to go through that hole. However, the fat pig was a bit of a hindrance. It was so fat that there was no way to squeeze in. However, in the old man's words, let Yang rest for a while and recover some of his strength. Later on, he would be able to open up a path to the heavens. Coincidentally, Lin Fan wanted to investigate the situation of the flame within his body as well. His foundation did not increase, and his strength did not increase either. However, this flame was a little powerful, and its destructive power was shocking. Coupled with his strength, it was really a good thing. After a while, the fat pig recovered its strength. When it stood up, its fat jiggled. It was very shocking. He even had the urge to take a knife and cut off some of its fat. Yang, go. Use your strength. Zhu Fengfeng patted the pig's head. He was really confident. He didn't dare to say much, but Yang's ability to dig was really strong. At this moment, the fat pig came to the hole and stuffed its head in. Then, its four hooves started to move on the ground. Its fat buttocks were even shaking left and right. It was really flirtatious. To his surprise, the entrance of the cave actually became bigger. He had just tried it. The ground was really hard and couldn't be damaged at all. However, this fat pig was actually able to dig it. Amazing, really amazing. Brother, let's go. We need to leave this broken place as soon as possible. This place is too dangerous. We need to find an exit. It's best if we don't explore further. This is a dangerous place that hasn't been revealed to the world. It's filled with endless dangers. We might be the first batch of people to enter this place. None of the dangers have been cleared. He knew more and didn't dare to be careless. Uncleared danger zones were really terrifying. Those danger zones that appeared on the surface had existed for a long time. Who knew how many people had entered and explored them before? The danger was really low, and the biggest danger was probably those monsters. Monsters loved to find danger zones to live in. Therefore, when the danger zones were gone, the demonic beasts would immediately set up camp there, and the people who came later would have to face those demonic beasts. As for those who were lucky, they might be able to find treasures that others didn't or left behind. If one wanted to find shocking treasures, they had to be here for the first time. Humph. The pig's voice spread out from the hole. It was obvious that it was done and started to fall. Brother, let's go. Zhu Fengfeng jumped down and followed closely behind. His only thought was to leave. He didn't want to stay here at all. Leaving right after coming? That's such a bad attitude. Lin Fan had tasted sweetness and didn't want to leave. Although his strength didn't increase, his destructive power definitely increased. He jumped down as well. He wasn't sure what was behind him. Maybe there was no way out. Maybe he had to fight his way through this danger zone. Brother, we are finished. When Lin Fan landed, he heard Zhu Fengfeng's voice of despair. The man and pig stood there with their mouths agape. They felt like there was no hope. What's going on? Lin Fan looked over and didn't think that it was a big deal. But when he walked over, the scene in front of him changed. In front of him was a wide ravine. The bottom of the ravine was extremely terrifying, with raging flames boiling. In fact, in this sea of raging flames, there were even ownerless chains that soared into the air. Without anyone controlling them, they soared into the air and then fell back down into the blazing sun. There's no way out. We are trapped here. Zhu Fengfeng said. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head and wanted to leave through the tunnel but realized that it had disappeared. At this moment, he gave up completely. There was no way back. What should he do? Haze, brother, I was too careless. I found a danger zone and just wanted to enter. I didn't expect it to be too dangerous. It's beyond what we can handle. All of a sudden, the sea of flames down below began to change. The flames gradually condensed into fiery figures. Damn. I'm rich. When Lin Fan caught sight of this, his eyes shone with a lustful light. He didn't like treasures and he didn't like treasures. He only liked points. When he saw the sea of flames, he was a little disappointed. He didn't have any points and came here for nothing. But when he saw the people turning into flames, his heart started to pound. Brother, what's rich? Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. He saw the people surrounding a tree. The tree was red. The branches and leaves were the same color. It was even giving off a demonic glow. Ha ha ha. I'm coming. Lin Fan jumped into the air. There were so many people. His points were going to be heaven-defying. Brother. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. He didn't care about his life. There were so many weird things and he jumped just like that. Why didn't he hesitate at all? Points, your nemesis is here. Lin Fan landed with a thud. He was too excited that the ground cracked. He grabbed the altar with one hand and wanted to start a massacre. He wanted to kill until the sky turned dark and his points reached the peak. A roar shocked the people on fire. Don't come down. Leave this to me. He was too excited. He entered the danger zone just for this. Hung Long, the people on fire were furious. Their boiling flames shrouded Lin Fan. Damn. Lin Fan shouted and went all out. The altar roared and smashed. With one strike, a large number of people on fire were annihilated. Too cruel. Zhu Fengfeng stood there. His eyes were filled with shock. It was too terrifying. They weren't human at all. Lin Fan had many injuries on his body. His flesh was black. This was a sign of being burned. He thought that he could breathe fire and was immune to these things. But he was wrong. However, it didn't matter. He just wanted points. Awesome, it was too awesome, he was already so excited. This was the first time he was so excited since he entered the danger zone. His points kept increasing. It wasn't a problem for him to become a great sage. Poochie, a mutant, came out from the group of people on fire and directly pierced through Lin Fan's body. You want to run? Come back. Blood flowed from the hole in his body. He grabbed the ankle of the person on fire and threw him to the ground. He crushed the person's head with one foot. Come. Regardless of the blood flowing, as long as his consciousness was still there, he would kill to the end. A large number of people on fire rushed over. They were dense and piled up into a mountain. Brother. Zhu Fengfeng couldn't see Lin Fan's figure, but she could sense that there was a fierce battle there. Lin Fan put the altar on the ground and looked at his abdomen. The blood had dried up. His consciousness began to dissipate. He closed his eyes and welcomed death. The people on fire felt that Lin Fan's life was dissipating, but they still looked at him vigilantly. Not long after, there was a huge movement among the people on fire. Although they couldn't sense anything, they could feel the terrifying power erupting again. Hee hee. Lin Fan raised his head and grinned. The light in his eyes was even brighter. He picked up the altar and started killing. What he didn't notice was that after killing the people on fire, there was a faint red light attached to their arms. However, because their arms were stained with blood, it was difficult to notice this phenomenon. He didn't know how long he had been killing. Even he himself had lost track of time. The originally gray altar had long been dyed red. This wasn't blood. It might be flames, but he didn't feel it at all. Come on. The altar smashed down, but there was no point notification. He looked up and saw that the huge ravine was empty. The people on fire had disappeared, and the ground was dotted with sparks. Without any sparks, they might just be people on fire. Big brother. Zhu Fengfeng rushed over and stammered. He looked for a long time and was dumbfounded. His brother was a perpetual motion machine. His hands and feet didn't stop. Although there was no time here, he knew that time wasn't short. The fight was too ruthless. One person and the whole team were wiped out. Lin Fan forgot how many times he died. Anyway, after 10 seconds, he picked up the altar and did it without any hesitation. Big brother, you're too cruel. Zhu Fengfeng was dumbfounded. The scene from before was still fresh in his mind. It was so terrifying that it could scare someone to death. In his eyes, his big brother was bathed in fresh blood. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't dare to get too close. The fat pig didn't dare to suck the soil. It stood behind Zhu Fengfeng, afraid that this person would do something to it. If that happened, it would lose its innocence. What are you talking about? This is normal. Lin Fan was calm. He didn't check his points. It wasn't the time yet. He didn't lose anything. The underground was dangerous, but he had gained a lot. If not for his immortal body, he would have died here. The flame was annoying and couldn't be resisted. The old man was a great sage, but he couldn't even withstand it with his palm. It was obvious that the flame was extraordinary. What is that? It can't be a treasure, right? We've finally seen the fruit of victory after so many hardships. Zhu Fengfeng's face was red. He was too excited, and his limbs were trembling. When they first discovered the underground, they were so excited that they almost went crazy. Then, they encountered danger and fell into a desperate situation. If not for their good mentality, they would have collapsed. Lin Fan twisted his neck and stretched his muscles. The battle just now was too fierce. He didn't need to defend, he just needed to fight. He was killed dozens of times by the flaming people. This tree isn't simple. There are 3 fruits on it. The patterns are very complicated, and they contain a terrifying aura. Zhu Fengfeng was solemn. The fruits were red and looked like they were wrapped in flames. He stood there, not daring to move in case something happened. When he saw his big brother about to pluck them, he wanted to remind him not to move, but it was too late. When you should be careful, you're not. When you shouldn't be careful, you're so timid. It's just 3 fruits, and you're so scared. He grabbed one and looked at it. It was the size of a basketball. The patterns on the surface were beautiful, and it was red like flames. Maybe I can earn some experience points from this. He was curious, but he wasn't sure. Although he had enough experience points now, he couldn't be too arrogant. What if he ran out of experience points in the future? He had to accumulate them when he could. Brother, this fruit is good stuff. Zhu Fengfeng really wanted one, but these were all obtained by his brother. He couldn't bring himself to ask for it. He was ranked 500 on the prodigy roll. How could he ask for something from someone who wasn't on the prodigy roll? Did he still want his face? Although he didn't know what it was definitely something good. Lin Fan stuffed it into his mouth and took a bite. It was crispy, just like an apple. He was disappointed that there were no experience points. It's yours. If I throw it to a fat pig and it doesn't increase my experience points, then it's useless to me. The fat pig was overjoyed. It immediately came over and chewed on the fruit. Its mouth was full of fruit juice, and a look of happiness appeared on its face. Yang, don't eat random things. Zhu Fengfeng felt distressed. It was obviously good stuff, and giving it to Yang was a complete waste. Suddenly, the fat pig's movements came to an abrupt halt. Its expression was exaggerated, and it became motionless like a stone statue. Yang, what's wrong? I told you not to eat randomly. Zhu Fengfeng panicked, thinking that something had happened to the fat pig, but suddenly, a shocking scene happened. Humph. An earth-shattering humph echoed through the sky. The fat pig's eyes changed. Its eyeballs were fiery red, and a ball of fire was burning its body. The fat pig straightened its hind legs and clenched its forelimbs. It raised its head and roared towards the sky. A fire dragon soared into the sky from the fat pig's body. Beyond the 9 heavens, the fire dragon roared, scorching hot, and even the void was illuminated red. Humph. Another roar. The ahob on the fat pig's head swayed in the wind. Its face was solemn and domineering. The flames on its body became stronger and stronger. Oh my god, Yang is too domineering. Zhu Fengfeng exclaimed. The aura that Yang was emitting was strong and hot. There was a force that changed its body. Could this be some kind of holy fruit that can change one's physique? Lin Fan was a great sage, and the outer world he came from was not simple. He knew a lot of things, and naturally, he knew that there were divine items that could change one's physique. And now, the fat pig's physique was changing. There were faint fire patterns on its fat. Looks like it's good stuff. Lin Fan was satisfied. He plucked the remaining 2 fruits and threw one to Zhu Fengfeng, and brought the other back to his teacher. There were some things that he couldn't use when he was outside, but his teacher needed them. With his teacher's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach higher realms. But it would take a long time. Therefore, he wanted to bring some divine items to his teacher to help him go further. The fruit was useless to him. Anything that couldn't increase his experience points was useless to him. It took up space in his storage ring. Brother, Zhu Fengfeng held the fruit and was so touched that he wanted to cry. He didn't expect his brother to be so generous. He gave them 2 of the divine items and only kept 1 for himself. He swore in his heart that he would continue to call his brother when he was in danger in the future. He's such a good person. Not only does he give me a sense of security, but he's also generous. Where else can I find such a person? Lin Fan's character became clearer and clearer. It was exactly the same as them. At this moment, the pig returned to normal. He felt that his body had changed. He looked left and right but didn't see any problems. Then, he calmly sucked the soil. He was really happy. Stop eating first. We have to continue. This place is really dangerous. Why don't you guys wait here for me to get through it? I'll come and get you guys. Lin Fan suggested, but the old man rejected him quickly. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How can we let you take the risk alone? Let's go. We'll live and die together. We can't be separated. Zhu Fengfeng said righteously. Her words were very righteous, and she erupted with an aura of supreme righteousness. At this moment, in the distance, a streak of red rose into the sky. It was so red that it was glowing. I have points again? He could not wait any longer. His body moved and he quickly attacked. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. I haven't had my fill of killing just now. This time, I'm definitely going to do it again. Brother, don't rush. Let's go together. Zhu Fengfeng kept the fruit and chased after him. He couldn't fall behind. He had to fight alongside his brother. Of course, he could just watch from the side. He was too ferocious and the way he fought was too cruel. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle it. Instantly, he felt his eyes blur. Xianxia sprinted up and flames appeared on his body. There were black marks on the ground which were signs of him being burnt. Fire pig. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to become stronger and weirder. Did the pig's body change and become a special body type? From afar, he could see his elder brother standing there without moving. This doesn't make sense. With my elder brother's ferocious state, he would definitely pick up his weapon and give it a good beating. Why is he standing there without moving? Could it be that he discovered the final treasure in the danger zone and was shocked? When he thought about this, he quickened his footsteps. With how generous his brother was, he definitely wouldn't be stingy with him. When that happened, he would definitely earn a huge amount. Old bro, what's wrong? What is it that has you so stunned? Zhu Fengfeng asked. But when she looked ahead, she was completely stunned. What was that? How was he supposed to get over? It wasn't a wall of fire but a sea of fire. It wasn't something those trash things from before could compare to. This was a true sea of fire. It was as tall as the sky and covered the distance. If he wanted to enter, he had to force his way through. There were no gaps at all. Of course, it wasn't realistic to force one's way in. If he entered, he would probably turn to ash. Brother, we have nowhere else to go. This is a dead end. Are we going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? Zhu Fengfeng was a little afraid. If that was the case, it would be a tragedy. Lin Fan was really calm. This wasn't a dead end. If it was, then it would be a seal and the buff would be enough to teleport him out. There was a way out but he hadn't found it yet. Moreover, even if there wasn't a buff, it didn't matter. He had endless time and could cultivate here to raise his cultivation. One day, he would be able to smash this place with one fist. Brother, there is someone here. There is someone inside. Zhu Fengfeng raised his hand and his voice trembled. They were about to fight again. He had to get further away. Later on, only his brother could do it. The flame person wasn't as strong as him but there were many of him. Ants could bite an elephant to death. If he entered, he might not be able to come out. It was really terrifying. There was someone in the fire. Was it that thing from before? He was a little excited. But when he looked over, he was a little disappointed. He couldn't see it clearly but it wasn't that flame person. It looks like a woman. Lin Fan looked over and was really confused. Was it because the flames were too strong and gave birth to a flame woman? He was a little impulsive and wanted to head in. Such a chance didn't come every year. The underground danger zone hadn't been discovered yet. Didn't that mean that the things inside were all brand new? If he could take them all, that would be a good thing. No, that woman was sitting cross-legged like she was cultivating. Brother, we probably aren't the first to enter. Lin Fan suspected and wasn't sure. That's impossible. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. If they weren't the first to enter, then how much of a scam was that? He couldn't take it and felt a little disappointed. But they walked over and saw that tree. They took 3 fruits which meant that this fellow came from a different route. The flame ocean shook. Lin Fan frowned. There was a problem. Brother, what is going on? Although he was ranked 500, and had great saint cultivation, he didn't have his own opinions. He couldn't make a decision and had to follow Lin Fan. That person looks familiar. I think I have seen him somewhere but I can't remember. That's not right, I haven't seen him before. That's impossible. Although I have seen many girls, there aren't many who can leave me. There is a problem. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Suddenly, the flame ocean shook even more. More people appeared in the distance but they were too far away and he couldn't see them clearly. Go. A voice spread out. It was really amazing, like it was exploding in his mind. Brother! Zhu Fengfeng exclaimed. The ground beneath his feet split open. It was a flame ocean and he fell in. Lin Fan reacted and reached out to grab. But the ground beneath his feet disappeared and he fell into a place similar to a flame ocean. 2 people and a pig disappeared. Not long later, numerous people passed through the flame ocean. They sensed that someone was there and came over to take a look. However, they didn't discover anything. Not long later, a voice spread out from the distance. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They turned into fiery light and rushed over. When they saw the bare fire tree, angry shouts and wails shook the heavens. The god fruits were stolen and disappeared from their eyes. The fire spirits that nurtured the tree were all killed. Who did this? How could they be so arrogant? Old brother, where are you? Zhu Fengfeng's eyes turned black. He thought that he was going to die, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in a foreign place. The sky was blue and the air was fresh. He was definitely not in the danger zone. He should be outside. Interesting. To think that he would be sent out for no reason. This is not normal. Lin Fan stood there and was in deep thought. He felt that it was unusual. At the same time, he thought back to the girl he saw in the flame ocean. He felt that she was familiar, but he didn't know who she was. Old bro, we've met our benefactor. He's here to send us out safely. Smell it, how fresh the air is. It's really not bad. Zhu Fengfeng was in a good mood. He was not greedy at all. He had encountered a divine fruit inside, and there was nothing to say about this fortuitous encounter. After consuming the divine fruit, Zhu Fengfeng's physique clearly changed. He did not know what the changes were, but it was definitely shocking. Benefactor my ass. Lin Fan was filled with regret. He was excited to meet something unknown, but he was teleported out. The word go in his mind was filled with concern. Where is this place? He asked. He was helpless in a foreign place. He could only return to the sect. The god fruits in his storage ring were still there. He would give them to his teacher. He didn't need them. As long as he had points to raise his cultivation technique, everything would come. I don't know, but it should be safe. Old brother, our first cooperation was a success. I shall take my leave first. Zhu Fengfeng smiled. He was delighted. As for leaving with Lin Fan, he didn't have such a thought. Firstly, it was too dangerous. Old brother was too strong and he couldn't handle it. It was better to be safe. The moment he finished his words, Zhu Fengfeng, who was riding on the fat pig, waved at Lin Fan with a look of reluctance. Old brother, we will meet again if fate allows it. When I find a danger zone and need help, I will think of you first. Goodbye. Then, the fat pig galloped, turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared without a trace. Should I go back the way I came and enter the cave? After the old man left, he had this thought. He then looked around and fled into the distance. However, he couldn't find the cave entrance, or it could be said that the cave entrance had disappeared and was sealed by someone. He remembered that they were all in this area, but after searching the entire area, he still couldn't find them. Forget it, let's just return to the sect. He did not linger around. He had gained quite a lot from this trip, so he should go back and improve himself properly. He then turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the world. After some time, he heard a familiar voice. All of you fellas, come closer to me if you've got the guts. I'll have a good chat with you guys later on. While you guys are careless, I'll kill you guys. What do you say, Grandmaster? In the prison pulled by the two demonic beasts, the night devil was talking non-stop, constantly harassing the people outside. Night demon, shut up. Pewdish's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted nothing more than to hammer the night demon to death. Bastard, he would rather the night demon betray him than stand on his side. Grandmaster, how can you shut up? The night demon retorted. He always said what he wanted to say and never hid anything. The Grandmaster told him to bear with it and wait for them to get careless before killing them. But he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't keep such a sinister plan in his heart and had to say it out loud to make himself feel better. Those bastards betrayed the sect, deceived their masters and killed their ancestors. They deserve to die. Sect leader, don't worry. When I find a chance, I will kill them and take revenge when I return. Night Demon was furious. He was righteous and definitely wouldn't let those people off. Pewdisha didn't want to say anything else. He was filled with despair towards the Night Demon. The outer region world merged and appeared in a random place. Then, the strong sects came and suppressed them so much that they didn't dare to fight back. The elders all betrayed and wanted to join the strong sections. How could Pewdisha take it? He swore to fight them to the death. What he didn't expect was that the Night Demon actually stood out and scolded them. This caused his impression of the Night Demon to change. But now, he finally understood. One wasn't afraid of a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. What a scam. Ha ha ha, This sect's elder is way too stupid. Just how in the world did he manage to survive until now? Who knows? He's just a weak sect. It's his bad luck to meet us. Later, when we transport them to the mine, they will suffer. The group of people laughed and discussed. The middle-aged man who led the group had a cold expression. No matter what happened, he didn't show any emotions. Grandmaster Putisha, how did you become a prisoner? Suddenly, Lin Fan appeared and blocked the prison carriage's path. He was confused. Was the sect destroyed by someone? Peak Leader Lin. Putisha was shocked and then excited. He shouted, Peak Leader Lin, leave quickly. These people aren't weak. The night demon muttered to himself. When he saw Lin Fan, he was filled with hope. Peak Leader Lin, come and save us. These people conquered Luosha sect. Those dogs of the sect are afraid of power and they all submitted. Only the Grandmaster and I are not afraid of power and will fight to the end. Shut up. Putisha stared at the night demon. This bastard. If he knew this would happen, he would have chased him out of the sect. Although he was loyal, there was definitely something wrong with his head. Walala, the guards who were escorting the two of them took out their weapons and stared at Lin Fan with killing intent. Especially the leader. He looked at Lin Fan coldly and a dark aura spread out. He then raised his hand and gave an order. Take him down. Damn. Lin Fan was infuriated. This was his symbol, and since when did someone dare to steal his symbol? Without saying anything else, he took out the altar. A person wielding a saber rushed over. He was very fast, and his strength was also not bad. However, he directly swung the altar, and with a single strike, he was directly smashed into meat paste. Pooey! How dare you? Lin Fan spat. What was this? They didn't even talk and they attacked. They didn't give him any face at all. Lin Fan picked up the altar and smashed it. The weapon clashed with the altar and with a crack, it broke into many pieces. Stop. The leader shouted and rose into the air. He flipped his palm and his killing intent surged. This bastard was treating his disciple like a vegetable. Peak Leader Lin, you're amazing. Beat him up. The honest night demon cheered. He was extremely excited. Putisha was shocked. He didn't expect that this kid's strength would become stronger. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few moves from the leader, but he didn't expect that this kid would be able to fight on par with the leader. The leader wasn't weak. He was at the legendary realm, but he wasn't at the pinnacle. When he attacked, the space shook and a bright light shrouded the area. You're too arrogant. If you continue like this, I won't go easy on you. Lin Fan looked at the leader and didn't care about him. Although the leader's attacks were powerful, he didn't care. He didn't know what Luosha sect had gone through to be so miserable. Thief, see if I don't tear you into 1,000 pieces. The leader shouted furiously, his killing intent surging. But all of a sudden, the leader's face changed. Lin Fan appeared in front of him, stretched out his hand and grabbed the leader's head. When Lin Fan stretched out his hand, he couldn't block it. He was stunned. I'll tear you into pieces. Lin Fan lifted him up, clenched his fist, and punched his abdomen. Instantly, flames gathered in his fist, and a sizzling sound could be heard. The leader's abdomen was instantly vaporized, and the skin and flesh on the surface disappeared, leaving behind a circle of black smoke. A large amount of blood flowed down like a waterfall. So strong. Putisha was shocked. He didn't expect this kid to be so strong. He knew that it wasn't a dream to merge with the outer world, but he couldn't find the source of the breakthrough. Sometimes, he could feel the path to the immortal state, but he still couldn't find it. You. The leader was shocked. He didn't expect to be defeated so quickly. Too weak. Lin Fan shook his head and looked at his fist. The heat just now was not bad. Then, he clenched his fist again and punched the leader's head. Bang, the leader's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered all over the ground. After that, Lin Fan hooked his finger and the storage rings of the corpses floated over. Although they were weak, he couldn't waste them. He had to be a good young man who knew how to save. Lin Fan let Putisha and Night Demon out. He was curious about what happened to them. You two are so pitiful. Your sect is gone? This was the first time he met a familiar sect after the fusion of the outer world. It was a pity that the sect leader and the elders were suppressed. It seemed that they were going to be sent to a bad place. He was sorry that he was weak. Sigh. Putisha sighed. The sect was indeed gone. Of course, it wasn't destroyed, but it was disintegrated from the inside. The other party was too strong. Before he could even fight to the death, all the elders had betrayed him. Putisha was so shocked that he wanted to die. Peak Leader Lin, you don't know this. Those guys are really sons of B** cheese. They betrayed us faster than anyone else. I, Night Demon, am not very strong, but I'm still a famous person. I've always wanted to be the sect leader, but that was based on my own ability. Now that the sect has been taken away, what do you think this is? Night Demon gritted his teeth in anger. Do you need help? Lin Fan asked. No matter what, they were from the same place, so he had to show some concern. Putisha shook his head. No need, I will use my own ability to take back everything that I lost. Sect leader, are you stupid? Why don't you help? He is so strong, let him be the vanguard and take down the sect. If things go wrong, we can just run. Night Demon was anxious. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with what he said. Shut up. Putisha's face turned red and he nearly couldn't breathe. What had he gone through to be so stupid? Lin Fan didn't care and could only sigh. He was responsible for Night Demon becoming like this. He was the one who turned him into an honest person. It was extremely difficult for Night Demon to live on safely. Lin Fan wanted to ask Putisha if he had met any other sections. Since all the sects from the primordial land had come here, they couldn't possibly be separated. Unfortunately, Putisha didn't meet any. Patriarch Pu, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fan felt that with Putisha's strength, it would be difficult for him to live a comfortable life. After the integration of the outer world, it would be hard to meet normal people. They would start fighting whenever there was a disagreement. It was scary. With Putisha's strength, he didn't have much confidence. I will take back everything that I have lost with my own strength. As the sect master, I cannot absolve myself from the blame for the elders' betrayal of the sect. However, I have discovered that after the fusion of the outer realms, the path ahead has already appeared. I want to cultivate for a period of time and increase my cultivation. In the future, I will personally step into the sect and kill those fellows. Putisha was confident that he could make those guys regret it. He felt that the sect masters and elders of the primordial ancestral grounds were very talented in cultivation. Otherwise, with the situation in the primordial land, the highest cultivation realm in the primordial land was the demigod realm. The fact that they could become demigods meant that they were talented. If they were weak, they wouldn't have been able to become demigods. As for Huarong and the rest, they were slightly weaker than them. This wasn't something that could be covered up. Don't worry, Patriarch. I, Night Demon, will be by your side. If you encounter any unavoidable danger, at least I can take on the responsibility. Night Demon had been eyeing the position of the Patriarch for a long time. You. Putisha wanted to slap Lin Fan to death, but he held it in. What else could he do now that things have turned out this way, in times of crisis, only? Night Demon stood up to resist. Even if Night Demon was retarded, he would forgive Lin Fan unconditionally. Just then, Putisha looked at Lin Fan seriously. Peak Leader Lin, I have a favor to ask, please. Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan waved his hands. Patriarch Pu, let's not talk about it anymore. Now that the outer world is fusing, the magnificent flame sect can't even protect itself. Stop scamming us. When we meet again in the future, we can still be considered acquaintances. If it's within our capabilities, we can still help. As for scamming us like this, let's not talk about it. Lin Fan rejected immediately. He could guess what the other party was going to do. He just wanted to entrust Night Demon to him. Is he trying to harm the magnificent flame sect? Although he was strong enough, he was not as strong as the fools in the sect. If he said anything, he would not be able to pass his days. It was very likely that something big would happen. Sigh. Putisha sighed, "Ymo, now that the sect has changed, you and I can't be together. Find a place to hide, wait for my cultivation to improve, I will inform you. After all, it will be very dangerous for you to stay by my side." He wanted to get rid of the night demon. Keeping this guy by his side was like a ticking time bomb. No one knew what would happen. Night demon looked at the sect master. "Sect master, can you do it? If you die outside, you must leave a message, such as handing over the Rakshasa sect to Night Demon in the future. Don't worry, Night Demon, may not have any other abilities, but I will definitely develop the sect in a good direction." Putisha wanted to make a move, but he smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Alright, don't worry. If there is any danger, I will definitely hand the sect over to you." Hearing this, the Night Demon was overjoyed. "Sect Master, then I will hide." "Sect Master, you really don't have the talent to be the Sect Master, but I do." Lin Fan patted Putisha's shoulder. "Alright, you've been through a huge change, so it's inevitable that you will speak harshly. Since that's the case, I will take my leave." After saying this, he left. He did not want to get involved in the Rakshasa sect situation for now. It was better to settle the Magnificent Flame sect first. Anyway, the outside world would be his in the future, so he was not in a hurry. "Night Demon, take care." Putisha reminded the Night Demon before leaving. The Night Demon stood on the spot and laughed. "I have to find a place to hide. The outside world is so dangerous, and the sect master will definitely not be able to handle it. When he is in danger, I will have to take the responsibility." He had already made up his mind. He would find a place to cultivate, and he would not go anywhere else. Safety first. Whoever survived to the end would be the winner. After taking a look at his surroundings, he left immediately. Stop. The Night Demon flew far away, looking for a safe place. But after looking at many places, he was not satisfied. It was not that the feng shui was bad, but there were too many beasts, and he felt a strong sense of danger. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears, causing the Night Demon to sweat profusely. He was so scared that he felt like he was drenched in the rain. How strong was the aura? "Who is it? Don't think that you can be impudent just because I'm afraid now. I, the Night Demon, am indeed scared. Come out." The words were not a problem to the Night Demon, but to the owner of the voice, he felt that there was something wrong. "Humph. You are sneaking around in my territory. How arrogant." A figure appeared, wearing a long robe and giving off an extraordinary aura. The Night Demon was stunned. It wasn't that the other party was powerful, but was he even human? Why did he look so ugly? An illusory figure flew around the Night Demon, disappearing in the blink of an eye and reappearing in the blink of an eye. It was hard to catch. "Very powerful." The Night Demon exclaimed and said honestly. "You have good eyesight. I am indeed very powerful. In my eyes, you are just like an ant that I can pinch to death with a finger. Do you want to cultivate with me and I will teach you mystic arts? Is that for real? Don't ask me, I really believe you." The Night Demon pondered. This mysterious guy was really strong. If he could really cultivate with him, then wouldn't his strength soar? At that time, the sect master's strength wouldn't be higher than his and he would be crushed to the ground by him. Just thinking about it made him excited. In the depths of this dangerous zone, a few voices were conversing. "He's toying with others again. There's going to be another corpse in this forbidden area. Ha ha ha, interesting. The people of this world are so hypocritical. We were deceived by others, so we have to kill until blood flows like a river. Look at the look of disbelief on this ant's face. I am really looking forward to it." At that moment, the illusory figure surrounding the Night Demon gradually solidified. The long-robed old man stood in front of the Night Demon. "If you want to cultivate with me, it's really simple and easy. Besides, I can also guarantee that you will become stronger than anyone else. In this great era where the outer world is merging, you will have a place of your own." The old man smiled. "Alright, now tell me, am I handsome or not?" The Night Demon exclaimed. It was so easy. All he had to do was reply with a single sentence. This was way too easy. "Handsome what?" If not for the fact that my mental state is firm, I would have vomited long ago. Is that face of yours even considered a face? What is it like? And those eyes of yours, they are just too horrible to look at. Let's not talk anymore, it will hurt your heart. It wasn't that the night demon didn't want to talk, but the surrounding temperature was gradually dropping. You aunt, the thing I hate the most in this life is people who call me ugly. It seems like you have a death wish. The old man's face was dark in disbelief. Night demon retreated and looked at the person before him warily. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, don't be too arrogant. Don't make me bear a grudge against you. If I get the chance and my cultivation increases, I will definitely beat you to death when you aren't paying attention. So what if you are ugly? Of course, I am a little better than you. The conversation that had been going on stopped abruptly. He did not expect to meet such a person. Is he sick in the head or is he really not afraid of death? Hee, I am very interested in you. Suddenly, the night demon's mind went blank when he heard the voice. It gradually turned gray as if he had been frozen. The magnificent flame sect, there were 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate. The situation now was different from before, and they had to be on high alert. Those who had temporarily joined the magnificent flame sect were farming there. Some time ago, the person who claimed to be the inheritor of Emperor Yanhua's will had arrived, causing chaos in the magnificent flame sect. Countless disciples were panicking. If senior brother Lin and the rest were to leave the sect, they would definitely be reluctant to leave with them. But fortunately, the matter was resolved, and peace was restored. They were relieved. Boom, suddenly, there was a shocking change on Xianxia Peak. The shadow of a towering tree rose into the sky, covering the peak. The scene was shocking, and it attracted the attention of countless disciples. Then, a ray of light streaked across the sky and landed on the peak. When Lin Fan returned to the magnificent flame sect, he realized that there was a shocking change in his master's aura. It seems that his master's cultivation has improved. Lin Fan had to admit that his master was very talented. Even without Lin Fan's help, he could still achieve so much. Lin Fan stood there, staring at his master. Xianxia sat cross-legged, his white beard floating in the wind. A majestic tree of God could be seen behind him, supporting the sky. It might only be a shadow, but its leaves were glowing, giving off a sense of divinity. The leaves shook, and light spots fell from the sky, covering every corner of the magnificent flame sect. Lin Fan took a deep breath and sucked the light spots into his stomach. He could feel that the light spots were alive and could help him cultivate. Disciple, you're back. How was it? Master's move was not bad, right? Xianxia opened his eyes and smiled. Master is amazing. You're always so amazing. This tree of God is even more amazing. It covers the entire peak. If it were any bigger, the entire magnificent flame sect would be covered by it. Lin Fan smiled and walked up to his master. Master, do you know what your disciple has brought you this time? Disciple, Master has seen through it, but I don't want to say it. Take it out and let Master see if I'm right. Xianxia said calmly. Lin Fan was speechless. He felt that his master was being shameless. What's the difference between not seeing it and not seeing it? It's the same when I take it out. However, he did not expose his master. Instead, he took out the fruit of God. When the divine fruit appeared, the surrounding space was enveloped in a ball of fire. Xianxia was stunned. He could feel a mysterious energy coming from the fruit. Disciple, that's what I guessed. But it's better for disciple to consume it. I don't need it for now. Xianxia said calmly. Lin Fan could see the light in his master's eyes. Perhaps he knew that the fruit wasn't simple, so he wanted Lin Fan to consume it. Master, I don't need it. I've eaten about 70 of them in the magnificent flame sect. I'm sick of them. Lin Fan lied. What? You evil disciple. You only brought one back for me because you're sick of it. Xianxia grabbed the fruit in his hands. Master, I'd doted on you for nothing. Why didn't you bring more for me? Haha, Master, eat it. It's useful. Lin Fan laughed. He wanted his master to become stronger faster so that he could catch up with him. End of chapter 624. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.